Chapter 1141. The Grievance of the Lost Soul. Tianjiao scoffed. I knew this little lecher would have thoughts upon meeting my master. After all, my master is a terrestrial deity, destined to ascend sooner or later. Would she ever cast her gaze upon you? Xiang Chen, seated nearby, picked up a piece of exquisitely crafted delicacy brimming with spiritual energy and took a bite, replying, "Even a toad harbors ambitions of feasting on swan meat. What more of this dormant true dragon? A pig once told me that my goal is to conquer the vast cosmos and defeat all the prodigies of the universe, and then to woo every goddess and saintly beauty. A true dragon? I see merely a little worm." Tianjiao teased mischievously, casting a knowing glance towards Xiang Chen. After exchanging a few jests, Xiang Chen took another sip of the spiritual spring water and inquired, "Has Shangguan Jinghong troubled you again these years?" Tianjiao, having tidied her hair and donned her attire, replied, "After the last incident, I used that against him. He wouldn't dare scheme against me again. By the way, you mentioned my master becoming your senior sister. What is that about? You're not actually thinking of pursuing my master, are you?" Xiang Chen chuckled wryly. "I was merely jesting. Your master is several centuries my senior. I harbor no improper thoughts. Am I the type to fall for every woman I meet?" Tianjiao scoffed. "Xia Qingcheng, Lu Shiming, and me. Aren't you indeed one to fall for each? No man is worth much, including you. Who knows how many secret lovers you've taken on in these years?" Xiang Chen laughed heartily, unabashedly declaring, "I am destined to captivate the hearts of women across the land. You have all fallen for my charm and charisma. I can hardly help it. After all, in this world, one must cherish love and delicious food above all. Enough of your banter. Get to the point. Ahem. Well, are you familiar with Infeng? Infeng." Tianjiao furrowed her brow. "Of course, I know. It is the hidden force safeguarding the sect." Xiang Chen wrapped an arm around Tianjiao and said, "I have been selected to join Infeng. Once I complete a task, I will officially become a disciple under Infeng and, by extension, your master-s apprentice. Wouldn't he that make us equals? You might even have to call me little uncle then." Tianjiao shot him an eye roll. "Come, little junior, give your uncle a massage. Go away. I must pay my respects to my master. Are you coming?" With a playful elbow, Tianjiao nudged Xiang Chen. He shook his head. "I'll head back. I shall visit you often. Your master wears a perpetual cold expression, and I prefer not to offer my warmth to someone so frigid." Tianjiao giggled. "What is this? Aren't you the toad yearning for swan meat? Shouldn't you cultivate those relationships?" Xiang Chen scowled. "I was jesting. Don't take it to heart. Though your master is beautiful, she is not to my taste. My heart belongs solely to you, Tianjiao." "Bah, you speak so frivolously. Well then, I'll pay my respects now. When I have time, I'll visit you at Chilean Mountain." Tianjiao exited, and Xiang Chen followed suit. After watching her depart, he hummed a tune as he made his way down the mountain. Upon reaching the mountain gate, he engaged in conversation with the guards, strengthening their rapport, and upon leaving, generously bestowed several spirit stones upon them. The guardians of the mountain gate were quite astute, and after becoming familiar with a few individuals, Xiang Chen no longer needed to announce his arrival when he ventured into the mountains. He would simply ascend and engage with Tianjiao in unabashed camaraderie. Clearly, Xiang Chen had mastered the subtleties of human relationships, especially considering his promising future, which made the mountain gate guardians eager to befriend him. At Chilean Mountain, Amo and Shilin were diligently practicing a set of sword techniques, honing their skills atop the mountain. Xiang Chen imparted some insights on their cultivation methods before descending into the ancient well to examine the yin-yang thieving goo. The goo showed no signs of hatching, indicating that it would require considerable time before it could do so. After careful contemplation, Xiang Chen resolved to transfer the yin-yang thieving goo into his ancient cauldron space, where the passage of time was significantly accelerated. Moreover, the cauldron's ability to refine and revert the bloodlines of beasts would enhance the strength of the goo's essence. The other brothers of the Yanhuang Hall had also embarked on their paths of cultivation, with some joining various peaks to further their studies. In the cultivation chamber, Xiang Chen retrieved several blooms of the other shore flower. These blood-red blossoms emanated waves of resentment. As Xiang Chen extended his spiritual force, he enveloped one of the other shore flowers. In an instant, an invisible wave of a vengeful spirit rippled within the space, cloaked by his spiritual energy. It was the lingering resentment and soul power of a deceased man. "Wang Xiaoshan, you vile woman, daring to collude with a paramour to bring about my demise. Even in death, I shall not spare you." The vengeful spirit howled, lunging towards Xiang Chen's soul. With a cold smirk, Xiang Chen unleashed the howl of the heavenly wolf spirit, opening his mouth wide to devour the approaching vengeful spirit. This individual, wronged by a treacherous couple, had evidently possessed formidable strength and life, and upon death, his body had sprouted the other shore flowers as a vessel for his unrelenting resentment. After consuming this spirit, Xiang Chen promptly sat cross-legged, forming a seal with his hands as the heart method of the Shuro blade technique coursed through his being. The power of the vengeful spirit was guided into his divine abode, where it was directed into special meridians and acupoints, refining into strands of dark blue blade energy. This was the cultivation method of Luo Sheng Yuan, where Shuro blade energy could sever the physical body, while Luo Sheng Yuan could cleave the soul, striking invisibly. However, this method had its moral shortcomings. It required the refinement of souls and spirits filled with resentment, particularly those who had met untimely ends. Should a deranged individual practice this technique, they could devolve into a merciless killer, forcing the deceased to harbor resentment before absorbing the spirits of others. The negative emotions of the vengeful spirit loomed over Xiang Chen's will, attempting to affect his mental state, rendering him somewhat agitated. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress this resentment through the strength of his own will. This blade technique possessed flaws as well. Those lacking strong willpower could easily be led astray by the murderous intent and resentment of the blades. Once the vengeful spirit was completely absorbed, the other shore flower visibly withered at an astonishing rate. Xiang Chen proceeded to absorb the vengeful spirit and soul power from the second bloom, then the third, and the fourth. After refining over 20 blooms, 2 days had passed, and Xiang Chen felt it was becoming increasingly difficult to contain the will of these vengeful spirits, prompting him to halt his cultivation and devote time to tempering the lingering resentment to stabilize his own mental state. With a flourish of his hand, Xiang Chen unleashed a thread of dark azure blade energy, weaving into a semi-translucent shadow of a blade beneath his spiritual perception, invisible to the naked eye. Subsequently, another surge of Shuro blade energy coalesced, solidifying into a tangible black-violet gleam of blade light, dramatically amplifying its power. This was the complete essence of Shuro blade energy. Chapter 1142, The Traitor Zhuge. With such a force, even a master at the Lingxiao level would likely find themselves reduced to ashes, their soul extinguished. A subtle smile graced Xiang Chen's lips as he clenched his hand, dispersing the Shuro blade energy. He then produced a golden pill, adorned with 9 spiraling spiritual patterns. It was a 9th-grade soul-fortifying pill, a reward from his sect. This elixir could significantly enhance one's spiritual strength. The stronger the soul, the more formidable the willpower. Xiang Chen mused to himself, estimating his spiritual strength to be at the first level of the ancient realm, wondering just how much the soul-fortifying pill would amplify it. Without hesitation, he consumed the 9th-grade soul-fortifying pill. As the pill entered his body, it released waves of soul energy that surged into Xiang Chen's spirit, bathing it in a refreshing essence, nurturing and gradually augmenting its strength. Time passed swiftly, like a fleeting stream, and before long, 2 months had slipped by. Within Xiang Chen's meditation chamber, an invisible yet palpable surge of soul energy rippled outward, enveloping the mountaintop in a tremendous aura of spiritual pressure. Amoxicillin, in her cultivation, felt her soul tremble at the overwhelming pressure, casting a reverent glance in Xiang Chen's direction. This fluctuation bore a resemblance to the formidable presence of an elder in charge of the outer sect. Yet, just as quickly as it manifested, the soul energy converged, and the pressure dissipated. A smile appeared on Xiang Chen's face. The soul-fortifying pill had elevated his spiritual prowess to the 3rd level of the ancient realm, doubling his previous strength. Truly worthy of being a 9th-grade elixir, the enhancement of his spiritual energy also bolstered his reflexes and perceptive abilities. Muttering to himself, Xiang Chen retrieved a soul crystal. Channels of spiritual energy intertwined and surged into the crystal, where the energy erupted, transforming into the image of a ferocious ape that roared at him, exuding an aura of menace. Xiang Chen snorted disdainfully, unleashing a wave of law pattern energy from his palm. Yellow Spring Heart Technique, absorb. The Yellow Spring Forbidden Scriptures activated, and as the technique flowed, a shadow of a black hole emerged in his palm. The roaring spirit within the soul crystal was forcefully drawn into the Yellow Spring black hole. Subsequently, Xiang Chen produced a second soul crystal, continuing the process of refinement and absorption. This was the second form of the Yellow Spring Rage cultivation method. After absorbing the energy from 3 soul crystals, a thread of deep azure, 9 nether yellow spring fire finally emerged from the yellow spring. This fire flickered with an icy aura, capable of incinerating the souls of living beings, an exceedingly formidable force, surpassing the chilling capabilities of the yellow spring by several degrees. Truly powerful, it has not disappointed me, Xiang Chen thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Foolish fish, it is your turn now, devour and refine everything. In the depths of his being, Xiang Chen roared as the spirit of the foolish fish unleashed a terrifying devouring and refining divine ability. With a resounding thunder, his body manifested swirling black holes, transforming him almost entirely into one. 100 carefree soul crystals were utterly consumed, and Xiang Chen's absorption and refining speed surged to an astonishing tenfold compared to others. A vast amount of soul power was refined and surged into his body, leaving him feeling as though his spiritual sea might burst from the pressure. These were the soul crystals of 100 carefree level beings. 9 springs of the yellow springs. Devour for me. Xiang Chen bellowed inwardly, as within his divine abode, the 9 springs black holes erupted, absorbing the immense influx of soul power into his being. Half an hour passed, then 1 hour. Yet, only an hour later, the 9 springs ignited one by one with the flames of the yellow springs, which continued to strengthen. This time in seclusion lasted another month. On this day, visitors arrived at the gates of Xiang Chen's mountain, Qilian Mountain, core disciple Tianjiao. Come forth to receive the decree. A senior disciple from the recruitment hall shouted at the mountain gate. A hum resonated as the barrier at the entrance rippled, revealing a luminous portal. The senior disciple stepped through, unleashing an ancient energy that propelled him to the mountain peak. Xiang Chen emerged and clasped his hands respectfully, declaring, Tianjiao is here to receive the decree. The disciple responded, announcing the decree from the recruitment hall, assigning core disciple Tianjiao to execute the first task of joining the sect. A spark of excitement ignited within Xiang Chen. A task had arrived. Being part of the sect naturally required him to undertake certain duties, with the fundamental requirement being to complete 1 task each year, lest one incur penalties. And failing to do so for 10 consecutive years would result in a demotion. The first sect task was designated by the recruitment hall. Resources from the sect were hijacked 10 days ago while passing through the South Song Strait, and Tianjiao must urgently investigate the perpetrators and retrieve the sect's materials. The senior disciple continued, handing Xiang Chen the decree and a jade token. Disciple obeys. Xiang Chen bowed and accepted it. The decree bore the seal of the recruitment hall and was personally approved by the hall master Wang Qing. The jade token contained a list of the stolen materials. Oh, the fatty and the fierce sister are assigned to the same task as I am. Xiang Chen noted with surprise that the name Zhuge Yuan was among those listed for this investigation task. Alongside Zhuge Yuan were Yu Ying, Deng Tianling, and 2 senior core disciples, forming a group of 6 to undertake this investigation. The assembly time was set for noon at the Sect Plaza. Glancing at the star clock, Xiang Chen noted that there were still a mere 2/4 of an hour until assembly. I should find Fatty first, he thought. Then soared towards the mountain where Zhuge Yuan resided, Jade Pig Mountain. Jade Pig Mountain lay over 20 kilometers from Xiang Chen's abode, yet it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Qilian Mountain. Within Zhuge Yuan's courtyard on Jade Pig Mountain, a woman draped in a purple veil and possessing a graceful figure stood, stating with indifference, Master Uncle, my master has sent me to gather intelligence regarding Xiang Chen. Should Xiang Chen encounter this woman, he would undoubtedly exclaim in recognition, Princess Xuanji, the Princess Xuanji of the great Xia dynasty. By the way, Princess Xuanji is also a disciple of the Batian sect. Beside her stands a tall young man with light red hair and an attractive countenance, exuding an air of royal nobility, holding the status of a core disciple. His name is Ji Wushuang. Among the 10 core disciples, Ji Wushuang is a prince of the great Xia royal family, a prodigy of the sect. He possesses the pure yang immortal body and has already reached the pinnacle of the unfettered heavenly king at such a young age, with a record that includes slaying 1,000 ancient foes. How did these 2 come to be in Zhuge Yuan's courtyard? Zhuge Yuan gazes at Princess Xuanji, his expression somewhat complicated, and inquires, how is my master? Rest assured, the master has taken excellent care of your mentor. Please, senior uncle, provide me with the intelligence regarding Xiang Chen from these past years, replies Princess Xuanji indifferently. Zhuge Yuan remains silent and produces a white jade talisman inscribed with numerous pieces of information. Chapter 1143, Clouds of Suspicion. Zhuge Yuan states, "Everything I know about Xiang Chen over these years is contained within this. What exactly do you intend to do with him?" Princess Xuanji responds coldly, "Can't your divine perception see it? Xiang Chen possesses the 99 dragon fate. Undoubtedly, in the divination from many years ago, his existence poses the greatest threat to the Emperor of Humanity and the Great Xia dynasty. What he is doing now is cultivating his dragon fate, and in the future, he will slay dragons to seize their fate. This task must be executed by you personally. After all, you have already gained his trust." Zhuge Yuan remains silent. Princess Xuanji slightly bows, takes her leave, and departs with the items in hand. Zhuge Yuan watches the retreating figures of the two, sighing deeply, burdened by heavy thoughts and a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen stands amidst the azure skies of Yuzhu Mountain, preparing to descend from the mountain gate. Suddenly, a wave of light undulates from within the gate, and two figures emerge from the luminous barrier. Xiang Chen furrows his brow as he gazes at the two individuals, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Wait a moment, it's them. Xiang Chen's heart jolts in surprise as he finally remembers who they are. His gaze turns frigid. Li Xuanji and Ji Wushuang. A flicker of anger ignites within Xiang Chen's eyes. Li Xuanji once sent people to assassinate him, while Ji Wushuang has a more personal grievance. During their time at the Huangzhou Academy, Ji Wushuang insulted him and humiliated Qing Cheng, shattering her mask and subjecting her to public scorn. Xiang Chen harbored a deep hatred for Ji Wushuang back then. Moreover, both Li Xuanji and Ji Wushuang are disciples of the Batian sect. How could they have arrived at the mountain gate of the gluttonous one? Filled with questions, Xiang Chen conceals his presence, hiding among the clouds as he observes the two depart below. He never anticipated that an insignificant ant he once scorned would rise to such heights today. Ji Wushuang, with his hands behind his back, speaks in a detached tone. Li Xuanji remarks, "He is a person endowed with imperial fortune, possessing the 99 supreme fate. Such individuals are protected by the fortune of heaven and earth, blessed with great destiny. If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future." Is he truly the one determined by the national master's calculations? Ji Wushuang inquires. As they walk, Princess Xuanji responds, "There is no mistake. The position of his birth aligns perfectly. My master said that the year he was born coincided with a time of chaos among the demons. It cannot be wrong. In the present day, his celestial insight lay shrouded in confusion. Had it not been for the few encounters with his disguised self as Tang Yu, I would not have been able to deduce Tang Yu's fortune from him or realize that the true Tang Yu had already fallen. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to his true identity. After all, that particular celestial secret art has only been mastered by my third master uncle." Ji Wushuang spoke coldly. "This young man is indeed shrewd, yet it is lamentable that my foolish elder brother remains ensnared in ignorance, manipulated by him. Should this news be conveyed to him and the royal family?" Princess Xuanji shook her head and replied, "Though this young man possesses deep cunning, he ultimately reveals flaws. As the saying goes, man's determination can triumph over heaven. His identity must remain unknown to the Grand Prince. If he learns of it and eliminates Tang Yu, he would seize the dragoness fortune. The Grand Prince is but a false dragon, while you are the true dragon. In the future, when you consume Xiang Chen and claim his fortune, and subsequently seize the Grand Prince's destiny, you shall become the genuine child of destiny, leading the Great Xia to unparalleled glory." A faint smile graced Ji Wushuang's lips. "I eagerly anticipate witnessing the day my elder brother's dreams shatter," Li Xuanji affirmed. Currently, the focus of the Batian sect is fixated on this false dragon. Ji Beishuan's abilities and fortune will not instill fear in the mysteries of the Batian sect. A profound ambition flickered in Ji Wushuang's gaze. This world ought to belong to the national system, to the Great Xia dynasty. Sects should never overshadow the dynasty. One day, whether it be the Batian sect, the Ling Mo sect, or the Danding sect, I shall have them all bow at my feet in submission. You are the embodiment of the eternal fortune of the dynasty. You will surely realize this ambition," Li Xuanji asserted resolutely. The two exchanged thoughts through sound transmission, soaring into the void, unaware that a pair of eyes in the heavens remained fixed upon them. They were cautious, communicating solely through sound transmission, leaving Xiang Chen in ignorance of their specific conversation. Li Xuanji, Ji Wushuang. Xiang Chen watched as the two departed, his mind beginning to ponder. The complex expression in the eyes of the plump Xiang Chen reflected his thoughts as he recollected the first encounter with Zhuge Yuan, who had discerned his identity at a glance. Following that, a series of events unfolded, with Zhuge Yuan accompanying them, fostering a bond during this time. And Xiang Chen had retained this person close to him through bloodline. The Master of the Sea had mentioned that Zhuge Yuan was his junior disciple, a child taken in by his Taoist master before leaving the sect. Coincidentally, Li Xuanji was also a practitioner of the Tao. A glimmer of insight sparked within Xiang Chen as he mused. It seems I must inquire thoroughly about the situation of that hidden Taoist sect led by Master of the Sea. A heavy cloud of doubt weighed upon him. He did not wish to question his brother. Yet the sight of the two emerging from Zhuge Yuan's mountain abode had indeed cast a series of suspicions upon him. Although the bloodline of the Tianlang granted him absolute dominance over Zhuge Yuan, the loyalty imbued within the blood of the loyal Wolf King made betrayal by the Wolf clan unlikely. Yet, human hearts can sometimes defy even the control of bloodlines. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chen resolved to assign the task of investigating that Taoist sect to Liao Wang. His heart burdened. He approached the mountain gate of Zhuge Yuan with a calm demeanor. Dead Fatso, open the door. Moments later, Xiang Chen and Zhuge Yuan arrived at the sect's plaza. There stood 4 individuals, the graceful Yu Ying, the resentful Deng Tianling, and 2 seasoned core disciples named Li Yang and Zhang Shu, both of whom had attained the 8th and 9th realms of the carefree state. Additionally, there was an attending disciple and a vice elder. Hey, Ying. Xiang Chen called out shamelessly, waving at Yu Ying. With gritted teeth, she thrust a spear towards him, retorting, "Get lost. Don't call me that in such a distasteful manner." "All right, Ying. Go die, but do not call me that." Their interactions resembled those of natural-born adversaries, as Xiang Chen could never resist teasing Yu Ying whenever they met. "Silence," commanded the vice elder with a white beard. "Your task is to investigate. You may form teams or act independently, but you must uncover the true culprit and the whereabouts of the resources. Upon completion, the sect will reward each of you with 1,000,000 merit points." "Understood." The 6 responded respectfully. Ying, why not team up with me for this task?" Xiang Chen suggested, glancing at Yu Ying. "I'll work alone. I will be the first to uncover the culprit," she coldly huffed. Deng Tianling regarded Xiang Chen with an icy stare. "Sigh, girl." Sticking with Brother Chen guarantees a bright future, he continued to entice Yu Ying. Following Brother Chen means having one meal while lacking the next. And enduring a couple of lightning strikes for no reason, Zhuge Yuan chimed in. "Get lost. Did I permit you to speak?" Xiang Chen scowled, giving Zhuge Yuan a kick. After a moment's hesitation, contemplating her outstanding debt to Xiang Chen, Yu Ying finally said, "Fine, I shall reluctantly join your team. Lest your mediocre skills and sharp tongue attract trouble, leaving me indebted to the Grim Reaper." In Chapter 1144, Kuei Xiao Yao, Deng Tianling coldly declared to Tang Yu, "We shall see. Our team will undoubtedly complete the task before yours." Defeated, "I can't be bothered to engage with you," Xiang Chen scoffed, retrieving the celestial crane spirit carriage. "You are infuriating," Deng Tianling gritted his teeth. "Rest assured, once we leave the sect, my brother will teach him a lesson," Li Yang reassured Deng Tianling. As both of them hailed from the Imperial Fist sect, the celestial crane spirit carriage transformed into a 3-zhang-long white crane, a 9th-grade flying spiritual treasure that, even at their current level, maintained remarkable speed. This spiritual treasure had already been gifted to Xiang Chen by Wang Yang. "Let us depart," Xiang Chen said. Leaping onto the crane's back, followed closely by Yu Ying and Zhuge Yuan, he retrieved another yellow jade tome and a starry array spirit plate. "Devious system. Please navigate for me." "Master, kindly select your destination," the voice from the starry array spirit plate intoned. "Southern Sea Continent." Xiang Chen input his information. With the direction established and the route mapped, the celestial crane spirit carriage transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the void at an astonishing speed. Maintaining a velocity of 35 times the speed of sound, the celestial crane spirit carriage aimed for the skies, seeking to escape the celestial realm and enter the outer cosmos before descending to the southern sea continent via the heavenly path. Over the vast expanse of the southern Song Sea, the sea, abundant and shimmering beneath the sun, dances with waves that leap playfully like mischievous children, casting a golden glow upon the surface. Standing upon the sandy shore and gazing into the distance, one sees only a vast expanse of white, where the sea and sky blend seamlessly, rendering it impossible to discern where water ends and sky begins. As the saying goes, mist shrouds the mountain peaks. While mountains embrace the mist, the sky melds with the water's edge, and the water merges with the heavens. A slender vessel, not exceeding 10 meters in length, swiftly glides across the ocean's surface, harnessing the sea's spiritual energy as its propulsion, cleaving through the tumultuous waves and leaving behind a long trail of frothy wake. On board, 2 women, one older and one younger, are present. The elder, clad in a delicate crimson gown, appears to be in her 20s, exuding a playful charm. Her fair complexion is complemented by soft, delicate skin, with elegantly arched brows and eyes that twinkle like stars. Below her exquisitely sculpted nose is a petite, cherry-like mouth, with lips that are thin and subtly curved upward, and her flowing, golden hair dances in the wind. The younger girl, seemingly no more than 8 or 9 years old, also possesses long, golden hair and a visage reminiscent of an Eastern beauty, with features so finely crafted they resemble a porcelain doll. In her eyes flickers a hint of golden flame, hinting that she will undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty in the future. Perched on the deck, her porcelain-like feet gently touch the splashing waves as she hums a nursery rhyme. The little swallow wears flowery clothes, returning here each spring. I asked the swallow why it comes, and it replied, "Mind your own business first, Sister Koishi. Why must we take the southern route through the South Song Sea instead of the East Sea?" The little girl inquires, turning to the older woman beside her. "Yao Yao, you silly child, the East Song Sea is filled with our people. Before we even reach the mainland, your mother would catch you and take you back. How then would we find your brother?" Xiang Koishi replies with a gentle laugh, sitting alongside the little girl, Yao Yao, at the edge of the deck. "Indeed, brother has been away from home for so many years, he probably doesn't even know that Yao Yao has been born." The girl swings her small feet, and a resemblance to Xiang Chen is evident in her expression. "Your brother is like a wandering dog. Who knows how many beautiful human women he has entangled with on the mainland, lost in his own pleasures." As Xiang Koishi mentions Xiang Chen, a glimmer of longing appears in her eyes, her best friend in this lifetime. Suddenly, a blue whale, measuring over 40 meters in length, breaches the surface of the ocean, creating a colossal wave accompanied by a hauntingly long whale song, imbued with a sense of sorrow. Shortly thereafter, the whale flops back into the sea, slowly sinking and meeting its end. Encountering a whale's fall is not a good omen, Xiang Koishi muses, her brow slightly furrowing. "Sister Koishi, what is a whale fall?" Yao Yao asks inquisitively. Xiang Koishi gazes at the blue whale submerged in the sea and explains, "Your brother once told me that when a whale dies, it is referred to as a whale fall. When a whale passes away, its body resembles a sunken moon, also known as a moon whale. Before dying, the whale exerts all its strength to avoid sinking, allowing other fish and creatures to feed on it, thus maintaining the ocean's cleanliness and hygiene, earning it the title of a hygienic whale. Prior to its death, the whale does not follow its pod nor remains playful. Instead, it seeks a solitary spot to await its demise. This process, as your brother described, is called moon whale stillness, and the agonizing waiting period is referred to as painful whale. In these tumultuous times, the human race brazenly exploits the seas, relentlessly hunting marine creatures. It is conceivable that in the near future, whale populations may face extinction. Upon their demise, the energy contained within these magnificent beings may erupt violently, leading to what is ominously termed a whale explosion. Thus, Yao Yao, it would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from a whale fall. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend. The plight of the whale is truly tragic. My brother is so knowledgeable. He seems to know everything." Yao Yao gazed sorrowfully at the lifeless whale. Xiang Koishi chuckled, remarking, "He is indeed the most fascinating person in the world, a storyteller, a singer, and a dancer, albeit somewhat shameless." "Humph. My brother is not shameless. He is a hero who saved Xiangyang Island," Yao Yao countered, clearly protective of the brother she had yet to meet. "Those who yearn for you will traverse vast oceans and mountains to reunite." Suddenly, a colossal sea serpent surged forth from the waves, its length spanning dozens of meters, lunging at their vessel. This was no ordinary creature, but a formidable sea beast of the 7th realm of the immortal escape realm. "You wretched creature, seeking your own demise," Xiang Koishi scoffed, unleashing a torrent of pure and powerful solar flames that engulfed the vile sea monster. The serpent shrieked in agony as it ignited in the overwhelming blaze of solar fire, fleeing into the depths of the ocean. Unable to be quenched by the very waters it called home. Unbeknownst to her, Xiang Chen, she had inadvertently revealed her cultivation level. Having reached the 7th realm of the immortal escape. After 2 days of sailing, the ship finally arrived at the coastal city of the South Sea continent. Xiang Chen, she, armed with a carefully prepared false identity jade token, blended seamlessly into the human city alongside the little girl. As they explored the bustling streets, sampling local delicacies, it marked Yao Yao's first venture onto the continent, drawing the attention of many passers-by due to their striking appearance and demeanor. Yao Yao, look. Suddenly, Xiang Chen, she pulled Yao Yao towards a bulletin board. The board displayed numerous wanted posters, one of which had begun to yellow and fray, depicting none other than Xiang Chen. That is your brother, Xiang Chen, she indicated, pointing at the image. What does it say? I do not recognize the human script. Yao Yao inquired, puzzled. I am also unfamiliar with human characters. The people of Xiangyang Island use demon script. But I believe I am correct in saying that we can find your brother upon arriving on the continent. Xiang Chen, she replied, equally ignorant of human writing. Both humans and demons possess their own scripts, and the inhabitants of Tianjiao Island, being of demon blood, exclusively learn their own script. Excuse me, young ladies. Are you searching for the person depicted in the portraits? A gentle voice inquired. At that moment, a dashing young man clad in splendid attire strolled by, flanked by 2 attendants in gray, one of whom pointed towards the 2 young women by the bulletin board. This young man was none other than Xian Jinghong of the South Sea Academy, scion of the ruling family of the South Sea Protectorate of the Great Xia. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Xiang Chen and Hong Shui in the past. Upon catching sight of the 2 women, Xian Jinghong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What stunningly beautiful ladies! He exclaimed, his admiration palpable, for even a man well acquainted with beauty had never encountered such exquisite charm. Come, let us approach them, he suggested, moving closer with a smile. Are you ladies searching for the person in the portraits? Xiang Chen gazed at the young man and instantly discerned his cultivation level, 2nd stage of the Lingxiao realm. Who are you? She inquired. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xian Jinghong, the young master of the South Sea Protectorate. It appears you are in search of someone. May I ask from where you hail? Are you looking for the individual depicted in this portrait? Xiang Chen replied. My sister and I are fishermen from a small island in the South Sea. Here to find a friend. And this person in the portrait? Xian Jinghong asked with a smile. Indeed. Xian Jinghong scrutinized the image, his brow furrowing. Isn't this Xiang Chen? A wanted poster from years past. So, you are searching for Xiang Chen? Xian Jinghong grinned. I know him. You know my brother? Yao Yao exclaimed in delight, her face lighting up with surprise, mirrored by Xiang Chen astonished expression. Of course, Xian Jinghong nodded. Xiang and I are good friends. If you are seeking him, I can assist in locating him. Really? Big brother, you are so kind. Yao Yao beamed, elated to finally have news of her brother. Xiang Chen furrowed her brow. How can we trust you? Why would you help us? Xian Jinghong replied. What you may not know is that I am also a friend of Xiang. Does his weapon not happen to be a large black blade? Since you are his acquaintances, you are naturally my friends as well. You truly know Xiang Chen. A look of joy spread across Xiang Chen's face. His knowledge of Xiang Chen's weapon reassured her. Indeed, Xiang is a renowned hero of the continent, he continued. However, this is not the place for such discussions. Please, accompany me to my residence, and I shall elaborate further. Xian Jinghong, evidently adept at charming women, spoke with a convincing demeanor. Thank you. If you can help us find Xiang Chen, we will reward you generously. Xiang Chen expressed her gratitude. Please, ladies, this way. Xian Jinghong gestured, leading Xiang Chen and Yao Yao along with him. Upon arriving at the Xian residence, a grand estate, he promptly ordered provisions to be prepared. The estate sprawled extensively, housing over 100 servants and guards. The human race is not as malevolent as one might imagine. During the banquet, Xiang Chen observed Xian Jinghong's refined demeanor as he shared numerous tales about Xiang Chen, further solidifying their belief in him. I raise my glass to you both. Xiang Chen is someone I have always greatly admired, Xian Jinghong declared with a smile. Indeed, I grew up hearing stories about my brother. He is a true hero. Yao Yao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. From the moment she became aware of her existence, she knew of her remarkable brother who had saved the entire Tianjiao Island. We will need to trouble you further in our quest for Xiang Chen, Xiangyang Koishi said, raising her glass in return and downing its contents. It is no trouble at all. Although I have not seen Xiang in many years, with the connections of the Xian family, finding someone is hardly a challenge. I am delighted to meet his friends. Let us drink to this. Xian Jungang personally poured more wine for them. Internally, he smirked, Xiang Chen? He has long since perished, leaving no trace behind. As they continued to drink, their conversations revolved predominantly around Xiang Chen. Suddenly, Xiangyang Koishi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her vision becoming somewhat blurred. What is happening? Could it be that I have drunk too much? Impossible. With my constitution, no alcohol could incapacitate me so swiftly. Shaking her head, she turned her gaze towards Xian Jungang, whose smile had morphed into something sinister. Did you drug my drink? She exclaimed, feeling her body grow heavier and sensing that something was amiss. Hee, my lovely beauty, your tolerance is impressive. I added a touch of mysterious dream elixir. I can't believe you've held out for so long. Xian Jungang grinned wickedly. Sister, I feel so sleepy. Yao, beside her, suddenly slumped onto the table, falling into a stupor. Yao. Xiangyang Koishi attempted to rise, but her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, also losing consciousness. Ha. I have never encountered such a stunning pair of sisters before. Come, take them to my chamber. Xian Jungang laughed maliciously as two maidservants approached, lifting the sisters and carrying them to his room. The sisters were placed upon a large red bed, and the maidservants respectfully withdrew. Xian Jungang gazed upon the lovely elder sister and the innocent, charming younger sister, his eyes ablaze with desire. He reached out, unbuttoning the front of Xiangyang Koishi's garment, gradually revealing her fair and delicate skin. Savoring the aroma, he declared, truly intoxicating, a beauty of unparalleled grace. His gaze grew fervent as he hastened to remove her clothing. Beast, cease this at once. At that moment, Xiangyang Koishi, in a dazed state, awoke to this shocking scene, her expression turning furious. You woke up so soon. Xian Jungang was taken aback. This mysterious dream elixir can put even a king into a slumber for a day. You wretched beast, stop this immediately. Xiangyang Koishi kicked and struck at him, but found herself utterly powerless, unable to summon her energy or magic. Haha, the mysterious dream elixir also softens the meridians. My beautiful lady, your awakening adds to the amusement. Xian Jungang laughed heartily, tearing at her clothing until her outer garment was completely shredded, leaving only her undergarment. You deceitful scoundrel, how dare you? Xiangyang Koishi's eyes blazed red. As Xian Jungang attempted to tear her skirt, he coldly remarked, I know Xiang Chen, but he is no friend, merely an enemy, and he has long since perished. Enjoy the upcoming pleasures, my beauty, haha. Just as he ripped away a piece of her skirt, his expression abruptly changed. Before him, the delicate beauty transformed, her legs morphing into golden, furry limbs, complete with claws. In an instant, her lovely form transformed into a magnificent golden bird with 3 legs, her once exquisite face now bearing the fierce countenance of a phoenix. You are of the demon race. Xian Jungang was rendered speechless, utterly shocked by the turn of events. At that moment, the 3-legged golden crow's claws viciously tore into his groin. With a splatter of blood, the damage was irrevocable. Chapter 1146, The Golden Crow's Chaos. Xian Jungang howled in agony, his features contorted in pain, blood streaming from between his legs. Xiangyang Koishi possessed 80% of the Golden Crow bloodline. Initially, after receiving a drop of pure Golden Crow blood from Xiang Chen and being nurtured by the energy of the Tian, she had completely transformed into a Golden Crow, specifically a 3-legged Golden Crow. You audacious wretch, how dare you incapacitate me? Xian Jungang, curled up on the ground, cried out in agony. The 3-legged Golden Crow rose, its claw tearing into Xian Jungang, inflicting deep, gaping wounds across his body, and severing an arm along with the shoulder. The 3-legged Golden Crow swiftly opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing the unconscious Yao from the bed into its belly, not to consume her, but to temporarily safeguard her within its vast internal realm. The space within the belly of a divine beast is immense, akin to the seemingly small Xiang Ergo, who could consume thousands of pounds of food. Young master. At that moment, the maid outside, hearing the cries of despair, rushed in, only to be greeted by the sight of a towering Golden Crow and the barely alive Xian Jungang on the floor. Help me, help me. Xian Jungang uttered a muffled plea. The two maids stood frozen in terror. The three-legged golden crow coldly exhaled a breath of true solar fire that engulfed the two maids in an instant. Their anguished screams echoed as they were reduced to ashes in mere moments, setting the entire room ablaze. What is happening? Outside, 7 or 8 guards rushed in, only to be repelled by a surge of golden flames erupting from the doorway. Young master. The guards quickly activated their protective true essence and charged inside. A beam of golden light burst forth, shattering the door as the three-legged golden crow's wings, like 2 golden blades, tore through the bodies of the guards. Blood sprayed forth as they were violently severed in two, becoming charred remains. Xiang Jinghong was caught in the crossfire, consumed by flames and reduced to cinders. With a piercing cry, the three-legged golden crow soared into the sky, breaking through the roof. However, this was the South Sea Protectorate, home to numerous powerful beings and over 100,000 soldiers stationed nearby. Which fiend dares to wreak havoc in my South Sea Protectorate? Voices of fury rang out, as figures from the surrounding residences ascended into the air, unleashing formidable true essence and magical power. In but a breath, more than 20 celestial-level powerhouses, hundreds of masters at the Lingxiao realm, along with a plethora of elite soldiers at the pinnacle of the Soul Moon and Yuanyang realms, surrounded the massive three-legged golden crow from all directions. Xiangyang Koishi's golden eyes, reminiscent of the sun, glinted with a chilling coldness. The young master has been slain. At that moment, someone burst into the residence, discovering Xiang Jinghong, who had been reduced to charred remains. Without his identifying jade token, one could hardly recognize him. What? The young master was killed. The enraged powerhouses from all directions surged into the air, each unleashing their true essence. Kill! Xiangyang Koishi's voice rang out coldly as she flapped her wings, moving with astonishing speed, darting towards the encirclement like a flash of lightning. Release the arrows. A commander shouted. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless warriors released a barrage of arrows towards the radiant golden light. The golden crow, Xiangyang Koishi, emanated a scorching halo of sunlight, enveloping itself in a protective sphere of solar energy, transforming its form into that of a colossal sun. The incoming arrows were either incinerated by the intense radiance or repelled by the solar shield. Xiangyang Koishi surged into the throng, opening its massive, pointed beak to unleash a concentrated beam of searing solar fire, striking forth like a pillar of light. Block her, roared several celestial kings, channeling their defensive energies into a vibrant barrier. However, the terrifying force of the solar breath collided with the barrier, obliterating it in an instant, unleashing a wave of oppressive heat upon the celestial kings. No. The ground shook as the solar breath swept over the 8 celestial kings, obliterating them in a single blow. The subsequent 20 or so masters in the rear were also caught in the inferno, transforming into blazing figures as they plummeted from the sky. Yet, the formidable energies of so many powerful beings surged forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly bombarding Xiangyang Koishi. Blood spewed from its beak as it was struck by the overwhelming forces, sending it reeling. With a mighty flap of its wings, it burst forth in a blaze of golden light, aiming to escape through a rift in the encirclement and ascend into the heavens. Divine chain of spirits. A celestial king among the crowd unleashed a torrent of fiery chains that shot forth with astonishing speed, ensnaring the legs of the three-legged golden crow and pulling Xiangyang Koishi back. Sever its wings, the celestial king bellowed. The golden crow let out a furious shriek, exerting tremendous force, causing the celestial king to gasp as he was yanked forward. In a swift motion, Xiangyang Koishi inhaled deeply and clamped down on the man, tearing him in half. Kill! Several celestial kings unleashed their razor-sharp blades and sword beams towards the golden crow's magnificent wings. The strikes, capable of cleaving mountains, met the immense wings with a resounding clash, sparks flying, yet failing to sever them. How is this possible? Disbelief flickered in the eyes of the celestial kings. Xiangyang Koishi soared into the vast void, preparing to flee. Beast, do not escape. At that moment, a tremendous aura surged from the distance as a figure approached, radiating an overwhelming power that surpassed the celestial kings. The newcomer, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, was clad in exquisite crimson armor and wielded a long spear, embodying the ancient realm of mastery. He was Xian Ruoyi, the deputy general of the Nanhai Protectorate and the uncle of Xian Junqi. Kill! He thrust his spear forward, emanating a blazing light, with crimson energy flowing like molten magma. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a streak of fire, its speed eclipsing that of Xiangyang Koeishi's escape. As the spear approached, the golden crow expelled a torrent of searing solar breath in defense. Boom, boom, boom. The intent of the spear and the force of the attack shattered the solar breath into fragments. However, much of the spear's power was dissipated, blocked by the solar shield surrounding Xiangyang Koeishi. The wretched beast, astonishingly, managed to withstand my strike. Xian Nu Yi also displayed a look of astonishment. Yet the forceful surge of ancient true essence erupted from within him, colliding with the butt of the spear. The battle spear unleashed a more terrifying power. Piercing directly through the solar fire barrier, the spear plunged into the abdomen of the three-legged golden crow, causing a torrent of golden blood to surge forth, eliciting a mournful cry of agony from the creature. Shortly thereafter, Xian Nu Yi summoned a colossal hand, 100 meters in size, which struck down upon the three-legged golden crow with tremendous force. Boom! The overwhelming true essence erupted forth, and the three-legged golden crow spat blood, its body being sent crashing to the earth, akin to a golden meteor falling from the heavens. Thunderous roars reverberated as the immense form of the three-legged golden crow collided with the ground, creating a vast crater, while true flames engulfed the surrounding buildings. Many residents and cultivators were seized by terror, fleeing in panic to evade the encroaching inferno. The three-legged golden crow struggled to rise. However, at that moment, the spear transformed into a length exceeding 10 zhang, descending from the sky once more. This strike pierced its back, causing the three-legged golden crow to emit a wail. Pinned to the earth, blood spilling forth from its maw. Capture her. The celestial kings converged, their true essence coalescing into countless binding ropes that ensnared her. Many others also cast spirit-binding ropes, which agilely intertwined around the body of the three-legged golden crow. Gradually, its form diminished, transforming into that of a human. In this moment, Xiangyang Koeishi appeared utterly wretched, drenched in blood, her body riddled with 2 gaping wounds, her entrails pierced through. You despicable humans! Xiangyang Koeishi roared, ferocity gleaming in her eyes. Xian Nu Yi landed before her, thrusting his spear into her leg as she attempted to rise. Xiangyang Koeishi cried out in pain as her knee was pierced, toppling her back to the ground. Who are you? Possessing the true fire of the sun, what is your connection to Donghai Tianyang Island? Xian Nu Yi inquired coldly. Xiangyang Koeishi regarded him with a frigid gaze, offering no reply. General, young Master Xianjun Gang has been slain by this wretched beast. A celestial king approached and whispered. Upon hearing this, Xian Nu Yi's countenance darkened, revealing his anger. Although he held little affection for his nephew, he was nonetheless family. Demoness, regardless of your identity, your demise is assured. Once my elder brother returns, your end shall be nigh, Xian Nu Yi declared icily. His elder brother, the father of Xianjun Gang, was the lord of one of the 3 great protectorate houses of the South Sea, commanding 100,000 soldiers of the South Sea Navy and a great general of the court. Bring this demoness away, confine her in the estate's prison, and ensure she is strictly guarded. Xian Nu Yi commanded coldly. Yes. Several individuals approached, taking hold of Xiangyang Koeishi and dragging her away. In the deep of night, the silver moon hung like a hook, stars twinkling in the vast expanse. Amidst the clouds, 2 streaks of light raced through the sky, moving with astonishing speed. Master, the depraved system alerts you. You have arrived at South Sea continent. The voice of the depraved system echoed within the Luo star's spirit plate. The celestial crane descended from the path to the heavens, landing above the bustling metropolis of South Sea continent. The city was aglow with myriad lights, and the streets were filled with a continuous stream of visitors. At last, we have arrived. Xiang Chen stretched languidly, while Yuing and Zhuge Yuan sat cross-legged nearby. Not far off, the fiery bird spirit carriage, which belonged to the trio, had also landed. Who approaches? At that moment, a group of armored soldiers soared into the air. Surrounding them, one master of the Lingxiao realm inquired sternly. Those descending from the celestial road must undergo an identity check. We are core disciples of the Batian sect. You should promptly clear the way. Li Yang, an esteemed core disciple, brandished the core jade token of the Batian sect and shouted. Upon seeing this, the soldiers from the South Sea immediately displayed signs of respect, and the Lingxiao master remarked, it is indeed a lord from the heavenly sect. We humbly apologize for the offense. We shall withdraw. The group promptly parted to create a path. The status of the core disciple of the Batian sect was indeed quite imposing. Xiang Chen mused as he observed the scene unfold. Let us depart. We shall find lodging first, and then head to the South Song Strait tomorrow. Xiang Chen proposed to Yu Ying and Zhuge Yuan. Yu Ying nodded in agreement, and Zhuge Yuan had no objections either. However, as the trio prepared to seek accommodations, Deng Tianling and his companions blocked their spirit carriage's path. Where do you think you're going, Tang Yu? Deng Tianling sneered, his smile turning particularly sinister. Xiang Chen raised an eyebrow, standing up with hands clasped behind his back. What do you intend to do? Deng Tianling's companion, Liang, coldly interjected, I have heard that junior brother Tang is quite arrogant. Dismissive of the disciples from our Imperial Fist sect. I wish to spar with him. Stepping forward, Liang unleashed the formidable true essence of his ninth layer in the Xianjiao realm, coalescing a potent intent of the celestial fist within him. I have no interest in that, and I advise you not to persist in provoking me, or you shall find yourself at a disadvantage, Xiang Chen stated coldly. With Yu Ying gripping her spear and Zhuge Yuan summoning his law disc, standing on either side of him. How presumptuous! A newly initiated core disciple. And yet he holds such contempt after merely achieving first place in the assessment. Today, I shall teach you what it means to remain humble, Liang scoffed, stepping forward. His overwhelming aura crashing forth, causing the heavens within a 10-kilometer radius to resonate with thunderous roars. Is it thunder? In the city thousands of meters below, many looked up at the sky, witnessing the true essence converging into a crimson cloud. Very well, unless I inflict some pain upon you, you will never learn restraint. You too, step back. I can handle him alone, Xiang Chen declared indifferently, waving his hand for Yu Ying and Zhuge Yuan to retreat. Can you manage? Yu Ying asked, frowning. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Xianjiao realm. A man must not utter cannot, Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smile. A single punch will suffice to deal with him. Arrogant fool, Liang bellowed, as his true essence intertwined, forming intricate law patterns that enveloped his body. With a thunderous roar, Li Yang's form erupted like a volcano, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy, radiating blinding light that illuminated a vast area, flames roaring around him. Fire Desolation Fist, Li Yang roared, unleashing a punch that embodied an overwhelming intent, transforming into a colossal flame fist that surged towards Xiang Chen, exuding a terrifying aura. Xiang Chen, with his legs firmly planted, emanated a radiant yin-yang glow beneath his feet, weaving into a grand formation as he regarded the impending assault. In an instant, his left arm morphed into a formidable beast-like appendage, releasing a will to annihilate mountains and rivers. The Fire Desolation Fist, a low-tier technique of the heavenly rank, had been perfected by senior brother Liang, and with his initial strike, he unleashed his full power. Rest assured, junior brother Deng, that scoundrel Tang Yu won't withstand even a single blow, Zhang Shu confidently proclaimed beside Deng Tianling. The tremendous flame fist descended, casting a shadow over Xiang Chen, rendering him diminutive in comparison. The force of this strike could only be likened to a small nuclear explosion. Yet, Xiang Chen stood resolute, grounding himself in the principles of yin and yang, and retaliated with a punch that transformed his aura into one of unparalleled dominance. The intent to devastate emanating from within him. Mountain River Burial. The interwoven yin-yang radiance clashed with the fiery giant fist, resulting in a thunderous explosion as an astonishing wave of energy erupted. The fiery fist, once enveloped by the yin-yang light, could not withstand the onslaught and shattered within moments. How is this possible? Chapter 1148. Picking up soap, Liang was taken aback, feeling his own intent completely suppressed and obliterated. As if facing the wrath of the heavens themselves, Xiang Chen's power surged forth, enveloping Liang, whose protective essence shattered instantaneously. It was as if he had been struck by a colossal mountain. Crack! Splat! Liang screamed in agony, his bones fracturing and his insides rupturing. A torrent of blood propelled thousands of meters away by a single blow. The violent gust of the punch swept towards the marketplace below, rendering many unable to move, their clothes billowing in the wind. Deng Tianling and Zhang Shu's expressions froze, disbelief etched across their faces as they witnessed the scene unfold. Senior brother Liang. How could this be? He actually lost in a clash. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried to assist. Xiang Chen, realizing the potential devastation, hastily withdrew some of his power. Otherwise, Liang would have been obliterated entirely. How much strength has this guy been concealing? Ying gazed at Xiang Chen, biting her lip, feeling a sense of defeat. Their first encounter had seen them locked in a fierce struggle, during which Xiang Chen had been subdued by her. Now, he had effortlessly defeated a core disciple of the 9th level of the celestial realm, showcasing strength that far surpassed her own. The proud Ying felt profoundly shaken. Liang, spitting blood, was on the brink of collapse. His insides were shattered, bones splintered, leaving him barely clinging to life. Zhang Shu promptly fed him a medicinal pill. While disbelief and despair clouded Li Yang's expression, Xiang Chen's arm throbbed with a dull ache from the recoil of his punch. He approached Deng Tianling and the others, who paled in terror and instinctively retreated. Suddenly, Xiang Chen, like a bolt of lightning, appeared before Deng Tianling, gripping his neck. Tang you. What do you intend to do? Deng Tianling stammered in fear. Xiang Chen coldly declared, "This is your final warning. If you dare to trouble me again, I would not hesitate to eliminate all 3 of you, for no one would ever know it was I." Deng Tianling gazed into Xiang Chen's icy, dark golden eyes, which resembled the predatory gaze of an ancient wolf, confronting a formidable beast from the primordial wilds. "Yes, I apologize, I was wrong." Deng Tianling felt a surge of fear and gradually bowed his head. Xiang Chen scoffed, dismissively waving his hand, sending Deng Tianling flying away. "Let us go." He soared into the air, with Ying and Zhuge Yuan trailing behind him. The trio found accommodation at an inn named Yueli, preparing to set off for the South Song Strait the following day. Upon arriving at their rooms, they discovered that their accommodations were consecutively numbered. "Fatty, come to my room. I have matters to discuss with you," Xiang Chen suddenly called out to Zhuge Yuan. The latter, puzzled as he was about to enter his own room, responded, "Brother Chen. What is it? Less chatter, just come over. We need to deliberate," Xiang Chen retorted impatiently. "Humph, what is it that you are avoiding me for?" Ying interjected with a cold snort. "Are you coming or not?" "What do you mean by that?" Ying asked, a look of confusion crossing her face. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen and Zhuge Yuan entered a room, the door slamming shut with a loud bang. Standing by the window, Xiang Chen gazed down at the bustling streets illuminated by lights 10 floors below. "Brother Chen, what is the matter?" Zhuge Yuan questioned, having closed the door behind him. "Fatty, do you consider me a brother?" Xiang Chen, still looking out the window, asked indifferently. Zhuge Yuan was taken aback, replying, "Of course I do. Aren't you our elder brother?" Xiang Chen turned, his sharp gaze locking onto Zhuge Yuan's eyes. This fellow is so plump that his eyes are scarcely visible. The Grand Master of the Great Xia, Yun Shuzi, Princess Xuanji, Ji Wu Shuang. These names are familiar to you, are they not? Xiang Chen asked coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Xiang Chen. Seeing the revelation on his face, Xiang Chen let out a cold smile. "Indeed, Fatty, you remain too naive, unable to conceal your own emotions." Zhuge Yuan lowered his head in silence, his body sagging as he knelt on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. The following day, as the sun rose over the coastline, darkness receded, and people resumed their hurried daily routines. "Yingzi, rise and shine," Xiang Chen called out from outside Yu Ying's door. Knocking firmly, creak, the door was suddenly flung open, and a fair hand emerged from within, seizing Xiang Chen by the collar. Subsequently, a fist landed sharply on Xiang Chen's face. He yelped in pain, covering his face as he pushed Yu Ying away, angrily exclaiming, "You little rascal, are you trying to kill me?" Yu Ying's face darkened, her eyes blazing with fury. Having been roused from slumber, she was quick to anger. "Well, this is just my luck," Xiang Chen thought, observing her murderous demeanor, and after cursing under his breath, he covered his nose and closed the door, resigning himself to his misfortune. Zhuge Yuan also emerged from his own room. "Ah, Brother Chen, are we departing for the South Song Strait now?" Zhuge Yuan stifled a yawn and inquired, as if the events of the previous night had transpired without consequence. "Well, what do you expect? You wish to linger a few more days?" Xiang Chen retorted, pinching his nose, his temper flaring, for he had suffered a nosebleed, which surely dampened his spirits. The trio awaited Yu Ying in the hall for half an hour before she finally emerged. As they strolled down the street, they noticed a throng of people hastening towards a particular destination. "Hurry to Jikingman Street. Today, the Nanhai Protectorate is publicly executing the East Sea Demonists," some shouted while running. "Hey, brothers, where are you all headed?" inquired a fellow guest from the inn, seizing the arm of a passerby. To Jikingman Street. Yesterday, the young master Xian Jinghong of the Nanhai Protectorate was slain by the EC Demoness. Today, she is to be subjected to a public execution. The passerby replied, continuing his rush to witness the spectacle. The mention of the East Sea Demoness made Xiang Chen's brow furrow, an inexplicable agitation stirring within him. Chenggu, shall we too join the crowd and witness the commotion? Zhuge Yuan suggested, his eyes alight with curiosity. This fellow was quite fond of gossip and revelry. What is there to see? We should promptly attend to our mission, Yuing remarked with indifference. Xiang Chen gazed at the throng, expressing his desire to observe. I too wish to see, let us go. With that, he stepped forward, a shimmering light enveloping him as he soared through the air in the direction of the crowd. Wait up. Zhuge Yuan made a face at Yuing before promptly following suit. Yuing, after a moment's hesitation, ground her teeth and decided to join them. On a broad street over 10 kilometers away, measuring more than 30 zhang in width, a dense mass of people had gathered. Surrounding a raised platform stood soldiers of the Nanhai Protectorate, armed with blades and spears. Is that the East Sea Demoness? That young girl is quite beautiful. How can she be labeled a Demoness? Brother, do not be deceived by the beauty of the demon race. It is said she has slain Xian Jinghong and many warriors of the Protectorate. Xian Jinghong was no virtuous man. He often abused his power, oppressing others in the Nanhai region. His demise is just retribution. Shu, we must not let the Protectorate hear us, murmured the crowd. Their voices a low murmur as they regarded the girl upon the execution platform. Upon the several-meter-high platform, a young girl in tattered garments was bound to a cross. Her hands and feet were nailed to the wood, iron spikes piercing through her flesh. Iron hooks pierced her shoulders, rendering her a pitiful sight, her head bowed. Disheveled hair obscuring her delicate features, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Behind the execution platform sat several figures, including Xian Nu Yi and a cadre of powerful warriors. At the center sat a grim-faced middle-aged man, his thick brows and fierce eyes exuding an air of authority. Clad in a black robe, this man was none other than Xian Chenggu, one of the high generals of the Nanhai Protectorate and father to Xian Jinghong, one of the most powerful figures in all of Nanhai. The time has come. Let us begin, Xian Chenggu commanded coldly. At that moment, a soldier stepped forward, holding a proclamation, and declared in a resonant voice, the Demoness of the East Sea has wreaked havoc upon the South Sea continent, slaughtering our valiant warriors. By the order of the great general, today we shall publicly execute her with the sentence of lecher to console the spirits of the fallen and to amplify the might of our South Sea continent. Upon finishing, he rolled up the edict and coldly commanded, prepare for the execution. Beside him, a burly man clad in a red robe, wielding a 2-foot bone-slicing blade, took his position. Lecher, the death by 1,000 cuts, would consist of 3,600 slices. Should the condemned perish before the completion of the punishment, it would be noted. The soldier spoke icily. Understood. The executioner stood ready, drawing forth the blade, and with a swift motion, he thrust it into the upper chest, targeting the clavicle. With a twist, a piece of flesh the size of a coin was severed away. The unconscious Xiangyang Kueishi was jolted awake by the excruciating pain, emitting a wretched scream. Good. In the crowd, countless spectators looked on, cheering at the gruesome spectacle. The execution of a beautiful woman stirred the dormant brutality within many hearts. Subsequently, the second cut was made, and another piece of flesh was removed. After several strikes, the flesh surrounding the left clavicle was entirely excised, exposing the bloody bone beneath. Make way! Make way! In the throng, the rotund figure of Zhuge Yuan pushed through, followed by Xiang Chen and Yuing as they entered the bustling street. Xiang Chen's gaze traversed the crowd, fixating upon the execution platform, and his agitation grew heavier. Another anguished scream erupted from the girl on the platform as the right clavicle was targeted next. Xiang Chen's eyes suddenly froze, his expression blank, and his body stiffened. His gaze was locked onto that tormented face. Kueishi, my little Demoness. Xiang Chen's eyes blazed crimson, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. It was indeed Xiangyang Kueishi, his cherished half-demon friend. This killing intent sent shivers through those within a 10-meter radius, as if they had plunged into a frigid abyss. Chenggu, what is wrong with you? You shameless wretch, what ails you? Zhuge Yuan and Yuing, sensing the malevolence emanating from Xiang Chen, turned in astonishment. Xiang Chen's chest heaved violently, his breath quickening, his eyes now a deep crimson. You two stay here. The plan has changed. I will discuss the mission with you upon my return, he said coldly, desperately suppressing the raging fire of fury and the murderous instincts of the demon within him. Before either could respond, Xiang Chen vanished without a trace. On the execution platform, with a sickening thud, another small piece of flesh was excised. Dozens had already been removed. The bones of both clavicles were now gruesomely exposed. Lower down lay the chest. Xian Chengwu looked on with indifference, devoid of any compassion. He wished only to devour the flesh of this demoness. The executioner, familiar with the gruesome task, flicked the blood from his blade, preparing to plunge it into the chest. Excitement coursing through him at the thought of mutilating such a beautiful woman, envisioning her transformed into a living skeleton soaked in blood. As his blade was poised to strike, a sudden series of sonic booms echoed in his ears, and a flash of moonlit arrow light streaked past. Bam! The executioner's head burst apart like a watermelon, blood splattering across the ground. The crowd, previously animated and exuberant, fell into stunned silence in that fleeting moment. Gush! Scalding blood erupted from the neck, soaring over 3 meters high, as the headless corpse stood precariously on the execution platform before collapsing. The arena fell into a profound silence for a second. Suddenly, the crowd's piercing screams shattered the stillness. In that instant, numerous kings erupted in fury, and Xian Chengwu also sprang to his feet. Meanwhile, the space around the execution platform warped and twisted, revealing a figure that materialized upon it. It bore a face concealed by a bronze mask, framed by cascading silver hair. Suddenly appearing on the execution stage. Swish! Blades of light cleaved forth, severing the base of the cross, and snapping the iron chains instantaneously. Xiangyang Koishi's body collapsed into the embrace of this figure. Do not fear, little demoness. I have come to rescue you. A voice, both profoundly familiar and heart-wrenching, resonated in Xiangyang Koishi's ears. The essence remained unchanged. It was you, my little Ha. Xiangyang Koishi's lips quivered as she weakly uttered, I finally found you. A sharp pang gripped Xiang Chen's heart, as if a dagger had plunged into it with those words. He held Xiangyang Koishi close, pouring a torrent of pure energy into her being, a crystalline tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Do not be afraid. I am here. Nothing will happen. Sleep now, and when you awaken, everything will be well. With a silver needle, Xiang Chen pricked a pressure point at the back of Xiangyang Koishi's head, and she instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. Her form vanished in an instant, absorbed into the Qian Kuan ring. The gentle smile on Xiang Chen's face transformed into a fierce and menacing expression, brimming with murderous intent. Nanhai Protectorate. His gaze swept over the encircling soldiers of the great Xia, a surge of vengeance igniting within him. Who dares to act so recklessly at the execution ground? A commander bellowed. Xiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Those who dare to harm my little demoness, you wretches, shall all meet your demise. Kill. A low growl erupted from his throat, and in the next instant, he vanished as if he had evaporated from existence. Chapter 1150. The Great Battle of Eternity. The soldiers of the Great Xia looked around, bewildered, as Xiang Chen's figure seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Yet, in the next moment, boom, the blade of wind and thunder materialized, a massive sword conjuring a blade of wind and thunder several dozen meters long, tearing through the air with ferocity. Blood erupted, and in an instant, over 10 heads soared skyward. Xiang Chen's silhouette reappeared, transforming into a streak of wind and thunder as he charged directly at the chief executioner, Xian Chengwu. Stop him. In front of Xian Chengwu, more than a dozen kings at the immortal realm unleashed their true energies, colliding with Xiang Chen's advance. Xian Chengwu's countenance darkened, devoid of any fear. For the aura exuded by Xiang Chen was merely that of the celestial king realm. As a sovereign of the mid-heaven position within the ancient realm, he felt no trepidation. Shura blade technique. Xiang Chen's heart roared with fury, and a surge of murderous intent erupted forth. Streams of blood-colored Shura blade energy burst from within him and from the Lonke blade. Song Wolf. With a single strike, he cleaved through the air, the howl of the wolf reverberating throughout the heavens. The intricate patterns of the law intertwined, as true essence and magical power coalesced into a blood-red Song Wolf, unleashing a transcendent blade intent. Behind Xiang Chen, the horrific imagery of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood materialized. With one strike, there was no path forward. Only silence and death. The colossal blood-colored Song Wolf roared, unleashing astonishing blade energy that collided with the attacks of the 12 celestial kings. Bang, bang, bang. The energy exploded, shattering all intercepted sword chi, blade light, and fist imprints with a single blow. The blade intent soared to the heavens. The expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically. A genius with such heavenly blade intent was a core disciple of the Batian sect, a rarity on this continent. The blood-red blade light tore through, instantly rending the protective true essence of 7 celestial kings, causing them to explode into fragments. However, the blood and soul essence transformed into 2 streams of energy, absorbed by this single strike. Strike again, Xiang Chen bellowed, executing a second slash, resulting in 5 more heads soaring into the air as 5 celestial kings met their demise. All 12 celestial kings had fallen. Demon spawn, how dare you? Xian Nui shouted in fury, unleashing an ancient true essence that surged forth with energy nearly 10 times greater than that of a celestial king. He struck down with a colossal golden hand aimed at the Song Wolf. The blood-colored Song Wolf collided with the attack, the ensuing explosion echoing as the Song Wolf was obliterated. Yet, Xiang Chen retaliated with a punch, the dragon elephant collapse, which shattered the opponent's hand as well. Who is this person? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, witnessing such chaos at the execution ground, daring to strike against the officials of the Nanhai Protectorate. Retreat quickly. Do not let the shockwaves catch you. The crowd watching the execution recoiled in horror, hastily stepping back. Among them, Yu Ying and Zhuge Yuan exchanged glances. Both were astute enough to recognize that this person's blade technique unmistakably belonged to Xiang Chen. Damn it, this fool, what is he doing? Yu Ying ground her teeth, soon grasping a battle spear, preparing to assist. Do not act. Our identities are sensitive. If the 3 of us intervene, we will undoubtedly be recognized. Let us observe. Brother Chen has his ways to withdraw, Zhuge Yuan said gravely, restraining Yu Ying's arm. Buzz. At that moment, Xian Nui wielded a crimson battle spear, appearing to have magma coursing through it. Flame dragon stab. Xian Nui thrust the spear forward, unleashing an explosive force, transforming it into a furious red dragon. The dragon roared, propelled by the might of the spear towards Xiang Chen, distorting space and creating fissures. Awaken, celestial wolf spirit, celestial wolf bloodline. Xiang Chen's heart thundered, his form expanding into a silver celestial wolf, exuding an overwhelming aura as he transformed into a 10-zhang tall celestial beast, borrowing the strength of the gods. Within his spirit, the power of the moon enchantress, the 9-tiered ghost king, erupted. The strength of the moon-eating celestial wolf surged instantaneously to the 9th level of the celestial realm. A colossal wolf claw, sharp and radiant, tore through the air, crashing against the opponent's spear. Boom! Claw marks and the searing roar of the flame dragon collided, unleashing a torrent of crimson and silver energy that surged across a radius of over 10 kilometers. The air was filled with the anguished cries of countless soldiers and cultivators, their bodies battered and bloodied by the violent shockwave. How could this be? Xian Nui, momentarily taken aback, found that despite his formidable strength at the 3rd level of the ancient realm, he could not fell a single carefree demon beast. With renewed determination, he unleashed a second shot, summoning 3 fiery dragons that consumed half of his power in an instant, amplifying their ferocity. The 3 dragons roared into the heavens, their might rivaling that of 3 miniature nuclear weapons, their concentrated force rendering them even more terrifying. Meanwhile, within the celestial wolf, the powers of the yin and yang erupted. A diagram of their convergence manifested beneath him, an embodiment of annihilating intent surged forth. Mountain and river were entombed. The celestial wolf struck with a claw, transforming the convergence of yin and yang into a colossal celestial sphere, capable of shattering the very heavens. As the punch was unleashed, space itself twisted and fractured. The 3 fiery dragons collided with the fist, resulting in an explosive display of power that shattered the fabric of reality. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fiery dragons detonated in an unimaginable display. Impossible. Xian Nui's pupils constricted. The might of that punch surged relentlessly, the radiant force of yin and yang crashing down upon him. Blood erupted from Xian Nui's mouth as his internal organs were shattered, sending him flying through the air. In the skies above the celestial wolf, 3 kings launched a surprise assault, their enormous swords cleaving downwards in unison. From the wolf's maw, a pair of fangs shot forth, transforming into a crescent moon. With astonishing speed, the moon sliced through the heads of the three kings. Blood sprayed forth as their heads were severed in an instant. However, a more terrifying force of magic surged forth. The returning flow palm. An icy voice resonated through the heavens, and waves of blue palm energy cascaded like a tidal wave, each strand brimming with the power to topple mountains. Xian Chen, a formidable figure among the three great generals of the South Sea, had entered the fray. As the palm energy swept through the area, space warped under its might, fissures appearing as the ground tore apart, heavy stones and bricks being uprooted. The force of the punch was incessantly obliterated by the relentless palm strikes, unleashing chaotic power. The palm energy swept everything aside, crashing down upon the celestial wolf. The celestial wolf let out a roar, blood spewing forth as it was sent flying, its massive form propelled thousands of meters by the continuous barrage of palm strikes, crashing into towering edifices, which crumbled and exploded. Following the successive detonations, the earth was scarred with deep ravines. In a flash, Xian Chen transformed into a figure moving at 40 times the speed of sound. Our South Sea is not a playground for your demon kin. Die, he proclaimed, his foot radiating brilliance as it descended with tremendous force. The celestial wolf roared beneath the assault, its wings beating as it harnessed the power of space to teleport thousands of meters away. The ground trembled violently as Xian Chengwu's foot struck, creating a massive crater 1,000 meters wide, plunging deep into the earth and causing seismic upheaval. Chapter 1151. Instantaneous defeat, such astonishing speed. This velocity transcends mere physical movement. Xian Chengwu gazed at the colossal silver wolf, astonishment evident in his eyes. How could this creature possess such formidable prowess? Engaged in a fierce battle with a master of the ancient realm, could he truly be human? Yu Ying and Zhuge Yuan observed from several kilometers away. Yu Ying's expression filled with shock as she witnessed the clash between man and beast. Zhuge Yuan quickly interjected, "Of course Chen Ge is human. It's just that his divine spirit is exceptionally powerful, enabling him to transform into a beastly form. One might say it surpasses even the level of celestial spirits." "Is that so?" Yu Ying regarded him with skepticism. Zhuge Yuan, maintaining his composure, replied, "How could he possibly enter the Batian sect if he were not human? The lineage of core disciples is meticulously scrutinized." Indeed, it raised questions. What had provoked such fury in this individual? The woman who had been tortured earlier was likely a friend of Chen Ge. The two continued to focus intently on the battlefield. Others remained at a distance of about 10 kilometers, wary of being caught in the fray. "Kill!" The moon-devouring wolf roared, its immense form suddenly looming over Xian Chengwu. A massive claw descending with ferocity. Xian Chengwu unleashed the profound essence within himself to counter the assault, deflecting the claw with a powerful force. In an instant, he retaliated, channeling his energy to send the moon-devouring wolf flying. In his grasp, a battle sword materialized, its azure blade resonating with the might of the ocean. Heavenly treasure. This was undeniably a treasure of celestial stature, second only to divine artifacts. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. The sword light erupted like a 100-foot wave, extending thousands of meters in an instant, surpassing 50 times the speed of sound. Spatial shift. The moon-devouring wolf hastily attempted to evade through spatial movement. Yet, it was a moment too late. The sword light tore through the air, striking true. Blood sprayed forth as a third of the sword's brilliance cleaved into its foreleg. Nearly severing it, the bone shattered. The wolf found itself several kilometers away, its expression grim, blood dripping from its injured limb, healing slowly due to the formidable energy of an ancient realm master. "Die!" Xian Chengwu roared, stepping into the void as he unleashed his full might, closing the distance of 5 to 6 kilometers in less than a second. The moon-devouring wolf's massive wings erupted with spatial power, desperately retreating and evading. Faced with such overwhelming power and the divine sword, it was unwise to confront Xian Chengwu directly. The wolf's heart turned cold as a glowing sigil illuminated its right limb. A surge of powerful runic spatial energy was unleashed, as Xian Chengwu relentlessly pursued. The moon-devouring wolf continued to retreat, avoiding direct confrontation. "Monster, is fleeing all you can do?" Xian Chengwu seethed. The creature's speed was indeed astonishing, making it difficult to land a hit amidst its evasive maneuvers. The The moon-devouring wolf blinked away 10 kilometers, coldly stating, "Don't rush. Let my companion face you." With a thunderous clap, it struck the void, the power of the contract sigil spreading forth. "Arise, Taisu Kuan." A resounding wail call echoed through the skies, reverberating across the heavens. Before one's eyes, the void twisted, and the contract symbols transformed into a colossal spatial vortex, from which emerged a terrifying creature. Measuring 5 or 6 kilometers in length, this was undeniably a gigantic being resembling a whale, adorned with immense horns. Its streamlined form glistening with silver skin infused with radiant runes, exuding an aura of formidable magical power that transcended the ages. As it appeared, a tempest of energy swept across the skies above the city. My heavens, what is this? It is far too immense. It is the radiant moon giant whale, the sovereign of the ocean depths. In that moment, countless onlookers in the city stared in awe at this creature, measuring 5 to 6,000 meters in length. The essence it radiated was that of a transcendent beast. How could this be? Even Xian Chen was taken aback, gazing in disbelief at the colossal apparition. The 30-meter-long moon-devouring celestial wolf paled in comparison, merely a younger sibling, with eyes barely matching in size. By the heavens, how could Brother Chen possess such astounding capabilities? Zhuge Yuan stood dumbfounded at the sight, the horror emanating from this being surpassed the annals of history. Yu Ying's cherry lips parted in astonishment, wide enough to swallow an egg whole. The moon-devouring celestial wolf landed atop the radiant moon Kuan, its expression icy, commanding, "Tiansu, crush it." The radiant moon giant Kuan let out a tremendous roar. The sound wave morphed into a terrifying sonic blast that reverberated in all directions. At that moment, countless cultivators were left reeling, their heads ringing as they clutched their ears in anguish. With a series of explosive sounds, the windows of buildings within a radius of several dozen kilometers shattered. "This is bad." Xian Qingwu's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated to save himself. However, a massive tail imbued with catastrophic power swept towards him at an astonishing speed. The tail's force generated shockwaves that obliterated numerous structures in its wake. Xian Qingwu looked skyward, witnessing the colossal tail descend with ferocious intent. In an instant, his protective true essence shattered, and he was struck to the ground, akin to a tennis ball being smashed. His muscles ruptured, veins and meridians exploded, followed by the shattering of bones. With a thunderous blast, he was reduced to a mist of blood. "No! Demon! Dare you obliterate my physical form?" Amidst the blood mist, a cerulean soul shadow emerged, a diminutive version of Xian Qingwu's soul, shrieking in despair. His soul infant immediately fled into the void. As a being of ancient stature, though his physical body was destroyed, his soul infant remained intact. As long as he could reclaim his body within moments, he could avoid reincarnation and prolong his existence. But to escape? A mere dream. The moon-devouring celestial wolf unleashed its spatial power, traversing over 10 kilometers in an instant, while the devouring force of the foolish fish surged forth. A torrent of terrifying energy enveloped the area, pulling the soul infant, along with myriad fragments of brick and tile, into the wolf's gaping maw. "You may refine him for me," Xiang Chen bellowed, as Yu Mei lunged at the soul infant, transforming into a wraith that tore and gnawed at the essence of his being. No! Xian Qingwu's soul infant cried out in torment, being ravaged as the wraith's energy corroded his ancient spirit. Xian Qingwu, one of the 3 generals of the Southern Sea Protectorate, had fallen. Xian Qingwu's Tianbao war sword was seized by Xiang Chen, who subsequently cast it into the Qinkuan ring to feed Little White. "General, he actually devoured the general." Panic ensued, and in that moment, thousands of soldiers were rendered speechless, many fleeing in terror. "Brother!" The severely injured Xian Nuyi howled sorrowfully to the heavens, his eyes blazing with rage. Having slain Xian Qingwu, Xiang Chen's fury subsided somewhat. "Mu," called Guan Yuekuan affectionately to Xiang Chen. "Long time no see." The moon-eating sky wolf gently stroked its enormous head. Their bond, forged in equality, endowed them with a spatial summoning ability across a certain distance. Chapter 1152, Multiple Sisters Who Dares to Cause Trouble in My South Sea Continent? At this moment, a furious voice echoed from hundreds of miles away. A vast number of powerful beings soared through the skies, with no fewer than several hundred at the Heavenly King realm, including several formidable figures at the Ancient Realm. Leading the group was a man riding a peculiar beast. This beast, adorned with blue scales and resembling a lion, possessed striking golden eyes and exuded an aura unmistakably from the ancient realm. The blue water golden-eyed beast bore the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the swan. This creature was the steed of Ji Guangxian, the king of the South Sea continent. The man atop the beast donned blue celestial armor, wielding a massive blue halberd, his visage imposing with eagle-like eyes and a tiger's nose. Embodying the essence of a terrestrial immortal, the blue water golden-eyed beast galloped through the void with astonishing speed, transforming into a streak of blue light rushing forth. Tai Su, let us depart. Xiang Chen glanced at the approaching powers and instructed Guan Yue Juquan to leave. Guan Yue Juquan emitted a low growl, indicating it could hold its own. Even if you are capable, we must retreat. Engaging here would result in significant casualties among the civilians. And your delay would greatly disadvantage us against the other regional kings of the Great Xia dynasty. Xiang Chen patted its head. Though Guan Yue Juquan had a gentle disposition, it was inherently combative, as befitting a fierce beast. Nodding, Guan Yue Juquan swiftly shrank in size, at 100 zhong. It transformed into a beam of moonlight and soared toward the sea. Fatty, Yuing, you two head to the South Song Strait first. Xiang Chen retrieved a communication jade and conveyed his message to the duo. Tang Yu, you rascal, I demand an explanation for what just transpired. Came Yu Ying's furious tirade through the jade. The relationship between the Batian sect and the Great Xia dynasty was tenuous, caught in a cold standoff, but had not yet devolved into outright hostility. Xiang Chen's act of slaying a regional protector was no trivial matter. Xiang Chen replied coolly. The one who was just executed was my dear friend. Could I stand idly by? How could I not be enraged? If it were you, Yuing, treated thus, I would go to any lengths to rescue you. Yuing, hearing this, felt both anger and gratitude, her ire dissipating somewhat. She retorted coldly, next time, inform me in advance. If you intend to engage, let us do so together. Your solitary actions are futile. Understood, fierce girl. You both stay safe, and I will shake off the pursuers behind me. Xiang Chen replied with a smile before severing the communication. The colossal Kayazuki giant fish soared into the vast ocean, crashing into the waters with a thunderous roar, stirring up monstrous waves as its speed surged once more. The Kayazuki opened its mouth, and Xiang Chen leaped inside, subsequently entering the creature's immense throat and finding himself within its belly. Remarkably, within the belly of the Kayazuki lay a small expanse reminiscent of the sea. This vast space extended for dozens of miles, illuminated by shimmering runes on the surrounding fleshy walls, akin to stars in the night sky. In this belly sea, there was also a solitary ship, manned only by a few skeletons. The unique realm within the belly of the divine beast was an extraordinary space situated in its stomach. Truly, this is a fascinating place, Xiang Chen mused, pinching his nose as he landed on the forsaken ship, the air thick with the stench of fish and gastric juices. A flicker of light emanated from his Qingquan ring, and the unconscious Xiang Yang Kuei, she appeared in his embrace, her collarbone wounds miraculously healed. Hastily, he retrieved a robe to drape over her tattered form. Gently, he pricked her forehead with a silver needle, gradually bringing her back to consciousness as she opened her beautiful golden eyes. Kuei-shi, Xiang Chen called softly. Xiaoha, I have finally found you, she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she embraced him tightly. I'm sorry for being late and for the trouble you endured. By the way, how did you end up in the South Sea continent? What brings you to the mainland? He comforted her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Oh, I almost forgot. Kuei-shi exclaimed, abruptly pushing him away. In an instant, she transformed, radiating a brilliant golden light, becoming a massive three-legged golden crow. The crow opened its mouth and expelled a luminous orb, from which curled a small figure. This figure was, indeed, another little golden crow. However, this one shimmered with a purplish golden hue, also possessing 3 legs, adorned with 9 erect feathers atop its head, exuding 9 halos of sunlight. Resembling a crown that emanated an overwhelming aura, pressing down on Xiang Chen's golden crow lineage. Xiang Chen gazed at the figure, his eyes widening in astonishment. The 9-yang golden crow, he exclaimed. The 9-yang golden crow, the pinnacle of golden crow bloodlines, a superior sacred beast, known as the Emperor of Crows, also revered as the sun's sacred bird. A frown creased his brow as he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship towards this little creature. Could it be that the golden crow egg from Mother Xiaoya has hatched? He questioned in disbelief. Indeed, she is your sister, named Yao Yao. Kuei affirmed with a nod. Xiang Chen's gaze softened as he looked at the little golden crow. Initially, he had consumed and refined one of the 2 golden crow eggs, which had evolved into a 3-legged golden crow. The other egg had merged with a drop of blood from a fallen golden crow, which together with him had been refined in the ancient cauldron. Thus, it could be considered his sister, as both shared the same origin of golden crow bloodlines. Yao Yao has been born for over 2 years, constantly mentioning her elder brother who has yet to visit her. This time, I seized the opportunity of collecting maritime taxes to sneak away to Nanhai continent with Yao Yao, intending to search for you. However, I was deceived by a despicable man named Xianjun Gang. I killed him, only to be captured by a legendary human warrior. Xiang Chen listened to the unfolding events with a tinge of regret. Indeed, he had not returned to Tianjiao Island for many years, having been preoccupied with affairs on the mainland. Xianjun Gang should have been dealt with by Hong Shui long ago, he thought, his gaze turning slightly frosty. Do not worry, the one who bullied you has been slain. I did not expect Yao Yao to have completely reverted to her ancestral lineage. It seems the innate bloodline truly holds an advantage. Xiang Chen gazed enviously at Yao Yao, whose bloodline was superior to his own golden crow lineage. If she were to fully mature, she would become a formidable existence capable of contending with ancient deities. At that moment, the little golden crow let out a soft groan, opening her eyelids to reveal a pair of golden eyes. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, she blinked twice. Brother. The little golden crow paused momentarily before exclaiming in delight and leaping into Xiang Chen's embrace, instantly recognizing him. After all, within her, she carried a drop of Xiang Chen's lunar essence, a contingency plan left by him to counter any unforeseen circumstances involving Queen Xiaoya. Brother, I missed you so much. I finally get to see you. The little golden crow nuzzled her head against Xiang Chen's cheek, displaying no shyness whatsoever. Holding her close, warmth blossomed in Xiang Chen's heart as he cherished his sister, tenderly ruffling her hair. I apologize for being such an unworthy brother, not being present at your birth nor accompanying you as you entered the world. Brother, I missed you dearly. Sister Kuei often tells me stories about you, but I long to hear them directly from you. Mother often speaks of you as well. The little golden crow had transformed into an adorable girl clad in purple and gold, her hands draping around Xiang Chen's neck. Very well, from now on, I shall personally tell you stories. Xiang Chen affectionately pinched her cheek, the bond of their bloodline rendering them utterly familiar with one another. Xiaoha, when will you return? The people of Tianjiao Island miss you greatly, asked Xiangyang Kuei. Xiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. I cannot return just yet. I have infiltrated the Batian sect and become a core disciple, currently undertaking a mission. Once the affairs of the sect settle, I shall visit Tianjiao Island. You've joined the Batian sect. My goodness, how bold of you. That is one of the strongest factions among the humans, Xiangyang Kuei exclaimed, her eyes widening at Xiang Chen's audacity. Xiang Chen chuckled heartily. Fear not. I am quite adept at concealment. No one will uncover my true identity. Once I conquer this realm, the people of Tianjiao Island shall freely explore the mainland. Xiangyang Kuei pondered for a moment and said, You have ventured to the outer heaven, and I too wish to go there. Fortuitously, the celestial demon sect of the outer heaven has granted me a quota for a core disciple, allowing me to join them at any time. Xiang Chen frowned and replied, The outer heaven is currently a tumultuous realm, with the foreign races frequently invading. Your journey to the celestial demon sect will inevitably entangle you in the wars against these foreign entities, and I would rather you not go. Xiangyang Kuei huffed lightly. You need not concern yourself with me. I am not the same person I was years ago. I have grown formidable. Even those who have just entered the ancient realm may not stand a chance against me, and the demon race has no fear of death. All right, you are indeed impressive, having reached the 7th level of freedom, surpassing my own cultivation. However, once I complete my current task, you too must obediently return to Tianjiao Island with me. Without my presence today, you shall find yourselves in peril. Do you understand? Xiang Chen helplessly pinched the little demon girl's cheek. Oh, must we go back again? I want to play with my brother, Yao Yao pouted, clinging tightly to Xiang Chen, reluctant to return so soon. Be good, Yao Yao. Stay by your brother's side for a while. And when you tire of playing, we shall return, all right? Xiang Chen replied gently, stroking Yao Yao's head, his eyes filled with affection. That sounds better, Yao Yao smiled, her golden eyes turning crescent-shaped with joy. Boom. The radiant moon giant Kun burst forth from the sea, creating towering waves as it emerged, resembling an island swiftly gliding across the ocean. Xiang Chen sat atop the vast back of the radiant moon giant Kun, catching some sea creatures to prepare for Yao Yao and Xiangyang Kueishi, frying, braising, and grilling them. Meanwhile, their pursuers had long been shaken off. In the waters, the speed of the radiant moon Kun was nearly unrivaled. Even the Grand Elder Shitangshan of the South Songxi clan could not keep pace. And he was a formidable sea race expert of terrestrial divine status. Xiang Chen's culinary skills were beyond question, and the trio dined while accompanying him toward the South Song Strait. The South Song Strait, a tumultuous border between the territory controlled by the Great Xia dynasty and the sea races, was a chaotic confluence of various factions and races, both human and demon alike. A shipment of resources destined for the Batian sect had been intercepted here. From a celestial vantage point, the South Song Strait appeared as a vast ring of land, effectively isolating the realms of humanity from the sea races. A wide channel, hundreds of kilometers across and 5,000 kilometers long, cut through this landmass. Maritime trade here was exceedingly prosperous, residing in a lawless zone rife with chaos, filled with pirates and countless small factions. Very well, Tai Su, you should refrain from approaching. Your size attracts too much attention, Xiang Chen advised the radiant moon giant Kun beneath him. The radiant moon giant Kun nodded in compliance. With a powerful step, Xiang Chen unleashed his true essence and soared into the air. Xiangyang Kueishi stood beside him, while Yao Yao perched on Xiang Chen's shoulders, gripping his wolf ears with both hands. Goodbye, Kun Kun, Yao Yao waved at the radiant moon Kun, which responded with a massive spray of water from its blowhole before submerging into the depths of the ocean. Let us depart. Xiang Chen soared towards the distant Nansong Strait continent, with Xiangyang Kueishi by his side. By the way, little demoness, you should wear a mask, he suggested, glancing at the stunning beauty beside him. Why? Xiangyang Kueishi inquired, puzzled. Xiang Chen explained. The Southern Sea Protectorate of the Great Xia dynasty will undoubtedly issue a bounty, and you are likely already being sought after. Why should I care? The Nansong Strait continent is a lawless area, teeming with fugitives. With my natural beauty, I have no need for a mask, she firmly refused. Xiang Chen's lips twitched in resignation, and he nodded. Hee, Sister Kueishi isn't as pretty as my brother. Yao Yao giggled from atop Xiang Chen's head. Xiang Chen laughed heartily. My Yao Yao has such discerning taste. You little rascal, you've forgotten your sister so quickly now that you have a brother. I'll spank you. Brother, quickly escape. Sister Kueishi is fierce. Haha, she can't catch up with me. The trio frolicked through the air and soon reached the port of the Nansong Strait continent, gazing at the countless spirit ships coming and going. One could see the flourishing maritime trade. Upon disembarking, they walked through the bustling streets of the Nansong Strait, where various shops offered an array of spiritual herbs, minerals from the sea, and an assortment of cultivation goods, along with many seafood eateries featuring delicacies from hunted sea beasts. Xiang Chen observed numerous demon clans unabashedly exuding their demonic aura or maintaining their half-demon forms. What are you staring at? One shouted. What is it to you? With that face, you shouldn't be surprised to be gawked at. Try looking again, I dare you. Brothers, let us deal with him. My silver moon earrings. You thieving scoundrel, how dare you steal from me? You're courting death. The street was in utter disarray, with Xiang Chen even hearing people brawling over trivial disagreements, and incidents of robbery and theft occurring everywhere. Chaotic prosperity and lawlessness were the first impressions this continent left on Xiang Chen. This place is so chaotic. Yao Yao lamented from her perch on Xiang Chen's head, frowning at the tumult around them. Where shall we go now? Xiangyang Kueishi asked, unfazed, as she was accustomed to violence. We should first head to the branch of the Batian sect to gather some information, Xiang Chen replied, producing a jade slip. He infused his spiritual consciousness into it, revealing a map of the entire Nansong Strait continent. Well, what charming little beauties we have here. Where do you hail from? A mocking voice interjected. A young man dressed in flamboyant robes, wielding a folding fan, approached Xiang Chen and Xiangyang Kueishi, flanked by two attendants. His eyes roamed over them, clearly mistaking Xiang Chen for a woman. Withdrawing his consciousness from the jade slip, Xiang Chen frowned at the young man and commanded, "Step aside. Do not obstruct the way." His voice was deep and unmistakably masculine, causing the young man to pause momentarily before his expression darkened. Damn it, you're a man? Disgusting. He cast his gaze upon the curvaceous and fearful Xiang Chen, jesting, "Surely this enchanting beauty is not a man. My dear, may I offer you a cup of tea? I would rather drink from your grandfather." The fierce Xiang Chen, born of a bandit den, retaliated with a swift slap. Smack! A cry escaped the youth's lips as several teeth were sent flying, his body hurled away. "Young master!" The two attendants gasped in alarm. One rushed to assist while the other unleashed a surge of true energy, charging towards Xiang Chen. "You little girl, you seek death," he bellowed, striking out. Xiang Chen remained unfazed, her delicate finger pointed as solar true energy coalesced. Whoosh! A beam of golden light erupted. Bang! The assailant's legs were pierced by the radiant beam, his bones shattering. The master howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his legs. From within Xiang Chen surged a dense demonic aura, reminiscent of a formidable sevenfold celestial king, leaving the others pale with fear. A demon king. The youth's expression shifted dramatically. A demon king was a rare and powerful cultivator, and his father was merely a peak celestial king. "Please forgive me, my lady. I was blind to your greatness." The youth hastily bowed in apology. "Begone, you obstruct my vision," Xiang Chen declared dominantly, kicking him away. "Let us go." Xiang Chen led the way, his interest in such insignificant pests utterly non-existent. The two traversed 1,000 meters in a single stride, heading toward a branch of the Batian sect on this continent. Hundreds of kilometers away, a fierce melee erupted above a vast estate, surrounded by 7,000 or 8,000 individuals. Their auras varied in strength, with some boasting the power of ancient realms, while others languished at the level of the Soul Moon realm. Among them were humans, demons, and even sea tribes, all adorned with a deep blue shark-tooth badge. The encircled individuals, clad in the gray robes of the outer disciples of the Batian sect, bore the emblem of a single lotus leaf, numbering over 4,000. This was an outer force of the Batian sect, the southern Songhai Batian mansion. The forces deployed by the Batian sect across the continent were not particularly strong, comprising mostly of outer disciples whose terms had expired, with few at the levels of Soul Moon, Ling Shao, or Celestial King. "Shark-tooth pirates, how dare you assault my Batian mansion? Are you not afraid of retribution from the Batian sect behind us?" A burly man in a black robe shouted furiously, exuding the aura of an ancient realm. Wang Donghong, the lord of Batian mansion, was a second-level ancient realm expert and had been an inner disciple of the Batian sect 400 years prior. Among the opposing forces, a bald man riding a massive blue shark sneered, "Now, when the Batian sect is struggling against foreign races, do you think they will concern themselves with you? Be wise and open your treasury. Surrender all your treasures. Otherwise, today shall witness the annihilation of your southern Songhai Batian mansion." Wang Donghong's face darkened. They had acquired an incredibly precious elixir, indeed an elixir, which had not yet been reported to the sect before news of it leaked, leading to their ambush and the loss of the elixir. In this moment, a formidable pirate crew dares to assault our gates. The Batian sect has never bowed to a band of marauders, and I shall not allow such disgrace to befall me. Foul scoundrels, if you wish to fight, then let us engage. The Batian mansion does not shy away from battle. Wang Donghong roared, his eyes aflame with the fervor of honor that forbids him from being a coward. "Unappreciative wretches. Brothers, slay them and seize the treasures. They who take shall keep." With a sweep of his sword, the captain of the shark's sword, wielding a blade as sharp as a shark's tooth, bellowed, "Kill! Ha! Tear apart the Batian mansion. I revel in feasting upon the brains of the human race." The 8,000 or 9,000 members of the shark sword pirate crew howled, their eyes red as they charged toward the disciples of Batian mansion. Battle! The disciples of Batian mansion roared, unleashing their magical artifacts and channeling their true essence to engage in chaotic combat with the approaching foes. Thunderous clashes echoed as the two sides collided, a tapestry of energy intertwining across the sky, casting it into darkness. One member of the shark sword transformed into a colossal sea monster, its 8 tentacles sweeping forth to ensnare 8 disciples of Batian mansion, who were instantly crushed and obliterated. Death! With a flash, a blade descended from the heavens, its unparalleled edge slicing through the sea monster's form, cleaving it in two. As a disciple of Batian mansion wielding a sword struck down the beast. Shark sword's wave. The captain of the shark sword erupted with a powerful aura at the pinnacle of the ancient realm's 3rd tier, delivering a sword strike that shattered the very heavens. A blue radiance cascading down to engulf dozens of Batian Mansion disciples. With a sickening sound, they exploded into fragments beneath this single stroke. The captain carved a bloody path through the fray, unopposed, as he charged directly toward Wang Dongheng. Wang Dongheng, having slain dozens of pirates, fixed his gaze upon the captain of the shark sword. The two ancient titans collided like twin beams of light, unleashing a staggering force upon impact. Outside Batian Mansion, many factions observed with a mere air of detachment. Both Batian Mansion and the Shark Sword pirate crew were esteemed powers within this expanse of the Straits continent. What audacity emboldened the Shark Sword to attack Batian Mansion? Did they not fear the retribution of the Batian sect looming behind them? A leader from a rival faction furrowed his brow as he surveyed the cacophony of battle in the distance. Indeed, the recent actions of the Shark Sword had been peculiar, their demeanor increasingly arrogant. This individual, rumored to be a descendant of a great figure from the southern Songxi clan, seemed unfazed by the might of the Batian sect. Many factions watched this battle with keen interest. Chapter 1155, Luo Sheng's blade. When Xiang Chen and Xiang Kuei arrived, the battle had already erupted. What transpired here? Xiang Chen gazed in astonishment at the conflict unfolding above Batian Mansion. Is someone attacking Batian Mansion? Xiang Chen frowned and approached a towering figure standing in midair, asking, "Friend, what is the situation? How did this battle arise at Batian Mansion?" The burly man cast a cold glance at Xiang Chen and retorted, "Who are you? Why should I tell you?" In the next instant, a flash of golden light appeared before him. A young girl suddenly seized him by the throat, her celestial-level power radiating around them, her fingers constricting with such force that his throat felt as though it might shatter. The man gazed at Shangyang Kuaishi in terror. "Can we not speak civilly?" she said coldly. "Refuse to answer, and I'll consume you." "And no, please, I was wrong," he stammered, his face paling in fear. "It's the Sword Shark pirate crew. They've attacked the Batian Manor." The Sword Shark pirate crew? Xiang Chen was unfamiliar with the factions in this area and had not heard of them before. The Sword Shark pirate crew was one of the top 10 pirate crews here. For reasons unknown, they had suddenly launched an assault on the Batian Manor. The man hurriedly explained, "The influence of Batian Manor is so weak here, and they are being attacked by pirates?" Xiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. "Begone." Xiangyang Kuaishi flicked her hand, sending him flying. When dealing with such individuals, there's no need for politeness. Just take action. Xiang Chen was speechless. Surely, a modicum of civility and decorum was warranted. One couldn't simply grip another's throat to extract information. Chenggu. At that moment, two figures burst through the air. A rotund man and a woman clad in red arrived. Zhuge Yuan and Yuing had come. "You two arrived just in time. Batian Manor is in trouble, and we must intervene," Xiang Chen said. Yuing glanced at Xiangyang Kuaishi and Yao Yao, refraining from inquiries, her voice icy. "Who dares to attack the peripheral forces of our Batian sect?" "A band of pirates. Let us engage them," Xiang Chen replied, as two radiant crescent blades manifested beside him. With a determined step, he transformed into a streak of light, darting toward Batian Manor, the dragon hunter bow materializing in his hands. Boom. Above Batian Manor. After a fierce clash, Wang Dongheng staggered back, blood spewing forth. His power ultimately fell short when faced with the captain of the Sword Shark crew, who was a whole realm above him. Swish. A massive sword, resembling shark teeth, lunged forth, piercing Wang Dongheng's body with brutal force. He screamed in agony as his innards were eviscerated, the blade tearing through him. Wang Dongheng fell to the ground, grievously wounded, devoid of the strength to continue fighting. "Master." The disciples of Batian Manor changed color, their expressions filled with shock and fury as they witnessed the scene unfold. "Ha! Batian Manor shall become a relic of the past today," the captain of the Sword Shark crew sneered. Just then, a cacophony of screams erupted from behind his forces. Arrows whistled through the air, a barrage unleashed with a rapidity akin to that of a machine gun. Bang! 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 One by one, heads exploded in a gruesome display, dozens of them disintegrating in the span of a single breath. A figure plunged into the fray, wielding two crescent blades that carved through the air, severing heads as they fell. Die! The captain of the Sword Shark crew swung his sword toward the injured Wang Dongheng, the blade slicing down with ferocity. At that moment, the space warped, and a colossal black-red heavy blade interposed itself against the deadly strike. The violent sword energy collided with the blade, forcing it back, but ultimately staying the execution of Wang Dongheng. Wang Dongheng looked on in astonishment to see a young man in white standing before him. His gaze shifted, and he instantly recognized the purple jade pendant at the man's waist. A core disciple. Members from the sect have arrived. Wang Dongheng's heart surged with elation. Yu Ying and Zhuge Yuan had also arrived behind Xiang Chen. Who are you to dare disrupt my affairs? The leader of the Sword Shark team questioned coldly. Xiang Chen, gripping the Dragon K demon blade, discerned the true nature of this individual, a saber-toothed shark belonging to the oceanic race. I am Tang Yu, a core disciple of the Batian sect. You dare to assault the peripheral forces of my sect? Are you seeking death? Xiang Chen retorted icily. People from the Batian sect. The Sword Shark leader's expression shifted slightly, but upon noticing that Xiang Chen was accompanied by merely a handful of individuals, none of whom had reached the ancient realm, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and sneered. So it's just a pup from the Batian sect. Who do you think you're intimidating? I dare to strike, therefore I am unafraid of you. Xiang Chen's gaze turned frigid as he replied, such audacity. It seems my menu today will include a dish of sword shark head stew. In an instant, a torrent of majestic true essence erupted from within Xiang Chen, unleashing the peak power of the fifth tier of the carefree realm, transforming him into a fierce warrior. Without uttering a word, Zhuge Yuan, Yu Ying, and Xiang Yang Kuei also charged at the sword shark leader. 8 trigrams 5 elements, great might heavenly dragon. Zhuge Yuan unleashed the radiance of the 5 elements array, weaving the elemental forces into a magnificent 5-colored dragon that surged forward with overwhelming might. Cold plum chant. Yu Ying's spear erupted with boundless intent, coalescing a chilling sharpness as she thrust it forth, causing a flurry of cold plums to blossom in the air, each spear strike slicing through from all directions. Sunfire breath. Xiang Yang Kuei, she inhaled deeply, conjuring a pillar of solar fire that surged forth like a fiery torrent. The combined assault of the 3 was formidable enough to challenge even a powerful ancient realm expert, not to mention there was also a concealed ally, ergo. Blade winds of 1,000 waves. The sword shark leader thrust his sword into the void, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that surged forth like a blue tidal wave. Both powerful and razor-sharp. Boom, boom, boom. The trio's attacks collided with the sword aura, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. Yu Ying's assault, with its astonishing penetrative power, managed to pierce through the opponent's defenses, yet was ultimately repelled by the true essence shield. How dare these little pups provoke the might of the ancient sovereign? The sword shark leader declared as he unleashed a series of blue sword curtains aimed at the trio, forcing them to retreat under the onslaught of the fierce sword energy. At that moment, Xiang Chen's figure suddenly appeared above him. With a roar, a wave of vengeful energy, akin to a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, surged forth, igniting the intent of the heavenly blade. Shura blade technique. Song Wolf. Xiang Chen swung down with all his might, delivering a ferocious strike upon the leader's head. The sword shark leader's expression shifted. When had this brat gotten above him? However, his protective true essence surged forth like a tidal wave. Boom. The strike reverberated, causing the protective essence to tremble and its brilliance to dim. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen's other hand gathered a crimson-purple Shura blade shadow. Within this blade shadow, countless vengeful spirits screamed in agony. Life-severing slash. Swish. This crimson-purple blade shadow cleaved through the true essence, directly penetrating into the sword shark leader's body, invading his spiritual sea. Boom. A cacophony echoed in the sword shark leader's mind, like a bolt from the blue, as the life-severing blade shadow struck his soul infant, tearing it apart and creating fissures within. Chapter 1156. Refusal to waste the leader of the sword shark. Let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as his soul essence seemed on the verge of being torn apart, his head throbbing with an explosive pain. Solar fire breath. Phoenix fire song. Cold plum blossoms in full bloom. At that moment, Zhuge Yuan, Yu Ying, and Xiang Yang Kuei launched their assaults upon the protective true essence that surrounded him, shattering layer upon layer of his defensive magical power. Kill. In an instant, Xiang Chen brought down his dragon's edged demon blade. At that moment, the sword shark leader was consumed by agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, leaving him no time for defense. With a sharp slice, the blade struck him down, cleaving his body in twain from head to toe. Blood sprayed through the air, transforming the leader into a massive blue shark, albeit a shark that had been severed in half. In that fleeting moment, a colossal silver monstrosity emerged behind Xiang Chen. This creature opened its gaping maw, a surge of spatial power swallowing the two halves of the shark's corpse, along with its soul essence and demon core, completely devoured. The severed shark's remains materialized within Xiang Chen's divine storage space, subsequently enveloped by the refining force of the foolish fish spirit, transmuting into a torrent of sanguine energy, which Xiang Chen absorbed. Leader, you wretched creatures, how dare you slay our leader? The death of the sword shark leader sent shockwaves through the ranks of the sword shark pirates, leaving countless powerful figures aghast. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Batian Academy gazed upon the scene with unbridled excitement, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Truly, our core disciples of Batian Academy are formidable. Brothers, the time for counterattack has arrived. With a fervent roar, the disciples of Batian Academy surged forth, launching a frenzied assault against the formidable forces of the sword shark pirates. You little beasts, I shall slay you. 7 or 8 pirate kings lunged towards Xiang Chen, unleashing torrents of ferocious true essence. Summon the wind and thunder, swift slash of the storm. Xiang Chen's form radiated with an overwhelming power of wind and thunder, intertwining into a dark azure tornado. In a thunderous roar, the wind and thunder tornado unleashed hundreds of blade lights, shredding the attacks of the 8 kings to pieces. As the winds tore through them, the 8 kings let out a series of anguished cries, their bodies reduced to mere fragments before being consumed by Xiang Chen's foolish fish spirit. Within Xiang Chen, a surge of immense sanguine energy erupted, crashing against the barrier of his divine realm, breaking through to the 6th level of the carefree realm. A few remaining kings advanced towards Yuing, Zhuge Yuan, and Xiangyang Kuei Shi, only to meet a tragic fate. Disperse. Phoenix Fire Song. Zhuge Yuan, stepping into the 8 trigrams 5 elements formation, wove intricate runes, summoning a torrent of flames that coalesced into a colossal red fire phoenix. The roaring phoenix, spanning dozens of meters, surged forth, engulfing the attacks of the 2 kings in a magnificent inferno. Their magical swords and fist strikes were consumed, disintegrating in the blazing flames. Amidst the anguished cries of 2 individuals, flames enveloped them, transforming them into 2 fiery specters, their very essence reduced to ashes with each breath. Wretched beings, perish. The 2 celestial warriors retaliated fiercely against Xichang. With a cold smirk, Xichang gathered the immense power of the true sunfire into her palms. 18 styles of awe. Divine Palm Strike. A thunderous roar erupted as the sunfire coalesced into golden imprints, engulfing the 2 assailants. The flames detonated, launching them away, their flesh scorched and tender. Initially, Xiang Ergu had playfully dubbed Xichang's Sun Scripture as the 18 styles of awe, alongside the mystical arts of the Golden Crow clan, bestowing upon them a cacophony of peculiar names. Within the inferno, Xichang transformed into a golden crow, voraciously consuming the 2 celestial warriors. Yuing unleashed a spear, directly piercing the head of the oncoming celestial warrior, delivering a lethal blow. Devour the sky's evil vines. Let us indulge today. Xiang Chen grinned wickedly, as 5 tendrils of the devouring sky evil vines instantaneously elongated into massive vines, sweeping forth. As these tendrils entwined and strangled, over 100 pirates were consumed and obliterated, their life essence absorbed entirely by the evil vines. Xiang Chen resembled a ravenous demon, the 5 evil tendrils acting as a net of predation. Wherever he struck, the pirates were mercilessly slaughtered and devoured. The devouring sky vines continuously relayed the refined life essence back to Xiang Chen, allowing him to absorb it. The dragon elephant inner strength, Xiang Chen's physique, the true yuan of returning heaven, and the lunar solar magical energies were all frantically drawing in the essence of life. Monsters. They are nothing short of demons. Flee. We stand no chance. The surviving captains of the celestial pirate crew gazed in horror at Xiang Chen, who was wreaking havoc with the enormous blood vines, and were gripped by fear. One by one, they broke through the air to escape. How terrifying! Is the core disciple truly this powerful? The disciples of the Batian mansion watched in astonishment. Who is that individual? Such terrifying abilities. The observing factions were equally struck by fear. The members of the sword shark pirate crew began to disband in panic. After losing over 4,000 from their attacking battalion of over 9,000, The remaining members turned to flee. Within Xiang Chen, the energy of the ancient sword shark realm was ceaselessly refined and released into his body. The dragon elephant inner strength, the true yuan of returning heaven, and the lunar solar powers were all greedily absorbing the life essence. Additionally, a vast amount of energy from those strangled by the evil vines, along with their life essence and soul power, was consumed. Within Xiang Chen's spiritual sea, hundreds of vengeful souls manifested, all from those he had recently slain. Damn you! Even in death, I shall drag you to hell. The soul infant of the sword shark captain roared, frantically assaulting Xiang Chen's soul moon. Die! Return my life. Let us descend into hell together. In an instant, hundreds of vengeful spirits charged towards Xiang Chen, their wills merging into a chaotic onslaught. In life, you could not stir any storm before me. In death, you are but laughable insects. The very fact that I can absorb your vengeful spirits is merely to extract your final value. Xiang Chen grinned wickedly, as the soul moon erupted with a terrifying azure flame. 9 hells of yellow springs fire. A wave of this fearsome fire surged forth, engulfing the vengeful spirits. Ah, the pain. What kind of flame is this? It can burn my very will. The spirits wailed in agony, their cries echoing like the lamentations of the damned. Rashomon, refine. In the depths of the ethereal sea, a portal of obsidian light manifested. Alas, these vengeful spirits were drawn into the black gateway, one after another, destined to be mercilessly refined into the Shura Blade's malevolent energy. Among the harbingers of slaughter, none were as unyielding as Xiang Ergu. Flesh and blood, consumed. Souls and wills, entirely spared. The notion of sending a companion's soul to the heavens for rebirth? Utterly non-existent. Within Xiang Chen, various forms of magical energy surged violently, evidently due to the excessive essence of life he had recently absorbed, particularly the potent flesh and blood energy from a formidable ancient being, which served as a tremendous boon. Regrettably, his appetite and growth demands were akin to those of the celestial beasts, the heavenly wolf and the golden crow. Thus, this energy merely elevated his prowess to the pinnacle of the 6th level. Chapter 1157. The Living Dead Within the Divine Sanctuary. The energy of an ancient realm master surged like a vast lake. However, only about 1/3 of this energy was refined. The true Yin elixir and the true Yang elixir resembled 2 nascent stars, with an absorption capacity that was formidable, resulting in the majority of the energy being drawn into these 2 elixirs. Within Xiang Chen's being, streams of dragon elephant inner force lay dormant within his physical acupoints. This inner force, which belonged to corporeal strength, intensified in tandem with the dragon elephant energy. The stronger the dragon elephant energy, the more potent the physical inner force became. The returning heaven true essence utilized the physical body as its dantian, enabling the entire body to store energy. The energy from a 2nd-level ancient realm master, along with that of several hundred cultivators, merely propelled Xiang Chen's cultivation to the zenith of the 6th level of the free and unfettered realm. His body functioned as a grand furnace, overwhelmed by the excessive power of cultivation and the vast energy required for bloodline evolution. After the members of the Sword Shark pirate crew had fled, the disciples of the Batian mansion gathered, each casting odd glances at Xiang Chen and his companions. For the core disciples, their status was akin to that of celestial dragons to these outer mansion disciples. Cough, cough. The outer sect master of Batian mansion, Wang Dongheng, paid his respects to the core prodigies. Supported by others, Wang Dongheng approached and deeply bowed to Xiang Chen and the others. Although he too was a powerful figure of the ancient realm, his status paled in comparison to that of Xiang Chen and his companions. Greetings, core brothers. The remaining 1,000+ outer disciples of Batian mansion bowed respectfully. Please rise. Xiang Chen nodded slightly, prompting them to straighten their postures. How should we address you, esteemed brothers? I am Wang Dongheng, the master of Batian mansion in the South Sangxi. I express my gratitude for your timely intervention. Wang Dongheng clasped his fists, his pallor evident. His internal organs had just been severely injured, and had it not been for his formidable cultivation and astonishing vitality, he would have perished long ago. Brother Wang, you are too modest. Allow me to tend to your injuries first. Xiang Chen, maintaining a humble demeanor, extended his palm. A surge of returning heaven true essence flowing forth into Wang Dongheng's body. Wang Dongheng felt his vitality amplify several-fold in an instant, with his injuries recovering at an astonishing pace. Is this brother a healer? Wang Dongheng marveled, quickly expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Xiang Chen nodded slightly. It is my duty, Brother Wang. We are dispatched by the sect to investigate the resource robbery incident. I am Tang Yu. And this is Yu Ying and Zhuge Yuan. As for Xiang Yang, Kuei Shi, and the Yao Yao upon his back, he refrained from introducing them. As they were not affiliated with the sect, Wang Dongheng greeted them respectfully and sighed. I apologize for the embarrassment, esteemed core disciples. To encounter such an incident upon arrival is regrettable. Had it not been for your presence, the Bashianshan mansion would be in grave peril today. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and remarked, how dare these pirates act so brazenly? They have the audacity to strike against the forces of our Bashianshan sect. He continued, let us retreat to the mansion. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Wang Dongheng gestured for them to follow, leading the group into a magnificent black treasure hall. Once inside, they took their seats, and outer disciples respectfully served tea while others busied themselves with the aftermath of the earlier chaos. Wang Dongheng explained, what you may not know is that this continent is lawless, belonging to no particular faction, which breeds chaos. Moreover, its proximity to the Sea clan amplifies their influence here. The assailants we faced were members of a pirate group from the Sea clan. Those accursed Sea clan will eventually face their reckoning, Yu Ying said through gritted teeth. Indeed. What of the resources that were taken? Do we have any information on their whereabouts? Where did the incident occur? Xiang Chen inquired. Bypassing the broader context to get straight to the point, Wang Dongheng replied, the incident took place in the misty waters of the southern Sangxi Gorge. Not long ago, our fleet was transporting a shipment when we were ambushed there. All crew members were lost, and the cargo was entirely taken. Upon investigation, we discovered only a single corpse among the wreckage, along with some remains of the Sea clan. No further clues were found. That cargo included deep-sea black iron, a substantial quantity of sea spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and even deep-sea elixirs and earth-fire lotus, valued at over tens of millions of top-tier spirit stones, Yu Ying stated. Given the presence of Sea clan remains, could it be their doing? Xiang Chen pondered, his brow furrowed as he stroked his chin. Are there still any remnants of the bodies? The remains have been buried, Wang Dongheng answered. Does junior brother Tang Yu require any of these remains? Indeed. I wish to examine the bodies, Xiang Chen affirmed with a nod. Very well. Please follow me, Wang Dongheng said, rising to lead Xiang Chen and the others to the site of the remains. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a cemetery adorned with numerous gravestones and burial sites. Wang Dongheng pointed to a specific area, saying, this section contains the new graves, all belonging to disciples who perished during the transport. Most of their faces are unrecognizable. Xiang Chen gazed at the graves, his eyes igniting with a powerful gaze that pierced through the earth. Several meters below, burial chambers and coffins materialized before him. The bodies within most were severely decayed, with some reduced to mere identity tokens, yet astonishingly fresh. For a cultivator, decomposition takes an extended period. Xiang Chen approached one grave, noting that the body therein was relatively intact, though the chest had been pierced through, and the head remained. Dig up this grave and retrieve the body. Xiang Chen commanded indifferently. The disciples of Bashianshan Mansion turned to Wang Dongheng, who maintained a calm demeanor, and said, proceed as the esteemed core brother has instructed. Suddenly, several outer disciples stepped forward, their hands conjuring magical shovels as they began to excavate the tomb. Before long, a coffin was unearthed, and upon its opening, the lifeless body of a young man was revealed, a gruesome gash marring his chest. It was Brother Mo, alas. Brother Mo had once harbored hopes of entering the inner sect, aspiring to cultivate within the heavenly sect as an inner disciple, lamented one of the outer disciples. Xiang Chen approached the corpse, placing his palm upon the young man's forehead. A surge of dark energy emanated from his hand, enveloping the body. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Has Brother Tang discovered something? Wang Dongheng inquired with curiosity. Soon, the answer would reveal itself. Xiang Chen continued to channel the dark energy, which flowed into the deceased's head, manifesting within his spiritual sea. There, a phantom figure of a woman appeared, intertwining with the murky network of neural pathways that resembled an intricate web. The will of Yu Mei was instantaneously released, merging with the dim neurons, igniting them with a newfound luminescence. The once dull spiritual sea now shimmered with vitality, resembling a vast electric grid. In a startling turn, The young man's previously closed eyes snapped open. With a series of unsettling cracks, his joints seemed to shift, and the corpse abruptly sat upright, shocking those around him. Has he truly returned from the dead? Chapter 1158. Discovery of clues. My goodness, how can this be? Brother Mo is alive. Is this a resurrection? Despite being cultivators themselves, the disciples of the Batian mansion were taken aback by this extraordinary sight, their mouths agape in disbelief as they beheld the Mo disciple, now sitting upright with his ashen eyes wide open. Even the formidable Wang Dongheng exhibited a look of astonishment, his gaze fixed on Xiang Chen, questioning the extent of his abilities. Xiang Chen observed the scene with calmness. While the memories gleaned from Yu Mei's invasion of the man's neural pathways replayed vividly in his mind, akin to film scenes flashing before his eyes. Among the recently retained memories was the harrowing moment when their resources had been plundered. The memories unfolded from the perspective of the deceased disciple, who stood upon the deck of a spirit ship, patrolling alongside a group of individuals. Before them lay a fleet of spirit ships, laden with precious resources, destined to traverse the sea routes to South Sea continent, and thereafter ascend the path to heaven, delivering their cargo to the Batian sect beyond the realms. Gradually, the fleet entered an area shrouded in dense fog, where visibility was reduced to mere meters, even for practitioners. This mist-laden expanse, known as the Fog Sea, encompassed hundreds of miles of treacherous waters. Upon reaching this region, the fleet heightened their vigilance, aware that it was notorious for pirate activity. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the tranquil sea was disrupted, unleashing towering waves that soared to heights of 1,000 feet. The colossal surge rushed towards the fleet with overwhelming force. Danger! Ascend quickly! On board the fleet, a multitude of voices erupted in frantic exclamations. Just as the fleet was poised to ascend, colossal tentacles surged from the depths of the ocean, ensnaring the ethereal ships with their immense, crimson appendages. Amidst the thunderous roars, towering waves crashed down. Boom, boom, boom. One vessel after another was struck by the surging tide, plunging them directly beneath the water's surface, sinking into the abyss. The memories of this event grew increasingly hazy, yet Xiang Chen could distinctly sense the terror encapsulated within them. Subsequently, figures emerged within this recollection. Thousands of individuals surged forth from the ocean's depths, targeting the disciples of the Batian sect who had sunk beneath the waves. The scene transitioned into a chaotic battle, culminating in the memory's owner being pierced through the chest by a blinding blue beam of light, leading to their demise. As the memory faded into obscurity, Xiang Chen opened his eyes, feeling the dark essence of Yu Mei flow back into him, his gaze alight with newfound clarity. From this vision, he had gleaned several critical insights. The assailants of the fleet were not the aquatic beings he had initially envisioned. They were, in fact, humans. The aquatic race did not manifest in human form within the ocean. Their true essence was their most formidable state beneath the waves. With Yu Mei's return, the corpse slackened once more. Since the perpetrators were evidently not from the aquatic race, yet there were remains of the sea dwellers. It was clear that the adversary had deliberately left behind these bodies to create confusion. Continue excavating that burial site, Xiang Chen commanded, pointing towards another grave. The outer disciples resumed their digging. Brother Chen, have you uncovered any clues? Zhuge Yuan inquired. Xiang Chen nodded, responding, indeed, I have acquired several valuable leads. Junior Brother Tang. Just now, Wang Dongheng inquired about the earlier events. Brother Wang, please remain patient, Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, withholding any further revelations. As the next grave was unearthed, it yielded another relatively intact corpse. Xiang Chen employed the same method, instructing Yu Mei to delve into the individual's spiritual consciousness to extract their memories. Within this person's recollections, Xiang Chen discovered another useful lead. Prior to their demise, this individual had slain an enemy, from whose lifeless body a spirit resembling a golden eel emerged, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Continue to excavate that one, Xiang Chen instructed, directing the team to unearth further remains. After excavating over 10 corpses, he identified the golden eel-like spirit's disintegration in the memories of 5 of them. After this extensive endeavor, Xiang Chen decided against further excavations. Junior Brother Tang, have you found anything? Wang Dongheng queried anew. Xiang Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully before asking, Brother Wang, among the factions in the South Song Strait, is there anyone proficient in generating waves or tsunamis? Generating waves and tsunamis? Wang Dongheng furrowed his brows slightly before responding. I am aware of a few individuals with such capabilities. The Grand Elder of the Nangong family, Nangong Qing, possesses a celestial tear palm technique known as overturning mountains and seas. This technique can unleash tremendous power using the force of tsunamis in maritime contexts. There is also Jiang Langtao from the Jiang family, whose divine soul manifests as a turbulent demon python capable of conjuring tsunamis. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he inquired, "Are you saying that this Jiang Langtao possesses a turbulent demon python as his divine soul?" "Indeed," Wang Dongheng affirmed with a nod. Xiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he recalled the enormous tentacles that had appeared in the memories of the first person. "Does the Jiang family possess any inherited divine souls?" he asked. "Yes, there are two types, the demon python divine soul and the thunder eel divine soul," Wang Dongheng explained, clearly well-versed in these families. The thunder eel divine soul, the golden thunder eel. A slight smile graced Xiang Chen's lips as he began to piece together the source of the recent plundered resources. "What is the strength of the Jiang family?" he inquired further. "Very formidable," Wang Dongheng replied. The Jiang family is a prominent lineage that has endured for over 2 millennia in the Nansong Strait, boasting 3 powerful individuals at the ancient realm level. The family head, Jiang Langtao, is a formidable being at the 4th level of the ancient realm, with 3 ancient realm experts, one of whom is a 4th-level mid-heaven powerhouse. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. With such strength, he knew he could not contend without summoning Tai Su. However, doing so would expose his actions in the South Sea, revealing his involvement. It seemed that a direct confrontation was unwise. He would have to rely on cunning instead. In his heart, Xiang Chen was already convinced that the Jiang family was behind it all. Wang Dongheng's eyes sparkled with inquiry as he asked, "Could it be that you suspect the Jiang family?" Xiang Chen glanced at him and nodded. "I am already certain it is the Jiang family. I just lack conclusive evidence." Wang Dongheng queried, "Why would it be the Jiang family? We have never had any conflicts with them." Xiang Chen replied with indifference, "In matters of interest. Is conflict a prerequisite? Such a valuable resource, especially with celestial herbs involved, would make it hard for anyone to resist temptation. Moreover, there is a crucial question to consider." Chapter 1159. Uncovering the traitor. Focusing his gaze, Xiang Chen asked, "Who is aware of the time and route of this escort mission?" "There are myself and 4 other elders from the Batian mansion, 2 of whom have already perished during the escort task," Wang Dongheng responded. "Who are the other 2 elders aware of this?" Xiang Chen surveyed the surroundings. "Core Master, it's me. And me as well." 2 peak heavenly kings stepped forward, appearing as elder-like figures from the Batian mansion. They approached and offered a slight bow to Xiang Chen. "Core Master, I am Qian Lixian. I am Gu Mintang." Xiang Chen blinked in surprise at their names. "Qian Lai? Gu Mintang? What peculiar names?" He looked at the 2 men, then back at Wang Dongheng, stating, "The fact that we were ambushed indicates that the assailants were prepared in advance. They must have known our route and timing, which means there is a traitor among us." The expressions of the 3 men shifted noticeably. They were the only ones privy to the route, and Xiang Chen's implication suggested that one among them might be a traitor. Xiang Chen meticulously examined the 3 men's meridians and emotions. "Core Master, I, Old Qian, have grown up in the sect and would never commit an act of betrayal against it. And I as well, having been in the sect for over 300 years. The sect's kindness towards me is immeasurable, and I would never dare to do anything disloyal." The 2 individuals, struck with fear, hastily knelt down. Wang Dongheng, with a wry smile, remarked, "As the head of a house, I could never betray the sect." "Please, rise," said Xiang Chen, helping them to their feet. "There is no need for concern. This is merely my conjecture. After all, 2 knowledgeable individuals have already perished." Turning to Wang Dongheng, Xiang Chen added with a smile, "You need not worry. Your loyalty is evident to the heavens, and I have no doubts about you. We are all weary today. Let us rest and continue our investigation into the robbery tomorrow." Indeed, he continued, "you have already provided invaluable assistance, so rest well today. Tomorrow, we shall host a banquet in your honor." He then summoned attendants to arrange the finest accommodations for the esteemed guests. Wang Dongheng smacked his forehead and quickly called for someone to attend to Xiang Chen and the others. "We shall take our leave," Xiang Chen said, clasping his fists in gratitude, as the respectful disciples escorted them out. Watching the trio depart, Wang Dongheng's smile gradually faded. "Brother Chen, whom do you suspect?" Zhuge Yuan inquired telepathically. You are skilled in divination. Have you gleaned anything? Xiang Chen countered. Zhuge Yuan shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. Alas, I possess no clues. Divination is futile without a basis. Yu Ying communicated. Surely none among the three are spies? They have displayed unwavering loyalty during the battle. Xiang Chen glanced at her and replied coolly. Ah, Yingzi, you are too naive. Tonight, come to my room. Yu Ying was taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she retorted. How shameless. Xiang Chen, momentarily stunned by her outburst, responded. What are you thinking? I have matters to discuss with both of you. Little huh? I sense that old Wang is not to be trusted, Xiang Yang Kueishi suddenly remarked. Oh, why so? Xiang Chen inquired with a smile. I cannot say. It is merely a gut feeling. Perhaps after being deceived by Xian Jungang once, I have become overly sensitive. Xiang Chen sneered. Your intuition may indeed be correct. What? Wang Dongheng is a traitor? Yu Ying exclaimed incredulously. This man fought valiantly for the sect. How could he possibly be a traitor? Do you truly believe in intuition? Xiang Yang Kueishi scoffed. If my little Ha says he is, then he is. Yu Ying rolled her eyes, choosing to disregard Xiang Yang Kueishi. Whether true or false, I suspect we shall have clarity by nightfall, Xiang Chen said, a confident smile gracing his lips. The group was assigned to 3 separate, exquisite courtyards. Meanwhile, the majority of disciples from Batian House were occupied with the grim task of cleaning up after the day's chaos, tending to the remains of fallen brethren, enveloped in profound sorrow. Thus, the curtain fell on that day following the culmination of the fierce battle. As night fell, a solitary figure slipped away from Batian House, vanishing into the vast darkness and flickering lights. In an inn, atop the highest floor, a silhouette gazed down upon the bustling night market. The figure leapt several dozen meters, landing atop the roof. The newly appointed core disciple possesses considerable strength. He even managed to slay the sword shark, remarked the figure shrouded in black. The man who followed, indifferent, stated, that lad is named Tang Yu. He ranked first in the Tianzong assessment of disciples, and indeed possesses remarkable strength and extraordinary talent. The figure cloaked in black remarked, the sword shark pirate crew is truly inept. They nearly faced annihilation while performing a mere charade. Is he here for investigation? The man nodded. Indeed, and he has begun to suspect that it is your Jiang family behind this. A look of astonishment crossed the black-clad figure's face. Suspect us? How could he possibly connect us? We left no traces, and the bodies of the sea creatures should have obfuscated the truth. The man scoffed. This fellow is quite cunning. I have no idea how he uncovered this. He has even begun to suspect our internal affairs, pointing fingers at me and deducing that we have a traitor among us. His capabilities are utterly formidable. He cannot remain here for long. Otherwise, I fear he will unveil everything. Removing his hat, the cloaked figure revealed a weathered visage of a middle-aged man, adorned with a short beard and deep-set eyes. Jiang Langtao, the head of the Jiang family. As the light illuminated his features, the man's identity also surfaced. Wang Dongheng. Currently, he has no evidence, no power, and thus refrains from taking action against us. However, should he report to the sect and summon top-tier experts, the situation would drastically change. Furthermore, this individual has been marked for death by my second uncle. Wang Dongheng declared coldly. A chilling glint flickered in Jiang Langtao's eyes as he replied, understood. You shall proceed as discussed tomorrow. The two conferred for a while longer before parting ways. Above in the heavens, the moon hung high, and a pair of moon-like, pale eyes slowly dissipated into nothingness. The following morning, a female disciple delivered a meal rich in spiritual energy. Core Master, the Lord of the Manor has instructed that after your breakfast, you should convene in the hall, the maid said softly. Understood. Thank you, Xiang Chen nodded. The young woman bowed respectfully and withdrew. Xiang Chen gazed at the spiritual meal, finding nothing amiss. Yao Yao, it's time to eat, he called out, but Yao Yao was still asleep in the room. Oh, I know. She mumbled sleepily as she got up to join him for breakfast. Xiang Yang Kueishi also emerged from another room. Xiang Chen said, after we finish here, we must leave this place. Why? Xiang Yang Kueishi inquired, puzzled. Xiang Chen smirked. The hidden grasshoppers are beginning to stir. Chapter 1160, Mutual Scheming after finishing their breakfast. Xiang Yang Kueishi and Yao Yao accompanied Xiang Chen to the conference hall of the Batian Manor. Inside, only Wang Dongheng awaited them. Yu Ying and Zhuge Yuan were also summoned. Brother Wang, what did you need us for? Yu Ying asked first. Wang Dongheng smiled. I am aware that you all have tasks at hand, and I do not wish to waste your time. We shall head to the Misty Sea where the incident occurred. Perhaps we can uncover clues to the true culprit. Xiang Chen replied, that sounds good. I too wish to examine the scene of the incident. Zhuge Yuan frowned. Is it only us? Wang Dongheng explained. Too many people would draw attention. Isn't junior brother Tang you suspicious of the Jiang family? A large-scale investigation could easily alert them and provoke a reaction. Xiang Chen nodded. Brother Wang is correct. Your foresight is commendable. Let us set out at once. Wang Dongheng rose, and the group departed from Batian Manor, taking to the skies and flying towards the direction of the Misty Sea. When it comes to that Misty Sea, it is also a territory ravaged by pirates from the Nansong Strait, where robberies frequently occur. For hundreds of kilometers in every direction, the sky is shrouded in fog. As Wang Dongheng flew, he began to elucidate the mysteries of the Misty Sea. Why do so many fleets still traverse that area? Zhuge Yuan inquired with curiosity. Because it is the closest route to the South Sea Islands. The alternative routes pass through numerous tribal territories and domains of formidable sea beasts, comparatively. The Misty Sea is considered relatively safe, not to mention closer, Wang Dongheng explained. With that, his vital energies surged, accelerating their speed as they entered the oceanic expanse. After flying over 1,000 kilometers, they arrived at a region enveloped in gray mist, where the waters ahead appeared exceedingly eerie, as vessels that ventured in became invisible. The magnetic field of this sea is truly peculiar, Zhuge Yuan remarked in astonishment. Xiang Chen also examined closely, unleashing the power of his moon gaze. A natural maze, Xiang Chen exclaimed, having discerned the flow of the Earth's veins, realizing that the magnetic field of heaven and earth had transformed into a natural labyrinth. Indeed, this sea is a natural maze. Without the guidance of seasoned sailors familiar with the area and a 9th-grade compass, ordinary compasses would lose their bearings here, Wang Dongheng chuckled. Acknowledging their keen observation, Xiang Chen merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The group flew into the Misty Sea, illuminating their surroundings with radiant light, maintaining contact through the luminescence they emitted. Shortly thereafter, they reached a stretch of ocean where remnants of spiritual vessels were seen floating. Wang Dongheng halted, stating, "This is the site of the incident. My fellow disciples may wish to investigate for any useful clues." Xiang Chen smiled lightly and replied, "There is no need. It is futile. Brother Wang, this may also serve as our final resting place." Wang Dongheng was taken aback, his expression maintaining a calm facade as he queried, "What do you mean, Brother Tang?" Xiang Chen regarded him with a mocking gaze, saying, "Didn't Brother Wang lead us here with the intent to eliminate us? In such a concealed place of murder, our demise would ensure that the truth remains undiscovered, and the matter could easily be pinned on the sea tribes afterward." Upon hearing this, Wang Dongheng's countenance darkened significantly. "How did you uncover this?" At this point, he could no longer feign ignorance, as it was evident that Xiang Chen had identified him as the traitor. "You truly are the traitor." Yuing's face turned icy as she gripped her spear tightly. Xiang Chen, with an impassive expression, gazed down at the sea beneath him. "If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not engage in wrongdoing. My means are beyond your imagination. Those corpses have already revealed to me that the Jiang family is the true culprit behind the robbery." With a swift motion, Xiang Chen summoned the dragon-quelling demon blade, which suddenly transformed into a streak of brilliance, tearing through the mist-laden surface of the sea below. A chilling scream echoed as a lurking celestial being was struck down in a single blow. Boom, boom, boom. Around them, the sound of crashing waves erupted, and dozens of figures emerged, each possessing prowess at least that of celestial beings, with 3 even exuding the aura of ancient realms. An ambush. Yuing's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily summoned her vital energy for protection. Xiang Chen maintained a composed demeanor and continued, "Yesterday, I deliberately mentioned the presence of a traitor to gauge your emotional responses, even your heartbeats. Among the 3 of you, Qian Lixian, Cough, and Elder Gu Minting, only surprise was evident, albeit tinged with mild panic. Yet, it was you who, in that moment, was consumed by a fervent rage and murderous intent." Wang Dongheng scoffed, "Indeed. The core disciples are remarkable. Is this how you deduce that I am a spy? If that is the case, how dare you come here?" Surrounding them were over 40 members of the Tianwang faction, with Jiang Langtao and 2 other ancient Jiang family members exuding a terrifying aura. "Such clever boys, Tang Yu. You core disciples possess boundless potential. Why must you meddle in this murky affair? Alas, despite your promising futures, you shall meet your demise here today, Jiang Langtao remarked coldly. A dreadful pressure enveloping Xiang Chen. In the eyes of the four ancient ones and dozens of Tianwang members, Xiang Chen and his companions appeared utterly trapped, facing certain death. Why do you hesitate? You lured me out because my suspicions posed a threat to you. You wish to eliminate me to remove a future threat. Yet you remain oblivious that your actions have aligned with my desires. Xiang Chen grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Wang Dongheng and Jiang Langtao furrowed their brows, unable to decipher Xiang Chen's confidence. Child, whom do you think you are intimidating with your bluster? What tricks do you possess? Attack. Kill them. Jiang Langtao commanded icily. Kill. The several Tianwang experts roared, unleashing their true essence and magical powers in a myriad of radiant assaults aimed at the group. Xiang Chen sneered, and with a firm step, he released an aura of spatial power. Boom. The united assault of dozens of Tianwang members exploded, creating a cataclysmic energy that shattered the void. Yet amidst the chaos, the figures of Xiang Chen and his companions vanished. Where are they? The void has consumed them. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from above. Suddenly, from the depths of the ocean, a terrifying presence surged upward, followed by a colossal creature rising from the sea, its enormous maw agape. This gaping mouth measured nearly a kilometer across, exuding an overwhelming force of absorption that created a massive whirlpool in the ocean. What is this? How can it be so enormous? The Guangyue giant sea whale. The Tianwang members screamed in horror as they were instantaneously engulfed by this insatiable force, one after another being drawn into the abyss of that massive maw, with seawater rushing in after them. Chapter 1161. As steady as a rock, the Guangyue giant sea whale? Impossible. How could such a deep-sea overlord exist here? In that instant, Wang Dongheng, Jiang Langtao, and the two ancient realm experts were paralyzed with fear, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they attempted to flee. Yet the force of absorption enveloped them, distorting the very fabric of space. No. The four ancient realm experts were consumed by the spiraling force into the gaping maw of the Guangyue giant sea whale. Yu Ying, Zhuge Yuan, Xiang Chen, and Xiang Yang Kueishi watched the scene unfold from thousands of meters in the sky, equally astonished. What an incredible fish! Yao Yao couldn't help but exclaim. Such a formidable beast of tribulation. How did you manage to subdue it? Yu Ying inquired, astonished. Xiang Chen chuckled softly, replying, naturally. It was my noble character and charm that won it over. Thus it became my contractual companion. Yu Ying scoffed. A dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. Little huh? If we were to take such a large fish to the East Sea, it would certainly attract attention. Xiang Yang Kueishi's eyes sparkled, imagining the awe of collecting sea taxes atop such a creature. Who would dare to refuse? Xiang Chen smiled. This grand being was gravely injured during its tribulation, besieged by numerous ferocious beasts. I rescued it, and hence we became friends. By the way, its name is Tai Su, an evolved variant of the Guangyue giant whale, known as the Guangyue giant koan. Such a size, how many pots would it take to stew it? Zhuge Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Let us proceed. We must meet our senior brother Wang. Xiang Chen transformed into a streak of silver light and flew downward, followed closely by the others. Tai Su, open your mouth. Xiang Chen commanded. The Guangyue giant koan opened its massive jaws, resembling a vast abyss, rendering Xiang Chen and his companions minuscule as mere specks of dust. Xiang Chen flew directly into the cavernous maw, subsequently entering the spacious oral cavity and esophagus. The others hesitated to follow. Descending through the esophagus, they arrived at a colossal gastric chamber filled with corrosive digestive fluid, at the center of which was a luminous orb of space. This radiant orb represented the universe within. Within the gastric chamber, Wang Dongheng, Jiang Langtao, and several dozen celestial beings found themselves ensnared against the stomach wall by tentacle-like chains of inscriptions, gazing around in terror. Wang Dongheng, you have betrayed us, Jiang Langtao exclaimed, struggling in vain against his bindings, his eyes burning with fury directed at Wang Dongheng. Why did you not mention you possessed such a powerful summoned beast? Wang Dongheng, on the verge of tears, bitterly replied after fruitless attempts to break free. I had no idea this creature was so formidable. The intel provided by my uncle did not include this information. You have led us to our doom. Jiang Langtao seethed with anger and despair. Is this not your scheme, to lure it out and kill us? Wang Dongheng retorted, equally incensed. Master, what shall we do? It is all over now, lamented another ancient elder, Jiang Ming. Indeed, with the loss of so many powerful members of our clan, my family is finished, another ancient powerhouse. Jiang Bei echoed in despair. Below, the gastric fluid began to bubble ominously. Should it engulf them, they would be digested into waste. Oh dear, gentlemen. Have you begun to turn against each other so soon? A mocking voice interjected. A figure descended from the vast opening of the esophagus. Tengyu. Wang Dongheng glared at the individual, his gaze frigid as he bellowed. Tengyu, release us immediately. Xiang Chen sneered. Are you a fool? Why would I allow you to escape after luring you into this predicament? Zhang Langtao hastily pleaded. Tengyu, we were wrong. If you let us go, we promise not to oppose you, and we can share the resources we've plundered, resources worth hundreds of millions of top-tier spirit stones. Xiang Chen crossed his arms, floating serenely as he coldly remarked, if I were to kill you, would it not be far better to keep everything for myself? Why must we settle for merely half? This temptation is futile. Zhang Langtao gritted his teeth and asked, what is it that you desire? Xiang Chen replied indifferently, I require your submission to serve my purposes. Should you choose to become my loyal subjects, I may spare you. Otherwise, well, my dear friends, you shall find yourselves traversing the path to the underworld, slowly savoring the agony of being consumed. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Xiang Chen sought such a condition. With a wave of his true essence, a translucent digestive fluid was summoned from within, splattering upon the individuals present. Hiss! As the digestive fluid made contact, even the ancient Zhang Langtao found his flesh corroded, melting into a viscous pulp. Agonized cries echoed as their skin dissolved and decayed. This was merely a light sprinkling. Master. The members of the Jiang family gazed at Zhang Langtao with desperate eyes, their longing for life palpable. Zhang Langtao's expression oscillated between dark and light, with grim determination. He declared, very well, if you are willing to spare us, we shall serve you. I too, Brother Tang, spare me, and I will serve you, Wang Dongheng quickly added. Silence. I will deal with you later. Xiang Chen shot a cold glare at Wang Dongheng. You all demonstrate a modicum of sense, yet as a precaution, I must employ certain measures. A smile crept onto Xiang Chen's lips as he approached Zhang Langtao. From his hand sprouted sharp claws, which pierced Zhang Langtao's chest with a sickening squelch, blood gushing forth as the claws embedded themselves near his heart, eliciting a pained scream from Zhang Langtao. Subsequently, Xiang Chen extracted a stream of golden-red blood. This essence hovered in his grasp as he channeled true essence into it, forming intricate patterns that infused it with life. Gradually, this vital essence birthed a blood-red silkworm, roughly the size of a palm. He placed the controlling silkworm into Zhang Langtao's wound, allowing it to merge with his heart. Then, Xiang Chen's claw grasped Zhang Langtao's head, unleashing a consuming force. Zhang Langtao howled in agony, tears and mucus streaming down his face. As a humanoid soul infant was drawn from his head, half emerging from his corporeal form, streams of spiritual energy were siphoned from it, swirling around Xiang Chen's palm, where his own spiritual power intertwined, shimmering with iridescence as it coalesced into intricate sigils. This spiritual energy formed a ghostly, thorn-covered insect, which then entered Zhang Langtao's soul infant. Not content with merely controlling the heart, he added a soul-controlling worm, firmly securing dominion over both body and soul, a strategy as steadfast as a seasoned veteran. Zhang Langtao gazed at Xiang Chen with terror and confusion. Xiang Chen snapped his fingers, and Zhang Langtao emitted another wretched scream, writhing in despair as two worms gnawed at his soul and heart. Chapter 1162. The pot is flung out, master. The strong men of the Jiang family looked on, their hearts chilling at the sight of their leader's contorted face, twisted in anguish. We are willing to submit to you. Why must you torment our master? Jiang Ming shouted in fury. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly. To torment him is to demonstrate my power to you all. Xiang Chen, with his mind under control, ceased to torment Zhang Langtao any further. Zhang Langtao, filled with terror and fury, gazed at Xiang Chen, fear dominating his expression. What have you done to me? Xiang Chen replied indifferently. I have placed 2 goo worms upon you, regardless of how far apart we are, with just a single thought. These goo will devour your soul and heart, subjecting you to excruciating physical and spiritual torment until you perish. Mere verbal submission will not suffice for my trust. As for ordinary life and death talismans, those are child's play. Should you dare to betray me in the future, you will experience the true essence of these goo. Upon hearing this, Zhang Longtao's demeanor fell into despair, his face turning ashen. A deep-seated fear arose within him. The agony he had just endured from the goo gnawing at his soul and heart was something he never wished to encounter again. Xiang Chen turned his gaze towards the others, stating coldly, "Do not be anxious. You shall each receive your turn." He then approached Jiang Ming, employing the same method to craft the heart control goo and soul control goo. All three members of the Jiang family were ensnared by the goo. As for the other individuals at the Xianjiao realm, Xiang Chen deemed it unnecessary to expend his mental energy on them. Controlling these three sufficed to dominate the entire Jiang family. After allowing them to experience this sensation, the three members of Jiang family regarded Xiang Chen with expressions filled with abject terror. Tai Su, release them, Xiang Chen commanded indifferently. A harmonious, ethereal voice responded, and the binding sigils on these Jiang family warriors vanished without a trace. Once freed, they looked upon Xiang Chen with trepidation. Jiang Langtao approached, clasping his fists in respect, and with a hint of bitterness, said, "I pay my respects, my lord." The members of the Jiang family echoed his reverence. Xiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, shifting his gaze to Wang Dongheng. Fear gripped Wang Dongheng. Xiang Chen had not placed goo on him, leaving him uncertain of Xiang Chen's intentions. "Junior brother Tang, no? My lord, I, too, am willing to submit to you," Wang Dongheng hastily proclaimed, desperation evident in his voice. Xiang Chen's tone turned icy. "Do you think I desire every individual? Tell me, what is your relation to that old fool Wang Qing?" Wang Dongheng replied with a bitter expression, "He is my uncle, and it was he who devised the plan to kill you upon your arrival." Indeed, Xiang Chen smirked coldly, realizing that Wang Qing had personally assigned him this task, indicating that matters were far from simple. Their shared surname was too coincidental, prompting Xiang Chen's inquiry. Xiang Chen continued with a frigid demeanor, "Thus, the theft of resources was merely a play you orchestrated." Indeed, Wang Dongheng nodded. Xiang Chen further remarked, "Your uncle has allied with the foreign evil clan. Do you understand that this is a crime that endangers your entire clan?" "What?" Wang Dongheng's face paled in shock. "It cannot be. How could my uncle ally with a foreign race? He would merely engage in self-serving theft." Xiang Chen chuckled coldly. "It seems you have been thoroughly deceived by your uncle, remaining oblivious. The sect has already uncovered his allegiance to the foreign race. I now offer you a chance at survival. If you assist me in testifying against him, you may live. Otherwise, today marks your demise." Wang Dongheng's expression darkened at this, and he suddenly erupted in anger. "Tang Yu, if you intend to kill me, then do it. If I testify against him, my family, the Wang family, will be utterly ruined. Do you think I am a fool?" Xiang Chen let out a chilling laugh and remarked, "It seems you still possess some semblance of conscience towards your family, which is somewhat expected. However, even without your testimony, I have my means of uncovering the evidence. So, prepare to meet your demise." Behind Xiang Chen, the devouring sky evil vine surged forth. With a splatter of blood, the monstrous maw of the vine enveloped Wang Dongheng. Crack! Crack! In an instant, Wang Dongheng's head was crushed to pieces, and soon his entire body was consumed. Tang Yu, the sole infant of Wang Dongheng, let out a heart-wrenching scream as it attempted to flee. Yet, it was ensnared by Xiang Chen's formidable hand, conjured from the azure flames of the Nine Nether. The sole infant was incinerated within the flames of the Nine Nether Yellow Spring, causing the flame's power to surge significantly, growing ever more ferocious. Following the absorption of Wang Dongheng's flesh essence, the devouring sky seed began to nurture the sixth devouring sky vine. Boom, boom. Xiang Chen's cultivation also experienced a wave of expansion, with his strength and bloodline fortifying. Within him, a stronger energy radiated outward, elevating the Taiyin True Dan, the Taiyang True Dan, the returning Heaven True Essence, and the Dragon Elephant Inner Power to new heights. He had finally stepped into the realm of the seventh layer of the Carefree Realm, entering the initial stage of the Great Heavenly Position. Wang Dongheng had completely perished, and this scene sent a chill down the spines of Jiang Langtao and the others. "Let us depart. Once outside, prepare the resources you have seized." "I wish to take stock," Xiang Chen said indifferently. "Understood," Jiang Langtao and the others responded without hesitation. The group soared out of the esophagus, emerging from the mouth and gazing at the colossal light moon giant Kuan with lingering trepidation. Chen Gu, Zhuge Yuan, and the others hurried over, astonished to see the people emerging behind him, with Yuing displaying a wary vigilance. How were they released? Yuing questioned in disbelief. Xiang Chen smiled gently and replied, "Do not worry, they are now my loyal followers, having pledged their allegiance to me. They dared to seize resources from the sect. Are they not criminals? Will harboring them not implicate you? What is there to fear? Xiaohua must have his reasons for doing this." Xiangyang Koishi expressed unwavering trust in Xiang Chen. Zhuge Yuan chuckled. "Chen Gu is quite cunning. He has certainly devised a strategy for this. Use your wits and unparalleled talent to describe me from now on." Instead of calling me a thief, Xiang Chen playfully kicked Zhuge Yuan, causing his flesh to jiggle amusingly. Xiang Chen continued, "Let Wang Dongheng bear the blame for this. When the time comes, we can pin everything on him. After all, a dead man cannot defend himself. As long as we can return with the resources, that is all that matters." Yuing shot Xiang Chen a sidelong glance, yet recognizing that any investigation into this matter would ultimately be attributed to Xiang Chen's efforts. She refrained from criticism. "My lord, we shall take our leave now. In a few days, it will be my birthday banquet, and I wish to invite esteemed guests from all corners. I hope you will grace us with your presence, as I will be presenting everything to you then." Zhang Langtao said respectfully. Xiang Chen nodded, suddenly looking at him with surprise. "Is your birthday banquet the day after tomorrow?" "Indeed, why do you ask?" "I am celebrating my 800th birthday," Zhang Langtao replied. "Wow, my old friend, you have lived quite a long life," Zhuge Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Xiang Chen chuckled and remarked, "You are surely expecting many prominent figures from the southern Qingxia continent to attend your birthday banquet." Chapter 1163. Scheming against his family. Hage smiled, the uncertainty of life and death palpable, while Erga grinned, the scent of conspiracy lingering in the air. The sight of Xiang Chen's smile sent a chill down Zhang Langtao's spine. Zhang Langtao inquired, "Will the other 4 great families of the southern Qingxia continent be present?" "It is customary for great cultivators to celebrate their birthdays once every century." Xiang Chen asked, "Which 4 families do you refer to?" Zhang Langtao replied, "They are the Li family, the Nangong family, the Tan family, and the Lu family. These 4 families are collectively known as the 5 great families of the southern Qingxia continent, along with our Jiang family." "What is the strength of these families?" Xiang Chen further questioned. Zhang Langtao continued, "The Li family, like our Jiang family, possesses 3 ancient realm experts, and their number of heavenly king realm cultivators exceeds 50. The head of the Li family, Li Mingping, is at the 4th level of the ancient realm. The Nangong family is the most powerful among the 5, boasting 5 ancient realm experts, with their head, Nangong Hai, at the 6th level of the ancient realm. The Tan family is the weakest, having only 2 ancient realm experts, with Tan Shun, the family head, at the 4th level of the ancient realm. The Lu family possesses strength comparable to ours, with 3 ancient realm experts, and their head, Lu Wu, at the 5th level of the ancient realm." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stroked his chin. Collectively, the ancient realm experts of these 5 families number over 10. If I could harness this power, the strength of the Great Chu would undoubtedly be sufficient to carve out a territory and declare sovereignty. "Will the key figures from these families attend your birthday celebration?" Zhang Langtao responded, "I will send out invitations. As long as they are within the southern Qingxia continent, the high-ranking members of these families are likely to come." "My lord, are you suggesting?" Xiang Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. "Does your Jiang family harbor ambitions of unifying the southern Qingxia continent?" Zhang Langtao's heart raced, astonished by Xiang Chen's words. Xiang Chen chuckled, "Your birthday is the perfect opportunity for such a scheme." Zhang Langtao glanced at the colossal Guangyue Juquan and remarked, "Even with such a celestial beast at your disposal, it may prove difficult to contend with these families all at once. What if they unite against us?" Xiang Chen grinned ominously. "We need not confront them head-on. If the direct approach fails, shall we not resort to subtler means?" He shared his plans with the others, and they exchanged hesitant glances. "My lord, will this truly work?" Zhang Langtao asked, apprehensive. "Fear not. As long as you can invite the majority of them, I am confident of success," Xiang Chen declared with assurance. "If I can gain control over these families, your Jiang family will be the greatest benefactor and will rise to become the foremost family in the southern Qingxia continent." Zhang Langtao, Jiang Ming, and the others exchanged glances. Zhang Langtao gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, since my lord is so confident, we shall follow your lead." With their fates intertwined with Xiang Chen's, they found it impossible to refuse. Xiang Chen smirked. Success is determined by human endeavor. This world rewards the bold and punishes the timid. Those who follow me will bask in glory for a lifetime. Now, you may return. I shall head back to the Batian mansion. Understood. I shall take my leave for now. Jiang Langtao clasped his fists, and the formidable members of the Jiang family bowed in acknowledgement before swiftly departing. What did you discuss with them? Yu Ying inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Just moments ago, Xiang Chen had communicated with them through spiritual transmission, merely inquiring about resource matters. Let us return as well, he said, cradling Yao Yao and soaring into the sky. Yu Ying Zhuge Yuan and Xiang Yang Kuei followed closely behind. As they flew side by side, Yu Ying asked, "What did the Batian mansion say?" A flicker of light danced in Xiang Chen's eyes as he pondered for a moment before responding, "We cannot disclose the truth at this juncture. Wang Dongheng likely has numerous confidants. If we reveal the actual circumstances, many may resist accepting this outcome, leading to internal strife. Let us say we encountered sea bandits, and that Wang Dongheng bravely sacrificed himself to protect us." Yu Ying chose not to press further, and after a while, the group returned to the Batian mansion. Upon their return, Xiang Chen summoned Qian Lixian, Gu Mintang, and several elders to announce the news of Wang Dongheng's demise. The elders, upon hearing this, were incredulous and repeatedly sought confirmation. Once Xiang Chen provided a well-crafted explanation of the situation, they reluctantly accepted the grim reality. Given their esteemed positions, Xiang Chen took the lead in asserting control over the Batian mansion. Meanwhile, after his return, Jiang Langtao began sending out invitations, preparing for the grand celebration of his 800th birthday. As a prominent figure in the southern Qingxia continent, few would dare to decline an invitation to such a momentous occasion. At the Batian mansion, Xiang Chen, Yu Ying, Yao Yao, Kuei Shi, and Zhuge Yuan leisurely engaged in an outdoor barbecue within the mansion's garden. Xiang Ergo donned the chef's hat, rolling up his sleeves as he energetically cooked at the stove, while 5 tendrils of the swallowing heaven evil vine adeptly handled a large batch of skewers sizzling on the grill. Nearby, several grand cauldrons simmered with an array of sea beasts of royal caliber. 1 pair of 7s, 1 pair of 8s, keep up, they shouted. No, pass. Meanwhile, Xiang Yang Kuei Shi, Yu Ying, and Zhuge Yuan sat together, playing the poker game taught by Xiang Chen, while Yao Yao sat off to the side, engrossed in building a puzzle. Before long, an abundance of skewers, stir-fried dishes, and savory meat soups were brought forth, and the group gathered to feast, enjoying a life of utmost leisure. When Deng Tianling, Zhang Shu, and others arrived, delayed by Li Yang's healing, they were greeted by this scene. The trio stood agape, bewildered. Had they not come to execute a mission? How could they be so relaxed? "Oh, it's little Deng and old Li. Just in time, come join us for a drink." Xiang Chen beckoned, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had recently bested them in battle. Deng Tianling and Li Yang exchanged glances, their lips twitching at the absurdity of it all. "No, thank you, we're not hungry," Li Yang replied, recalling the beating he had received from Xiang Chen just days prior. Smack! Xiang Chen clapped his chopsticks together, his expression turning icy. "What? Do you not wish to honor my invitation?" Li Yang quickly changed his tune. "Such kindness from junior brother Tang, we cannot refuse." A few individuals, compelled by circumstance, gathered to dine together, and upon tasting the food, they found it utterly delightful, unable to resist indulging further. "Brother Tang, your culinary skills are extraordinary," exclaimed Li Yang, after savoring a piece of shark fin, his thumb raised in appreciation. Sitting beside him, Xiang Chen had one hand draped over Xiang Yang Kuei-shi's shoulder, chuckling, as the saying goes. "It's better to resolve enmities than to harbor them. How about we consider our past grievances settled from this day forth?" Deng Tianling placed a piece of stewed bone on the table and quickly added, "I agree. Brother Yu, I promise not to target you anymore, and please, no more beatings." "All right. Haha, I only gave you a beating because you deserved it," Xiang Chen replied. "Come, let us toast. With this drink, we shall all be friends. There are no conflicts of interest between us, and being adversaries is rather dull." He raised his cup first, embodying a spirit of generosity and camaraderie. To not knowing one another without a fight, cheers. The crowd raised their cups in unison, the atmosphere brimming with warmth and merriment. However, soon after, an unexpected event unfolded. "Brother Yu, In the past, my companions often looked down upon you from the mainland. I shall punish myself with a jar of wine. My apologies, brother you. Deng Tianling announced, slightly tipsy after several rounds of drinks. We are all young, caught up in our youthful bravado. It's trivial. I've given you a few beatings myself, all in good humor. From now on, we are brothers. However, allow me to advise you, maintain a spirit of pride without arrogance, lest you meet a swift end. Now let us drink. Xiang Ergo seized a jar of wine, patting Deng Tianling on the shoulder before downing it in one go. If I ever call for a brawl, will you back me up? Xiang Chen inquired. Of course. You shall be my brother you. Whoever you direct me to confront, I shall do so, Deng Tianling declared, his spirits soaring. A man of resolve. A true brother. Come, old Li, old Zhang, let us share a drink. No, let us share a jar. To brother you. The two of them also grabbed a jar of wine, drinking heartily. Wine is a versatile companion. It is consumed at birth, during celebrations, in sorrow, for relaxation, in camaraderie, and even in solitude. It evokes memories, offers an escape, brings nostalgia, and facilitates the release of grudges. The jars of wine piled up, and soon, nearly everyone was intoxicated. Collapsing into slumber. Xiang Ergo, inebriated, grew unruly. With one arm around Xiang Yang Kuei Shi, he attempted to embrace Yu Ying with the other. In response, he received 2 resounding slaps from the dazed Yu Ying, followed by a forceful kick that sent him sprawling. At that moment, a beam of golden light erupted from Xiang Chen's Qinquan ring, materializing into the form of a small white tiger. With a mighty roar, the small white tiger unleashed a thunderous cry, reverberating across the surroundings, startling those on the verge of sleep to cover their ears. The tiger emanated waves of formidable golden energy, intertwining into intricate patterns, as an overwhelming aura enveloped the area. Its size surged from 30 meters to an imposing 60 meters. Xiang Chen shook his head, rubbing his slightly dazed eyes, gazing at the small white tiger with an expression of astonishment. Is Rotor about to evolve? Before them, the small white tiger emanated an aura of unparalleled strength, a formidable presence that swept across the expanse. The ancient realm. The small white tiger had astonishingly become the first to break through to this revered state. It seemed the previously acquired celestial grade sword from Xian Shengwu had significantly aided the small white tiger's ascension. A fissure appeared within the tiger's brow, from which a thunderous cascade of lightning poured forth, revealing brilliant azure and gold rays. Astonishingly, a vertical eye emerged in the center of its forehead, a divine eye. The small white tiger had awakened this celestial vision. How extraordinary! What manner of spirit beast is this? Li Yang, Deng Tianling, and the others, roused from their astonishment, gazed in awe at the terrifying power radiating from the small white tiger. Could this divine eye possess a lightning attribute? Zhuge Yuan's gaze fixated on the newly formed vertical eye, murmuring to himself in disbelief. To think the small white tiger had surpassed expectations. Xiang Chen sighed inwardly, recognizing that the small white tiger had focused solely on its cultivation, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping, which had expedited its progress due to its innate divine beast lineage. Unlike him, whose cultivation speed had been hindered by the multitude of techniques and bloodlines he had pursued. However, the small white tiger had consumed a vast amount of resources, with Xiang Chen's spiritual treasures largely benefiting the tiger. Take, for instance, the celestial sword that must have been worth tens of millions of premium spirit stones, such preciousness, and yet it had been relinquished to the small white tiger. An abundance of spiritual energy surged into the small white tiger's form, transforming into a spectrum of colors. It stretched languidly, its body diminishing rapidly until it resembled a mere kitten, and in an instant, it became a golden flash, landing upon Xiang Chen's shoulder. Congratulations, little white, Xiang Chen said, affectionately ruffling the tiger's head, to which the small white tiger playfully licked his face. Alas, this realm is too lowly, and without a human bloodline. You cannot assume a human form at present. Otherwise, I might have been able to help you recover your lost memories. Xiang Chen sighed, pondering when the small white tiger would awaken its memories of Roer. As for Yao Yao being able to take on human form, it was due to her natural existence upon this continent, her essence harmonizing with its laws, while the small white tiger had undergone metamorphosis from the ancient cauldron space. If only Bagu were here, perhaps he would have a solution. Where could that troublesome creature have wandered off to? One could only hope he hadn't met a dire fate. Memories of Bagu flooded Xiang Chen's mind. It had been years since their paths had crossed. He was not only his guide in the demonic arts, but also his mentor. Brother, may I pet it? Yao Yao gazed at the small white tiger with adoring eyes, yearning to reach out. Go ahead. She is your elder sister, Little White, Xiang Chen encouraged with a smile. Little White sister, hug. Yao Yao extended her arms to embrace the small white tiger, which offered no resistance. The solar sacred bird's lineage and bloodline were undeniably on par with that of the white tiger. One could hardly fathom how this individual had acquired such formidable spirit beasts. Yu Ying felt a twinge of envy. I am the child of destiny, blessed with fortune that you cannot covet. However, if you are willing to harmonize with me, perhaps you might share in some of my good fortune, Xiang Chen boasted shamelessly. Go perish, you shameless rogue. You are more akin to a child of calamity. Yu Ying retorted, rolling her eyes at Xiang Chen. 3 days later, in the South Song Strait continent, Jiang City, the Jiang family. Jiang City, a metropolis with a population exceeding 100 million, is firmly under the dominion of the Jiang family, who wield absolute authority over the entire city. Today, every household is mandated to adorn their homes with festive decorations, as the atmosphere is saturated with celebratory colors. It is the grand occasion of the 800th birthday of Jiang Langtao, the patriarch of the Jiang family and the de facto ruler of Jiang City, prompting various factions to pay their respects. On the bustling streets, several figures stroll leisurely. A silver-haired youth carries a beautiful girl clad in purple on his shoulders, accompanied by a man and a woman. The birthday celebrations for Jiang Langtao are indeed extravagant. Every one of the city's billion inhabitants is compelled to extend their congratulations. Xiang Chen observes the streets adorned uniformly in red and gold, with numerous shops displaying banners proclaiming wishes for Jiangzu's longevity to rival the southern mountains. Xiangyang Kuei, she remarks, the Jiang family reigns here like local emperors, so the grandeur is to be expected. I've heard that when the emperor of the Great Xia celebrates his birthday, the entire realm rejoices. Xiang Chen scoffs. That dog of an emperor probably won't survive to see his next centennial birthday. The animosity he harbors towards the scholars, teachers, and leaders of the academy lingers in his mind. With each stride, they traverse distances of kilometers effortlessly, soon arriving at a majestic castle. This castle spans hundreds of miles, its towers ascending 1,000 feet into the sky, an imposing structure housing millions of Jiang family descendants. A sinister smile creeps across Xiang Chen's face as he gazes at the Jiang family castle. The banquet of intrigue is about to commence. The castle's entrance, over 20 zhang wide and soaring 1,000 zhang high, reaches into the clouds. Numerous exotic beasts draw carriages into the castle, where the comings and goings of the affluent create a bustling scene. A throng of Jiang family members, clad in vibrant crimson robes, warmly welcomes the guests, meticulously checking invitations. Xiang Chen strides confidently towards the castle entrance, brandishing a red invitation card, and is granted passage without hesitation. Inside the castle, wide streets and towering edifices abound, with splendid palaces serving as residences for the elder members of the Jiang family. Indeed, the Jiang family exudes an air of magnificence, with 7 prime veins of earth energy coursing beneath. Zhuge Yuan surveys the surroundings, while Xiang Chen, cradling Yao Yao in one arm, smiles lightly. Soon, this will also be our domain. The group ambles leisurely towards the venue of the birthday banquet. Within the castle, numerous Jiang family disciples patrol, maintaining order. Ah, it's you. At that moment, a patrol unit of several dozen approaches, with one young man recognizing Xiang Chen, much to Xiangyang Kuei-shi's astonishment. Haha, look who it is. You lot truly have a knack for straying off the beaten path. The young man leads his entourage to confront Xiang Chen and the others, blocking their way. Who are you? Xiangyang Kuei-shi inquires, puzzled. The young man clenches his teeth and replies coldly. You wretched girl, have you forgotten me so soon? Just days ago, you gave me a beating, do you not recall? Oh, it's you. I remember now. I've fought so many that it's hard to keep track of names. She retorts, as Xiangyang suddenly realized, upon her arrival in the southern Songhai continent, she had struck someone. Xiang Chen, cradling Yao Yao, furrowed his brow, pondering the sheer coincidence of their encounter. The young man gritted his teeth and declared, I am Jiang Lu, a disciple of the Jiang family. How dare you strike me and still show your face at our Jiang residence? You must possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Jiang Lu, do these individuals have a grievance against you? Inquired a tall, handsome man with sword-like brows, who led the patrol group and was at the Xianjiao realm. Indeed, Brother Wu. This girl and that lad encountered me on the street and, without hesitation, assaulted me. I proclaimed my status as a Jiang disciple, yet they showed no concern. Dismissing us as insignificant, Jiang Lu exaggeratedly accused Xiang Chen and his companions. How dare they? No one in the southern Songhai Strait has ever dared to look down upon the Jiang family in such a manner. That's right, you brat and you foul girl. Kneel and apologize to Jiang Lu. The Jiang disciples encircled the group, their gazes icy. Captain Jiang Wu regarded Xiang Chen and his companions, his eyes lingering on Shi Xiangyang for a moment before sneering. You have two choices. 1. We break your arms and legs and cast you out. 2. You hand over this girl to us for the night, and we will let this matter rest. Hee, this young lady is indeed quite lovely. That sounds like a splendid idea. Jiang Lu chimed in, having initially approached Xiangyang due to her beauty and subsequently received a beating for his advances. Xiang Chen set Yao Yao down and, with an indifferent gaze, replied, there is a third option. Within 10 breaths, get out of our sight, or face the consequences. The group paused, then burst into laughter, their mockery relentless. Jiang Wu scoffed, brat, do you even realize where you are? You dare act so recklessly in the Jiang residence? Boom. In the next instant, Xiang Chen surged forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing before Jiang Wu in an instant, delivering a devastating punch. Bang! Ah! Jiang Wu shrieked. His nasal bone and teeth shattered in one blow, his body hurtling backward, crashing into a wall and creating a sizable hole. Before the surrounding disciples could react, Xiang Chen stomped the ground. The divine elephant stomp. A surge of dragon elephant fist intent erupted around him, sweeping in all directions. Bang! 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 Over 20 disciples of the Lingxiao realm screamed, including Jiang Lu, as they spewed blood and were sent flying. The 20 or so individuals were scattered, some lying on the ground, others crashing against walls, groaning and wailing in agony. Strength prevails over empty words. Xiang Chen waved his robe, his expression unwavering. The fallen disciples lay on the ground, blood pooling as they gazed at Xiang Chen in terror. Brat, how dare you cause chaos in our Jiang family? You are doomed. Jiang Wu, clutching his mouth, lay on the ground, roaring defiantly. Oh, doomed, you say? I am quite curious to know how I am doomed. Allow me the pleasure of hearing your pleas. Xiang Chen retorted coldly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back on the street. The guests on the street gazed in astonishment at Xiang Chen. For this audacious individual dared to cause a disturbance during the grand celebration of the Jiang family's patriarch's 800th birthday. Just wait, just wait. Jiang Wu retrieved a jade talisman for communication and promptly summoned reinforcements. His gaze, filled with malice, fixated on Xiang Chen. Today, you shall not leave our Jiang family alive. Swiftly, streaks of light pierced the air as numerous patrol teams descended from various directions, landing upon this street. What is happening? Who dares to create chaos within our Jiang family? How audacious! Pairs of patrol squads arrived, among them several formidable warriors of the Heavenly King level, quickly surrounding the area with hundreds of individuals. Brothers of the clan, it is him. This man dares to commit violence in our Jiang family. Jiang Wu struggled to rise, pointing a trembling finger at Xiang Chen, his face contorted with rage. On the day of our patriarch, this man has come to provoke us. Jiang Lu echoed his sentiments. Hundreds of fierce glares from the younger generation of the Jiang family, most of whom were at the Lingxiao or Xiaoyao realms, converged upon Xiang Chen. You're seeking death. A youth at the 7th level of the Xiaoyao realm snarled. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly. I am utterly terrified. Since you have called for assistance, I shall do the same. Even if you summon a heavenly king, it will not end well for you today, Jiang Wu sneered. Suddenly, Xiang Chen bellowed, Jiang Langtao, Jiang Ming, Jiang Bei. Come forth and face me. At this commanding shout, the Jiang family disciples were left dumbfounded, soon followed by an eruption of fury. How dare you show disrespect to our patriarch and the 2 elders? Execute him. The youth at the 7th level of Xiaoyao roared in rage. Boom. However, at that moment, 3 formidable auras surged through the air, moving with the swiftness of lightning, bringing with them an overwhelming pressure. 3 figures appeared on the street, and upon sighting these 3, the disciples of the Jiang family turned pale, kneeling in awe. We greet the patriarch and the 2 elders. The newcomers were none other than Jiang Langtao, Jiang Ming, and Jiang Bei, the 3 ancient figures of the Jiang family. Ignoring the crowd, They swiftly approached Xiang Chen, cupping their fists and bowing deeply. "We apologize for the late reception. Please forgive us, my lord." The street fell into an instant silence, all Jiang family disciples staring in shock, mouths agape, as they observed their three ancient figures respectfully bowing to this young man and addressing him as my lord. How could this be possible? Jiang Lu and Jiang Wu were rendered pale, a wave of dread washing over them. Who is this youth that commands such respect from their patriarch and elders? They had truly kicked a metal board. In that moment, clarity dawned upon them, as if struck by thunder, their minds buzzing, and they dared not look Xiang Chen in the eye. The Jiang family disciples, who had prepared to subdue Xiang Chen, found themselves pale and silent, heads bowed in trepidation. "No need for formalities," Xiang Chen said indifferently. "Thank you, my lord." The three responded before they dared to rise. Xiang Chen cast a glance at Jiang Lu and Jiang Wu, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "How do you find the individuals I summoned?" The two men immediately knelt, their foreheads touching the ground, rendered speechless. Although they were unaware of Xiang Chen's origins, they discerned that his status was such that he could extinguish their lives as easily as one might crush an ant. Even their family head would not dare to utter a word in their defense, let alone offer an apology. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Langtao furrowed his brows, surveying the surrounding individuals. "Our family, our patriarch, we are but lowly beings who have erred grievously by offending this esteemed individual." Jiang Wu, prostrate on the ground, spoke truthfully, overwhelmed with trepidation. Upon hearing this, an inferno of anger ignited within Zhang Langtao. The fates of their Jiang family rested in the hands of this young man. He would have to bow in deference, and yet they dared to offend him. Forget it, such trifles. The youth is merely hot-blooded, no need to hold it against them. Just as Zhang Langtao was preparing to unleash his wrath, Xiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, an air of nonchalance surrounding him. Jiang Lu and Jiang Wu, upon hearing his words, were overwhelmed with gratitude, their hearts lightening as it became evident that this esteemed individual bore no grudge against them. Zhang Langtao, with a cold snort, declared, "This esteemed individual shall henceforth be our Jiang family's most honored guest. To meet him is akin to meeting me. There shall be no hint of negligence. Since he does not hold the offenses of the lowly against us, I shall overlook your transgressions as well. Now, return and maintain order." "Yes, yes, thank you, esteemed sir." "Thank you, patriarch." The individuals, upon hearing his words, hastily retreated, their demeanor akin to those who had just traversed the gates of hell. A group of naive youths. "I am grateful that the esteemed sir has chosen not to hold their folly against them," Zhang Langtao remarked, clasping his fists in respect. "We have all been young once, and I am fortunate to possess a temperate disposition now." Xiang Chen, exuding an air of maturity beyond his years, ambled along with his hands clasped behind his back. "How is the preparation for the birthday banquet progressing?" Zhang Langtao and the others followed respectfully, leaving in their wake a flurry of astonished Jiang family disciples, who speculated on Xiang Chen's true identity. Surely, even the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty could not compel their patriarch to adopt such a humble stance. Zhang Langtao replied with utmost respect, "The birthday banquet is fully prepared. The guests who have come to offer their congratulations are representatives of the various factions under our Jiang family. This afternoon, members of the four great families shall arrive in formal attendance." Xiang Chen nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Let everything proceed as planned." "Yes. Allow me to escort you to inspect the supplies," Zhang Langtao responded, referring to the goods they had seized from the offerings to the Batian sect. Xiang Chen, Kuei Shi, and Zhuge Yuan followed Jiang Langtao deeper into the Jiang residence, soon arriving at a heavily guarded treasure tower. This tower soared 100 zhang high, enveloped in a mystical aura, with numerous formidable guardians stationed at the entrance. This was the Jiang family's treasury. Upon entering the tower, the first floor revealed an expansive hall filled with only ordinary goods. The true treasures of the Jiang family lay on the upper levels. Ascending to the first floor, they came upon a small room nestled in the corner. Upon entering, it appeared merely to be a lavatory, containing a wooden commode and various sundries. The ancient commode, as its name suggests, was a wooden bucket designed for squatting. On the back wall of the lavatory, an inconspicuous protrusion caught Jiang Langtao's attention. Upon pressing it, a thunderous rumble echoed as a formation diagram materialized in the wall. In his hand, a piece of jade talisman was placed upon the formation diagram, causing its radiance to meld into the wall, which then astonishingly vanished to reveal a passage leading underground. The batch of supplies we had seized lay below, still untouched and awaiting distribution. Zhang Langtao spoke with reverence. Quite well concealed indeed. Xiang Chen pinched his nose and descended through the passage. The tunnel was profound, extending deep into the earth, and after traversing several thousand meters, it opened into a spacious underground chamber. This chamber spanned tens of thousands of square meters, filled to the brim with spirit stones and goods, crates upon crates of spirit stones, with the upper-grade stones numbering in the hundreds of millions and the finest stones amounting to tens of millions. These spirit stones radiated the energy of the ocean, all sourced from the depths of the sea. Additionally, there were numerous spiritual herbs from the ocean, such as sea ginseng and sea gallbladder. The Batian sect was exceedingly affluent, drawing resources from all corners of the realm, with the Batian manor collecting supplies periodically to offer a substantial tribute. This did not even account for the resources obtained from beyond the realm. It was precisely due to such an abundance that the Batian sect could nurture countless disciples and bestow a celestial crystal upon core disciples every decade, while also sustaining nearly 10 million members of the Batian army with ample premium spirit stones. With such wealth, it was no wonder you dared to risk robbery. This cache of resources could sustain the Jiang family's development for decades. Xiang Chen was astounded by the sheer volume of resources. Yet, Zhang Langtao sighed internally, realizing that because of this bounty, the Jiang family had become mere servants to Xiang Chen. Initially, they had not dared to covet the offerings of the Batian sect, but it was Wang Dongheng who had contacted them, orchestrating a scheme to feign theft and ultimately frame it on the Sea tribe. With a 50-50 split in mind, they believed that with the manor lord as an insider, success was assured, and thus they dared to take the risk. Zhang Langtao smiled wryly. Xiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "The sword-shark pirate crew was also summoned by you, was it not?" Zhang Langtao nodded, inwardly lamenting Xiang Chen's astute perception. "The sword-shark pirate crew was indeed engaged to create a spectacle for you. We anticipated your arrival. Yet who could have foreseen your formidable strength, which led to the swift demise of the sword shark?" Xiang Chen regarded him with a cold smile. "Performing a play is secondary. You may very well have harbored intentions to truly eliminate Wang Dongheng and seize the lion's share, silencing him in the process." Zhang Langtao was struck with surprise, lowering his head slightly. Indeed, they had entertained such a notion. Eliminating Wang Dongheng in a black market betrayal, and then compensating the sword shark with a fraction of the profits. The Jiang family would maximize their gains while eradicating the evidence of their robbery. Ultimately, they intended to wipe out the sword shark pirate crew, leaving the true culprit pinned on the Sea tribe. Alas, within what appeared to be a flawless plan, the presence of Xiang Chen and his companions had created a gaping flaw. One misstep would lead to total ruin. Chapter 1167, The Perils of Internal Betrayal, 7th Update 23. "My lord, your foresight is truly remarkable," Zhang Langtao replied with a bitter smile, awed by the depth of Xiang Chen's stratagem, which was indeed formidable. Through extensive experience with conspiracies, one inevitably learns to manipulate them. Too much slaughter of demons can lead one to become a demon themselves. As Xiang Chen traversed the underground hall, his gaze fell upon a dazzling array of goods, evoking a sense of greed within ergo. With such abundant resources destined for the sect, how could he not feel a twinge of loss? He had never allowed a succulent morsel to slip through his fingers. The spark in Ergo's eyes flickered as he began to contemplate this batch of resources. "By the way, where are those celestial herbs?" Xiang Chen inquired. "Please follow me," Zhang Langtao replied, leading the way. The group soon arrived in front of several jade boxes. These boxes, resplendent in a deep crimson hue, shimmered with an ethereal light, veiled in a faint flame, an exquisite fire spirit jade. Upon opening the jade boxes, a magnificent crimson lotus, about the size of a basin, was revealed, exuding a rich aura of celestial spirit. At the heart of the lotus, a fruit was formed, crimson and the size of a fist, adorned with peculiar natural patterns. The Earth Heart Fire Lotus Fruit. Xiang Chen's eyes gleamed with recognition. Only treasures over 10,000 years old could be classified as celestial herbs, and this was indeed an Earth Heart Fire Lotus fruit of that age. Indeed, within these 3 boxes lie 3 Earth Heart Fire Lotus fruits, Zhang Langtao declared. Xiang Chen's gaze burned with intensity. The medicinal potency of the Earth Heart Fire Lotus fruit was sufficient to propel his Sun True Scripture and the returning Heaven Scripture to the ancient realm. No wonder the Jiang family dared to take such a significant risk to seize it. This celestial herb could enable the Jiang family to gain 3 additional ancient-level powerhouses, elevating them to the status of dominators of the southern Qingxia continent. With a few more top-tier ice attribute spiritual herbs to temper its effects, they could concoct a second-tier celestial pill, enough for 10 individuals to break through to the ancient realm. Xiang Chen's thoughts raced, igniting a fervor within him. This batch of resources must not be handed to the sect. How could he allow such a substantial bounty to be relinquished to them? After all, the sect was affluent and did not lack for such items. He, however, was in need. How unfortunate for the Batian sect to have entrusted this task to one who relished in seizing opportunities for himself. In addition to these treasures, there were several pieces of 10,000-year-old profound iron from the depths of the sea, enough to forge 2 heavenly artifacts. Zhang Langtao gestured towards a few large iron boxes nearby. Xiang Chen nodded, stating, "I shall take 2/3 of these items, and the remainder will be yours. However, I will be keeping all of these celestial herbs." Zhang Langtao, astonished, exclaimed, "My lord, you would be willing to spare some for us?" Xiang Chen smiled lightly. As a core disciple, I naturally possess the authority to allocate these resources. Even if I submit a portion of what I take, I can claim it as a loss. "Thank you, my lord," Zhang Langtao rejoiced, not expecting Xiang Chen to leave them any scraps. With a wave of his hand, the Qianquan ring transformed into a swirling vortex of space, sweeping vast quantities of resources into its depths like a whirlwind. The 3 celestial herbs and the profound iron vanished into the ring. Xiang Chen left 1/3 of the remaining spirit stones and herbs for the Jiang family, though it was still a considerable sum. The little white tiger, nestled within the Qianquan ring, was suddenly buried under a mountain of high-grade sea spirit stones. With such wealth, Brother Chen, we have struck it rich. Zhuge Yuan understood that Xiang Chen would never relinquish this fortune to the Batian sect. Little huh? Sunflower Qishi gazed at Xiang Chen with sparkling eyes, yearning for a geocentric fire lotus. This rare entity, a treasure of the fiery sun, represents an exceptional resource for the Golden Crows. Consuming one would undoubtedly propel her to unprecedented heights. "Patience, there will be enough for everyone," Xiang Chen assured with a smile. He then turned his attention to Zhang Langtao. "Your subordinate is here," came the reply. "Please prepare for the birthday banquet. Our guests shall soon arrive." "Understood, I shall take my leave." Zhang Langtao replied with a respectful salute before departing with his entourage. With only 3 individuals remaining in the underground hall, Xiang Chen directly retrieved a box containing a geocentric fire lotus and presented it to Sunflower Qishi. "Hee, you're still the best, little ha," she exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Xiang Chen's cheek, her excitement palpable as she accepted the lotus. "Brother, Yao Yao wants one too." Yao Yao, who stood behind Xiang Chen, playfully tugged at his ear. Xiang Chen lightly tapped her forehead with his finger and chuckled. "This elixir's potency is far too fierce for you, Yao Yao. Your current cultivation level cannot withstand it, or you would risk bodily harm." "All right," Yao Yao replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice, for she merely found the geocentric fire lotus visually appealing. As her cultivation was but at the Soul Moon realm, she indeed could not endure its potency. Wuliang Tianzuan. "Brother Chen, I too desire one. I require a millennium of profound iron. It is high time to upgrade my formation plate," Zhuge Yuan chimed in with a cute tone. "Enough of your nonsense," Xiang Chen retorted, a shiver running down his spine at Zhuge Yuan's voice, swiftly tossing him a piece of millennium iron along with numerous exquisite spirit stones, amounting to several 100,000. "Let us proceed. We are the unseen orchestrators of this grand banquet," Xiang Chen declared, brushing off his robe before making his way toward the corridor. "Brother Chen, how will you explain these resources to the sect?" Zhuge Yuan inquired, puzzled. Xiang Chen smirked coldly. "Is it not obvious? Our mouths are our own. We shall claim that the Sword Shark Pirate Group is responsible for pillaging the sect's resources. The goods have already been transported to the Sea Tribes, lost to the world. After all, the leader of the Sword Shark Pirates has been eliminated by us, leaving no one to uncover the truth." Zhuge Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brilliant! The Sword Shark Pirates dared to brazenly assault the Batian mansion. Resource theft is certainly within the realm of possibility. The sect would undoubtedly harbor no suspicions." "Precisely. The multitude of witnesses present at the time serves as our testimony." Xiang Chen chuckled, reminiscent of a fox that had successfully pilfered a henhouse. carrying off not just eggs but the entire nest. Alas, one must guard against the treachery of the household. Even while safeguarding the sect, Zhuge Yuan sighed, shaking his head. Who might they send to investigate? Of all people, they chose Brother Chen. How can you speak so? You are the true traitor. We are merely striving to strengthen ourselves, alleviating the sect of its burdens. A self-reliant youth fortifies the sect, which ultimately benefits it. Xiang Chen playfully kicked Zhuge Yuan's rear, leading the innocent Zhuge along the path of cunning prosperity. Stealthy actions are not to be feared. What is alarming is the ability to disguise them as noble endeavors, Xiang Chen remarked, his gaze chillingly sharp. However, Wang Dongheng is the nephew of Lord Wang Qing. Should Lord Wang Qing wish to eliminate me, he may well be aware of Wang Dongheng's treachery. Nevertheless, should he learn that these goods have ultimately fallen into my possession, he would not dare expose the truth. In Xiang Chen's hand appeared a jade talisman, accompanied by a sinister chuckle. Zhuge Yuan spoke solemnly. This Wang Qing ultimately poses a threat to both our sect and us. We must devise a means to eliminate him. The corners of Xiang Chen's mouth curled into a cold, malevolent smile as he retorted, "Rest assured, I shall ensnare him upon our return." Chapter 1168. A gathering of the elite at the Jiang family's birthday banquet. The grand banquet was hosted in an expansive hall spanning thousands of square feet, adorned with vibrant decorations and red lanterns, filled with dozens of banquet tables. Brother Jiang, another century has passed. How swiftly time flies. I vividly recall our youthful days of traversing the continent together, lamented a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, a slender frame, and sparkling eyes, seated at the prime table. Li Yueqiu, the patriarch of the Li family, responded, "Indeed, a century passes in the blink of an eye. For cultivators like us, the span of a mortal's lifetime is but a fleeting moment." Jiang Langtao echoed this sentiment, noting that even the most powerful beings of ancient realms have lifespans capped at a mere 1,000 years. Once a spirited youth, now I find myself an old man, remarked another middle-aged individual in a yellow robe, his figure slightly stout. Tan Shun, the head of the Tan family, added, "Why dwell on the past? We have ascended to heights that many cultivators can only dream of. To pursue immortality is a matter of opportunity and fate. In our remaining years, let us simply relish life. One should not toil excessively, as it may adversely affect one's lifespan." From the left side of the table, a robust man clad in black raised his cup, continuing, "Today, we celebrate Brother John's birthday. Let us not lament the past, but rather maintain an optimistic mindset." Lu Wu, the patriarch of the Lu family, smiled in agreement. "Indeed, let us raise our glasses in honor of Brother Jiang." The prominent figures of the South Kingxia stood, joining in a toast. "To the Jiang family, may you celebrate this day for many years to come." The hundreds of guests in attendance rose to join the toast. "Thank you all, cheers." Jiang Longtao's eyes sparkled as he drank with the others. "By the way, where is the head of the Nangong family? Have you invited him?" "Brother Jiang?" Li Yueqiu suddenly inquired. Jiang Langtao replied with a smile. "As the 5 great families of South Kingxia, we are inherently united. All have been invited. Perhaps Brother Nangong is preoccupied. This fellow, we seldom gather, and today is Brother John's birthday, yet he lingers." Lu Wu scoffed, seemingly displeased with the Nangong patriarch. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from outside. "The head of the Nangong family has arrived." Many rose to look. A group of individuals emerged, 5 ancient realm powerhouses leading the way, followed by over 10 celestial kings. At the forefront of this assembly stood a young man clad in a blue robe reminiscent of the Azure Sea. Although he appeared to be in his 30s, he was, in fact, 3 to 4 centuries old. Nangong Hai, the contemporary head of the Nangong family, is actually a generation younger than Jiang Langtao and others. However, his cultivation has already reached the remarkable 5th heaven, and at such a young age. He holds the esteemed position of family head, making him one of the most promising individuals on the Nansong Haixia continent to ascend the path of immortality. "Head of the Nangong family, we have eagerly awaited your arrival," Masterly chuckled, rising to clasp his fists in greeting. "Humph, a disrespectful junior," Lu Wu scoffed lightly. Nangong Hai approached, clasping his fists and smiling. "I apologize, esteemed elders, for arriving late due to some urgent matters. Elder Jiang, I wish you blessings as abundant as the East Sea's flowing waters and longevity akin to the ageless pines of the South Mountain." Jiang Langtao laughed heartily, rising to say, "Ahai, you are too courteous. Come, take a seat. We were all looking forward to your arrival. Nangong Hai offered a faint smile and waved his hand, prompting those behind him to present 2 exquisite brocade boxes containing 2 supreme spirit jade auspicious objects. A small token of my sincerity, not a formal gift, he stated. You are far too gracious. Ahai, Jiang Langtao replied, allowing the gift to be received as Nangong Hai took his seat. The 5 great families gathered together in one hall. In a corner, there sat 4 individuals, a striking young man with long silver hair, a beautiful maiden clad in golden feathered attire to his left, a charming young girl in a purple and gold dress to his right, and a plump man in a Taoist robe. Everyone had arrived. Xiang Chen leisurely savored the exquisite dishes presented at the banquet, while Zhuge Yuan displayed a rather unrefined appetite, devouring the high-quality delicacies with reckless abandon. Eat slowly. It's not as if I've been neglecting you, Xiang Chen admonished, tapping Zhuge Yuan's hand with his chopsticks. Neglect? I've gone 3 days with only 9 meals, Zhuge Yuan mumbled through a mouthful of food. With such manners, it's no wonder you're overweight. Xiang Yang Kuei, she reproached Zhuge Yuan. Brother Zhuge resembles a pig, added Yao Yao with a playful jab. I wonder what young Master Nangong has been busy with lately? The Nangong family is flourishing, and I hear your business has expanded across the 9 provinces. You are so young, the future is boundless. Jiang Langtao inquired of the recently arrived Nangong Hai. Having arrived late, Nangong Hai, after a self-imposed penalty of 3 cups, replied with a faint smile. It's merely some unprofitable small ventures, but I have indeed been occupied with a matter of considerable significance. Oh, might you share it with us so we can broaden our horizons? Li Mingping asked. Nangong Hai gazed at Jiang Langtao, his eyes deep and profound. I have heard that a recent shipment intended for the Batian sect has been intercepted. Surely, esteemed elders, you have heard of this? Lu Wu remarked. What is new about this? We are well aware that it was supposedly the Sea clan who committed the act. I thought young Master Nangong had something more to say. Jiang Langtao furrowed his brow. There was something amiss in Nangong Hai's demeanor. Still wearing a smile, Nangong Hai continued. However, according to my investigations, this matter is likely not as simple as it appears. The Sea clan merely bears the blame. The true perpetrators are quite different. It wasn't he the Sea clan. As these words left his lips, the other family heads were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. Jiang Langtao's expression also shifted, revealing a hidden fierceness in his gaze. If it wasn't he the Sea clan, then who could it possibly be? Lu Wu frowned. Do you perhaps know something? Nangong Hai delicately savored a piece of tuna. Pondering aloud, among those escorting, there exists a formidable force capable of swiftly and decisively eliminating an entire convoy. Beyond our esteemed families on the South Songhai continent. Who else possesses such prowess? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably, plunging the atmosphere into an immediate silence. Lu Wu replied solemnly. Are you implying that one of our 5 esteemed families is responsible? What evidence do you have? Nangong Shinji, such statements should not be made lightly. This matter concerns the Batian sect, and none among us can afford to provoke them, cautioned Tan, the head of the Tan family. Nangong Hai maintained his smile and responded, We are all members of the 5 esteemed families present here. It is better to discuss certain matters openly, lest one individual monopolizes the benefits while we collectively bear the risks of suspicion from the Batian sect. With that, his gaze directly fell upon Jiang Langtao. Jiang Langtao felt a weight in his heart under Nangong Hai's scrutinizing gaze, though his expression remained impassive. Could it be that Nangong Hai has uncovered something? Jiang Langtao's mind raced. The discerning eyes of the other family heads, well versed in the intricacies of power dynamics, also noted the implication directed towards Jiang Langtao. Coupled with Nangong Hai's earlier remarks, was it possible that he suspected the Jiang family of having orchestrated the plunder of the Batian sect's offerings? Jiang Langtao replied with a calm smile, Nangong Shinji, this is no trivial matter. Your suspicions could very well implicate our 5 families. Nangong Hai's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, Jiang Xinbei speaks wisely. However, one must wonder why the perpetrators of this act did not consider the repercussions for our esteemed families. What were their intentions? Such selfishness, devoid of conscience, is truly beneath contempt, prioritizing their own gains while disregarding the other families on the South Songhai continent. Jiang Langtao's heart turned cold at these words. He had confirmed that Nangong Hai harbored suspicions towards the Jiang family, perhaps even possessing evidence. The expressions of the Jiang family's higher-ups darkened. as Nangong Hai's words felt like a deliberate insult. The other family heads exchanged knowing glances, their expressions laden with meaning as they turned their attention towards Jiang Langtao. The Jiang family has been exposed, murmured Xiang Chen from a corner, leisurely sipping his drink. This Nangong Hai is no ordinary individual, whispered Zhuge Yuan. Xiang Chen's gaze shifted to the distant Nangong Hai, to ascend to the position of family head at such a young age, with such profound cultivation. He cannot be merely mediocre. Headley inquired, Nangong Xianji, whom do you suspect? Is there any evidence? Leaning back in his chair, Nangong Hai interlaced his fingers before him and replied coolly, that is a question for Jiang Xianbei. Jiang Longtao's demeanor remained indifferent as he queried, what do you imply? Nangong Xianji? Your words seem to be aimed at the Jiang family. Have we offended your Nangong family in any way? Nangong Hai smiled, of course not. I have always held Jiang Xianbei in high regard. However, your family's actions in this matter are indeed questionable. The benefits seem to have accrued solely to the Jiang family, while the risks fall upon us. I have heard that among those offerings, there are even celestial herbs, which could surely cultivate a few exceptional individuals for the Jiang family. Nangong Hai, you insolent youth. Are you suggesting that we are involved in this? Jiang Ming exclaimed, rising abruptly and slamming his hand on the table. Nangong Hai remained unmoved. Flanked by four formidable figures, their gazes icy, as the atmosphere turned tense with an unmistakable scent of gunpowder. Jiang Langtao lifted a glass of wine, slightly swaying it, and said coldly, it seems that young Master Nangong harbors suspicions regarding our Jiang family. Where is your evidence? Nangong Hai leaned forward, bracing himself against the table, his smile still gentle as he inquired, Senior Jiang, on the day in question, where were you and elders Jiang Ming and Jiang Bei? Moreover, your trusted subordinates were conveniently absent from the Jiang residence, and subsequently, several disciples of the Jiang family mysteriously perished, never to be seen again. Where did they go? Perhaps they met their demise at the scene of a robbery? Jiang Longtao's expression darkened. It was evident that Nangong Hai was well informed, suggesting that he had embedded numerous spies within the Jiang family. Those spies could not have been the ones involved in the robbery, as they were loyal warriors raised with the ideology of allegiance to the family from a young age. However, the companions of those individuals, such as wives and concubines, were a different matter altogether. It appears that your Nangong family has placed quite a few watchful eyes upon us, Jiang Langtao remarked coldly. Oh, so Senior Jiang admits it? Nangong Hai replied, feigning surprise at Jiang Longtao's unexpected concession. Brother Jiang, is it truly your Jiang family behind this? Li Mengping, Lu Wu, and Tan Shun, among other family heads, cast somber glances at Jiang Langtao. Nangong Hai continued, now that Senior Jiang has acknowledged it, securing these resources will undoubtedly enable your Jiang family to dominate in the years to come, gradually swallowing us whole. The Jiang family would emerge as the sovereign of the South Kangxia. What a clever scheme. His words darkened the expressions of the other family heads, who recognized the truth in Nangong Hai's assertions. The Jiang family, armed with such resources, especially celestial herbs, would undeniably flourish. They were taken aback by the Jiang family's audacity. Brother Jiang, this matter requires your family to provide an explanation, they insisted. Is it truly your doing? The powerful figures from the other prominent families stood, their gazes piercing towards the Jiang clan. Under the scrutiny of so many, Jiang Langtao exhaled slowly and replied calmly, indeed, it was our Jiang family. What? It truly was your Jiang family. The astonishment rippled through the assembly. You Jiang family possess remarkable courage and ambition. Do you intend to monopolize everything? At this declaration, the other families erupted in uproar. Suspicions and outright admissions are two entirely different matters. Nangong Hai laughed heartily, impressive. Truly, the older Jiang is, the sharper he becomes. Senior Jiang's ambition and audacity command my admiration. You dare to carve up the flesh of the Batian sect. Old Jiang, you are exceedingly unreasonable, Li Mengping remarked coldly. Indeed, Brother Jiang, do you comprehend the magnitude of trouble you may bring to the South Kangxia by silently consuming such a large portion? If the Batian sect suspects us and implicates us, what safety will remain for our families once the Batian army is unleashed? Old Jiang, this truly is not ethical. The expressions of the family heads turned stern, lacking the previous cordiality. Senior Jiang, tell me, if we report this to the Batian sect, will the Jiang family have any way to survive? Nangong Hai grinned, revealing a hint of menace. Jiang Langtao remarked, my dear old friends, It is true that our Jiang family has acted inappropriately in this matter, but we are all merely looking out for our respective clans. Even as our Jiang family grows stronger, we still regard you all as allies." The others scoffed, unconvinced. They were ancient beings, having lived for centuries. Although they had spent most of their time in cultivation, none were foolish enough to take Zhang's words at face value. Power and strength could resolve all matters. And whether one was perceived as benevolent or malevolent depended solely on oneself. Nangong Hai waved his hand, shattering his wine glass upon the floor, and coldly declared, "Enough. Senior Jiang, since we have laid everything bare, it is time to hand over the items. Your Jiang family cannot possibly consume all of this alone. Furthermore, my Nangong family has taken a keen interest in the 3 Jiang money houses. I wonder if you could bear to part with them." Nangong Hai sneered, already preparing to carve up Zhang's assets. "My Lu family is also interested in one of your medicinal gardens, and I trust you won't refuse, Brother Jiang. After all, if the Ba Tian sect were to learn of this, your Jiang family would face utter annihilation." Lu Wu's demeanor had shifted entirely, showing no regard for past camaraderie when it came to the matter of slaughter. "Our Li family has also taken a liking to the 8 cloth workshops owned by the Jiang family. The Tan family, too, had long admired the Fushan mine of the Jiang family, and Brother Jiang would surely be compelled to part with it, wouldn't he?" The heads of the 4 major families began to voice their demands, eager to feast upon Zhang's fortunes. In chapter 1170, I shall take my leave. One realizes there are no eternal friends or foes, only perpetual interests. Those who had just moments ago shared laughter and fond memories of past escapades in the martial world now turned ravenous, ready to devour Zhang's wealth. Jiang Longtao's expression darkened, and the elders of the Jiang family were equally incensed. The major families had seized upon this opportunity to threaten Jiang, effectively grasping the family's lifeline. Should the Jiang family fail to satiate their appetites, the Ba Tian sect would obliterate them in an instant. In this precarious situation, compromise appeared to be the only viable option, sacrificing the lesser for the preservation of the greater. However, they had underestimated Nangong Hai. This banquet was, in truth, a meticulously orchestrated trap designed by Ergo. What a spectacle it was! The intricacies of familial rivalries revealed that even the slightest misstep could lead to irreparable ruin, opening my eyes to the harsh realities of such power struggles. At that moment, a clear, melodious laugh echoed from the corner. "Ah, I am quite full now, Chenggu. Is the friendship of the 5 major families merely a facade, a paper-thin vessel that can capsize at any moment?" All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, where 2 young men of contrasting physiques approached, one lean and robust, the other round and rotund, resembling a plump dumpling. "Who are you 2? This is hardly a place for you to speak," one of the Nangong family's members barked. Xiang Chen approached, hands clasped behind his back, casting a playful gaze upon the table of esteemed figures. "Senior Jiang, are these individuals truly from your Jiang family? They seem rather ignorant of proper decorum." Nangong Hai remarked dismissively. Jiang Langtao replied with a cold smile, "These 2 gentlemen are certainly not members of my Jiang family." His words caused expressions of astonishment to ripple through the heads of the major families, their gazes now fixated upon the 2 newcomers. Jiang Langtao addressed the 2 young men as sirs. Who were these individuals? Nangong Hai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing them while extending his spiritual awareness. Yet, the 2 maintained a restrained aura, revealing nothing of their depths. Xiang Chen smiled gently and said, "Greetings to the esteemed figures of the South Kangxia. I am Tang Yu. You may not be familiar with my name, but that will change in due course. As for my identity, I believe it is well known to you all." With that, Xiang Chen raised his hand, revealing a purple token inscribed with Core of Batian, a core disciple of the Batian sect. The expressions of the prominent family heads present shifted dramatically. A core disciple of the Batian sect was no trifling matter. Each one was destined to be a backbone of the sect's mid to upper echelons. Nangong Hai's brows knitted together. How could a core disciple of the Batian sect be here? Had the Jiang family summoned them? That was improbable. As the Jiang family had plundered resources from the Batian sect, how could they dare to engage with a core disciple? Could it be that the disciple was here to investigate the robbery? Had the Jiang family bribed them? In an instant, Nangong Hai's mind raced with possibilities. The other family heads also bore expressions of intrigue and uncertainty. Xiang Chen, having pocketed the identity token, smirked slightly and remarked, "I had not anticipated that the families of South Kangxia possessed such audacity, daring to covet the resources bestowed by our Batian sect. Are we, the Batian sect, unable to wield authority, or have your 5 families grown too arrogant? Or do you believe that the mountains are high and the emperor far away, rendering us powerless? His words caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Core Master, we have long admired your presence. There has been a misunderstanding. We merely intended to assist the Batian sect in reclaiming its resources, they hastily explained. Indeed, the Jiang family was responsible for the robbery. We only sought to recover what is rightfully yours and present it back to the sect, harboring no intentions of personal gain. In an instant, the family heads shifted the blame squarely onto the Jiang family, exonerating themselves with remarkable speed. Nangong Hai remained silent, his thoughts unspoken. Xiang Chen cast a cold glance at Jiang Langtao and inquired, "What say you, head of the Jiang family?" Jiang Langtao replied with a calm smile. "The master of the core will dispense justice. As you have all heard, the goods were indeed taken by my Jiang family. However, these individuals still possess the audacity to seek a share of the spoils. Their intentions are treacherous." Xiang Chen's smile widened. "I have indeed heard that." The expressions of the family heads darkened. What a predicament. The Jiang family had acted, yet they had called upon a core disciple of the Batian sect. Xiang Chen continued indifferently. "I am here on behalf of the Batian sect to investigate this matter. It is evident that the investigation has yielded clarity. Your families have harbored rebellious thoughts. Pray tell, how shall I report this to the Batian sect?" The family heads exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions troubled. Li Mingping quickly interjected. "Core Master, what do you desire? We, the Li family, are willing to offer 100,000 top-grade spirit stones as a token of goodwill." Lu Wu clenched his teeth and added, "Core Master, we, the Lu family, are prepared to present you with a second-tier elixir." The head of the Tan family hastily expressed willingness to contribute as well. Clearly, Xiang Chen's stance indicated an intent to extort something from them. Meanwhile, the Nangong family head remained reticent. Xiang Chen let out a cold laugh, declaring, "I have no desire for your meager offerings." "Then what does the esteemed one seek?" Nangong Hai inquired calmly. Xiang Chen gazed at him and replied, "I desire all of you. All of us." The heads of the various families were momentarily taken aback. "From this day forth, you shall serve me as your master, pledging your loyalty to me, acting as my subordinates. I assure you, I shall not make things difficult for my own." With his hands clasped behind his back, his tone remained steady, as if stating an undeniable truth. The family heads exchanged glances, their expressions tightening. This man harbored great ambition, aiming to swallow them whole. Nangong Hai responded coolly, "Are we to pledge our allegiance solely to you, or to the heavenly sect? The prominent families of the South Song Sea do not align themselves with the heavenly sect nor with the Sea clan. Should this balance be disrupted, the Sea clan would surely not remain indifferent." Xiang Chen regarded him with a cold smile, asking, "Who do you believe we would be loyal to?" Nangong Hai replied indifferently, "I believe none of us wish to serve, though your status is esteemed. You seem to overlook a crucial point. With so many powerful individuals present, if we were to eliminate you and frame the Sea clan, who would know it was our doing? We would bear no consequences." As these words left his lips, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes, mirrored by the others. Indeed, despite his noble stature, he was but one man against many. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, observing Nangong Hai, and said calmly, "I hold you in high regard. Your meticulous thoughts and strategic maneuvers are admirable. You remain composed yet commanding. Such talent shall be welcomed by me. Should you wish to kill me, I stand here. You may certainly attempt it." Xiang Chen's composure and audacity left them somewhat perplexed. Nangong Hai narrowed his eyes, coldly uttering, "Kill." Chapter 1171. Is he a demon? At the command to kill, the 4 ancient beings under Nangong Hai sprang into action, unleashing an astonishing aura as their true essence surged forth. "Kill." The 4 simultaneously channeled their ancient powers, preparing to strike Xiang Chen with tremendous force. However, as their true essence flowed into their meridians, it became uncontrollable, as if the connections had vanished, wreaking havoc within their bodies and turning against them. With cries of agony, the 4 ancient beings were caught off guard. Blood erupted from their mouths, while others suffered from violent hemorrhaging. One even experienced a catastrophic rupture, blood gushing forth as his internal organs were torn apart by the chaotic energy. In an instant, their vigor waned, and they collapsed to the ground or leaned heavily against their chairs, while the young man observed the scene with unruffled calm. Nan Gonghai's expression shifted dramatically. Elders, what has happened to you? The other ancient warriors displayed their shock. Master, we are at a loss. It feels as though our true essence is spiraling out of control, as if we can no longer sense our meridians. One ancient elder clutched his chest in pain, having suffered a rupture in his heart. I am experiencing the same affliction, echoed several others, their expressions twisted in agony. Nan Gonghai's face darkened as he glared at Xiang Chen, demanding, "What have you done?" Xiang Chen, with a mocking tone, replied, "You can attempt to kill me and find out what I've done." With a frigid expression, Nan Gonghai declared, "Then I shall take matters into my own hands to understand." A tremendous surge of true essence erupted from within him, flooding into his meridians. However, in the next moment, Nan Gonghai's expression shifted dramatically. He let out a painful scream, his face contorted in agony, and then blood suddenly erupted from his abdomen, precisely from his navel. As his vital essence surged chaotically from that point, clutching his belly, he stared at Xiang Chen in terror and disbelief. Not just him. The other clan leaders were equally astonished, gazing at Xiang Chen, bewildered by the unfolding events. An ancient elder from the Qiangu clan attempted to channel his vital essence, only to let out a wretched cry as blood gushed from his arm, his vital essence spiraling uncontrollably. "What have you done?" Several clan leaders abruptly rose, distancing themselves from Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen casually adjusted his robe and took a seat nearby, crossing his legs nonchalantly, his chin resting on his palm, exuding an air of arrogance reminiscent of a man savoring a fine cigar. "Why not quickly offer the esteemed one a smoke?" Xiang Chen inhaled deeply and said mockingly, "Gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. The wine you just consumed, the food you just savored, and even the sandalwood incense burning in the air have all been laced with a little something I like to call chaos essence." Chaos essence? Poison? The crowd's expressions darkened. The name alone hinted at its malevolence. Xiang Chen continued indifferently, "Fear not, this chaos essence is not lethal. After ingesting it, one's internal meridian flow becomes disordered, resulting in a backlash of one's own vital essence. However, if one forcibly attempts to channel their power, it could lead to the destruction of their meridians and, in severe cases, even death. As long as you refrain from exerting your strength, you shall remain unharmed." Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for those from the Jiang family, visibly paled. What a tyrannical substance, this chaos essence. It rendered their martial prowess effectively null and void. Nan Gonghai's eyes turned a furious crimson as he glared at Xiang Chen, roaring, "This banquet is a trap. You have conspired with the Jiang family to bring us harm." Astute observation. This is indeed a banquet of treachery. However, I am pleasantly surprised that you uncovered the Jiang family's plundering, adding a touch of amusement to this affair. Xiang Chen replied, regarding Nan Gonghai with a playful glint in his eyes. "Jiang Langtao, that old wretch." Nan Gonghai seethed, directing a venomous glare at Jiang Langtao. The other clan leaders also looked pale as they turned towards the head of the Jiang family, realizing that they had been calculated against from the very beginning. With a cold smirk, Jiang Langtao remarked, "Our Jiang family has already pledged allegiance to the esteemed one. Your discoveries and threats, though surprising, were merely entertainment for me as I awaited your folly. Jiang Langtao, you are utterly despicable." Lu Wu roared in fury, nearly unable to restrain himself from channeling his power. "Indeed, as fellow allies of the 5 great families, how could you conspire against us in such a manner?" Tan Chun gritted his teeth in resentment. "Haha, my dear friends. Do you not feel a twinge of shame in uttering such words?" Jiang Langtao mocked. "When you were plotting to carve up our Jiang family's flesh, did you ever consider that we are one of the 5 allied families? Old Lu, were you not coveting our Fushan medicinal garden? Old Li, our weaving workshop is not so easily taken. The needles can be quite prickly. Brother Tan, your appetite for the mining site is rather insatiable. And as for the Nangong family desiring the bank, does that not leave us with no path to survival?" Jiang Langtao scoffed at those who just moments ago had greedily sought to feast upon the Jiang family's resources. Initially, he had felt a twinge of guilt for plotting against these old friends. Now, however, he felt no remorse whatsoever, for they showed no mercy towards the Jiang family. The heads of the prominent families were enveloped in a sense of suffocation, unaware that retribution would arrive so swiftly, nor that the Jiang family possessed such formidable countermeasures. Nangong Hai had miscalculated, initially intending to seize the opportunity to annex Jiang family assets and bolster his own lineage. He found that this banquet was merely a trap. He gazed at the young man in his 20s, pondering whether all of this had been orchestrated by him. Brother Jiang, what do you intend to do? The head of the Tan family asked, his tone softened and tinged with bitterness. Jiang Langtao coldly replied, the question is no longer about what the Jiang family will do. He then saluted Xiang Chen, stating, it is about what our esteemed master wishes. Your fates lie in his hands. The assembly's gaze shifted towards Xiang Chen, who had already articulated his desires. With an indifferent demeanor, Xiang Chen declared, as I have stated, from this day forth, you shall pledge your allegiance to me. Should you comply, you will continue to thrive as illustrious families in the South Kangxia. Should you refuse, I shall unflinchingly eradicate each of you. And the 5 great families will vanish, leaving the Jiang family to dominate the South Kangxia continent. Xiang Chen's words rendered the heads of the family speechless. The prospect of having a sovereign overshadowing them was unwelcome. Yet, dissent could lead to their demise on this very day. Nangong Hai retorted coldly, if you kill us all, without our strength, the Xi clan will swiftly occupy this territory. What can you, as a core disciple of the Batian sect, accomplish? Xiang Chen chuckled, what of it? Let the Xi clan take over. If I eliminate you, I shall annihilate your families, seize your fortunes, and return to the Batian sect to continue my role as a core disciple. The fate of the South Kangxia continent being seized by the Xi clan was of no concern to him. It was not his home, and he could leave at any moment. Do you dare gamble the fate of your Nangong family, comprising millions, against me? Xiang Chen's words weighed heavily on the heads of the families, who regarded the warm smile of this youth with trepidation. Was he a demon? Nangong Hai found himself at a loss for words, confronted by Xiang Chen's relentless and frigid demeanor. Indeed, Xiang Chen was an outsider, unburdened by ties, and thus fearless. They, however, were encumbered by their extensive families, wives, children, brothers, and descendants, numbering in the millions. To put it plainly, I possess the capital to engage with you. While you do not, you may gamble, but the consequence is annihilation. The youth stated mercilessly, exuding an aura of dominance, his piercing gaze compelling the heads of the families to lower their eyes in submission. Xiao Ha, you are exceedingly handsome, Xiang Yang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Brother, you are so dashing, Yao Yao added, her face alight with admiration. Basic operations, sit down, Xiang Chen replied with a shameless grin. The heads of the families fell into silence. His words, his threats, struck at the very core of their vulnerabilities. Indeed, Xiang Chen was an unencumbered entity, capable of departing at will. They, however, were ensnared by their vast legacies and the existence of their loved ones on this land. Those who dared to risk their lives often lacked familial ties, rendering them free of concerns. The choice was clear, annihilation or allegiance. You have lived long enough to discern this simple decision, have you not? My patience is limited. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time. Should you fail to make a satisfactory choice within that span, I shall have no option but to send you all to the heavens. Jiang Langtao, prepare your forces. As soon as these clan leaders and their followers fall, mobilize immediately to eradicate their families. Xiang Chen commanded, gazing at Jiang Langtao. By your esteemed command. Jiang Langtao rose, clasping his fists, and then bellowed, convey the order. All combat personnel of the families, assemble and prepare. Understood. A multitude of responses echoed from outside, weighing heavily upon the hearts of the clan leaders. Master Li sighed bitterly first, saying, this time, we have met our downfall. Brother Jiang, how did it come to this? My lord, our Li family chooses to pledge allegiance to you. With a sweep of his robe, Master Li knelt before Xiang Chen. As he bowed, 2 venerable elders from the Li family exchanged bittersweet smiles and followed suit, kneeling. The weakest, the Tan family, was represented by their leader Tan Chen, who forced a smile and proclaimed, our Tan family too submits, willing to serve my lord. With that, he bent his knee, which had not touched the ground in years. Another venerable elder from the Tan family sighed in resignation and knelt beside the leader. Do we have any choice left, Lu family? Lu Wu shook his head with a cold despair, then knelt, declaring, the Lu family chooses to pledge allegiance to you, my lord. With 3 families now in submission, only the formidable Nangong family remained. Xiang Chen turned his gaze to Nangong Hai, speaking with indifference. And you, leader of the Nangong family? Nangong Hai's eyes were bloodshot. His teeth clenched as he struggled to contain his fury and resentment. He was unwilling to submit, a young man entrusted with the family's legacy. With extraordinary talent and a promising future in the path of immortality, he had aspired to lead his clan to greatness and dominate the Nansong Strait continent. Yet, today's calamity forced him into the position of a subordinate. His unwillingness and defiance were palpable, but he found himself trapped. To resist meant death, not just for himself, but for his entire family. Nangong family, submit. He nearly roared, humiliated as he knelt, his fists clenched against the ground in frustration. The 4 venerable elders of the Nangong family also knelt, their hearts ablaze with indignation, but left with no choice but to yield. They had arrived alone, yet now, the major families of the Nansong Strait continent had submitted. What was this? A display of power. To stand firm requires unyielding means and a ruthless heart, coupled with deep wisdom to honor the worthy. Timing and opportunity are essential, along with unity to seize the heavens and earth. Ultimately, fate is determined by the heavens. To strive unceasingly is the path to success. This is the doctrine of Ergo, perhaps to be named the Tao of the Lunar Wolf, or simply Ergo's treatise. To strive unceasingly is the path to success. In the hall, all eyes were fixed upon the solitary youth, filled with reverence. Everyone understood that the tides had turned in the Nansong Strait continent, and this new era was heralded by this young man. Xiang Chen smiled. Please rise, everyone. I am delighted that you have made the right choice. I know you harbor feelings of discontent, but in time, you will come to realize that following me will be the honor of your lives. Thank you, my lord. As they stood, most wore expressions devoid of emotion. Honor? The truth of his words was uncertain, and within, they felt a simmering discontent. Of course, to ensure better relations in the future, I must retain some means. Xiang Chen unleashed a forceful suction from his palm. Nangong Hai grunted, drawn to Xiang Chen, who held his head firmly in his grasp. What do you intend to do? The countenance of the 4 esteemed elders of the Nangong family shifted dramatically. How audacious! Is this the manner in which you address our master? Jiang Langtao admonished, unleashing a surge of true essence that exerted palpable pressure. They had consumed the antidote, thus rendering them immune to the effects of the chaotic powder. Xiang Chen, with an air of indifference, replied, rest assured, I shan't take his life. In his palm, a force of soul-devouring energy erupted. Ah! Nangong Hai screamed in agony. As if his head were about to split open, his soul infant being forcibly extracted. A spectral, azure-hued essence was violently drawn from him. As Nangong Hai's soul energy was siphoned away, Xiang Chen commenced the intricate process of crafting a soul-controlling talisman. The members of the Nangong family bore witness to this spectacle, their anger quelled by trepidation. Moments later, the talisman was complete, seamlessly integrated into Nangong Hai's soul infant. With a look of furious astonishment, Nangong Hai glared at Xiang Chen and demanded, what have you done to me? Xiang Chen responded coolly, you shall soon find out. He then summoned Lu Wu, the family patriarch, pulling him forth with a swift motion, eliciting another round of cries as his soul infant was similarly extracted. The 4 family heads were not spared. All fell victim to the talisman, followed by 9 elders of the ancient realm, each subjected to the same fate. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen felt fatigue set in. His own soul energy significantly depleted. Yet, all those present had been ensnared by the talisman. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and suppressed fury as they gazed at Xiang Chen. He let out a sardonic laugh and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the 13 ancient realm beings erupted into a chorus of agonized screams, collapsing to the ground in torment, clutching their heads as if their very souls were being torn asunder. What a wretched sensation! I would never wish to experience this again, Jiang Bei, an elder of the Jiang family, remarked with grim satisfaction. After a period of excruciating torment, Xiang Chen relented, declaring, I have implanted a unique talisman within each of your soul infants. Should any of you entertain thoughts of betrayal, the talisman will consume your soul within a breath, ensuring you never attain rebirth. Only I possess the means to dispel it. Henceforth, your lives and deaths are firmly in my grasp. I trust you will conduct yourselves with sincerity, fulfilling your duties, obey my words, and all shall remain harmonious. Demonstrate your loyalty, and I shall consider freeing you from the talisman. His words drained the color from their faces, leaving them pallid and ashen. For Xiang Chen had firmly seized their fates. Their spirits sank, realizing they had become mere puppets. The family heads lamented internally, as Xiang Chen's methods extinguished any lingering thoughts of treachery within them. With a disarming smile, Xiang Chen proclaimed, from this day forth, We are all one family. Come now. Do not be so reserved. Today marks Elder Zhang's birthday. Let us eat and drink. Though the guests felt an urge to retch, they found themselves compelled to submit to Xiang Chen's overwhelming presence. Chapter 1173. A rambling discourse. The Nangong family boasted 5 ancient realm warriors, the Li family 3, the Tan family 2, the Lu family 3, and the Jiang family 3 ancient realm beings. 3 plus 3 equals 9, and 2 plus 5 equals 7, culminating in a total of 16 ancient realm powerhouses. Indeed, a formidable force. When united, this strength was sufficient to carve out dominion wherever it might be placed. The Nansong Strait, though not extensive, merely the size of an island, serves as a crucial route for the Nansong Sea clan's incursions into the Jiuzhou continent, a vital artery. Should there ever be a need to engage the aquatic tribe, this locale bears significant strategic importance. Conversely, for the Sea clan to launch a large-scale offensive against the mainland, this is the optimal path. During the recent banquet, Xiang Chen effortlessly seized control of the primary forces within this strait without shedding blood. 10 days later, at Batian Mansion, Yu Gu, is this task truly complete? Deng Tianling, Li Yang, Zhang Shu, Zhuge Yuan, Yu Ying, and others gathered together. Xiang Chen glanced at Deng Tianling and remarked, "What did you expect? It's already quite evident. The Sword Shark pirate group dared to brazenly assault Batian Mansion. The resources they wield were undoubtedly plundered. With the death of their captain at my hands, this mission can be deemed accomplished." Li Yang furrowed his brow. "But, Brother Tang, we have yet to recover the resources." Zhuge Yuan chuckled inwardly. The naive child. Recover resources? They had already been clandestinely appropriated by Chen Guo. Xiang Chen, with a composed demeanor, stated, "The resources were certainly taken away by the Sword Shark pirate group and hidden somewhere. Searching for such a cache in the vast ocean is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, a waste of our precious cultivation time. Since we have slain the Sword Shark, our Batian sect's reputation has been upheld. Well, to be honest, we didn't really contribute to this task," Li Yang said with a wry smile, recalling how he had spent days recuperating from the injuries inflicted by Xiang Chen. "No worries, we are all brothers. The completion of this task will be reported, and you shall receive your due share of merit." Xiang Chen generously patted their shoulders. "Thank you, Brother Tang." The 3 young ones felt a surge of gratitude and guilt, realizing how loyal he had been to them while they had previously troubled him. "Brother." Outside the hall, Yao Yao and Xiang Yang Kuei, she gazed longingly at Xiang Chen. In a flash, he appeared before them, enveloping the two in a warm embrace. "Brother, I don't want to leave you," Yao Yao whimpered, clutching his leg. Xiang Yang Kuei, she remained silent, her eyes reflecting a similar reluctance. "Be good, Yao Yao. When I have the chance, I will visit you in the East Sea. You must listen to Mother Jin Wu and your sister Kuei Shi while you are there, understood?" Xiang Chen lifted Yao Yao and planted a kiss on her chubby cheek. "I will be obedient, but you must promise to come back and see me." Yao Yao replied earnestly. "Of course," Xiang Chen assured her, tousling her soft golden hair. "Xiang Yang Kuei Shi, be sure to stay safe over there. You are the young priestess of Tianyang Island, and they will need you in the future." She embraced Xiang Chen softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Rest assured, little Demoness, I am quite astute. I will cultivate diligently. You promised me you would become the queen of the 4 seas." Xiang Chen smiled, patting her back. Xiang Yang Kuei, she released him, grinning. "I won to be outdone by you. Don't forget, I was once your master." "Huh. Master indeed. Your father wished for you to be my bed warmer. Go to hell. In your dreams. With such looks, you think you can dream big? We will always be friends. Yao Yao and I are leaving now." The enchanting little Demoness fiercely bit into Xiang Chen's neck, then abruptly pushed him aside as she soared through the air with Yao Yao in her embrace. "Goodbye, brother," came Yao Yao's reluctant cries, drifting through the air. Xiang Chen watched as Kuei-shi transformed into a beam of golden light and departed, silently waving his hand. Kuei-shi, Yao Yao, these were the cherished individuals he longed to protect. "Master." Qian Lixian, Elder Qian, and the others approached to pay their respects and bid farewell. Xiang Chen said, "Elder Qian, after our departure, I entrust this place to your care. I will report to the sect, and they will dispatch a new steward to take over." "Yes, esteemed core master, safe travels." Elder Qian and the others replied with a bow. Xiang Chen nodded and gestured to Zhuge Yuan and the others. The group ascended into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that shot toward the heavens. The matters concerning this mission had reached a conclusive end. 2 days later, they returned to Tianjiao Sect. The group accompanied Xiang Chen to the recruitment hall to submit their mission report. The recruitment hall, towering 1,000 zhang, was constructed entirely of red spirit wood. Of that height, 800 zhang was merely the foundation, for without such steps, the structure would seem overly grand for mere mortals. As one of the 9 halls, the recruitment hall held a considerable position within the sect, though not excessively so. After ascending the 800 zhang of steps, they entered the hall. The elder on duty was named Moku. In the Batian sect, those who could attain the rank of vice elder typically possessed cultivation levels within the celestial realm. The presiding elder, or middle elder, often resided within the great celestial realm, while the upper elders were generally peak powers of the ancient realm. This elder Mo was merely a vice elder. There were also the legendary supreme elders, who were said to be beings beyond the ancient realm. Illustrating the profound heritage of the Batian sect. Elder, we have come to submit our mission report. Xiang Chen took the lead, presenting the mission decree with both hands. Elder Mo accepted it, and upon reading, he exclaimed in surprise, "You have already determined who robbed the resources?" Xiang Chen revealed a token in his hand, the identity token of the Sword Shark, placing it on the table. The resources were seized by a gang known as the Sword Shark Pirate Group, led by their captain, Sword Shark, a being of the ancient realm. When we arrived, this pirate group audaciously attacked our Batian manor. My brothers and I promptly joined forces to slay the captain, causing the pirates to retreat into the ocean. Such boldness in assaulting Batian manor surely indicates they were also behind the resource theft. Unfortunately, we lacked sufficient manpower, and the pirate group fled into the vast sea, leaving no trace. Finding resources there would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thankfully, their leader has been slain. Xiang Chen confidently spun his tale. While Elder Mo examined the identity token, which indeed bore the seal of a powerful ancient realm being, he seethed, these sea-dwelling pirates are utterly brazen. With reinforcements arriving from the outer battlefield, we must conduct a thorough purge of the South Sea. You have worked hard. Once we verify with the local Batian manor, the merits of your mission will be credited to your tokens. It was no trouble. Serving the sect is our duty, Xiang Chen replied, clasping his hands in a slight bow. Elder Mo waved his hand, and Xiang Chen and the others withdrew. At this moment, a figure entered from outside, the imposing Wang Qing. Chapter 1174, Infuriating Wang Qing. Both Xiang Chen and Wang Qing halted in their tracks, their gazes locking onto one another. Master of the hall. The attending disciples of the recruitment hall promptly paid their respects. Elder Wang Qing, along with Xiang Chen and others, performed a respectful salute. Wang Qing's gaze rested upon Xiang Chen, clearly astonished. Hadn't he ordered Wang Dongheng to eliminate him? How could he still be alive? What on earth was Dongheng doing that he couldn't handle even a mere young man of the carefree realm? Wang Qing's eyes turned slightly cold. Xiang Chen smiled, saying, I mentioned that I heard crows cawing as I left today. It seems I was destined to meet a noble figure. Elder Wang, it has been quite some time. His words startled the attending disciples, as likening their encounter with the master of the hall to meeting a crow was rather audacious. Wang Qing replied indifferently, I encountered a magpie today. By the way, Tengyu, have you completed your task? Xiang Chen responded with a smile, indeed. And I must extend my gratitude for the elder's covert assistance. Wang Qing's expression darkened. He sensed hidden meanings in Xiang Chen's words. Completion is all that matters. Wang Qing replied, maintaining his usual demeanor as he stepped into the hall. Xiang Chen added, Elder Wang, I met a local governor named Wang Dongheng at the Batian mansion. I appreciate his care. Wang Qing turned back to him, pondering whether this young man had uncovered something, his words dripping with sarcasm. Wasn't it expected for a local governor to care for a core disciple? What was so peculiar about that? Xiang Chen maintained a calm smile. True, but during a battle, that Governor Dongheng sacrificed himself to protect me, leaving nothing but bones. The local government is in need of personnel. Elder Wang should report to the sect promptly so that they can send someone to manage the situation. Wang Qing's pupils constricted. Fury etched upon his face as he demanded, What did you say? Dongheng is dead? Xiang Chen sighed. Yes, Elder Wang. Governor Wang Dongheng died valiantly while defending the Batian mansion and us. During the investigation, he was ambushed by the Sea clan, meeting a gruesome end, with not a single bone remaining. Alas, Wang Qing felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Wang Dongheng was his beloved nephew. the sole child of his deceased brother. Now he was gone. His eyes turned icy, like a blade, as he glared at Xiang Chen before suddenly appearing before him, gripping his neck with an icy demeanor. You will explain to me what transpired. Xiang Chen feigned innocence, his face reddening. Elder Wang, what are you doing? Please, show some decorum. Enough. Yue Ying interjected, and Zhuge Yuan hurried over. Wang Qing shot them a cold glance, his expression grim, before releasing Xiang Chen's neck. Xiang Chen coughed a few times and remarked, Elder Wang, why so agitated? Wang Qing replied icily, the death of a local governor is no trivial matter. I have every right to interrogate you. Clarify the situation. With a slight smirk, Xiang Chen sighed, while investigating the case of the robbed offerings. We were unexpectedly ambushed by the Xi clan. Elder Wang Dongheng sacrificed himself to protect us. You speak nonsense. Wang Qing could hardly contain his fury. Realizing that Wang Dongheng likely intended to kill Xiang Chen, not protect him, Xiang Chen exclaimed, Elder, why are you so agitated? Do you perhaps doubt the loyalty of the Lord of Dongheng? I, Wang Qing, was momentarily rendered speechless by Xiang Chen's remark, left to suffer in silence. Xiang Chen continued. This matter was reported by the local government. You will understand when the time comes. I take my leave. With a respectful clasp of his fists, he turned, hands behind his back, humming a tune. I send you far away, to your demise. You deserve it. An assassination attempt that fails should not lead to your entire family perishing in flames. Elder Wang, farewell. Zhuge Yuan looked on with concern at the furious but powerless expression of the Lord Wang Qing, his face a deep shade of anger. Alas, Wang Qing, why did you seek to provoke Brother Chen? Zhuge Yuan promptly followed Xiang Chen out. Dongheng. Wang Qing's eyes turned red, his heart heavy with sorrow as he swiftly departed the grand hall, transforming into a streak of light through the air. It seemed he intended to personally investigate the veracity of Wang Dongheng's demise. Xiang Chen watched him vanish into the distance, a cold smirk creeping upon his lips. Wang Qing, you have walked into the line of fire in your quest against me. Now, you have no one to blame but yourself. With a flourish of his sleeve, Xiang Chen soared toward the mountainous residence of his disciples, eager to indulge in merriment with his brothers. Come, summon Shao Ji, Huaner, Tuna, and the rest. Let us feast on wine and skewers. Ingzi, you too shall join. Haha, that sounds delightful. Zhuge Yuan eagerly followed suit, while Ying hesitated briefly before joining them. They drank late into the night, and only then did Xiang Chen return to his abode on Qilian Mountain. On Qilian Mountain, beneath the moonlight, a figure was diligently practicing knife techniques, the thunderblade technique executed with remarkable vigor. This was a youth of approximately 15 or 16 years. Amo, still honing your blade. Xiang Chen descended from the sky with a grin. Ah, senior brother, you've returned. Amo sheathed his knife, his eyes alight with surprise at the sudden appearance of Xiang Chen. Impressive. You have entered the Soul Moon realm, Xiang Chen remarked, astonished by the youth's progress and nodding in approval. The last time he had departed, Amo was merely at the pinnacle of Yuanyang. Amo bashfully scratched his head. It is all thanks to you, senior brother, for bringing me here. The spiritual energy of this place is so abundant that I have made such rapid advancements. Indeed, while the environment plays a role, it is your own diligence that truly matters. Keep it up. Here, this is Laochen's spirit wine. Consume a bottle every half-month to strengthen your soul's power. With a wave of his hand, 2 bottles of Laochen's spirit wine flew toward Amo, hovering beside him. Thank you, senior brother. You are too kind to me. Amo's eyes glistened with gratitude as he respectfully accepted the gift. Work hard, Xiang Chen encouraged, patting him on the shoulder before returning to his courtyard. I will surely follow your example and catch up to your pace, senior brother, Amo declared resolutely, clutching the spirit wine as he gazed at Xiang Chen's retreating figure. Once in his courtyard, Xiang Chen closed the door and proceeded to leap into the ancient well. Below the well, in the basement, the enormous Qilian King's serpent coiled, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Upon Xiang Chen's arrival, it immediately opened its lantern-sized eyes. Master. The Qilian King serpent bowed in greeting. Xiang Chen flicked his fingers, sending a fist-sized crystal toward it. This crystal was none other than a celestial crystal. A celestial crystal of equal weight is worth 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones, valuable yet rare. At present, Xiang Chen possesses merely 4 pieces. The Scarlet Refinement King Snake eagerly caught them and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Master. Is there any movement inside? Xiang Chen inquired. No. The blood in the pool is nearly depleted, the Scarlet Refinement King Snake replied, shaking its head. Upon entering the goo chamber, Xiang Chen observed that the Tian Sun blood in the goo pool was indeed close to running dry. Meanwhile, the Yin-Yang thief goo on the goo platform exuded a vitality that had intensified over tenfold, with a faint heartbeat resonating within. Chapter 1175, Refining the Celestial Pill. It appeared that hatching would require additional time. Gazing at the Yin-Yang thief goo, Xiang Chen felt a swell of anticipation within. Once it hatched, he would possess yet another formidable trump card. The lethality of the Yin-Yang thief goo, along with its innate goo techniques, was astonishing, transforming into a moon-swallowing celestial wolf. Xiang Chen proceeded to draw his own blood, releasing the Tian blood into the pool, and then shifted into a three-legged golden crow, unleashing the sun blood. As the blood pool filled, the energies of Yin and Yang intertwined, continuously nourishing the Yin-Yang thief goo. After providing the necessary sustenance for the goo, Xiang Chen exchanged a few words with the Scarlet Refinement King Snake and then departed from the chamber. Returning to his courtyard, Xiang Chen immersed his consciousness into the spatial realm of the Qinquan Ring. Within this realm, countless exquisite spirit stones were stacked high, while top-grade spirit stones formed a veritable mountain. The little white tiger lay atop a pile of premium spirit stones, slumbering peacefully, its breaths exuding a rhythmic release of spiritual energy. A bubble formed at its nose, fluctuating in size, accompanied by soft snoring. Occasionally, it would scratch its rear with its paw or drowsily crunch down on a premium spirit stone, swallowing it whole. Xiang Chen chuckled quietly, materializing within the Qinquan Ring, and playfully smacked the little white tiger's rear. With a startled yowl, the little white tiger opened its eyes, and upon seeing Xiang Chen, lifted its hindquarters. A burst of golden energy collided with Xiang Chen. Cough, cough. Come on, little white. I've told you not to pass gas like that anymore. You are a little celestial being, you know? Xiang Chen grumbled, his teeth clenched in irritation, wondering if this foul habit of the white tiger was inherited from the former Crimson Flame Tiger King. The little white tiger glared at Xiang Chen, huffing in protest. You asked for it by smacking my rear. Now, I shall begin tallying our spoils. Xiang Chen urged the little white tiger down from the spirit stone box. Then his consciousness spread out to survey all the spirit stones and treasures. There were 40 million premium spirit stones, 200 million top-grade spirit stones, a piece of 10,000-year-old mysterious iron, and 2 earth heart fire lotuses. Pondering while stroking his chin, Xiang Chen prepared to allocate these items. The 10,000-year-old mysterious iron would be given to Han Jing, while 1 earth heart fire lotus would be kept for himself to strengthen the Golden Crow bloodline during the breakthrough of the Sun True Canon into the ancient realm. The other would be utilized to purchase premium cold Yin grass for the concoction of the lesser Yin-Yang reversal pill, enhancing the cultivation of the little chicks. The top-grade spirit stones could be sent back to the Great Chu, as their spiritual essence was insufficient for his absorption. The 40 million premium spirit stones would be evenly distributed, granting each person over 140,000. Xiang Chen grinned widely. The prospect of each individual receiving such a significant sum of cultivation resources was indeed a substantial fortune. It is worth noting that the core disciples receive merely 10,000 supreme spiritual stones from the sect each month. Alas, managing a family is no easy task, my brother. Xiang Chen sighed, departing from the space of the Qinquan Ring, with the little white tiger leaping out alongside him, perching upon his shoulder. He summoned Amo and Shi Lin, instructing them to distribute the allocated spiritual stones to his brothers. Subsequently, he made his way to Qilian Mountain and ventured onto the Heavenly Street, seeking to purchase supreme cold Yin grass at Wanbao Pavilion. However, upon discovering that Wanbao Pavilion did not stock it, Xiang Chen had no choice but to visit the Xianyao Hall, which specializes in selling medicinal herbs. The Xianyao Hall is also a property of the sect, with all herbs sourced from the sect's cultivation or procured from other locations. Each stalk of supreme cold Yin grass costs a staggering 100,000 supreme spiritual stones, and after acquiring 5 stalks, he returned to commence the refinement of the lesser Yin-Yang heavenly pill. The frigid aura from the 5 stalks of supreme spiritual grass was just sufficient to balance the Yang energy emitted by the earth heart fire lotus. Within the alchemy chamber, constructed from highly heat-resistant materials and equipped with a fire control array, an ancient cauldron appeared as a beam of light emanated from Xiang Chen's brow. The cauldron descended, transforming into a massive size upon impact with the ground. For the sake of prudence, Xiang Chen resolved to utilize the ancient cauldron for alchemy, as it has an impeccable track record of success and significantly enhances the efficacy of the elixir while shortening the refining time. The heavenly pill falls into the category of secondary celestial pills, requiring the alchemist's spiritual power to reach the ancient realm level. Xiang Chen's spiritual power has already attained the 4th level of the ancient realm, fulfilling the personal requirements for crafting the heavenly pill. His alchemical skills, though barely adequate, are bolstered by the ancient cauldron, resulting in a high likelihood of success. The process of refining the heavenly pill is expected to take several months. However, employing the ancient cauldron would greatly reduce this duration. Moreover, the lesser Yinyang heavenly pill is classified as a superior celestial pill, which he cannot currently produce without the cauldron's assistance. The 5 stalks of 1-foot-tall cold Yin grass, resplendent in white and exuding an astonishing chill, were cast into the ancient cauldron. Xiang Chen exhaled, summoning the Tianjiao fire, which enveloped the interior of the cauldron, commencing the refining process. The cold Yin grass emitted a hissing sound as its leaves softened, gradually transforming into a white spiritual liquid, imbued with remarkable cold energy. The Tianjiao fire flawlessly preserved its medicinal properties without inflicting any damage. He then added the earth heart fire lotus, which, when refined with the sun true fire, unleashed a terrifying inferno capable of easily incinerating a powerful ancient realm practitioner. Xiang Chen stirred the cold Yin liquid to suppress the earth heart fire lotus, resulting in a clash of icy flames that caused a series of resounding booms within the cauldron. The ancient cauldron hummed, releasing a radiant spiritual light as intricate runes emerged to suppress the 2 medicinal forces, merging them together. Observing this, Xiang Chen swiftly formed a pill seal with his hands, beginning to inscribe special pill patterns into the mixture. As night fell without a word, the following morning dawned with a thunderous rumble atop Chilean Mountain. Streams of luminous spiritual energy converged, coalescing into a cloud of spiritual essence. 10 beams of light soared into the sky, emanating an astonishing medicinal aura. Is my senior brother refining pills? Outside the courtyard, near the cliff, Amo and Shi Lin gazed in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before them. They caught a whiff of the enchanting fragrance of elixirs that enveloped the entire mountaintop. In the courtyard, within the alchemy chamber, 10 beams of light were drawn back from the heavens, descending into 10 white jade spirit bottles, each containing a plump, round, azure-purple pill. These were superior heavenly pills. The minor Yinyang heavenly pills. A smile graced Xiang Chen's lips as he inhaled the aroma emanating from the bottles, his expression revealing sheer ecstasy. How remarkable! Each pill possesses the absorption capacity of 200 years of celestial essence, far surpassing the 9 solidifying origin pills bestowed upon me by the ancient sage. Truly, these are elixirs refined from millennia-old celestial herbs. Xiang Chen collected the 10 bottles of pills, intending to distribute them among his brothers once they reached a stage capable of challenging the annals of history. He then extracted a golden pill, the solidifying origin pill. Although this solidifying origin pill is merely of medium grade, it is capable of stabilizing 1's foundational essence, swiftly solidifying 1's realm, while also enhancing the absorption of spiritual energy for a century. Upon consuming a solidifying origin pill, the essence enveloped and refined it. As waves of azure medicinal powers surged into his body, cleansing his meridians, fortifying his bones, nourishing his flesh, and consolidating his realm, thereby enhancing his prowess. Half a month later, having fully refined the power of the pill, Xiang Chen's realm was firmly established at the initial stage of the 7th layer of the carefree realm, devoid of any fleeting sense of a hasty breakthrough. Senior brother, someone is looking for you outside. It's the enrollment hall personnel, requesting to participate in the peak selection conference. The voice of Amo echoed from outside, prompting Xiang Chen to stretch and step out. Amo stood waiting. The peak selection conference. I see, Xiang Chen nodded, proceeding directly down the mountain. The peak selection conference is an event where new disciples must select a peak or hall to join within their first year of entering the sect. Upon descending the mountain, Xiang Chen made his way to the central plaza of the sect, where over 30,000 new disciples had already gathered. Among them, only 18,000 were participating in the assessment, while the remaining newcomers had distinguished themselves from the outer disciples of the Batian sect. Chenggu, big brother, Upon Xiang Chen's arrival, his brothers and sisters, including Shao Ji, Li Huan, and Zhang Dan Tuna, flocked to him. Everyone has received the spirit stones, right? Xiang Chen inquired. Wang Shaoji grinned. Indeed, we have. Haha, thank you, Chenggu. What exploits did you undertake during your mission to gather such bounty? Shu. Discretion is key. Wealth must not be flaunted, especially when the means are dubious, Xiang Chen cautioned, playfully tapping Wang Shaoji on the head. The group understood, likely surmising that Chenggu had once again taken advantage of the Sect's resources. Yu Gu, Deng Tianling, Liang, and others greeted Xiang Chen with smiles and nods. Why is that fellow so courteous to you now? Li Huan expressed surprise, recalling how Deng Tianling had been on the receiving end of Xiang Chen's fists. Xiang Chen chuckled. Naturally, he has been captivated by my charismatic persona. The siblings rolled their eyes in unison. You are Tang Yu, the top disciple in the assessment, correct? At that moment, a tall, handsome young man clad in black approached Xiang Chen, his demeanor aloof. Xiang Chen regarded the newcomer, detecting a palpable aura of iron and blood, alongside a military bearing. On his chest, he bore the insignia of a core disciple. Indeed, Xiang Chen affirmed with a nod. And you are? The young man gazed at Xiang Chen, his eyes brimming with martial fervor, and proclaimed, I am Jiang Lingyue, a core disciple who has emerged from the ranks of the Battle Heaven Army, having slain 300 enemies and vanquished over 1,000 of the Lingxiao. I have heard that you are the foremost among the assessed disciples. Should the opportunity arise, I would be honored to spar with you. Xiang Chen, slightly taken aback, recognized the rarity of a core disciple emerging from the army. The Battle Heaven Army has a minimum recruitment criterion of the Lingxiao realm, without age restrictions. Those lacking qualifications, background, or resources may join the army. And if they achieve remarkable military feats, they might be recommended for further training at the Battle Heaven Sect upon reaching the Xiaoyao realm. Very well. I look forward to the opportunity to learn from Brother Jiang, Xiang Chen replied with a nod. At that moment, beams of light descended from the heavens, and the spiritual essence of the world converged in the square, forming a celestial cloud. More than a dozen figures appeared in midair, each exuding an astonishing aura, some even transcending the annals of history, both male and female, exuding an air of regality. They were none other than the peak masters and hall masters of the 8 peaks and 9 halls. The 8 peaks include the Qijian Peak, Xianjian Peak, Leifan Peak, Jinxian, Muxian, Shuixian, Huaxian, and Tuxian. The 9 halls encompass the realms of alchemy, talismans, arrays, medicine, and mysteries, among others. Hall Master Wang Qing, the presiding master of the recruitment hall, announced, today marks the selection gathering for new disciples to join the 8 peaks and 9 halls. Those receiving the entry peak token should report to their respective peak gates. After his declaration, a group of disciples from the recruitment hall descended to distribute the entry peak tokens, which took the form of jade plates. The inner disciples are fairly assigned to various peaks and halls based on their talents and specialties, as compiled by the recruitment hall to facilitate their selections. In contrast, core disciples enjoy the privilege of freely choosing their destinations. As nearly 30,000 new disciples received their entry peak tokens, they promptly made their way to report to the respective peak gates. Meanwhile, 35 disciples remained in the square. These individuals were the new core disciples. The gazes of the 8 peaks and 9 halls converged upon them, for these core disciples represented the true prodigies, possessing boundless potential and having grasped transcendent insights at a tender age. At this juncture, numerous eyes were also drawn to Xiang Chen, whose remarkable assessment score made him a figure of considerable allure. Tang Yu, I have heard that you specialize in fire attribute techniques. Would you care to join my Huaxian Peak? We are willing to provide you with double the cultivation resources each month. Called out a robust man clad in a scarlet robe, emanating waves of fire attribute essence, extending an olive branch to Xiang Chen, master of Huaxian Peak. The prolonged practice of fire attribute techniques can lead to a fiery temperament and harm one's health. Tang Yu, I am aware that you are an apothecary. Why not join my Yaotian Hall, where our techniques promote health and longevity, allowing one to live for 1,500 years at the ancient realm? Chimed in an elderly man with a white beard, smiling warmly at Xiang Chen. Old fool, what do you mean by a fiery temperament harming one's health? A cultivator's pursuit is power. Merely living long, like a tortoise, serves no purpose, retorted the master of Huaxian Peak in irritation. Humph, fiery old man. It seems your volatile temper is a result of overindulging in the Huaxian techniques. If you do not temper your anger and focus on nurturing your health, I fear you may not see 100 years before I must prepare for your Qingming festival. The master of Yaotian Hall shot back. The lord of the medicine temple sneered in retort. Ahem, Tang Yu, you specialize in sword techniques. Why not come to my Thunderblade Peak? The swordsmanship of Thunderblade Peak is unparalleled, complemented by the divine martial art of the thousand-blade thunder dragon. Just then, a seemingly frail middle-aged man coughed a few times and extended an olive branch towards Xiang Chen, the master of Thunderblade Peak. All three peak masters offered opportunities to Xiang Chen, evoking envy among many core disciples. Xiang Chen had already made his decision in his heart and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, esteemed peak masters, for valuing Tang Yu so highly. Tang Yu is devoted to the path of sword cultivation, thus he willingly chooses Thunderblade Peak." The master of Thunderblade Peak was taken aback for a moment. Then joy illuminated his face as he exclaimed, "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be a core disciple of Thunderblade Peak." The choice of Thunderblade Peak elicited amused expressions from many. The masters of Fire Xian Peak and the Medicine Temple were somewhat surprised. Had this youth not thoroughly investigated the 8 peaks and 9 halls? Although the techniques and martial arts of Thunderblade Peak were formidable, few had succeeded in transcending to immortality. This was primarily due to their practice of thunder techniques, which attracted exponentially greater heavenly tribulations during ascension, posing significant risks and a high likelihood of demise from heavenly strikes. Thunderblade Peak had the fewest strong practitioners among the 8 peaks, and were it not for Meng Zikuan, one of the top 10 core disciples, their standing would have long been diminished. As for the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon, it was renowned as the strongest thunder technique, with a mortality rate historically high among practitioners, and very few achieving mastery. Disciple Li Huan wishes to join Thunderblade Peak. Disciple Tu Na wishes to join Thunderblade Peak. At this moment, 2 more core disciples chose to align with Thunderblade Peak alongside Xiang Chen. Disciple Wang Ying wishes to join Crimson Sword Peak. Disciple Deng Tianling wishes to join Fire Xian Peak. Other core disciples also made their choices, and Xiang Chen's 25 brothers each selected their desired peaks for cultivation. Chapter 1177, Just Do It. Xiang Chen, Li Huan, and a Xianhuang woman, Tu Na, also chose Thunderblade Peak. The peak selection assembly concluded after more than an hour, and the 3 proceeded to report to Thunderblade Peak. Thunderblade Peak, soaring 10,000 feet high, spanned hundreds of miles, with its mountain range extending over 1,000 miles. What was most peculiar about Thunderblade Peak was its constant shrouding in thunderclouds, with unique magical patterns shimmering across the sky and thunder rumbling ominously. Crack! Occasionally, a bolt of lightning, several meters thick, would descend from the heavens, striking Thunderblade Peak. Brother Chen, I've heard that the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon sword technique of Thunderblade Peak is the most powerful thunder sword technique in existence, Li Huan remarked, following closely behind Xiang Chen. I came here for the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon sword technique as well. Brother, it's said that the mortality rate for mastering this technique is exceedingly high. Beside them stood a tall, wheat-skinned woman with exquisite features, adorned in a traditional dress and a curved sword at her waist, Tu Najwama. Xiang Chen gazed at the towering lightning peak and said, "Practicing this sword technique often subjects one to lightning strikes, and during the breakthrough to ancient realms, heavenly tribulations will invariably arise, resulting in a higher mortality rate compared to other sword techniques. However, its offensive power is indeed formidable, unmatched among peers." He had already gathered substantial information about this technique. Yet, we possess the physique of demons, our bodies are robust, and we can endure the side effects of this sword technique. Xiang Chen communicated telepathically with the 2. Behind them, a multitude of inner disciples, all assigned to the Thunderblade Peak, followed closely. Many bore expressions of bitter resignation, as the last place they wished to be was indeed Thunderblade Peak. Who would desire to be struck by lightning intermittently? And who could compare to the likes of Xiang Ergu, the peculiar one favored by the heavenly Tao with its occasional gentle crack of lightning? Although Thunderblade Peak had seen better days, the thunder essence pool within it remained a premier venue for body refinement, capable of altering one's constitution to withstand the might of thunder. As Xiang Chen spoke, a group led by the disciples in charge of Thunderblade Peak ascended through its gates. Suddenly, a series of lightning bolts struck from the sky, inadvertently targeting the crowd, leaving several hundred of the fortunate disciples in a state of shock. "Ah, you wretched!" The cries of the hundreds of disciples echoed as they were caught off guard, suffering from the unexpected strikes. Smoke rose from their heads, their faces blackened and bewildered. Why on earth was I assigned to this wretched Thunderblade Peak? Many could not help but voice their frustrations, tears of despair welling up within. "Ah, dear fellow disciples, just endure. In time, you shall grow accustomed to the strikes," a supervising disciple sighed, speaking from experience. "In truth, once you acclimate, residing at Thunderblade Peak is rather pleasant." On the 15th of each month, an elder openly imparts teachings and guides our cultivation. The Thunder Essence Pool is indeed the pinnacle of our sect's sanctuaries, aiding us in honing our skills and fortifying our physiques. Another supervising disciple, with a hint of schadenfreude, chimed in, "Brother, I've heard that our Thunder Essence Pool boasts the highest mortality rate among cultivation sites. Is that true? It's not too dire. Perhaps a dozen fortunate disciples may meet their end each year due to the temperamental thunder beasts within, who have a penchant for consuming human brains," the supervising disciple responded, relishing in the discomfort of the gathered crowd. At that moment, a large group descended from Thunderblade Peak, all clad in the distinctive black and purple robes of the sect. "Ah, Tang Yu, I never imagined you would choose to court death by selecting our Thunderblade Peak. Truly, you have strayed from the path to heaven and chosen to trespass into hell," one individual at the forefront sneered coldly. "Ah, my descendant, it has been quite some time." Xiang Chen greeted warmly, recognizing the young man as none other than Meng Ziki, a disciple of Thunderblade Peak. Meng Ziki's expression darkened upon seeing Xiang Chen. "You impudent brat. Since you have chosen Thunderblade Peak, we shall have ample time to play with you. Just wait and see how I shall bring about your demise." He had deliberately come with his entourage to assert dominance over Xiang Chen. "Ha, you are all talk and no substance. If you are displeased, come and challenge me instead." Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smirk. "Ziki, is this Tang Yu?" Several seasoned disciples of the profound realm cast their icy gazes at Xiang Chen. "Indeed, it is him," Meng Ziki replied, his voice laced with malice. "From this day forth, in our Thunder Hall, anyone who encounters him shall have their turn to torment him. And you all as well." Meng Ziki cast a cold glance at the new disciples of the Thunderblade Peak and warned, "I caution you all, anyone who dares to associate with Tang Yu will find themselves opposing our Meng Hall." Many lowered their heads under his gaze, distancing themselves from Xiang Chen. Only Li Huan and Tu Na remained by his side. It was evident that this so-called Meng Hall was merely a faction formed by Meng Ziki and his associates. "I am indeed with Brother Yu, if you have the courage. Come and end me," Li Huan scoffed, drawing his blade and resting it on his shoulder, locking eyes with Meng Ziki. Meng Ziki responded with a sneer. "Do not be hasty. Today marks your first day in the peak, and I cannot bully you. After today, you shall understand the consequences." Xiang Chen stepped forward, his demeanor indifferent. "Do not wait for tomorrow. Come now and attempt to bully me. I seek the challenge." "Such audacity. I have heard tales of your arrogance, but witnessing it firsthand is quite another matter. Brother Mu, did you hear? This lad is seeking trouble," one of Meng Ziki's 20 or so followers chuckled, addressing a fellow disciple. "I cannot intervene if he wishes to invite suffering," the attending disciple shrugged. A towering man, over 2 meters tall, stepped forward with a cold laugh. "Boy, do you dare to?" Before he could finish, Xiang Chen erupted into motion, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. With a single punch, imbued with the might of the dragon elephant, he unleashed his power. "How dare you ambush?" The man's expression shifted dramatically as Xiang Chen's fist, charged with formidable energy, struck his face with a resounding thud. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the man's nose shattered, blood gushing forth as he was sent hurtling backward. Convulsing on the ground, his face a grotesque mask of injury, eyes rolling back. "Fools talk too much. Actions speak louder," Xiang Chen remarked, shaking his wrist before defiantly challenging Meng Ziki and his companions. Once Meng Ziki and his cohorts regained their composure, fury ignited within them. "You little beast, how dare you!" Before Meng Ziki could finish, Tu Na and Li Huan sprang into action simultaneously. Li Huan's foot struck Meng Ziki's chest with astonishing force, eliciting a pained scream as blood gushed forth, and he was sent flying. Tu Na, equally fierce, slapped another individual, shattering his protective barrier, sending him reeling and knocking out his teeth. Enough! The members of Meng Hall, finally coming to their senses, roared in rage as they charged at Xiang Chen and his companions. Chapter 1178. The Ancient Outcry. What are the principles of action in the Yinhuang Hall? Speak less of threats and prepare to engage. Fight if you can. If not, resort to poison. If the poison fails, flee without hesitation. Life and death are trivial. If you refuse to submit, then let us contend. For the sake of the heavens, let us prepare. Oh, little beasts, you court death. 3,000 new disciples stood agape at the spectacle, witnessing Xiang Chen and his companions utterly dominating the 20 or so members of Meng Hall. This was astonishingly fierce. Incredible. Truly deserving of our top examinee. One exclaimed, I am utterly enamored with Brother Tang Yu. He is simply magnificent. The examinees were exhilarated, their spirits ignited with fervor. Thunder Law, Heavenly Thunder Seal. A sovereign of the ninth realm roared, unleashing a torrent of true essence that coalesced into intricate lightning patterns. Manifesting as a colossal thunder seal several dozen meters in size, aimed directly at Xiang Chen. This ominous black thunder seal, encircled by crackling lightning, exuded a terrifying power capable of obliterating an entire town with a single strike. As this seal surged forward, Xiang Chen brandished his dragon-quelling demon blade. Wind and thunder. Shatter the heavens. With a single stroke, he unleashed a blade of pure lunar true essence, summoning forth a tempest of wind and thunder. This stroke materialized into a vibrant pictogram, cleaving through the air as a pillar of azure black lightning. The thunderous pillar collided with the thunder seal, both techniques being of celestial rank. The explosive clash of ferocious lightning erupted, illuminating the mountain-esque defensive array, which flared to life to prevent the mountain from being utterly destroyed. That fellow has actually mastered the second stance of the wind and thunder heavenly blade. The ninth realm sovereign gasped in astonishment. Boom. In an instant, a violent explosion resonated, as the thunder pillar forcefully shattered the sovereign's thunder seal. The lightning blade surged towards him, shattering his protective true essence and causing him to spit blood as he was forced to retreat. Out of my way. Xiang Chen appeared before him in an instant, striking with the dragon-quelling demon blade. Bang. The ninth realm sovereign screamed as he was sent flying, transformed into a streak of light that soared over 10 kilometers away. Sizzle. A massive lightning blade struck, its astonishing speed tearing through Xiang Chen's form. However, his body disintegrated, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. Where is he? The ambushing sovereign's expression shifted. Above you. Xiang Chen sneered, delivering a powerful stomp to the sovereign's head. The sovereign's expression changed dramatically as he looked up, only to be met with a colossal foot crashing down upon his face. With a splatter, he screamed in agony, blood spraying forth as he was sent crashing to the ground. Within mere moments, 20 or so of Meng Ziqi's followers were left howling in pain, collapsing to the ground in anguish. Xiang Chen dusted off his robe as Li Huan and Tuna arrived by his side after dispatching the last two foes. How is it that these three possess such astonishing power? The disciples, who served as attendants, stood in shock, their gazes filled with trepidation as they beheld Xiang Chen and his companions. Little brother Tang, you're incredible. Many of the examination disciples who admired Xiang Chen raised their thumbs in approval. Xiang Chen approached Meng Ziqi, delivering a kick to his leg as he attempted to rise. Crack! The left leg shattered. Meng Ziqi let out a wretched cry, his face paling as he collapsed to the ground. Xiang Chen stepped on his back, gripping Meng Ziqi's hair, and mockingly said, Descendant, you're becoming increasingly pathetic. Is this the extent of your abilities? Tang Yu, just wait. The true experts of Meng Hall have yet to arrive. Meng Ziqi howled, his face smeared with blood. Trash, it makes no difference how many of you come. You all seem intent on throwing yourselves into the line of fire. Xiang Chen sneered coldly, delivering another kick to Meng Ziqi. Meng Ziqi screamed as he was sent flying, crashing into the distant forest. Boom. Just then, a streak of lightning surged forth with incredible speed, carrying a momentum that transcended time. Xiang Chen's gaze flickered, and he raised his blade to intercept. At that moment, a lightning spear, coalesced from pure lightning energy, shot forth with immense power. Boom. The spear collided with the blade of the dragon-quelling demon blade, the violent force of the thunder sending Xiang Chen staggering backward. He turned to face the newcomer. A young man with purple hair approached. His rugged features and towering height of 2 meters 56 gave him an imposing presence as he floated above the ground, surrounded by storm clouds. Brother Fong Lei. It is Brother Fong Lei. The members of Meng Tang rejoiced, as if they had spotted a savior. Fong Lei. One of the three legendary powerhouses of Meng Tang was a core disciple of the Thunderblade Peak under Meng Zikuan. Ah, an intriguing character has arrived. Xiang Chen steadied himself, regarding Fong Lei with an expression devoid of fear. This man was merely at the first level of the Eternal Realm. Fong Lei cast a glance at the Meng Tang members who had been bested by Xiang Chen, his expression dark as thunder. A bunch of useless fools. Being so easily subdued by a new disciple, he scolded coldly. The individuals slowly rose, heads bowed in shame. Fong Lei's gaze shifted to Xiang Chen, Li Huan, and Tu Na. Despite his words, there was an element of surprise in his eyes. Xiang Chen was only at the 7th level of the carefree realm, while Li Huan and Tu Na were at the 6th level. The three of them had managed to suppress so many members of Meng Tang, demonstrating extraordinary strength. Are you Tangyu? Fong Lei asked with an air of arrogance. You ask knowingly, Xiang Chen replied with equal pride. Fong Lei huffed. Your abilities are indeed impressive. My senior brother has asked me to convey a message. If you are willing to abandon the darkness and join him, he will overlook your past transgressions. He referred, of course, to the senior brother of Thunderblade Peak, Meng Zikuan. Then you might as well return the way you came. Xiang Chen flatly rejected him, continuing his ascent towards Thunderblade Peak. You ungrateful wretch. Once you enter Thunderblade Peak and oppose my senior brother, you will find no ground to stand on. Fong Lei's face darkened with anger. Xiang Chen's nonchalant voice rang out. If I feared your senior brother, I would not have come to Thunderblade Peak. Tell him that if he wishes to teach me a lesson, he should come personally and face me. His words caused the attending disciples to frown. This individual was far too arrogant to openly challenge the senior brother of Thunderblade Peak. Meng Zikuan was no ordinary figure. Few could rival his strength within the same realm, and his mastery of the thousand-blade thunder dragon Qi made him particularly formidable. Fong Lei was taken aback, then retorted sharply, You are far too arrogant, kid. After the summit concludes, I will be waiting for you in the 1000th Thunder Valley of Thunderblade Peak. What makes you think you can provoke my senior brother? You fool, who would fight you for no benefit. If you wish to challenge me, be prepared with 200,000 top-grade spirit stones, he scoffed. Xiang Chen turned his back and raised his middle finger, infuriating Fong Lei. Though Tang, you possessed great strength. Such provocation of a top core disciple at the Eternal Realm was hardly wise. Many disciples and newcomers did not view Xiang Chen's brashness as a prudent choice. Xiang Ergo, styled Tai Yin. Does he not understand the value of restraint? Yet, those individuals were simply not worthy of his consideration. Chapter 1179, Health Concerns. Drink more thunder juice. At the summit of Thunderblade Peak, numerous palaces and pavilions were situated, and 3,000 new disciples gathered at the plaza of Thunderblade Peak. Before the peak of Thunderblade, a multitude of figures stood upon a mass of thunderclouds. These individuals exuded an air of formidable strength, all of whom were elders of Thunderblade Peak. Leading them was a pallid middle-aged man, the current master of Thunderblade Peak, Nie Yunlei. Though his complexion appeared wan and weary, his eyes shimmered with a certain brilliance. It was apparent to Xiang Chen that something was amiss with this master. As the disciples gathered, Nie Yunlei addressed them from the stormy heights. Welcome, new disciples of Thunderblade Peak. I am Nie Yunlei, the current sect master. He began to extol the illustrious history of Thunderblade Peak as one of the 8 peaks of our sect. Thunderblade Peak has consistently ranked among the top 3 in combat prowess. With a long-standing legacy, we are one of the earliest established peaks, having inherited a wealth of thunder-based sword techniques. However, the mortality rate here remains the highest among the sect. Many new disciples exchanged glances, apprehensive thoughts swirling in their minds. Nie Yunlei continued, On your first day, all inner disciples may select a mid-tier heavenly technique or martial art from our 1000-blade Thunder Valley. The 3 newly admitted core disciples may choose a superior tier heavenly martial art or sword technique. This is the treatment our sect provides you. A sparse chorus of gratitude echoed among the disciples, though many lamented their circumstances, resigning themselves to fate. Moreover, today marks your initiation into the Thunder Essence Pool, where you will refine your physical bodies, allowing for better adaptation to our martial practices. At this revelation, several faces paled, fear creeping into their expressions. The Thunder Essence Pool, notorious as the sect's most perilous training ground. Indeed, Nie Yunlei added, the Thunder Essence Pool is a top-tier training site, offering significant benefits for cultivation. Yet it comes with great risks. The mortality rate is rather steep. In the last cohort of 3,000 disciples, Several hundred perished due to their unstable foundations when subjected to the refining process. Thus, it is advisable to prepare healing elixirs and recovery potions beforehand. However, please refrain from using lightning avoidance pills within, as they may inadvertently attract stronger lightning forces into your bodies. He continued to explain that the duration of this rigorous training would span 1 month. The grim statistic of several hundred fatalities among 3,000 disciples caused Xiang Chen to involuntarily twitch at the corners of his mouth, elucidating why so many harbored disdain for Thunderblade Peak. Casting a glance at the elders, he noticed their furrowed brows and detected an undercurrent of affliction within them. Thunder sickness, a malady resulting from the overexertion of one's body to withstand the force of lightning, leading to a buildup of lethal thunder poison. Oh, may the heavens grant me the strength to survive and cultivate, he silently prayed, hoping to escape the misfortune that befell so many others. Elder Chao, please activate the portal, commanded the sect master, directing his gaze towards a gray-clad elder. Nodding in acknowledgement, the elder produced a formation plate that hummed as it soared toward a designated array platform, where it descended and settled into place. Suddenly, a resounding thunder echoed through the heavens and the earth, as the very fabric of space twisted and trembled. In the sky, at a height of 300 zhong, a swirling vortex of space manifested itself. This vortex was encircled by thunder, revealing an inner realm filled with flickering lightning. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, the master of Thunderblade Peak unleashed an overwhelming force that enveloped all the disciples, rendering them powerless to resist. One by one, the new disciples were drawn uncontrollably into the tempestuous vortex of thunder. Xiang Chen, taking the initiative, accelerated, transforming into a streak of light as he entered the swirling storm. The deafening roar of the thunderstorm filled the air as all 3,000 new disciples were swept into another extraordinary realm. In this space, lightning manifested everywhere, and the sky was a tumult of colossal electric discharges, with dark clouds rolling ominously and bolts of lightning incessantly striking the earth below. Beneath their feet lay a vast expanse, shrouded in lightning, resembling a sea of thunder, where torrents of silver lightning fluid flowed. Here, the very skin tingled with sharp sensations. Hair stood on end, and discomfort enveloped every being. Is this the thunder essence heavenly pool? Many gazed apprehensively at their surroundings, secretly consuming healing elixirs. Crack! Boom! As this group emerged, a tempest of thunder erupted in the skies above. The clouds rumbled with fury as bolts of lightning descended violently upon the disciples. The greater their energy and cultivation, the more ferocious the lightning that sought them out. Oh, my goodness! In an instant, cries of anguish reverberated as all 3,000 disciples were struck by the lightning, plummeting like dumplings into the sea of thunder below. Upon hitting the thunderous depths, a maelstrom of electricity surged forth, enveloping them in the lightning fluid. Xiang Chen let out a cry of despair as he was struck by a bolt of thunder of ancient magnitude, causing every hair on his body to stand upright. He plunged into the sea of thunder, ensconced in the fluid, with waves of lightning power surging into his body, leaving him both exhilarated and overwhelmed. Amidst the chaos, the sound of wailing and frantic movements erupted as the disciples collectively engaged in a frenzied dance of thunder. Yet, within the lightning fluid, mystical patterns surged into their bodies and souls. The thunder guiding body refinement technique. This was undeniably a method to harness thunder to refine the physical form. Quickly, practice this thunder body refinement technique. I've heard it is the legacy of Thunderblade Peak. If one does not grasp it within 10 days, their body will succumb to the crushing force of the thunder. Someone shouted loudly. Without needing further urging, the others were already aware of the urgency. Receiving this critical information, Xiang Chen almost instantaneously comprehended the meridian pathways outlined in the technique. He attempted to channel the thunder into his body with precision, rather than recklessly allowing it to wreak havoc within him. Simultaneously, his thunder ascension intent proved immensely beneficial, as the formidable lightning entering his body was easily guided. Boom! Within Xiang Chen's body, the muscles, bones, and blood vessels reverberated with the thunderous roar, and while enduring the agony of the lightning, he also realized that the evolution speed of his powerful physique and cellular enhancement was indeed accelerating. This is effective. Perhaps this thunder essence heavenly pool could allow my body to ascend to a higher realm ahead of schedule. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His physical form was so formidable that he could only hasten his evolution by consuming the flesh and blood of ancient realm strongholds. It was no surprise that this place, recognized as the most ruthless training ground of the sect, was akin to a hell for others but a treasure trove for him. Filled with elation, Xiang Chen accelerated the process of refining his body using the thunder refinement technique. When one's physique falters, consuming thunder essence revitalizes the spirit. One sip invigorates the mind, while 2 sips elevate one to euphoric heights. Chapter 1180. Descendants of the Thunder Dragon Xiaohuan. Nana, how do you feel? Xiang Chen inquired, directing his question towards Li Huan and Tu Na, who were also enveloped in thunder essence nearby. I'm managing, big brother, Tu Na replied through gritted teeth. Exhilarating. Li Huan's eyes gleamed with delight, reveling in the sensation. Master, I feel somewhat unwell, came the faintly pained voice of Yu Mei from within Xiang Chen. As a ghost cultivator, she was susceptible to lightning, as the lightning arts were predominantly aggressive and yang in nature, derived from solar energy. In contrast, the Yin thunder that Xiang Chen harnessed was transformed by lunar power. My apologies, I overlooked that. Do enter my Qinquan ring, Xiang Chen exclaimed, smacking his forehead with a hint of regret, promptly relocating Yu Mei into his Qinquan ring. Thunder rumbled ominously as an even more formidable surge of thunder essence drew towards Xiang Chen. This power transcended the boundaries of the Heavenly King realm. Xiang Ergo cried out in despair, his body trembling from the electric shock. The thunder essence had been attracted by his overwhelming thunder intent. No. A disciple nearby screamed in horror as the ancient-level thunder essence surged into his body, wreaking havoc within and shattering his meridians. The disciple erupted in a brilliant display of lightning before his form was obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere powder, a victim of Xiang Ergo's misfortune. Goodness, what just happened? How could the attracted thunder essence be so potent? Keep your distance. The onlookers, terrified by the scene, hastily retreated from the child of divine retribution. Xiang Ergo, my apologies, I didn't mean for that to happen. Farewell, brother. Xiang Chen cried out, enveloped in the thunder essence. Feeling a pang of guilt for the demise of that unfortunate soul, he quickly submerged beneath the thunder sea, distancing himself from others to avoid further calamity. As he descended deeper into the thunder sea, the potency of the settling thunder essence intensified, and Xiang Chen experienced waves of excruciating pain. He fervently channeled the thunder refinement technique to guide the power of lightning. The others also dispersed to avoid interference with each other's cultivation. Thunder roared once more, and at that moment, radiant golden beams shot through the thunder sea. Upon closer inspection, these golden strands resembled elongated serpents, each over 10 meters long, golden thunder eels. The presence of these golden thunder eels was formidable, all above the realms of carefree existence. With a roar, one of the massive golden thunder eels unleashed a blast of golden lightning directed at Xiang Chen. The thunderous explosion struck Xiang Chen, propelling him backward, his body riddled with cracks from the lightning. Yet he recovered almost instantaneously. Beast, you seek death, Xiang Chen bellowed, transforming into a towering figure of Tianjiao. His claw poised to strike. With a fierce claw, it seized the charging golden thunder eel, piercing through its body. The golden thunder eel let out a shriek, unleashing a chaotic torrent of electric strikes, causing sharp pains to surge through Xiang Chen's claws. Grasping the creature, he swiftly directed it toward his wolfish maw, and with several voracious bites, he consumed the golden thunder eel. Within the eel, a golden essence surged into Xiang Chen's being. A powerful and pure force of thunder erupted inside him, refining his physique. Thunder marrow. This was the coveted substance from the thunder marrow heavenly pool. Xiang Chen felt his bodily evolution accelerate significantly, a true treasure. His eyes gleamed as he beheld numerous approaching thunder eels. With a resounding roar, he charged at the golden thunder eels, a deluge of golden lightning bombarding him. Enduring the explosive thunder, his claws tore through the air, ripping apart a golden thunder eel with a resounding crack, its body instantly severed into fragments. The devouring force within Xiang Chen erupted, assimilating the slain golden thunder eel. Thunderous roars echoed as another surge of thunder marrow detonated within him, releasing boundless energy. Cursed thunder beast, save me. While Xiang Ergo savored his feast, the other disciples were far from at ease, each one screaming in terror as they battled the thunder eels. In the tumultuous sea of thunder, Claws slashed relentlessly as Xiang Chen consumed one golden thunder eel after another. Remarkably, all 8 golden thunder eels he attracted fell to his voracious appetite, their thunder marrow energy coursing through his muscles and veins, fortifying his physique. The remaining thunder eels, terrified, dared not to attack him. "Don't escape, eel rice," Xiang Chen bellowed, charging directly at a golden thunder eel in pursuit. The depths of this thunder sea were unfathomable, and as he descended, the power of thunder intensified, with the surrounding thunder liquid reaching a legendary caliber. Such potent essence continuously flowed over Xiang Chen, accelerating the enhancement of his physique tenfold. In an instant, Xiang Chen appeared behind a fleeing golden thunder eel, his claw striking with incredible force, piercing its flesh. The thunder eel writhed in agony, its head crushed in the jaws of the colossal wolf. Just then, from the depths of the thunder sea, a roar reminiscent of a dragon echoed. A ferocious and powerful bolt of lightning surged forth, its speed astonishingly reaching 50 times the speed of sound. The thunderwolf, still bearing half of a golden thunder eel's tail, gazed in astonishment at the emerging figure. It was a colossal creature, stretching over 100 meters, its body enveloped in golden lightning. Though labeled a golden thunder eel, it sported a pair of long, backward-curving horns, reminiscent of a dragon, adorned with long whiskers, emanating a terrifying aura of legendary stature. "By the heavens, it's a golden dragon eel," Xiang Chen exclaimed in shock, his expression shifting dramatically. This was a celestial beast. The golden dragon eel had evolved from the golden thunder eel, and it could potentially transform into a golden dragon eel, ultimately metamorphosing into a thunder dragon. The presence of the golden dragon eel resonated within the legendary realm, exuding an aura of immense terror. It gazed at Xiang Chen, drawn irresistibly by the potent vitality emanating from him. The golden dragon eel roared, unleashing a surge of thunderous light that erupted from its maw. A beam of lightning striking towards Xiang Chen with a velocity surpassing 70 to 80 times the speed of sound. The thunderous impact collided with Xiang Ergo, eliciting a harrowing scream as his body was instantaneously torn apart by the searing lightning, leaving him flung several kilometers away and grievously injured. The overwhelming force nearly rendered him unconscious from the sheer might of the thunder. The golden dragon eel, with its gaping maw revealing menacing fangs, lunged towards Xiang Ergo with lethal intent. Xiang Chen's bloodline, a treasure of vitality for any demon, was the target of this swift creature. Caught momentarily dazed by the electric shock, Xiang Chen had little time to react before the razor-sharp jaws descended upon him, the pristine fangs suggesting they could easily cleave him in twain. The golden dragon eel was destined to inherit the will of the protagonist, leading the age of myriad demons, transforming into a dragon eel, evolving into a thunder dragon, and dominating the heavens to usher in a new chapter. Witness the Dragon King defy fate, tearing apart the gifted to craft a legendary tale. Chapter 1181, The Clash of Primal Forces Clang. At that moment, the Dragon K demon blade within Xiang Chen surged forth, morphing into a serpentine form of black and crimson, its blade energy roaring as it surged to confront the attacking golden dragon eel. Thunderous sounds echoed as the Dragon K demon blade clashed against the eel, releasing a torrent of resistance against its ferocious assault. Enraged, the golden dragon eel retaliated, expelling another bolt of lightning that struck the Dragon K demon blade, forcing it back. In an instant, 2 crescent-shaped blades appeared, slashing through the golden dragon eel's form. With a sickening sound, the creature's body was marred by deep gashes, blood gushing forth. The radiant crescent blades. Enraged, the golden dragon eel unleashed a tempest of golden lightning that surged forth, striking violently at the 2 crescent blades. The blades evaded to some extent, but were still caught by the chaotic lightning, sending them reeling. Abominable beast, behold my fist. At this juncture, Xiang Chen seized the moment to gather his strength, a profound intent of martial prowess igniting within him. Fist of the cataclysmic earth. Grounded in the forces of yin and yang, he unleashed a devastating punch, a taijutsu of dual energies manifesting beneath him. The powers of the lunar and solar energies surged into his fist. In an instant, a brilliance of black and white illuminated the heavens, as a violent aura of annihilation swept forth, fracturing the very fabric of space. Boom! The cataclysmic fist struck the golden dragon eel with ferocious force. Enveloping its form in an overwhelming might, Xiang Chen holding nothing back. With each punch, bolts of golden lightning were obliterated, dissipating into nothingness as his fist connected with the golden dragon eel. The creature let out a wretched cry, its 100-meter-long form propelled backward over 10 kilometers, spitting blood. Dragon K, return. Xiang Chen propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of light as the Dragon K demon blade flew back into his grasp. A fierce killing intent ignited in his eyes, a aura reminiscent of a Shura blade technique. His vitality surged, boiling with intensity, as yet another formidable technique erupted forth. Behind him, a dark portal materialized, with interwoven runes beneath his feet, resembling a gate to the underworld, from which emanated a cacophony of anguished wails. Rushing slash. Xiang Chen struck with his blade, unleashing a torrent of vengeful energy that surged forth like a vengeful azura from the depths of hell. A blood-red arc cleaving towards the airborne golden serpentine creature. This strike possessed the power to sever both soul and flesh. Roaring in response, the golden serpentine creature sensed the lethal aura of the blow and emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar, as fearsome lightning runes erupted from its pair of dragon horns. With a thunderous boom, 2 crimson golden bolts of lightning surged forth, colliding violently with the descending blade. The once unstoppable strike was thwarted by the might of the twin bolts, as blade energy and thunderous force clashed fiercely. With a resounding explosion, the Azura blade technique ultimately failed to penetrate the defenses of the golden serpentine creature, dispersing into a chaotic burst. Bolts of lightning retaliated, striking Xiang Chen directly. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was hurled backwards by the force of the lightning, the backlash of his own burning energy manifesting as a cloud of crimson mist, leaving him weakened and disoriented. The golden lightning serpent transformed into a streak of lightning, launching an assault, as arcs of thunder coalesced into a vast net of golden lightning, ensnaring both Xiang Chen and itself, preventing any escape. Billow-ocean poisonous hand. Xiang Chen roared, summoning his inner energy with all his might. A surge of dark green toxic mist erupted, his palms adorned with intertwining poison patterns. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed massive black fire-like palm strikes, each measuring over 10 feet, aimed at the advancing golden serpentine creature. In an instant, dozens of billow-ocean poisonous hands struck forth, met by the serpent's own lightning attacks. Bang! 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 Each strike of the poisonous hands detonated upon impact, sending toxic flames erupting in all directions. Yet, the golden serpentine creature, with its overwhelming might, shattered every poisonous imprint. In a surprising maneuver, Xiang Chen charged directly at the golden serpent, and in the next moment, his form vanished. The fabric of space twisted, and he reappeared above the golden serpentine creature, delivering a devastating billow-ocean poisonous hand strike. With a thunderous crash, the palm engulfed in viridescent flames struck the serpent's body, the toxic fire exploding upon contact, instantly corroding its flesh. The golden serpentine creature emitted a pained cry, its body feeling as though it had been seared by molten lava, 1,000 agonizing sensations flooding through it. However, in a furious retaliation, its powerful tail struck Xiang Chen with tremendous force. Bang! Blood erupted from Xiang Chen's mouth as he was sent flying, countless bones within him fracturing from the blow. Damn it, this creature is exceptionally fierce. Xiang Chen gritted his teeth. Despite the golden serpentine creature being merely at the second level of the ancient realm, the advantage of the thunderous environment, coupled with its formidable innate abilities, rendered it a match for even the most powerful practitioners of the 5th level of the ancient realm among humanity. The golden serpentine creature writhed in agony, its massive body contorting as a substantial portion of its back rotted from the poison, the toxic influence continuing to spread. With a roar, the golden serpent unleashed a blast of lightning from its back, flesh and blood scattering as it detonated its own poisoned flesh, revealing a massive cavity where its spine was exposed. Human. The golden eel-like creature unleashed its venomous fury, roaring in a frenzy, accompanied by a tempest of thunder as it recklessly charged towards Xiang Chen. However, its aura had significantly waned, having been struck by the burial heaven fist and the azure sky poisonous hand, causing a considerable decline in its strength. The enormous maw lunged forward, intent on tearing Xiang Chen to shreds. You've truly provoked my wrath. Xiang Chen bellowed, a far more terrifying ferocity erupting from within him. With an earth-shattering howl, The ethereal wolf emerged, its form enveloped in a torrent of demonic energy, replacing the human body with a colossal silver-white celestial wolf, over 50 meters in length. The ground trembled as the celestial wolf struck out with a mighty paw, delivering a violent blow against the approaching maw. With a resounding crash, the golden eel-like creature's head was jerked aside, and its massive form was sent flying by an overwhelming force. The celestial wolf roared, releasing a wave of lunar energy that bombarded the golden eel, sending it spiraling away. The beast lunged, attempting to sink its fangs into the creature's neck. But the golden eel twisted away, powerful bolts of lightning crashing down upon the celestial wolf, the thunder erupting in a dazzling display. This creature is no mere mortal. The golden eel gasped, feeling an oppressive force emanating from the wolf's bloodline, a testament to its noble heritage. With a swift slash of its paw, the celestial wolf tore through the golden eel, ripping away chunks of flesh. The explosive power of the dragon's horn sent the celestial wolf hurtling through the air. The two colossal beasts clashed violently, their battle echoing through the sky as thunderous storms churned above. In a primal struggle of bites and dazzling supernatural abilities, they unleashed their full might to vanquish one another. Chapter 1182. Ascension of the physical form. The celestial wolf, having bitten into the golden eel, unleashed a circle of radiant runes that surged forth, enveloping the creature in sealing sigils. The golden eel's tail crackled with potent lightning, striking the celestial wolf. Yet as the runes permeated its being, its aura rapidly diminished, its power sealed to a mere fraction, regressing to the pinnacle of the transcendent realm. The golden eel was struck with terror. Die! The celestial wolf roared, its claw crashing down upon the golden eel's head, overpowering its protective lightning. With a sickening sound, blood erupted as its skull was pierced, gaping wounds tearing open, spilling forth its vital essence and causing its life force to wane. The golden eel's retaliatory strikes grew weaker, its tail ultimately unable to rise, the protective lightning dissipating as its golden red eyes dulled. Gradually, the golden eel succumbed to its fate, its vitality extinguished. The celestial wolf released its grip, exhaling deeply as the massive body of the golden eel sank beneath the stormy sea of thunder. By the heavens, what a formidable opponent! It has been ages since I faced such a daunting struggle, the celestial wolf reflected, feeling the weight of its own grievous wounds. Still not having reached the apotheosis realm, its recovery from injuries inflicted by a being of such ancient power was painfully slow. The higher the realm, the more potent the energy left within the wounds, inevitably prolonging the healing process. It descended, seizing the lifeless form of the golden eel. Nevertheless, all of this is worthwhile. The essence of the blood and flesh from a celestial beast, combined with the thunder marrow, is sufficient for my body to undergo a grand evolution. The moon-swallowing wolf, filled with delight, then sank its teeth into the flesh of the golden eel, tearing away a colossal piece weighing tens of thousands of pounds, which was promptly swallowed whole. The spiritual essence within this flesh, imbued with the power of thunder, far surpasses that of an ordinary thunder eel. The moon-swallowing wolf voraciously devoured the flesh of this golden eel, rendering it entirely consumed, leaving not a single bone behind. Within the golden eel, there surged a powerful concentration of thunder marrow, exponentially greater than that of ordinary thunder eels. The golden energy flowed like liquid within Xiang Chen, refining his very being. His body was strengthening at an astonishing pace, and within the golden eel, there also resided a faint trace of dragon energy. Xiang Chen's body resonated with booming sounds as his vital essence coursed through him, reminiscent of a mighty river in full flow. His bones cracked audibly, undergoing a relentless transformation, becoming ever more formidable, while his muscles too were in the throes of metamorphosis. As Xiang Chen, in his human form, gritted his teeth, low growls escaped him, and his pores expelled dark blood continuously. The metamorphosis of his body was occurring at an unprecedented rate, with dying cells being expelled in this manner. Drawing from the faint dragon energy within the flesh, his internal power surged rapidly. The thunder marrow heavenly pool, vast and expansive, was a realm of thunder discovered by the formidable predecessors of the Batian Sect. Deep within this extraordinary space, far beyond the horizon, resided a colossal figure measuring 700 to 800 meters in length. This figure suddenly opened its enormous eyes, revealing a fierce and wrathful gleam in its golden gaze. The youngest had perished. This being, clad in golden scales, bore a pair of forked dragon horns, and possessed an eel-like body devoid of abdominal claws. The golden dragon eel, a pinnacle celestial beast. Ba Tian Sect, have you violated the covenant? The thunder marrow heavenly pool has endured 10 long days. A disciple engaged in cultivation let out a horrific scream as the accumulated thunder energy within him surged uncontrollably, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. Such incidents were not rare. Many fell victim to the assaults of various thunder eels. The Thunderblade Peak, sparsely populated, had declined not due to a lack of strength, but rather because the cultivation methods were excessively tyrannical, making the training grounds perilously hazardous. Countless disciples had perished during their practices, earning a notorious reputation. Many core and inner disciples were reluctant to enter Thunderblade Peak for their cultivation. In each generation, 8 to 10 core disciples from other peaks would join. Yet this cohort saw only 3, including Xiang Chen, while the remaining inner disciples were reluctantly assigned here. Furthermore, the risks associated with the methods of Thunderblade Peak were considerable, even if they persevered to the end. Only 1 or 2 out of 10 who faced the tribulation of ascension might succeed. Nonetheless, the potency of Thunderblade Peak's techniques is indisputably ranked among the top 3 in the entire sect, with the strongest blade techniques, the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon technique, revered as the mightiest swordsmanship in the heavens. However, for those engaged in cultivation, the primary pursuit is often immortality. The practitioners of Thunderblade Peak, despite their formidable skills, are cursed with brief lifespans. Within the depths of the Thousand-Zhong Thunder Liquid, the potency of this energy rivals that of ancient realms, deterring other disciples from approaching. Surrounded by brilliant crimson-golden lightning, Xiang Chen's eyes brim with a burgeoning force of thunderous intent. This celestial lightning intent intensifies, birthing within him a fierce and domineering golden flame of thunder, known as the solar divine thunder. In stark contrast to the frigid energy of the lunar thunder, this thunderous power is fierce and unyielding, specifically adept at vanquishing malevolent forces, embodying the essence of the purest yang. Boom! The genuine intent radiating from Xiang Chen surged violently. As his celestial lightning intent ascended into the minor completion realm, the 26th tier, Xiang Chen's form resembled a volcanic eruption, unleashing a torrent of sanguine energy. With a roar reminiscent of ancient dragons, a colossal golden beastly apparition materialized. This specter stood erect, its dragon head upon an elephantine body, towering 1,000 zhong. Muscles akin to mountains, with arms resembling celestial pillars, exuding an overwhelming aura. The ancient dragon elephant, one of the mightiest breeds within the dragon lineage. A revered being among the elephant tribe, ranks among the most formidable races across the cosmos. Roar! Xiang Chen too let out a thunderous bellow, his form swelling to become a towering giant of 10 meters, retaining his human visage. However, a golden dragon elephant apparition roared around him. The internal power of the dragon elephant within Xiang Chen surged, coalescing into a dragon elephant racing through his meridians, amplifying his strength exponentially. With one mighty step, the giant Xiang Chen caused the very fabric of space to tremble, unleashing the dragon elephant power that shattered the void, fracturing it into countless fissures. A body that shatters the void, a corporeal monarch. The myriad demons' sacred law and true essence within Xiang Chen also ascended to the peak of the 7th layer of the carefree realm. To be a corporeal monarch, possessing the strength to crush mountains, is no less than the power of the celestial wolf post-transformation. The immense Xiang Chen laughed towards the heavens, his voice rumbling like thunder. Alas, I lack the bloodline of the dragon elephant. Otherwise, my physical power would truly transform into the might of the dragon elephant bloodline, rather than merely the internal strength of the dragon elephant. Chapter 1183, The Eternal Thunder Essence. Indeed, coming to Thunderblade Peak was fortuitous. The golden thunder eel within the thunder essence pool is perfectly suited for refining the body, especially the golden dragon eel, which harbors a thread of ancient dragon aura. Had I known, I should have invited my brethren to join me at Thunderblade Peak. However, others from different peaks can also cultivate in the thunder essence pool, albeit at an additional cost. Xiang Chen's immense form reverted to that of an average height, around 1 meter 89. He retrieved the celestial star dial, a timekeeping artifact akin to a watch. With 3 days remaining, he could catch some golden thunder eels for sustenance. After glancing at the time, he stowed the celestial star dial, and with a firm step, he unleashed his internal power without relying on true essence. With a resounding boom, his physical speed instantaneously surpassed the speed of sound, reaching an astonishing 40 times the speed of sound. Splendid. Now, relying solely on the swiftness of his physical form, he has achieved such remarkable speed. Xiang Chen was overjoyed, stepping upon the void, causing the space to shatter as his velocity surged once more. After a brief search, he discovered 3 golden thunder eels, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The 3 golden thunder eels, upon noticing Xiang Chen, let out a fierce roar, unleashing 3 bolts of lightning aimed directly at him. Xiang Chen smirked, retaliating with a single powerful punch, an ordinary strike infused with the explosive force of his dragon elephant energy. The thunderous sea erupted, creating a shockwave that distorted the very fabric of space, as a terrifying fist force surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder roared, and following his punch, the 3 bolts of lightning detonated. Xiang Chen delivered a swift palm strike, condensing his power into a translucent palm imprint that struck the 3 golden thunder eels. The creatures screamed in agony, sent flying, spitting blood, and were rendered unconscious. Ancient Cauldron. Devour. In Xiang Chen's grasp, the ancient cauldron unleashed an overwhelming devouring force, drawing the 3 dazed golden thunder eels into its depths. Upon returning, he planned to prepare a pot of golden eel stew for his brothers. Xiang Chen gazed into the ancient cauldron, observing the trapped golden thunder eels within a confined space, and let out a chilling chuckle. He then surged deeper into the thunderous sea, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within this realm, entirely composed of lightning. At Thunderblade Peak, within the northern mountain range, atop a majestic summit, the air was thick with spiritual energy, rivaling that of Xiang Chen's red refinement mountain, with wisps of ethereal aura swirling gently. Upon this peak stood a grand palace-like structure, imposing in its presence. At the edge of the precipice sat a man clad in black, robust and towering, with a physique resembling an inverted triangle. His handsome visage bore sharp, chiseled features, and his eyes sparkled with the essence of thunder. He exhaled gusts of wind and thunderous power, as a violet battle blade floated in the void before him, adorned with lightning patterns, with what appeared to be thunderous liquid coursing along its edge. This was undoubtedly a celestial treasure, its might comparable to that of ancient sovereigns. At his waist hung a core token inscribed with the name Meng Xiao. Meng Xiao, styled Zikuan, was none other than the elder brother of Meng Ziki, Meng Zikuan. 2 figures appeared behind Meng Xiao, Fong Lei and Meng Ziki. Brother, Tang, you will emerge in 2 days, Meng Ziki spoke softly. Fong Lei, with a cold demeanor, replied. This young man is exceedingly arrogant. He seems intent on following Shangguan Jinghong and dares to reject your olive branch. When he emerges, I shall teach him a lesson he will never forget. A glint of azure lightning flickered in Meng Xiao's eyes as he inhaled deeply. With a rumble, the wind and thunderous energy he exhaled was drawn into his being, while the violet lightning blade transformed into a streak of lightning, merging with him. Meng Xiao stood, the surrounding thunder roiling, as a profound intent of thunder and blade coalesced within him. Tang Yu's gaze sparkled with intensity. This individual deliberately chose our Thunderblade Peak. He must be coming for us. This is surely Shangguan Jinghong's design. Humph, since he has walked into our trap, he shan't leave Thunderblade Peak alive. Brother, do you mean? Meng Ziki's eyes brightened. Meng Xiao turned, walking as he spoke. We shall provoke him, forcing him into a life and death battle with us, leading him to his demise upon the battle stage. Mencius, upon hearing the words, let out a cold laugh and said, I understand now. Fong Lei, your strength should be sufficient to deal with this young man, correct? Mencius Xiao turned his gaze toward Fong Lei. With unwavering confidence, Fong Lei replied, rest assured, Hall Master. If I cannot handle a mere youth in the Xiaoyao realm, I would be ashamed to linger among the core disciples. Very well. Then I shall leave him in your capable hands. The secret realm will soon be opening, and I must hasten to enhance my strength during this period to contend for the inheritance alongside the 3 sects and the core holy son of Fong. You shall take care of this young man, Mencius Xiao concluded, transforming into a streak of azure lightning and vanishing from sight. The 3rd level of the ancient realm. Such prodigious talent. Within less than a century of joining the sect, Mencius Xiao has already attained such heights. Truly, this world is not devoid of extraordinary talents. In the depths of the Thunder Sea, 5,000 meters below the surface, the air was saturated with violent, thunderous energy. Here, the power of thunder had reached the level of the 5th or 6th tier of the ancient realm. Upon arriving, Xiang Chen felt his flesh being torn apart by the sheer force of the thunder, a sensation of intense pain coursing through his entire body. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixated on a floating piece of purple jade 2,000 meters below him. This jade, the size of a fist, was imbued with natural patterns and emanated an astonishing power of thunder. Thunder Essence Jade, a piece that had existed for 10,000 years. This signified that its grade had reached the celestial level. However, Xiang Chen's physical endurance was no longer capable of descending further. He felt overwhelming sensations of tearing and unbearable heat. Long K, come forth, Xiang Chen commanded, as the Long K demon blade transformed into a small black dragon and soared toward the Thunder Essence Jade. Yet, after advancing over 100 meters, it could go no further against the relentless energy of thunder ahead. Long K gazed at the Thunder Essence Jade with fervent determination, yet found itself powerless. Should it succeed in devouring this jade, it could undoubtedly evolve into a treasure of celestial rank. Xiang Chen infused his true essence into the Long K blade, and after struggling to advance another 100 meters, it was thwarted again. Cursed be this plight. Must I take the risk of teleportation? He pondered, aware that the thunderous force ahead might well reach the pinnacle of the ancient realm, where a moment's hesitation could lead to instant annihilation. With a heart full of reluctance, Xiang Chen calculated the distance, spatial dimensions, and the degree of distortion in spatial force, preparing himself for a daring attempt. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his mind and summoned the spatial power from within his very core. Buzz! The space warped, and in an instant, Xiang Chen vanished. The next moment, he found himself in the region of deep purple thunderous liquid, reaching out with his hand. In a flash, he grasped the Thunder Essence Jade tightly in his palm. Boom! However, a terrifying surge of thunderous energy erupted from the jade. Ah! Xiang Chen screamed in agony as his fingers were instantly blown off. Ultimately, he paid the price for his greed. Chapter 1184. The Elder Supreme Xiang Chen scarcely had the opportunity to utilize his devouring power or to employ the ancient cauldron to collect the 10,000-year thunder essence. For the fearsome power of thunder had shattered his hand. The pain, a direct link to his heart, pierced deep within him. Humanity is fallible, and in this instance, Ergo has paid the price for allowing the allure of treasures to cloud his judgment. Suddenly, the tremendous force of the lightning-infused magma erupted around him. Bang! 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 Ergo's body was violently torn apart, flesh and blood scattering, as his very form was obliterated in an instant. The overwhelming power of the lightning, coupled with its astonishing force and paralyzing effect, left him in a state of utter confusion, rendering him incapable of harnessing his spatial abilities to escape. Damn it! How reckless of me! Ergo emitted a series of anguished cries, as the relentless lightning continued to ravage his body. This terrifying force of thunder sought to invade his very being, threatening to rupture his internal organs. Am I to perish here? A sense of unwillingness welled up within Xiang Chen. In that moment, a figure dashed past with astonishing speed, swiftly embracing Xiang Chen and whisking him away from the chaos. He felt himself enveloped in a warm, soft body, the scent of musk wafting into his senses, soothing his frayed nerves. The figure, cradling Xiang Chen, deftly ascended above the tempest of lightning, almost in the blink of an eye. As Ergo groggily opened his eyes, he found himself gazing upon a beautiful visage. She appeared to be a stunning woman in her 30s, with skin as flawless as jade, untouched by cosmetics, yet radiant as the dawn against the snow. Her lips, a delicate shade of cherry blossom, and her captivating eyes, elegantly lined, framed by soft hair adorned with pearl and jade hairpins, created a visage reminiscent of a water lily in bloom. Draped in a pale green gown, the sleeves embroidered with soft blue peonies and silver threads weaving clouds. The hem was adorned with intricate patterns of azure waves. Her bodice was embraced by a pale yellow satin wrap, and as she gracefully turned, her gown billowed like willows swaying in the wind, her form reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach. Could she be a celestial being? Ergo found himself mesmerized, his unscathed claw inadvertently resting upon her chest. Young man, do you dare to delve so deeply into this perilous region, coveting the millennia-old lightning essence? Are you courting death? The woman chided, casting a glance at the young man in her arms. Upon noticing his other claw resting inappropriately, She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. Crack! Ergo let out a cry of anguish as he was sent flying through the air, spinning like a top. The beautiful woman cast a stern look at him, her voice firm. You insolent brat, you must not venture into such dangerous territories again. You were fortunate to encounter me while I was nearby, otherwise your life would have been forfeit. Covering his face, Ergo concentrated, channeling his essence to rapidly restore his mangled hand, new fingers sprouting forth. Understood. Thank you, celestial sister, for saving me. Sister, are you an angel from the heavens? How is it that you possess such beauty and astounding prowess? Flattering words flowed from Xiang Chen's lips, and the beautiful woman found herself somewhat flattered. You have quite a sweet tongue, young rascal. I dare say many a girl may fall for your charms. I am Lei Ling Shuang, a celestial being of Lei Ren Peak and an esteemed elder of the same. You must be one of the newly initiated core disciples of Lei Ren Peak. The beautiful woman, observing the once bloodied Xiang Chen rapidly healing into a striking young man with silver hair, could not help but express her surprise. This young man possesses astonishing resilience. It turns out he is Elder Ling Shuang, a name that evokes aspirations of grandeur and a spirit unyielding in the face of adversity. Xiang Chen, eager to curry favor, expressed, I am a newly initiated core disciple of the peak. My true name is Xiang Chen, and I am also known by the alias Tianjiao. He did not deceive. The Grand Elder is a venerable figure within the sect, and a mere inquiry would reveal his true identity, especially since the sect master is already aware of his background. To his surprise, he discovered that this individual was a loose immortal, which explained the lack of true vitality despite the presence of meridians and flesh. Xiang Chen contemplated the nature of a loose immortal, a rather awkward identity within the cultivation realm, having failed the tribulation and lost their physical form, yet the soul remained intact, coalescing the energies of heaven and earth to create a spiritual body for continued existence. The power of a loose immortal surpasses the ancient realms, facing a tribulation every century, each more formidable than the last. Should one succeed through 9 tribulations, they would ultimately attain an immortal body and the Tao fruit, rumored to wield terrifying thunderous forces. With each tribulation overcome, a loose immortal's strength significantly increases. However, throughout history, very few have successfully navigated 9 tribulations to affirm their path to immortality. Most have met their demise. Such loose immortals exist within various sects, often as figures of great seniority. You are indeed Xiang Chen, Elder Lei Ling Shuang remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice, as if she recognized him. You know of me? Xiang Chen inquired, astonished. Every disciple who joins the core of Yin Peak is known to the Grand Elder Council. This is hardly surprising. You have been invited to join Yin Peak, have you not? Indeed, though I have yet to complete the assessment, Xiang Chen acknowledged, bowing respectfully. I am grateful for the life-saving assistance you provided, Elder. Is that all the gratitude you offer? Elder Lei Ling Shuang teased. Xiang Chen blinked and replied with a wry smile. So, are you suggesting that I should offer myself in return? Begone. The single word thundered from Elder Lei Ling Shuang, striking Xiang Chen with the force of a tempest, causing him to tumble several times. You dare to jest with the Grand Elder? You have quite the audacity, but I have no interest in such youthful charm. With her hands clasped behind her, she continued, since you are a new disciple, and your age is under a century, there is an impending opportunity to enter a secret realm. I require your assistance in locating an item. If you succeed, it shall serve as my gratitude for saving your life. What secret realm, and what item? Xiang Chen asked, puzzled. This secret realm is known as the Immortal Martial Secret Realm, a treasure trove from ancient times, containing legacies left by celestial beings from beyond. It is filled with countless ancient elixirs and treasures. The sect will dispatch disciples under 300 years of age to explore this realm in search of fortune. I need you to find me a specific herb, the Calamity Immortal Purple Cloud Flower. Elder Lei Ling Shuang divulged her request. The Calamity Immortal Purple Cloud Flower. Xiang Chen's mind raced as he recalled its attributes from the sacred texts, instantly understanding its significance. The herb is known to enhance the success rate of a loose immortal during tribulation. Very well, I shall accept your request. Xiang Chen nodded in agreement. Yet he cautioned that the discovery of the celestial herb hinged upon fate. Should it elude him, he implored the elder not to hold him accountable. In chapter 1185, titled Choosing the Supreme, Lei Ling Shuang smiled serenely and remarked, indeed, if you manage to find it, I shall bestow upon you this Millennium Thunder Essence Jade as a token of gratitude. With that, a violet Thunder Essence Jade, enveloped in energy, materialized in her hand, precisely the treasure that Xiang Ergo had previously risked much to obtain. Very well, I shall exert my utmost effort, Xiang Chen replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. Lei Ling Shuang offered a faint smile before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing as though she had never been there. She had sought assistance from numerous individuals, not solely from Xiang Chen. Gazing at her receding figure, he opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. In truth, he wished to convey that he possessed a means to assist Lei Ling Shuang in coalescing her true corporeal form, thereby enhancing her chances of successfully overcoming the tribulation. Never mind, I shall seek out the materials myself. If fortune smiles upon me, and I succeed in helping her restore her physical form, it would serve as a fitting repayment for her life-saving grace, he mused. As for the path of the immortals, I hope that when my time comes to face tribulation, the heavens will be gentle, for I have no desire to tread the path of the scattered immortals. With that thought, Xiang Chen plunged back into the Thunder Sea to refine his body. When the 30th day had elapsed, the spatial gateway to the Thunder Essence Pool reopened. Xiang Chen and the others emerged from the portal. Typically, this gateway remained open, but it had been sealed for a month solely to facilitate their rigorous training. Upon encountering Li Huan and Tuna once more, he noticed that both radiated a much more profound aura, indicating substantial growth in their abilities. As the new disciples exited, Xiang Chen observed that while 3,000 had entered, only slightly over 2,000 emerged. Several hundred had perished. However, the survivors exhibited significantly enhanced energies, with some even surpassing their previous realms. As they concluded this arduous training, many were left shaken. The 30 days had been fraught with agony and peril, relentlessly testing their physical fortitude, where a moment's carelessness could result in being obliterated by lightning. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the refinement of the Thunder Essence Pool. In doing so, you have reaped its benefits. Your physical and true energy powers have grown considerably stronger, announced the Peak Master of Lei Ren. Upon finishing this training, you shall be free to return for further cultivation at your discretion, with no time constraints. Moreover, once you acclimate to the thunderous energies within the Thunder Essence Pool, your speed in refining elixirs and spiritual stones will surpass your usual pace, as the power of thunder will aid in accelerating the process. Master of the Peak, we discovered numerous golden thunder eels within. Are there really thunder beasts lurking there? Could there be formidable thunder beasts that we cannot withstand? One disciple inquired. With patience, the Peak Master responded. This space is an extraordinary realm uncovered by our forebears. The golden thunder eels originate from a sealed golden dragon eel, a fearsome ancient demon that once wreaked havoc upon the world. It was subsequently captured and sealed by the mighty of our Batian sect. Within it, numerous progeny were birthed, gradually evolving into its current magnitude. These golden thunder eels are seldom found at the zenith of existence, and as long as you exercise caution, you can confront them. Moreover, the flesh and blood of these golden thunder eels can fortify your physical form, aid in alchemical practices, and facilitate the cultivation of the techniques of Thunderblade Peak. Provided you possess the strength to vanquish them, the golden thunder eels represent a latent resource for cultivation. The supreme sword technique of Thunderblade Peak, the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon technique, would see a significant enhancement in cultivation speed if one harnesses the thunder essence from the golden thunder eels, using their flesh and blood as a catalyst. It was only then that the crowd experienced an epiphany. And then, the golden dragon eel. Upon hearing this, a brilliant light ignited in Xiang Chen's eyes. The golden dragon eel, a creature of the highest celestial bloodline, possesses a heritage akin to that of an ancient thunder dragon. Should he succeed in hunting this golden dragon eel and extracting its thunder dragon blood, he might gain dominion over the power of the thunder dragon. While the thunder dragon may not rival the likes of the moon-devouring celestial wolf or the three-legged golden crow, which are beings of sacred stature, its prowess in the domain of thunder is commendable, placing it among the esteemed ranks of divine beasts. Xiang Chen contemplated this in silence. However, considering that this is a sealed ancient fiend, and its offspring are already so formidable, the strength of the golden dragon eel must surely be terrifying. Xiang Chen stroked his chin, ultimately dismissing this notion, as he was barely capable of contending with the golden eel. The golden dragon eel would likely prove even more formidable. From this day forth, You shall be disciples of my Thunderblade Peak of the Batian Sect. The teachings of Thunderblade Peak are contained within that majestic mountain. Master Nie Yunlei pointed towards a towering peak shrouded in thunderclouds. The crowd gazed upon it. It was a perilous summit rising 10,000 meters, gleaming with blades, many of which were gigantic. At the summit, a colossal blade of 100 zhang served as the peak's edge, continually struck by thunderbolts and surrounded by intricate runes. The Thousand-Blade Thunder Peak is the repository of sword techniques and doctrines left by our sect's ancestors, where core disciples may explore the areas of high-tier techniques and select a complete sword doctrine. Inner disciples may opt for mid-tier techniques. Core disciples have the privilege of practicing the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon technique, but selecting it forfeits the right to choose a complete high-tier technique for free. The transmitted Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon technique comprises only the first half. The second half can only be pursued upon the perfect cultivation of the first half, alongside a requisite contribution of merit. Master Nie Yunlei elaborated on the regulations governing the selection of techniques at Thunderblade Peak. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with fervor at the prospect of the most powerful swordsmanship inheritance found beyond the heavens, a place where an array of sword techniques abounds, predominantly of the thunder attribute. Now, go forth and choose the sword techniques you desire. The 3 core disciples remain here. With a wave of his hand, Master Nie Yunlei sent a throng of disciples soaring towards the Thousand-Blade Thunder Peak in exhilaration. Xiang Chen, Li Huan, and Tu Na stayed behind. Nie Yunlei smiled at the trio, inquiring, Tang Yu, Li Huan, Tu Na, will you choose a high-tier martial art or the first half of the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon technique? Almost in unison, the 3 replied. The first half of the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon. Master Nie Yunlei expressed surprise, saying, You all choose this? Do you comprehend the immense difficulty of cultivating the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon and the resources it will demand? The consumption of lightning essence is a considerable expense, fraught with peril and anguish, demanding both talent and substantial physical fortitude. The 3 nodded, for they had come seeking this ultimate blade technique. Very well. Since you are all aware and have come to an understanding, I shall lead you to select your paths. Ahem. As Nie Yunlei spoke, he coughed violently, naturally expelling a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered onto the ground. Surprisingly, the blood transformed into a dark purple lightning sludge, creating a significant crater in the earth. Li Huan and Tuna stared in astonishment. Ah, startled are you? I too have practiced the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon. Alas, this is merely a side effect. My physical form cannot withstand the intensity of the lightning, which inflicts considerable harm upon my body, Nie Yunlei explained with a wry smile. Announcement. Due to recent unforeseen circumstances, I can only manage 3 updates for the next few days. My partner underwent surgery, and I must attend to her care. Additionally, the website has requested that I rectify numerous typographical errors in my previous works. With so many obligations in both work and life, the updates for 10,000 demons will be affected. I will strive to resolve these matters promptly and restore regular updates. Once these issues are settled and I can focus on writing, I will prepare additional content and seek permission from the website for a substantial release to reward everyone. Chapter 1186. Insight into blade techniques. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and activated his moon-gazing eye to scrutinize the body of the Thunder Blade Peak Master. Master, your condition has transcended mere physical incapacity to endure the lightning's force. It has evolved into thunder poison, he remarked, eliciting astonishment from the Peak Master. Thunder poison. Indeed. The power of thunder has long stagnated within your body, transforming into a toxic substance that has integrated itself into your flesh and meridians. If I am not mistaken, you can no longer exert your full strength without risking severe backlash from the thunder poison, Xiang Chen elaborated, prompting a shift in the Peak Master's gaze. Could it be that you are a physician possessing such knowledge? The Peak Master asked in surprise. Xiang Chen nodded, stating, I can assist you in purging the thunder poison from your body, though this may result in a slight diminishment of your power. Upon hearing this, the Peak Master's expression brightened with excitement. You can indeed alleviate my thunder affliction? Tang Yu, what method do you propose? Xiang Chen replied. This will require some materials and the arrangement of a formation. Not only for you, but I can also help the elders of Thunderblade Peak with their thunder afflictions, ensuring that they do not trigger backlash during their transcendence. The Peak Master, exhilarated, grasped Xiang Chen's shoulder tightly and exclaimed, Is this true? If you can assist us in resolving our thunder afflictions, It would indeed be a monumental achievement. I can grant you direct access to the complete technique of the thousand-blade thunder dragon. Tangyu, is what you say genuine? The two elders present also displayed expressions of eagerness. The threat posed by thunder affliction was immensely significant to them. They were at the pinnacle of the ancient realm, even on the verge of transcending to the earthly, immortal realm, with lifespans that could potentially extend for a millennium. Yet, due to the thunder affliction, the lifespans of the cultivators at Thunderblade Peak had been drastically curtailed compared to their counterparts in the same realm. The art of lightning manipulation is not meant for those lacking the requisite innate talent, such as individuals devoid of the thunder soul or those without a thunder physique, as reckless practice could result in self-harm and the affliction of thunder disease. Xiang Chen nodded and remarked, however, some materials are required. 8 pieces of Xianlei fine iron and 10,000 wood attribute spirit stones. Once these items are procured, I can alleviate the thunder disease afflicting you. Yet, I have a condition. I require the complete Thousand Blades Thunder Dragon technique for the 3 of us siblings. Haha, that is easily arranged. I shall have someone prepare it immediately. Tangyu, if you can resolve this issue, you will be hailed as a great benefactor of our Thunderblade Peak. The Peak Master of Thunderblade burst into an unrestrained laugh, his gaze towards Xiang Chen brimming with fervor. Xiang Chen responded with a gentle smile. For now, let us first proceed to study the first half of the Thousand Blades Thunder Dragon technique. Indeed. Come, let me take you to comprehend the initial part of the Thousand Blades Thunder Dragon technique. The Peak Master of Thunderblades slapped his forehead, regaining his composure, and chuckled. I must apologize for my momentary loss of decorum. Xiang Chen acknowledged with a soft smile and a nod. It is only natural for anyone to feel exhilarated upon hearing that there exists a remedy for their ailment. The Peak Master and 2 elders led the trio as they soared through the air towards the summit of the Thousand Blades Thunder Peak. How splendid! Haha! If we can resolve the thunder disease, I can face the tribulation of ascension with peace of mind. Indeed, previously, our cultivators at Thunderblade Peak faced a dismal fate when confronting the ascension tribulation, with a mortality rate of 9 out of 10 due to thunder disease. Only one ascended to the status of a loose immortal. Over the millennia, the number of our cultivators who have attained the path of immortality has been but a handful, far fewer than other peaks. Alas, if we can truly resolve this issue, our success rate in overcoming tribulations may surpass that of others, given our mastery over lightning techniques. The 2 elders continued to discuss this matter excitedly beside Xiang Chen. A thunderous sound resonated ahead as they finally arrived at the summit of Thunderblade Peak, which was enveloped in a transparent barrier, allowing only elders, core disciples, and the Peak Master to enter with their identity tokens. Upon landing on the barren peak, characterized by a rocky terrain devoid of vegetation, Xiang Chen immediately sensed an overwhelming aura of blade intent and lightning energy. In the distance, at the center of the mountain, a massive blade over 100 meters in length was embedded in the ground, adorned with swirling inscriptions. Xiang Chen even perceived a terrifying realm that transcended the intent of the heavens, true laws of reality. Before the blade peak sat a figure in meditation, facing the colossal blade. The Peak Master of Thunderblade declared, "This blade is named Xiao, a treasured artifact of our Thunderblade Peak, bequeathed by our first-generation ancestor, the Xiao Blade Immortal. It is a true celestial treasure, and the foundational method for practicing the Thousand Blades Thunder Dragon technique is inscribed upon it. You must comprehend it yourselves, as this area is enveloped in the true laws of reality. Grasping their essence here will greatly benefit your cultivation." A celestial treasure. The eyes of the 3 brightened at this revelation. They had not anticipated encountering such an authentic celestial artifact. Nie Yunlei led them forward, revealing the figure clad in black, with his back turned to them. "This is Meng Xiao, the current chief disciple of Thunderblade Peak, your senior brother," pointed out the Peak Master, Nie Yunlei. "Senior brother Meng Xiao." The 3 greeted him with a respectful bow. Meng Xiao turned his back to them, coldly stating, "Junior brother Tang Yu possesses considerable skill. He dared to brazenly challenge me upon entering the peak." Xiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Challenge him? Then, a sudden realization washed over him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "You are Meng Zison's elder brother, Meng Zikun?" Meng Xiao still did not turn around, coldly affirming, "Indeed." A smirk graced Xiang Chen's lips as he replied, "Brother Meng, this is not my intention to provoke you. It is your people who have persistently challenged me." Meng Xiao let out a cold laugh, offering no further words, and continued to meditate in silence. The master of Thunderblade Peak furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to comment further. It was quite normal for conflicts to arise among disciples. As the Peak's leader, he would not intervene unless matters escalated excessively. Where there are people, there exists a realm of strife, and with such realms, conflict is inevitable. Tangyu, you three should earnestly contemplate here. I shall prepare the materials to dispel the thunder affliction. When you have time, assist us with it, the master of Thunderblade Peak said, patting Xiang Chen on the shoulder. The Peak Master departed at a leisurely pace. The three clasped their fists in farewell to the Peak Master and the Elder. Not far from Qianren Thunder Peak, there existed a courtyard, within which stood a grand tree laden with purple fruits. An elderly man clad in gray was tending to the fruit tree, paying no heed to Xiang Chen and the others. This man was the guardian of the area. The trio chose a spot further away from Meng Xiao and sat down on the ground, gazing at the magnificent celestial blade. They could utilize their spiritual perception to observe the intricate patterns contained within it, learning the cultivation method of the thousand-blade Thunder Dragon Sword technique. Under the power of the moon observing eye, these cultivation techniques and patterns became vividly apparent, imprinted upon their souls' memories, while prohibitive inscriptions emerged within their spiritual seas, designed to prevent others from disseminating this knowledge. Drawing forth thunder, wielding the intent of the blade, converging myriad intentions into a blade, the thousand blades as a dragon. The essence of the thousand-blade Thunder Dragoness sword chi surfaced in Xiang Chen's memory as he quietly contemplated the cultivation methods contained within. Chapter 1187, Sudden Developments Boom. As the three engaged in their contemplation, strands of thunderous energy coalesced from the void, surging into their bodies, causing a series of resonant rumbles within. Akin to a millstone grinding internally. In their minds, the silhouette of a dragon made of intertwined symbols emerged. This Thunder Dragon diagram served as a meditative gateway for insight, allowing them to condense the Thunder Dragon sword chi. Particularly within Xiang Chen, a dormant power within his flesh and blood erupted, transforming into dragon-shaped sword chi that coiled within him, crystallizing into the thousand-blade Thunder Dragon sword chi. This sword chi was immensely more powerful than that cultivated from the frenzied Thunder Severing Heaven sword or the Wind Thunder Heavenly sword. Of course, the Wind Thunder Heavenly sword emphasized the power of sword techniques rather than the sword chi itself. The Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon was renowned as the most formidable sword technique. Regardless of the sword techniques employed, the might of the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon sword chi was unparalleled, capable of transforming even a withered branch into an extraordinary weapon. It was the trace of dragon energy birthed from the golden eel. Xiang Chen's expression turned to one of astonishment as he realized that the thousand-blade Thunder Dragon sword chi arising within him was, in fact, a manifestation of the dragon energy derived from consuming the golden eel. This strand of dragon energy coalesced into sword intent, magical power, and thunder intent, instantly transforming into a strand of thousand-blade Thunder Dragon sword chi. Moreover, this number is steadily increasing. The second, third, and successive waves of the thousand-blade Thunder Dragon blade chi coalesce as Xiang Chen channels his mystical techniques, forming the formidable thousand-blade Thunder Dragon blade chi. Surrounding Xiang Chen are ethereal dragon shadows, resonating with the sound of thunder. How could this be? In the distance, Meng Xiao gazes at the emergence of the thousand-blade Thunder Dragon blade chi within Xiang Chen, feeling a twinge of disbelief. How could this young man master the technique so swiftly? Meng Xiao furrows his brow, recalling that it took him 3 days to comprehend and cultivate his first thread of thousand-blade Thunder Dragon blade chi. The fact that Xiang Chen grasped it immediately left him astonished. I understand now. The Thunder Dragon energy contained within the Golden Flood Dragon is facilitating the cultivation of this blade technique. A radiant light sparkles in Xiang Chen's eyes as he discerns the reason. It seems he must frequently visit the Thunder Essence Pool in search of golden thunder dragons that have evolved to the Flood Dragon level. Xiang Chen silently resolves this and subsequently shares this insight with his fellow disciples, Li Huan and Tu Na. Upon learning this, they promptly seek out other brethren to form a group destined for the Thunder Essence Pool to capture golden flood dragons. Days pass. 1, 2, 3, 5, and astonishingly, the thousand-blade Thunder Dragon blade chi cultivated within Xiang Chen reaches 100 blades. He directly ascends into the minor achievement realm. To attain the major achievement realm, one must cultivate 999 blades of thousand-blade Thunder Dragon blade chi. The perfect realm demands an even greater feat, 3,000 blades. However, the technique for achieving the perfect realm is absent here. He requires the complete version. Upon entering the minor achievement realm, the reservoir of Thunder Dragon energy remains unexhausted, continuing to aid Xiang Chen's growth, thereby bypassing the need for the contemplation of the Thunder Dragon diagram. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a communication jade pendant at Xiang Chen's waist suddenly illuminates, emitting a buzzing sound. Xiang Chen's brow furrows as he ceases his cultivation and retrieves the pendant. Senior brother, please return quickly. Amo is in trouble. The voice from the pendant is filled with tears. It is Shilin. Amo is in trouble. Xiang Chen's voice deepens as he inquires. Shilin, what exactly has transpired? Speak slowly, please. As he queries, Xiang Chen rises and departs from the location. Meng Xiao watches his retreating figure, revealing a cold smirk before resuming his own cultivation. It happened today. A group of senior brothers accused Amo of stealing their belongings and took him away, including a core-level senior brother. Shilin recounts the events, her voice trembling with sorrow. How could Amo possibly steal? Xiang Chen's expression darkens. Having chosen Amo and Shilin as his disciples, he is well aware of their character and backgrounds. Amo is steadfast and upright, while Shilin possesses a kind heart. He cannot fathom that Amo would engage in theft. Could this be directed at me? Xiang Chen's eyes narrow as he contemplates this possibility. Do you know their background? Xiang Chen inquires further. I do. One of them is the renowned senior brother Feng Lei, the very one who claims that Amo stole from him. Shilin replies, her voice still quivering. Feng Lei. Upon hearing this name, Xiang Chen's countenance suddenly grows cold. He can now ascertain that this incident is indeed aimed at him. Feng Lei, the core disciple of the ancient realm, ranks among the top 30 of over 1 million disciples within the sect. He is a prodigious talent who has transcended the ancient realm. How could such an individual possibly be robbed by a mere outer sect disciple, AMU, of the Soul Moon realm? Moreover, Feng Lei is aligned with Meng Xiao, possessing a vested interest. Feng Lei, I advise you to refrain from any foolish actions. Otherwise, the sect may find itself bereft of a core disciple. Xiang Chen's gaze was icy, radiating a palpable aura of menace, as he propelled himself toward a specific location at breakneck speed. There stood a colossal mountain, its peak sheared flat by a sword, revealing a ceremonial ground spanning 18 kilometers in width and 20 kilometers in length. The ground bore the stains of blood, constructed from diamond imbued with intricate formations. This was the Blood Battle Peak, an infamous arena of confrontation within the Batian sect. A youth lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood, a long knife embedded in his back, pinning him to the earth. A throng encircled the scene, and a burly man stood nearby, arms crossed, his gaze crackling with golden lightning. In the distance, a young girl wept at the sight. What transpired here? It was rumored that an outer sect disciple had the audacity to steal from senior brother Feng Lei. Is this not tantamount to courting death? To dare pilfer from a core disciple, whose authority could easily condemn an offending outer sect disciple to death. Is that not AMU? What has happened? Did he not become the mountain guardian for core disciple Tangyu? How has he come to such a tragic state? Numerous disciples of the Batian sect paused to witness the unfolding drama. With a thunderous crack, a figure appeared at Blood Battle Peak, landing beside Shilin. The newcomer, with flowing black hair and a handsome visage, was none other than Xiang Chen, in the guise of Tangyu. It is senior brother Tangyu. Some onlookers recognized him. The top scorer of the assessment who had joined the sect as a core disciple, standing at the pinnacle among most disciples. Upon his arrival, Xiang Chen's countenance darkened as he surveyed the scene. Brother, please save AMU. Shilin cried, grasping Xiang Chen's arm in desperation. The Pin youth struggled to lift his head, his eyes brimming with humiliation and guilt. I did not steal anything. I would never tarnish the reputation of our Qi Lian Mountain. Brother, believe me. Brother believes you. I will rescue you at once. Chapter 1188. Provocation by design. The young man's eyes were filled with shame and remorse, convinced he had brought dishonor upon his brother. Xiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he directed it toward Feng Lei and his cohorts, including Meng Ziki. Gentlemen, let us adhere to some decorum. If you wish to confront me, then do so directly. Preying on a child is hardly an act of valor. Feng Lei stood with his arms crossed, one foot resting upon AMU's head, sneering, decorum? Tangyu, it is your people who lack understanding. This boy has stolen my belongings, according to the rules. The punishment falls under my jurisdiction. He could not have stolen from you. A being of the ancient realm, robbed by a disciple of the soul moon? I would not believe such a tale even if it were spoken by your father. Spare me your prattle, release him, or articulate your demands for his release. Xiang Chen roared, an aura of fury enveloping him. Fang Lei sneered coldly. So arrogant, are we? I desire nothing but to show you the fate that befalls those who offend me. Opposing our Meng Hall, challenging Brother Meng. This lesson shall be etched in your memory. With a swift motion, Fang Lei focused his energy, and in an instant, a blade of light severed Amuo's neck, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The head tumbled away, blood gushing forth. The youth's eyes widened in shock as his severed head rolled to the side. Amuo, Shi Lin's anguished scream pierced the air upon witnessing this horror, and she immediately fainted from the overwhelming grief. Amuo, Xiang Chen's eyes turned crimson, his mind spiraling back to a time of vulnerability. He recalled the day at the execution ground when he witnessed the head of his beloved caretaker, Uncle Ming, and the loyal maid, Hong Xiao, roll away in a similar manner. A surge of terrifying killing intent erupted from Xiang Chen. Huh, a worthless life? Fang Lei mocked as he kicked Amuo's lifeless body and head, relishing in the fury he had provoked in Xiang Chen. With determination, Xiang Chen launched a spiritual needle that pierced Amuo's head, immobilizing his soul. He then enveloped Amuo's body and head in his true essence, sustaining the remnants of life within. His crimson gaze locked onto Fang Lei. With over 1 million outer disciples and merely 180 core disciples, the disparity in status and power was stark. Core disciples held the authority to treat outer disciples as mere insects, able to obliterate them without consequence. This reflected the vast chasm created by status and strength. Fang Lei, Xiang Chen's voice thundered, filled with rage. Are you deliberately provoking me, seeking a life and death duel? If so, congratulations, your goal has been achieved. I challenge you to a battle to the death. Do you dare accept? Xiang Chen, astute as he was, recognized Fang Lei's ploy to incite him into a reckless challenge. As a core disciple of an ancient realm, Fang Lei could not afford to lower himself to openly challenge Xiang Chen without incurring disdain. His best recourse was to provoke Xiang Chen into issuing the challenge, thus allowing him to kill without fear of retribution. It was a cunning scheme, and Xiang Chen was indeed furious. His voice resonated powerfully, leaving the onlookers in shock. Tang Yu, you are calling for a life and death challenge against Fang Lei. Am I mistaken? A battle to the death? Is this not a pursuit of death? Many were bewildered by Tang Yu's audacity, questioning why he would dare to challenge someone of Fang Lei's caliber. Indeed, Tang Yu has lost his senses over a mere outer disciple. Is it truly worth such a risk? The crowd buzzed with speculation, many eager to relay the unfolding drama to their friends. A life and death duel among core disciples was no trivial matter. Fang Lei and his companions laughed heartily. You truly fell into the trap, boy. To become so enraged over an outer disciple is laughable, Meng Ziki mocked. Xiang Chen's face twisted in rage as he declared, indeed. He is merely an outer sect disciple, yet he is still mine. You wish to extinguish my life, do you not? I offer you the opportunity. Does the life of an outer sect disciple hold no value in your eyes? Allow me to enlighten you. Your lives, akin to worthless insects in my sight, can be snuffed out just as easily. If you seek to confront me, bring it on. To the death. Fang Lei, mockingly, burst into laughter. You truly are a fish that bites at the bait, Tang Yu. A man's word must be upheld. Let it be a battle to the death. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Senior Elder Du, Fang Lei called out. From the void, a figure emerged, draped in a black robe, bearing a symbol of punishment upon his chest. The Elder of the Punishment Hall. A life and death battle among core disciples is no trifling matter. It necessitates the presence of an elder from the Punishment Hall to witness the proceedings, followed by a voluntary signing of a death contract by both parties. Clearly, Fang Lei had prepared well in advance, having summoned an elder from the Punishment Hall ahead of time. The elder, however, had remained indifferent, observing Amuo's demise without a flicker of emotion. What constitutes law? What constitutes justice? The laws of the cultivation world serve to bind the lower echelons by the upper echelons, with sect laws acting as instruments of the powerful and shackles for the weak, long devoid of any semblance of fairness. Elder Du spoke with an air of indifference. Upon signing the death contract, you two shall engage in a battle of life and death, devoid of repercussions. Fang Lei sneered, producing a blank scroll that flew forth. He traced his fingers through the air, blood erupting forth, using it as ink to inscribe the contract and his name upon the scroll. Xiang Chen's expression turned frigid as he let his blood drip, promptly inscribing his own name. The death contract was established. Both parties were now free to engage in a battle to the death. Elder Du proclaimed loudly. Suddenly, a multitude of voices surged forth from all directions, their speed remarkable. Figures from the ancient realm, the carefree realm, core disciples, and inner sect disciples converged. In mere moments, over 10,000 had gathered. Is it true that Tang Yu is truly engaging in a life and death battle with Fang Lei? Is he courting death? A core disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Brother Fang Lei's strength ranks among the top 30 within the sect. Few at the same level can match him. How long has Tang Yu even been in the sect? With such meager cultivation, he dares to challenge Fang Lei? He knows not the peril he invites. Others murmured, their voices rife with derision. To be so unaware of one's own limitations. Good. This saves us the trouble of dealing with him ourselves, remarked Lu Fuxing, a core disciple from the Symbol Hall, coldly. Xiang Chen had previously orchestrated the demise of hundreds from their old sect, the Heavenly Symbol Hall. These were old grievances. It seemed Meng Xiao could no longer tolerate Tang Yu, for Meng Xiao, the young master of the Blade Sovereign Manor, could hardly forgive Tang Yu for the slaughter of so many from his family. The black-clad youth, Li Jianxian, a core disciple from the Red Sword Peak, stated with indifference. The contract is established, as it was collected by Elder Du Meng Ziki, and others regarded Xiang Chen with eyes as cold as death. Boy, you are finished. Truly a dim-witted individual, stirring up such a tempest over the life of an outer sect disciple, Meng Ziki sneered, making a throat-cutting gesture to provoke Xiang Chen. Enough of your prattle. If you seek my life, come forth in battle. Chapter 1189. The great battle against Fang Lei. Xiang Chen arrived at the heart of Blood Battle Peak, the dragon quill demon blade materializing in his grasp. The dragon's blade has evolved into a 9th-grade spiritual weapon, its aura astonishing. Fang Lei approached the center of Blood Battle Peak, merely a few kilometers away from Xiang Chen, and coldly remarked, "What a pity, the Ba Tian sect is about to lose a new core disciple. However, someone will rise to take your place. On this day next year, I shall offer incense in your memory. I understand you consider me your father, but I disdain having you, this wretched offspring, perform such a rite for me. I truly regret the day I brought forth such a calamity into this world with your mother." In terms of venomous words, Fang Lei could not compare to even a fraction of Xiang Chen's sharp tongue. "Little bastard, prepare to die." Fang Lei's face flushed with anger, unleashing the true essence of his ancient realm. With a thunderous roar, his power surged, emanating a formidable force. Kill. In an instant, Fang Lei transformed into a golden streak of lightning, gathering immense thunderous energy into a single punch, which coalesced into a colossal thunder tiger, hurtling towards Xiang Chen with devastating intent. The might of this blow surpassed that of ordinary disciples tenfold. The Thunder Tiger Heavenly Fist, a low-grade heavenly technique, was perfected in its execution, and Fang Lei unleashed it with full force upon his arrival. This young man likely could not withstand more than a few strikes. The followers of Meng Tang swore with certainty, envisioning Xiang Chen's imminent demise. Kill. Xiang Chen stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his dragon elephant internal power alongside his true essence. With a thunderous punch, an ancient roar echoed through the space, morphing into the shadow of a dragon elephant that charged towards Fang Lei's attack, distorting the very fabric of reality, its might unwavering. Is he seeking death? His cultivation level must be at least 10 times weaker than Fang Lei's. One core disciple gasped in astonishment. The clash of fists erupted, the thunder tiger's strike tearing through the dragon elephant's form. Yet, the dragon elephant unleashed an unstoppable surge of ferocity, shattering Fang Lei's blow, causing the thunder tiger to explode into dissipating energy. Impossible. He actually countered my attack head-on. Fang Lei's expression shifted, revealing shock, but he wasted no time. Heavenly Thunderstrike. He unleashed a terrifying surge of ancient power, manifesting as an elongated lightning blade aimed at Xiang Chen, yet another perfected heavenly leg technique. The force of this kick was even more overwhelming than the previous punch, radiating a destructive, thunderous energy. One cannot deny that the ancient realm experts of the Ba Tian sect possess strength far superior to that of ordinary rogue cultivators, armed with advanced heavenly martial arts. Divine Elephant Stomp. Xiang Chen bellowed, his leg expanding as the dragon elephant's strength surged through his meridians to counterattack. The two legs collided with the speed of lightning. Feng Lei's lightning blade struck against Xiang Chen's protective true essence and internal power, tearing through his robe and instantly inflicting a gash upon him. The blow sent him reeling backward. With a resounding thud, Feng Lei was also struck by Xiang Chen's kick, sent flying and spitting blood from the force of the impact. Internal power and body cultivation. This boy is still a body cultivator, with a physique at the ancient level. Feng Lei's complexion paled as he felt the force of the attack penetrate him, finally realizing why Xiang Chen could withstand his assaults. Xiang Chen possessed the strength to challenge Feng Lei directly. This scene left many in astonishment, as the two exchanged blows with equal might. How can this be possible? What kind of freak is this boy? His strength is simply overwhelming. Mencius Qi and others were taken aback. With such formidable strength, Xiang Chen finally understood why he had been so brutally overpowered. Feng Lei steadied himself, his expression dark and brooding. He had to confront Xiang Chen with the mentality befitting a peer. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen maintained his composure, the gaping wound on his chest beginning to heal at an astonishing rate. Is this the extent of your ability to kill me? You are inadequate, summon Meng Xiao. Xiang Chen taunted. Meng Xiao replied coldly, You underestimate me, young one. I did not anticipate your physical prowess to reach such heights, but what of it? You shall still meet your demise. In his hand, he concentrated the energy of his blade, a long-handled sword manifesting before him. With a resounding boom, the emergence of his weapon intensified his aura, making it even more formidable. Xiang Chen opened his palm, and the dragon-quelling demon blade materialized from within, gripped tightly. A strong man's fury dares to strike at another strong man, while a weak man's anger is misdirected towards those even weaker than himself. Yet you, Feng Lei, resort to theatrics against one who is lesser. I must say, you appear as nothing more than a detestable wretch in my eyes. Enough prattle, prepare to die. Feng Lei, incensed by the insult, unleashed his blade's energy with a thunderous roar. Within him surged countless thunderous dragon shadows, amounting to an astonishing 400. The Thousand Blades Thunder Dragon technique, the pinnacle of swordsmanship from the Thunderblade Peak, had reached a level of mastery that was formidable. Once the Thousand Blades Thunder Dragon technique is unleashed, Tang Yu is doomed. Feng Lei, strike him down. Mencius Qi and the others cheered in support. Gasps echoed from the crowd as many gazed upon Feng Lei's manifesting Thunder Dragon energy. Xiang Chen frowned. This individual's aura had surged several-fold. The power of the Thousand Blades Thunder Dragon technique was indeed awe-inspiring. Now, I shall employ the strongest sword technique of Thunderblade Peak against you. 100 dragons converged to strike, slashing. Feng Lei grinned malevolently, raising his sword for the attack. In an instant, the heavens reverberated with the roar of dragons. As he swung, hundreds of dragon shadows coalesced into a lightning blade, stretching 100 meters long, adorned with dragon patterns. The slash ruptured the very fabric of the void, cleaving through the air for thousands of meters. The velocity and strength surged exponentially. Wind and thunder heaven blade. Wind and thunder shatter the heavens. Xiang Chen bellowed, condensing his own sword pillar to counter this strike. Boom. However, under the onslaught of the 100 dragons' converging blade, the wind and thunder sword pillar exploded, shattered and torn apart, as the blade's edge descended upon Xiang Chen with lethal intent. Die! Feng Lei cackled, wielding his sword to unleash a devastating arc. Wind Wing Thunder Phoenix. From within, an even greater essence erupted. The essence of wind and thunder, the intent of the blade, directly reached a minor completion. With a piercing cry, the thunderous blade energy roared, intricate patterns intertwining, coalescing into a violet-hued thunder phoenix, its form shimmering with blade light. With a perfected strike of the wind and thunder heaven blade, the Wind Wing Thunder Phoenix surged forth, enhanced by the remaining 100 strands of Thousand Blades Thunder Dragon energy, amplifying its power yet again. The Thunder Phoenix, moving with incredible speed, clashed with the oncoming attack, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous explosions, unleashing a frenzied blade energy that enveloped the area 100 meters around Xiang Chen. Most of the force from the strike was successfully blocked, yet a small portion of the blade's light tore through, leaving several bloody gashes on Xiang Chen's body. Feng Lei Huang, this fellow, has surprisingly perfected the Wind Thunder Heaven Blade technique. To master such a high-tier celestial blade technique so swiftly, What extraordinary comprehension he possesses. Everyone present was astonished to see Xiang Chen withstand what should have been a lethal blow. Chapter 1190. Fury and brutal assault. How can this be? You cannot be killed. Fong Lei gazed at Xiang Chen, who was covered in wounds yet had withstood the formidable strike. Disbelief etched across his face. Xiang Chen's eyes were cold as the wounds on his body began to heal. Is your strength merely this? Then your life can be claimed. With a decisive step. A circle of radiant patterns exploded forth. A howl reverberated through the heavens as the divine wolf spirit of the celestial wolf materialized in an instant. Dragon elephant inner force. Xiang Chen transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant. The power of the celestial wolf bloodline surged within him, causing his body to undergo a partial transformation into that of a wolf, his aura soaring to new heights. Divine spirit power? If a single strike cannot slay you, then let it be 10 or even 100. Fong Lei roared, unleashing the 1,000 blades thunder dragon blade chi, summoning 100 dragons to cleave through the air with a blinding radiance. This strike manifested as 3,000 blades 100 dragon slashes, consuming most of his true essence and magical power. However, as these 3 blades tore through space, Xiang Chen's figure unexpectedly vanished. 3 fissures ripped through the fabric of space as the blade light struck the blood battle peak, leaving 3,000-meter-long scars upon the protective formation. Where is he? The crowd stared in astonishment at this scene, unable to see Xiang Chen. Suddenly, an explosion of energy erupted above Fong Lei, and a figure materialized. How could he suddenly appear there? Even spiritual senses failed to capture him. Fong Lei's expression changed dramatically as he instantly raised his blade to defend against the impending threat. The mountains and rivers obliterated. As Xiang Chen roared, he stepped onto the duality of yin and yang, spreading a fist imbued with the powers of the yin and yang array, gathering the might of the lunar and solar forces. The celestial wolf power and dragon elephant inner strength erupted forth, sending a punch that echoed through the heavens. The space trembled and exploded as his punch descended upon Fong Lei, distorting reality itself. One of Fong Lei's 1,000 blades thunder dragon strikes was met with the force of Xiang Chen's fist, causing a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air. The impact struck Fong Lei directly. Boom! His protective true essence and magical power erupted violently. Fong Lei let out a wretched scream, blood spewing forth as if he had been struck by a devastating cannonball, his organs shifting violently within him. Kill! Xiang Chen then charged forward with his blade. Wind thunder swift slash. He transformed into a whirlwind of wind and thunder, unleashing countless blade lights that rained down upon Fong Lei's body. Despite his protective true essence, Fong Lei was shredded, immense wounds opening up as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The blood battle peak was filled with cries of agony as Fong Lei was repeatedly struck, flesh and blood being torn away. Senior brother Fong Lei. How can this be? Fong Lei is actually unable to withstand it. Just how powerful is this Tang Yu? In that fleeting moment, countless onlookers held their breath, hearts racing with shock. Wind thunder breaks the heavens. The momentum of the blade shifted, and true essence transformed into a pillar of wind and thunder, surging forth with lethal intent. Boom! With a swift thrust, the blade struck Fong Lei's dantian, eliciting a pained scream as his abdomen was pierced by the blade pillar, a gaping hole erupting from his back. Thud! He was cleaved from the heavens to the earth, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Yu! Fong Lei roared, spewing blood, and in a startling turn, his essence blood ignited, causing his true essence and magical power to surge dramatically. In a fervor of burning essence blood, his momentum instantaneously swelled to the 3rd realm of the ancient level. Hellish fury. Yet, Xiang Chen showed no mercy, unleashing a blade that summoned the flames of the underworld and the fires of the abyss. The fiery blade light enveloped him, striking Fong Lei's soul infant with a force that tore through it, leaving gaping fissures in its form. With a cry of anguish, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, his body convulsing violently as his dantian shattered, throwing his true essence into disarray. Clang! The blade descended, the dragon-quelling demon blade crashing heavily against his back. With a sickening sound, Fong Lei's spine was severed. Thud! He collapsed, utterly powerless, unable to rise from the ground. Silence fell over the arena, the only sound being Fong Lei's wretched cries, while the rest of the spectators were engulfed in a profound stillness. Brother Fong Lei, Meng Ziki and the others snapped back to reality, their faces pale with shock. Fang Lei had actually been defeated. Lu Fuxing and Li Jianxian exchanged incredulous glances. Xiang Chen approached the struggling Fang Lei, the dragon-quelling demon blade dragging across the ground with a clattering sound, sparking with every movement. Fang Lei turned to face Xiang Chen, terror etched in his eyes. Deep within, he felt humiliation and resentment at having been bested by a newly initiated core disciple. "Do not come any closer. What do you want? Stay back," Fang Lei shouted in fear. Xiang Chen swung his blade down. Buzz. Splutter. Ah! Fang Lei howled as his left arm was severed from a distance, writhing on the ground in agony. "What am I doing? Naturally. I am here to take your wretched life," Xiang Chen snarled. "If you wish to harm others, you must be prepared to be harmed yourself. And nothing infuriates me more than when others target my own. Rest assured, I will not grant you a swift demise." Whoosh! Another blade swung down. Fang Lei's mournful cries echoing once more as his right arm was similarly severed. "Die!" Xiang Chen's blade descended, aimed mercilessly at Fang Lei's head. "Enough, young man." Boom. However, a surge of true essence enveloped Fang Lei, manifesting as a golden protective shield, intricate runes swirling about. Xiang Chen's strike was deflected. A middle-aged man clad in golden robes appeared miles away, emanating an astonishing energy that intervened just in time to save Fang Lei. Elder Xiaohe, Fang Lei's master. Many recognized this middle-aged figure, a senior elder of the Tianjiao, whose cultivation was at least at the pinnacle of ancient levels, perhaps even a half-step into the realm of immortals. Xiang Chen looked on coldly, stating, "Elder Xiao, what do you mean by enough? This is a life-and-death battle. It is either him or me." Xiang Chen also recognized him, having once considered taking him as an apprentice, but ultimately dismissed the idea due to his involvement in the slaughter of disciples from the Blade Sovereign Manor. Xiaohe frowned, displeased by Xiang Chen's tone. "You have severed his arms. He has certainly learned his lesson. It is no easy task for the Tianjiao to nurture a core disciple. It is better to resolve enmities than to foster them." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen erupted in furious laughter. It is indeed challenging to cultivate a core disciple. But does that grant them the liberty to falsely accuse and eliminate outer disciples? What nonsensical reasoning is that? If this is the case, where lies the cohesion of our sect? Moreover, I faced him in a life-and-death battle. He was defeated, and his life is now at my discretion. A scoundrel such as he is a blight upon the world. Xiaohe, incensed by Xiang Chen's rebuttal, felt a stinging pain in his face and coldly replied, "Grant me some face. It would serve your interests." Xiang Chen laughed heartily. "Grant you face? If I were to lose, would you come to my aid? He must die?" With that, Xiang Chen took a step forward, wielding his blade with all his might toward Fang Lei. "Master, save me!" Fang Lei cried out in despair. In a flash, Xiaohe intervened, unleashing a golden flash that tore through the air. Xiang Chen was forced to retreat, blood erupting from a gruesome wound that appeared instantly on his chest. Such an assault left him no opportunity to evade through teleportation. Chapter 1191. A blunt strike to the ground. Shameless. How could a respectable elder strike against a core disciple? Among the crowd, Yu Pengyun bellowed in fury. "This is a fair duel under a contractual agreement among disciples. Why intervene?" Ying could not restrain her indignation either. Xiaohe's sudden attack on Xiang Chen evidently ignited the wrath of Xiang Chen's friends. The other disciples murmured in shock, many criticizing Elder Xiaohe's intervention. Yet, there were also some who reveled in the spectacle. This Xiang Chen is utterly oblivious to the situation, lacking in both awareness and prudence. I truly cannot fathom how he became the master of the 9 dragons' fortune, nor how he manipulates my useless brother so effortlessly," remarked a young man clad in a golden-scaled robe. Ji Wushuang, one of the top 10 core disciples, observed, "It is indeed unwise to offend a senior elder." Beside him, Li Xuanji, dressed in purple, echoed his sentiment with indifference. As Elder Xiaohe listened to the multitude of whispers surrounding him, his expression darkened. He did not wish to intervene, yet the threat to his disciple compelled him to act. Xiang Chen staggered back several hundred meters. A grotesque wound on his chest that refused to heal, had it not been for his formidable physique post-transformation. This blow could have shattered his bones and severely injured his organs. Gazing at Xiaohe from a distance, Xiang Chen was astonished not only by the elder's speed of attack, but also by the fury that ignited within him. "Old fool, do you have no regard for the sect's rules? I have a contractual agreement with him, a fair duel witnessed by others, and you dare disregard sect regulations to intervene?" Xiang Chen shouted in rage, disregarding whether the elder was a senior figure. After all, he was a core disciple, and the elder would not dare to kill him. Elder Xiao He's expression darkened, as if blackened like the bottom of a pot. Tang Yu, do you truly wish to escalate this conflict? Denying him a retreat is also denying you a path of escape. Xiang Chen laughed in fury. Grant him a path of escape? Did this wretch leave me any room for retreat? He maliciously accused me, and before witnesses, severed my head with the intent to provoke me into a fight to the death, so he could kill me openly. Regrettably, he underestimated my strength. He offered me no escape route, so why should I grant him one? What is your pride worth? Today, I shall not allow you any leeway. You may keep your pride for wiping your behind. Feng Lei is as good as dead. Not even a deity could save him. This outburst from Xiang Chen left countless disciples in shock. It was a blatant affront to Elder Xiao He. You may attempt to kill him, Elder Xiao He stated coldly. Kill. Without uttering another word, Xiang Chen unleashed his true essence and struck towards Feng Lei's head with a sword. In that instant, Elder Xiao He moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Feng Lei in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful palm strike. Boom. Xiang Chen was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he was flung several hundred meters away. Since you refused to heed my warning, I must incapacitate you to allow you some reflection. Elder Xiao He surged forward again, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. This strike, infused with overwhelming ferocity, was not lethal enough to kill Xiang Chen, but potent enough to cripple him. Such unabashed audacity. I truly wonder how you ascended to the esteemed position of elder. This warrants investigation. At that moment, a mocking laughter reverberated through the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the air warped, and a dazzling golden light materialized, revealing a 2-foot-long golden brick. This brick appeared above Elder Xiao He's head as if teleported, emanating an aura heavier than 1,000 mountains. Bang! Ah! Elder Xiao cried out as the brick struck the back of his head, causing his energy to dissipate in an instant. Stars danced before his eyes as he spat blood and collapsed at Xiang Chen's feet. Xiang Chen stood frozen, gazing at the brick that had just hovered above Elder Xiao He, only to vanish moments later. What just transpired? He was taken aback by the unfolding events. Little 19. After this matter concludes, make your way to Hidden Peak. How long will you delay in completing your task? Remember to bring the finest wine. A voice echoed in Xiang Chen's mind, belonging to someone he did not recognize, though it sounded quite youthful. Are you a senior from Hidden Peak? Xiang Chen hastily inquired. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, atop a pine tree, a disheveled young man lay sprawled across the branches, appearing as if drunk. With tousled hair and glazed eyes, he yawned intermittently, a gourd adorned with the 8 trigrams hanging from his waist. Buzz! The golden brick materialized beside him, transforming into an ethereal aura. The youth, scratching his nose, flicked a booger that landed before him, morphing into a giant spiritual crane. Huh! I'll roast you with some wine later, he chuckled, seizing the crane, whose fate was unexpectedly sealed by a mere booger. The crane lamented, my psyche is shattered. The young man unfastened his belt and, with a sudden shiver, relieved himself with a sense of satisfaction. Afterward, he stretched languidly before gradually vanishing from sight. Xiang Chen received no response, and the golden brick vanished just as suddenly. He gazed in astonishment at Xiao He, who had collapsed before him, dazed from the impact. How powerful could this be? Surrounding him, countless pairs of eyes looked on in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What exactly was happening? How did Elder Xiao He suddenly fall in front of Xiang Chen? They had not seen the golden brick nor heard any sound. They merely witnessed Elder Xiao He collapsing at Xiang Chen's feet. What could possibly have transpired? What was happening to Elder Xiao He? Countless onlookers stared, bewildered by the spectacle. Xiao He groaned, attempting to rise. In an instant, Xiang Chen, quick as lightning, wielded the Dragon K demon blade, infused with the flames of the yellow spring and the 9 nether, and struck down. Bang! A scream echoed from Elder Xiao He as the 9 nether flames assaulted his soul infant, causing him to faint once more. The crowd stood dumbfounded at the scene. Master! Master! Feng Lei, lying on the ground in the distance, also stared in shock at the unfolding drama. Old fool, for your shameless bullying of me. You shall reap what you sow. Xiang Chen unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches, disregarding the elder's status as he ruthlessly battered Xiao He. This was utterly astonishing. How could one dare to assault an elder? What had transpired? The crowd remained in a state of disbelief as they observed Elder Xiao He, battered and bruised. under the watchful eyes of so many. Suddenly, Xiang Chen withdrew the Dragon K demon blade with a ferocious swipe. Bang! With a whoosh. Elder Xiao he was sent flying like a golf ball, soaring over 10 kilometers before crashing into a distant mountain peak. Goodness gracious! Xiang Chen grinned at the sight. But his cold gaze quickly turned towards the terrified Fong Lei. Chapter 1192. A fiery execution. Fong Lei, horrified, shouted, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." As Xiang Chen approached, blade in hand, he coldly declared, "When you willingly became someone else's pawn, when you raised your blade against my life, you should have been prepared for death. Fong Lei, prepare to meet your end." With a powerful stride, Xiang Chen dashed forward and brought his blade down. "No." Fong Lei howled in despair, his pupils dilating as he beheld the descending blade. With a sickening slice, his body was cleaved in two, his mortal form obliterated. "Tengyu, I will not rest even in death." A glimmer escaped as a 2-inch soul infant fled, screaming in terror. "Ghost? Huh. Apologies, but I am the sovereign of demons. You cannot even become a ghost." Xiang Chen scoffed, his hand transforming into a vortex that unleashed a tremendous force of absorption. Whoosh! Ah! The soul infant shrieked, fleeing several thousand meters before being engulfed by an overwhelming force, drawn back into Xiang Chen's body. The spirit was devoured and refined, nourishing Xiang Chen's own soul with streams of power. A resounding roar echoed within his spiritual sea as his soul power surged, reaching the formidable 5th level of the ancient realm. Fong Lei is dead. The Fong Lei, ranked among the top 30 in the sect, has perished just like that? This individual exhibits an astonishing ruthlessness, assaulting elders and eliminating core members with alarming ferocity. In the future, it is imperative not to offend this madman and those in his company. Countless disciples gazed upon this scene with a chilling sense of foreboding. "Well done!" Yu Pengyun and others shouted with excitement. Xiang Chen collected the valuables from the deceased, and the body was promptly consumed by the devouring sky evil vine. "Let us return and report to my elder brother," Meng Ziki exclaimed, trembling in fear, before letting out a shriek and fleeing with a panicked group of Meng Hall members. "This person cannot be treated as a new disciple." Lu Fuxing, Li Jianxian, and others wore somber expressions. "Your Highness, this is the one blessed with the luck of the 9 dragons. Indeed, the heavenly path offers its protection," lamented Princess Xuanji. Ji Wuxuan's expression was cold. "I must seize his fortune. Protection from the heavenly path?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen would likely unleash a torrent of curses. Heavenly protection? He would consider himself fortunate if the heavens did not conspire against him. Have you ever seen a protector of the heavenly path struck by lightning from time to time? After tidying up the remains, Xiang Ergu retrieved the Dragon K demon blade, remaining silent as he prepared to depart. Today served as a warning. Henceforth, anyone daring to lay a hand on those close to him would think twice. "Brother, thank you." Shilin approached with tears in her eyes, a mix of gratitude and sorrow. "Do not weep. Amo is safe. I have already revived him. You must take him back to Chilean Mountain," Xiang Chen reassured, revealing Amo's body, with his head reattached within the confines of the Qinquan space. "Amo!" Shilin exclaimed in joy, quickly embracing him, her disbelief directed at Xiang Chen. "Go on," Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. "Thank you, brother. I express my gratitude on behalf of Amo," Shilin said, bowing with Amo in her arms before soaring towards Chilean Mountain. "Haha, Brother Tang, that was truly magnificent." Yu Pengyun and the others gathered around, elated. "How could you possibly defeat Elder Xiaohe?" Yuing asked, eyes wide in search of an explanation. "I did not defeat him. He merely fainted before me. Perhaps due to his advanced age and high blood pressure, possibly overwhelmed by rage." Xiang Chen fabricated another tale. Yuing rolled her eyes in disbelief, thinking, "Who would believe you?" Just then, a furious voice echoed from afar. Elder Xiaohe, bruised and battered, approached with a prominent swelling on his forehead. His face resembled that of a pig, disheveled and in a state of disarray, exuding overwhelming spiritual power. "How dare you treat an elder in such a manner? I will kill you." Xiaohe roared, channeling his immense power towards Xiang Chen, his intentions lethal. Today, he had lost face, and in his fury, he disregarded all sect rules. This old man has recovered remarkably quickly. Xiang Chen's expression changed dramatically as he contemplated fleeing. Clang! Suddenly, a black ancient sword materialized, enveloping Xiaohe in a formidable pressure. This sword intent and aura transcended the ages. Xiao He's expression shifted drastically as he felt this overwhelming presence, instantly retracting his murderous intent. Xiao He, it is time to cease. How many more embarrassments must you endure? A voice, ancient and frigid, resonated. Lord of the Punishment Hall. Xiao He quickly clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. Over 10 kilometers away, in a grand hall, an elderly man clad in gray sat cross-legged before a tea table, one hand forming a sword gesture while the other delicately held a cup of tea. This was the Hall of Justice, the foremost of the 9 halls, responsible for upholding the sect's laws and the enforcement body, an establishment that instilled dread in the hearts of its disciples. Master of the Hall. Elder Du's expression shifted with alarm as he hastily paid his respects. You are aware of the consequences of killing a core disciple. Do not deceive yourself. The old man's voice was cold and devoid of compassion. Sweat beaded on Xiao He's forehead as he clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master of the Hall, for your enlightenment." His gaze, filled with resentment, darted towards Xiang Chen, and he transmitted coldly, "You little beast, this matter is far from over." "Old man, I fear you not," Xiang Chen retorted with a derisive smile. "Humph," with a flick of his sleeve. He respectfully saluted the master of the hall from a distance before vanishing into thin air. The ancient black sword also disappeared in an instant. Xiang Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief, astonished at the depth of the Batian sect, realizing it concealed numerous formidable figures. "Brother Tang, that was indeed the master of the Hall of Justice who intervened just now," Yu Pengyun remarked, regaining his composure. "From their conversation, it seems so. This sect possesses an abundance of powerful individuals." Xiang Chen nodded, sighing. "The master of the Hall of Justice is the strongest among the 9 halls, reputed for his unwavering integrity and impartiality, adhering strictly to the sect's regulations," Yuing added. "Strictly adhering to sect rules?" Xiang Chen scoffed inwardly, recognizing the bias in the application of such principles. As a core disciple with significant influence and potential, he was afforded consideration, yet, were he an outer disciple, Xiao He's actions would have gone unpunished. The notion of fairness was inherently hierarchical. "Brother, you've certainly made a name for yourself this time." "Haha, what a thrill. How about we celebrate with a drink?" Yu Pengyun proposed with a laugh. "No, I have matters to attend to. Old Yu, I've eliminated a core disciple. Creating a vacancy you ought to pursue," Xiang Chen suggested, casting a glance at Yu Pengyun, who was still an inner disciple. "Hee, I shall do my utmost." "Not everyone possesses your extraordinary talents," Yu Pengyun replied with a rueful smile, scratching his nose. "Keep striving, I have faith in you." "Ingzi, I must take my leave," Xiang Chen stated. "Begone, and stir up less trouble," Yu Ing retorted, her temper evident. "I am merely reacting to the provocations of others. What can I do?" "I too am quite helpless," Xiang Chen replied as he departed, soaring through the air amidst the awed gazes of many. Chapter 1193. Such a master and disciple as he flew, Xiang Chen contemplated the identity of his mysterious benefactor, who had come to his aid. If it was from the hidden peak, it must be his senior brother, though he was uncertain of the individual's identity. Xiang Chen mused silently. The second senior sister is the current sect leader, the third senior sister is that girl, the old man ranks 4th. And I have yet to meet the eldest senior brother. Could that person be him? Yes, it is quite possible. As Xiang Chen pondered, a sudden thought struck him, and he slapped his forehead. "Ah, the wine. I must not forget to bring the wine." He hastily turned back towards the heavenly street, arriving at a larger wine shop where he directly ordered the finest wine available. It was a jar of Bajan liquor, brewed over 800 years with 8 varieties of top-tier spiritual herbs, costing him 300,000 top-grade spirit stones, a painful expense. This was the kind of wine he typically hesitated to purchase. With wine in hand, Xiang Chen hastened towards the location of the hidden peak. Upon arriving at the desolate mountain that housed the hidden peak, he activated the mountain gate directly with an array disc and entered the alternate realm of the hidden peak, the ancient Xiong Immortal Island. He soared directly towards the location of the main hall of the hidden peak, amidst the towering celestial mountains, enveloped in swirling mist. Within a jade pavilion perched atop the mountain, 2 figures were engaged in a game of Go from a distance of 1,000 meters. The Go board, suspended in the air, was a manifestation of their genuine essence and magical power, and upon it, visions of a fierce battle emerged. One of the individuals was an elderly man clad in gray robes, the master of the hidden peak, Tong Tianzi. The other was a disheveled young man, accompanied by a middle-aged man, who was none other than Wang Yang. 17 place 14, minor flight. The young man reclined lazily, yawned, and with a wave of his hand, a piece fell onto the board. 6 place 3, major defense of the corner. Tong Tianzi, while perusing an ancient tome, concentrated his essence and placed a piece onto the board. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, the sounds of their strategic warfare echoing as if two armies were clashing. At that moment, Xiang Chen arrived, silently observing their match. His gaze focused on the nonchalant youth playing against Tong Tianzi. The young man's aura was unfathomable, as elusive as mist, yet as weighty as thunder. "You little rascal, you've come," Wang Yang communicated with a glance towards Xiang Chen. "That fellow playing Go with Master Tong. Is he the senior brother?" Xiang Chen inquired. "Indeed, he is senior brother Bailey Tusu. He has just returned to the sect. Have you met him?" Wang Yang nodded. "I suppose I have seen him," Xiang Chen confirmed, realizing that it was this senior brother who had come to his aid. 17 place 17, Dragon Slay. "Haha, master. You have lost. 2 jars of carefree brew, please." Bailey Tusu chuckled, taking a sip from the gourd of exquisite wine. "Alas, the batch of 9 flavored earth yellow pills I refined is nearly complete. Disciple, I must attend to it. Little 19, you and your senior brother continue. If you cannot win, you may only ask me." Unexpectedly, Tong Tianzi suddenly resorted to trickery and vanished without a trace. Bang! Suddenly, a golden brick appeared and struck the void. Tong Tianzi let out a cry of despair, being sent flying by the impact. "You little brat, do you dare to lay hands on your master?" he yelled, clutching his head in agony. "Master, it was not my intent. It was Huang Er who could no longer bear it and acted." "How much wine do you owe me now?" Bailey Tusu sat up, looking disdainfully at him. "Huang Er, you little rascal, a traitor to your ancestors. Have you forgotten who rescued you from the ancient ruins?" Tong Tianzi scolded vehemently, pointing at the golden brick. Buzz! The golden brick radiated brilliant light, expanding to a colossal size, startling Tong Tianzi into silence. "You are quite something. Take it and drink to your fill. May it be your demise." Tong Tianzi gritted his teeth, and with a flick of his sleeve, 2 jars of wine flew towards Bailey Tusu. "Thank you, master. Safe travels." Bailey Tusu accepted the wine, revealing a broad smile, and waved his hand. Xiang Chen watched this scene, feeling somewhat speechless, while inevitably recalling the days spent with his elder brother. "Senior brother." Xiang Chen stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect. "I am grateful for your timely assistance earlier." Bailey Tusu took a sip from the jar, and his expression changed instantly. Erupting in anger, "You old fool, you've mixed half a jar of water." A boisterous laughter echoed from the distance. "Ha ha, it's not water, but my master's reincarnation water." Bailey Tusu's face turned pale at the remark, and he bellowed, "Ah, you old wretch, I shall slay you." "Huang Er, crush him." "No, cut him down." Whoosh! A golden light shot forth, transforming into a magnificent golden sword that pursued its target. Were they master and disciple, or adversaries? Xiang Chen's mouth twitched at the sight. Was there truly such a master to torment his disciple, and such a disciple to torment his master? He had thought that his elder brother was already quite troublesome, yet the same could be said for the King of Heaven with respect to his senior brother. "You'll get used to it," Wang Yang explained softly from the side. In reality, the senior brother is not much younger than the master. Although they are called master and disciple, their bond is akin to that of brothers. But why does the senior brother appear so youthful? He shows no signs of aging? Xiang Chen asked, astonished. The senior brother is a loose immortal, with a spiritual body that can freeze his appearance. Thus he appears eternally young. Xiang Chen was taken aback. Was his senior brother also a loose immortal? However, he was arguably the most formidable loose immortal within their sect. Not only had he survived the 8 tribulations of loose immortality, which was a rare feat, but his treasure, a weapon forged from the essence of profound yellow, had few rivals in the world. Wang Yang's words left Xiang Chen in great shock. 8 tribulations of loose immortality. Does that not mean he is but one trial away from perfection, from breaking free of the tragic fate? A sigh escaped Wang Yang's lips. Yet throughout history, no one has been known to successfully transcend the 9 tribulations of loose immortality. We cannot be certain if the senior brother can withstand the final trial. The 9 tribulations of loose immortality are fraught with peril. Each one is a deadly tribulation, deliberately imposed by the heavens to obliterate those who ascend. Loose immortals are meant to perish in these tribulations, yet they cling to existence, defying the heavens with their spiritual forms. Little Yao, have you brought the wine? At that moment, the senior brother Bailey Tusu turned to Xiang Chen and inquired. Xiang Chen promptly presented a jar of wine. Senior brother, this is 8 Treasures Brew. The finest wine I could afford. I thank you for your timely assistance. 8 Treasures Brew. Ha, splendid. Bailey Tusu's eyes sparkled as he summoned the jar to him. With a deep inhalation of the wine's aroma, he savored it with a look of bliss. He scrutinized Xiang Chen, astonished. You lad. You possess both yin and yang within you. What a treasure-hidden peak has stumbled upon. Xiang Chen was taken aback. His unique constitution had been discerned at a glance. He hastily concealed his demonic bloodline deep within his heart. The senior brother's discerning eye sees all. Xiang Chen chuckled awkwardly. You possess both yin and yang? Wang Yang was equally astonished. Chapter 1194, The Path to the Yellow Springs. He was aware that Xiang Chen was of the utmost yin constitution, capable of practicing the Yellow Springs forbidden scripture, a chilling divine art. Yet he had not realized that Xiang Chen was also of the utmost yang body. Xiang Chen nodded, and Wang Yang chuckled with a knowing smile. You lad, you have the makings of a supreme cultivation furnace, a perfect companion for dual cultivation, suitable for both genders. At these words, a chill ran down Xiang Chen's spine. He instinctively drew away from Wang Yang. Get away, get away. I have no interest in men. Little one, are you still going to complete that task? If you don't, my senior brother might have to take action, Bailey Tusu said, rinsing his mouth with wine before inquiring about the matter. Of course I will. I have everything planned out. All we need is the sect's cooperation when the time comes. Xiang Chen hurriedly replied. Oh, do share your plan. Bailey Tusu expressed his interest. Xiang Ergo began to explain his strategy. We shall use their own methods against them, turning their schemes back upon themselves. After an extensive discussion among the three, Xiang Chen concluded, and both of his companions fell into deep contemplation. Senior brother, I believe our junior brother's plan is feasible, Wang Yang remarked. Bailey Tusu stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, if he truly is a traitor, this indeed appears to be a viable strategy worth trying. However, who among you will communicate with our second junior sister? Wang Yang chuckled. Naturally, it should be you. You and our second junior sister share a unique bond. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Bailey Tusu's expression changed, and he quickly said, our junior sister is here. I must hide. Do not disclose my whereabouts. With a swift motion, Bailey Tusu transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from sight. Before long, a figure descended from the sky. Dressed in a purple gown, she was stunningly beautiful and exuded an air of elegance and grace. It was none other than the sect leader, Zijin. How dare you run away? Zijin's countenance darkened as she arrived. Greetings, sect leader, Xiang Chen quickly bowed. Greetings, second junior sister. Wang Yang also cupped his hands in salute. Which direction did he flee? Zijin inquired. I'm afraid I do not know, Wang Yang replied with a wry smile. Crack. Ah! Wang Yang screamed as he was struck and sent flying dozens of miles away. Xiang Chen winced at the sight. You will tell me. Zijin glared coldly at Xiang Chen. That direction, Xiang Ergo weakly pointed. Humph, Bailey Tusu, how long do you intend to evade me? Are you not a man? Zijin pursued the direction indicated by Xiang Chen. Shortly after, the sound of a pained scream echoed back. Little one, how could you betray me so easily? I will remember this. Bang. Ah, junior sister, please let me explain. I never intended to avoid you. From afar, the sounds of a violent beating and continuous screams could be heard. Senior brother, I apologize. I am utterly helpless. I cannot withstand a slap from second junior sister. Xiang Chen shrugged with resignation. Before long, Wang Yang returned, a handprint visible on his face, looking as though he were on the verge of tears. What on earth is happening? Why did second junior sister strike senior brother? Xiang Chen inquired. Wang Yang rubbed his face, cursing under his breath, and sighed. Second junior sister is actually senior brother's fiancée. Ah! Xiang Chen's mouth dropped in disbelief, and he eagerly asked, what is the story behind this? Wang Yang sat down and poured himself a cup of wine. Second junior sister was raised by senior brother. They were once a pair destined for each other. In the past, they even faced the trials of ascension together. During one such trial, second junior sister nearly faltered. Senior brother, who was meant to succeed, sacrificed all of his celestial energy to ensure her success, resulting in his physical demise, leaving him as a wandering immortal. The second elder sister was supposed to reach the stage of ascension. However, She continually suppressed her cultivation, unwilling to ascend, simply to remain by the side of the senior brother. The senior brother, aware of his fated demise beneath the impending tribulation, sought to sever the bond that tied her to him, wishing not to involve her in his fate. Thus, he penned a letter of separation, hoping it would allow her to ascend early and seek enlightenment as an immortal, all the while avoiding her presence. In the end, Wang Yang took a sip of wine and sighed deeply, perhaps reminiscing about his own wife, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features. Hearing this, Xiang Chen felt a stir within his heart, filled with admiration for the profound and tragic love story shared between the two. Senior brother, I didn't mean to cause you trouble. I hope you won't hold it against me, Xiang Chen mused inwardly, recalling how he had inadvertently glimpsed his senior brother's beloved. By the way, old fellow, you mentioned that your sister-in-law was trapped somewhere? What place did you need my assistance to rescue her from? What is the timing? Xiang Chen inquired. At the mention of this matter, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Wang Yang's gaze. My wife is also your senior sister, ranked 8th in the Hidden Peak. You may refer to her as the 8th senior sister or sister-in-law. Xiang Chen pressed on. So, where exactly is the 8th senior sister imprisoned? That would be in the ancient secret realm known as the Yellow Springs Road, Wang Yang replied slowly. The Yellow Springs Road. Xiang Chen's expression shifted. Isn't that the path leading to the netherworld? Indeed, Wang Yang affirmed, narrowing his eyes. The Yellow Springs Road serves as a passage from our world to another, the realm of the dead. It is also a secret realm filled with formidable beings from the netherworld, making it perilously easy for people from the mortal realm to be detected if they venture inside. When my child was still in my sister-in-law's womb, we encountered an unforeseen calamity, resulting in a naturally flawed soul. It is likely that upon birth, the child would perish immediately. My sister-in-law and I entered the Yellow Springs in search of the Yellow Springs immortal fruit to save our child. Unfortunately, an accident occurred, and she became trapped within the Yellow Springs. Now that the Yellow Springs Road is sealed, I alone managed to escape, and the Yellow Springs Forbidden Classic is what I obtained inside. To re-enter, one must possess the power of the netherworld. Thus, for years, I have sought those capable of cultivating the Yellow Springs Forbidden Classic. When I encountered you, I realized that mastering the second technique, the Yellow Springs 9 Nether Fire, would grant access once more to the Yellow Springs Road. Xiang Chen smiled and said, Old fellow, behold this. He opened his palm, revealing a flickering azure-black flame. The Yellow Springs 9 Nether Fire. You've succeeded in your cultivation? Wang Yang gazed at the flame in astonishment. Indeed, I have achieved a modest mastery, fully igniting 3 Yellow Springs. Regrettably, without the ethereal flower or a primordial soul crystal, I could not attain full mastery in a short time, Xiang Chen replied, extinguishing the flame with a grin. Haha, splendid. I cannot believe you have progressed so swiftly. Leave the ethereal flower and primordial soul crystal to me. I shall seek them out for you. Wang Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, he quickly regained his composure, saying, Xiang Chen, now that you are aware of the journey to the Yellow Springs Road, are you still willing to take this risk? There are numerous beings from the netherworld lurking there. Xiang Chen chuckled. For sister-in-law, I shall brave this peril. His words moved Wang Yang deeply. What a fine lad. It seems I truly did not misjudge you from the start. Wang Yang gently patted Xiang Chen's shoulder, and his fondness for him surged instantaneously. In truth, while some professed their intentions were for the sake of their sister-in-law, Ergo's inner thoughts were quite the contrary. The Yellow Springs secret realm, filled with countless souls ripe for capture and consumption. Ha ha ha, I am indeed the sovereign of demons and ghosts. This was the true Ergo, a genuine canine spirit. Of course, there was another aspect to consider. Xiang Chen also harbored a desire to repay a debt of gratitude. After all, Wang Yang had treated him well, gifting treasures and imparting divine techniques, not to mention rescuing their group in dire straits. When shall we set forth to rescue them? Xiang Chen inquired. Wang Yang shook his head, replying, There is no rush. You have yet to fully cultivate your second technique. I will seek out sufficient nirvana flowers and soul crystals for you. Only once you have reached completion should we embark. Moreover, the Yellow Spring Road is fraught with peril, teeming with ghost kings and ghost emperors, and even beings of celestial caliber. Your current strength would place you in grave danger. It is far wiser to enter after achieving the ancient realm. He continued. The seals there are meant to prevent the celestial beings of the Yang realm from entering the underworld. Those who surpass the ancient realm cannot penetrate these barriers. Our master and senior brother cannot assist us. It will be solely up to us to venture forth, which is undeniably fraught with danger. Xiang Chen looked at Wang Yang, realizing, is this the reason you have restrained your own realm from breaking through? He could discern that Wang Yang had already reached the pinnacle of the ancient realm, with an exceptionally formidable soul force, on the verge of transcending to the celestial tribulation. Wang Yang nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, my old friend. I will do everything in my power to rescue your sister-in-law, he promised. Xiang Chen reciprocated the gesture, patting Wang Yang's shoulder. Wang Yang's expression grew complex as he lamented. Eighth sister has been trapped for decades. I cannot fathom her current condition. You must prioritize your own safety. Think positively. I am certain Eighth sister's cultivation is formidable, and she will endure until we arrive to rescue her. With that, Xiang Chen accompanied Wang Yang for a few drinks before departing from the hidden peak ancient Qiong Island. He first returned to his own abode at Qilian Mountain to visit Amo. Upon awakening, Amo sprang from his bed upon seeing Xiang Chen, kneeling in gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Foolish child, rise. You are merely a victim of my entanglements, Xiang Chen urged, lifting Amo to his feet. No, this is not your fault, senior brother. It is solely my weakness that has brought you trouble. I vow to cultivate diligently henceforth to prevent such occurrences from happening again. I am aware that you risked your life to slay Kor Fong Lei, incurring the wrath of Elder Xiao, Amo insisted, resolutely kneeling once more and bowing several times. Xiang Chen regarded the youth, aware that he was merely 7 or 8 years older than Amo, though when considering their past lives, he was over 20 years his senior. After a moment's hesitation, he made a decision and asked, Amo, would you be willing to take me as your master? Amo paused in surprise, then joyfully replied, of course. You are a paragon in my eyes, senior brother. Xiang Chen smiled, saying, very well, I shall accept your bows as your initiation gift. From this day forth, you shall be my first direct disciple. Disciple Amo pays respects to master. Amo rose and once more knelt, performing the 3 kneels and 9 kowtows of a disciple's homage. Brother, may I also take you as my master? I wish to learn your medical skills. Shilin gazed at Xiang Chen with longing. She and Amo were childhood friends, and when Amo passed away, she fainted from grief. The astonishing ability of Xiang Chen to heal someone already lost to death left her in awe, igniting her desire to become his disciple. Xiang Chen looked at Shilin and pondered for a moment before responding. You possess a wood attribute constitution, which is indeed suitable for inheriting my Huaitian true essence. Very well, I shall accept both of you as my disciples today. From this moment forth, you shall be my direct disciples. Shilin pays her respects to the master. She exclaimed joyfully, immediately kneeling to perform the customary bow of apprenticeship. Congratulations, Shilin. From now on, we are fellow disciples, and I shall be your senior brother, Amo said with a smile. Hee, I refuse to call you senior brother. I am older than you. Thus you should address me as senior sister. Come now, it's only a matter of half a month. I became the master's disciple first. Xiang Chen looked at the 2 new disciples at his feet, a smile creeping onto his face. He had not anticipated that he would one day stand as a mentor. Brother 8, you now have 2 little disciples, Xiang Chen mused as he gazed out at the starry sky, recollecting the lewd and mischievous pig. Brother 8, where have you been all these years? Did you truly ascend to the heavens? He remembered their last meeting, when Brother 8 had declared that they would reunite when he dominated the world. Their bond was one of teacher, friend, and elder brother. Without him, Xiang Chen would have perished on the execution ground, a mere stepping stone for others, a corpse beneath the machinations of schemes. I must strive to surpass him by the next meeting. I shall turn him into pork chops, Xiang Chen thought to himself. In a certain realm of the universe, a large black and white spotted pig sneezed. Who dares to insult me? It exclaimed, darting through the space with incredible speed, rivaling the velocity of light. Then, with its trotters, it began to calculate. That little rascal, I knew it was you. When we meet again, I shall surely turn your backside into 8 pieces. Having deduced the identity of the offender, the pig then chuckled. Ah, this little brat has finally broken through, huh? And he's gained so much fortune and romance. He is indeed teachable. It seems he is beginning to reclaim his true nature. You remain the same boy, unchanged. Reincarnation is merely a test, and your true self, lewd and mischievous, remains intact. Ha! With a cheerful tune, the pig's face bore the smile of a proud father. Fatty, don't run. You scoundrel. Do you think you can just ignore me after pulling up your pants? Came an enraged voice from behind. A mighty roar echoed as an unseen black dragon, perhaps stretching for thousands of miles, pursued him. Sister Ay, you've chased me across several star domains. Aren't you tired? I promised I would take responsibility. But I still have many tasks to complete. I simply don't have time for a millennia-long romance right now. Dear little deaf girl, please understand. With a peculiar cry, the pig unleashed a tremendous burst of energy from its rear. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending colossal celestial bodies flying, as this pig, with a single fart, created an entire galaxy. Stop! I shall roast your kidneys. The dragon roared at the starry sky, pursuing with an overwhelming dominance, causing the stars to retreat. Xiang Chen gazed at his two young disciples and resolved to defy fate, intending to transform their physical constitutions. Otherwise, they would struggle to endure his profound legacy of cultivation methods. Chapter 1196. A visit from the elders. Xiang Chen assessed the talents of Amo and Shilin. Amo possessed a fire attribute talent, with the internal organs and heart embodying the essence of fire, adept at harnessing the spirit energy of flames. The conversion of fire attribute techniques necessitated the activation of the heart meridians. Shilin, on the other hand, bore a wood attribute talent. Her liver infused with wood attribute spirit energy, making her suitable for cultivating the true origin of rejuvenation. It was imperative to harmonize the water and fire elements for Amo. Without balance, she would be unable to cultivate the sun true scripture. As for Shilin, she would require long-term consumption of the wood blossom pill to enhance her wood attribute talent. In his heart, Xiang Chen devised a plan to alter their physical constitutions. Amo, Shilin, these two cultivation methods are my true inheritance. In his hand appeared two jade slips. One slip, crafted from sun fire crystal, contained the sun true scripture, encompassing all cultivation techniques within the ancient realms. The other jade slip detailed the cultivation heart method of the true origin of rejuvenation and various secret arts. The two received the slips, expressing their gratitude to their master. Xiang Chen continued, the sun true scripture, also known as the sacred art of the sun, is the pinnacle of the utmost yang techniques in the world. Amo, by transforming your fire attribute true essence into sun true essence, your power will multiply several times compared to your current techniques. After the transformation, do not rush into cultivation. I will refine a medicinal pill to alter your constitution, enabling you to maximize your potential in this art. The sun, true scripture. Thank you, master. Amo exclaimed joyfully, eagerly accepting the slip. Even without cultivation, she could sense the formidable and overwhelming symbols contained within. Her true essence instinctively recoiled in awe. As for Shilin, Xiang Chen imparted to her the cultivation method known as the true origin of rejuvenation, which far surpassed her current techniques in offensive power. It also encompassed various toxic arts and goo techniques, capable of infinitely enhancing one's vitality and healing ailments. When she reaches a level akin to mine, even if her internal organs are compromised or she suffers fatal injuries, she will be able to recover. Shilin received the true origin of rejuvenation with delight, saying, "Thank you, Master." Xiang Chen smiled. I passed to Amo the sun true scripture, a peerless and invaluable canon of the utmost yang, exceptionally suited for cultivating fire, metal, and thunder attributes, each wielding astonishing power. As for you, Shilin, upon transitioning to the true origin of rejuvenation, you may delve into the medical arts, toxic techniques, and alchemy contained within. These two methods will allow you to pursue your lifelong aspirations, achieving realms beyond imagination. Currently, I impart to you the techniques of the ancient realms. One day, when you break through to the eternal realm, I shall bestow upon you even more formidable cultivation methods. The jade slips have been sealed with a transmission prohibition. Upon shedding your blood upon them, you will accept the inheritance, which cannot be divulged to others. The two hastily dripped their blood onto the jade slips, which erupted in brilliance, as streams of transmission symbols transformed into golden light, surging into their minds. After a prolonged period of comprehension, they realized the extraordinary nature of their master's teachings, filled with gratitude as they knelt to express their profound thanks for the imparted wisdom. Teachers, the bearers of knowledge, are akin to one's parents in their benevolence. In ancient times, individuals referred to their mentors as fathers, holding them in the same esteemed regard as one's progenitors. Heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, teacher. These were the five paramount entities revered in the hearts of the ancients. Now, you too may return to your respective abodes for contemplation. Especially you, Amo. Lacking the attributes of the lunar essence, you must retain your youthful form until you achieve the realm of carefree enlightenment. Remain dutifully within your innocence. My young disciple, cautioned Xiang Chen once more. Understood, master, replied Amo, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Masters speak in ways that can mortify one. Shilin too felt a blush of awkwardness. Ha ha ha, off you go. Though I shall be your master in the future. Do not carry the weight of familial expectations in our interactions, said Xiang Chen with a hearty laugh, waving his hand to propel the two outwards. The pair bowed respectfully outside the door before departing with joyful hearts. Ah, brother, I have indeed found two young disciples for you, Xiang Chen mused, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed their retreating figures. He then turned back to his chamber of cultivation, preparing to refine a furnace of solar elixirs for Amo using his golden crow blood. His intention was not to transform Amo into a creature of the demon race, but rather to enhance and elevate his human talents. Amongst the myriad beings in the cosmos, the human form is the most mysterious, capable of embracing the myriad paths of the five elements and the dualities of yin and yang. Any race, upon reaching the stage of transformation, can attain a human-like form. It is only with this human embodiment that one can cultivate diverse attributes of magical arts. For instance, the golden crow can solely focus on the utmost cultivation of solar powers and martial skills. Yet, if it were to assume a human form, it too could pursue other attributes of magical arts. The human race is favored by the heavens, endowed with an innate path body that gives rise to intelligence. To transform into a human is perceived as attaining a path body among other races. In the subjective consciousness of humanity, the human form is simply a pair of eyes, two legs, a nose, a mouth, embracing the dualities of yin and yang, with the five organs converging the five elements, while the head and feet represent heaven and earth. However, in the eyes of the demon races, the human body is merely an embodiment that aligns with the path body. It is not that the human form is the path body itself, but rather that the path body manifests in a corporeal human state. In the primordial days, before the emergence of humanity, other races had already achieved human-like forms, discovering the optimal manifestation for cultivation, which is the present human physique. On the seventh day, the elixirs for the two had been successfully refined. After administering the elixirs, a group arrived at Xiang Chen's Crimson Refinement Mountain a few days later. Master, who is the disciple you spoke of that can resolve our thunder affliction? Can he truly alleviate the thunder affliction within us? Inquired an elder, somewhat battered and bruised. The master of Thunderblade Peak was present, followed by a throng of individuals. You should have heard of him. His name is Tangyu. The Thunderblade Peak master replied with a smile. I can assure you, he has neither deceived me nor would dare to deceive me. What? Tangyu? It's that lad, exclaimed the elder, his expression transforming dramatically upon hearing the name. He was none other than Elder Xiaohe, who had been bested by Xiang Chen just days prior. Amo was taken aback upon opening the mountain gate. The leader of the Thunderblade Peak, along with 8 esteemed elders, 19 regular elders, and 38 junior elders, arrived in a grand procession. AMU gazed at the Peak Master's token and the elder tokens, nearly rendered speechless. Young one, is Tangyu present? Inquired the gentle Peak Master of Thunderblade. AMU, taken aback for a few moments, quickly regained his composure and respectfully replied, Yes, indeed. I pay my respects to all esteemed elders of the sect. My master is currently in the mountains. You are Tangyu's disciple? Oh, you possess the body of the pure yang. The Peak Master of Thunderblade suddenly made a realization, astonishment evident on his face. What? The body of the pure yang? Upon hearing this, the other elders unleashed their formidable spiritual senses, thoroughly probing AMU from his very cells to every strand of hair, all revealing expressions of shock. Inside AMU, the heart of yang radiated like a small sun, emanating an innate spiritual energy of pure yang, capable of encompassing all yang-related energies in existence. The group of elders now regarded him with fervent eyes. Young one, which peak do you belong to as a core disciple? The Peak Master inquired hastily. Such extraordinary talent could merit an exceptional promotion to a core disciple, nurtured with abundant resources from a young age. I am merely an outer disciple, AMU admitted, feeling somewhat flustered under the intense gaze of so many venerable figures. What? Such talent is only an outer disciple. The recruitment hall must be blind. Young one, take me as your master, and I shall immediately have the sect promote you to core. Old Lu, how many disciples do you already have? Do not compete with me. Young one, take me as your master, and I shall impart all my true teachings to you. You are perfectly suited to cultivate my flame and thunder art. Young one, do not listen to them. Take me as your master, and I will surely impart all my knowledge to you. The crowd began to jostle to claim AMU as their disciple. AMU felt a sense of unreality, as if in a dream. Witnessing figures he once regarded as untouchable now eagerly vying to take him as their apprentice. My apologies, esteemed elders, but I already have a master. AMU quickly interjected upon regaining his senses. The elders finally remembered. Ah, this lad is Tang Yu's disciple. Tang Yu is indeed fortunate. Where did he find such a remarkable prodigy? Elder Lu sighed. The peak master of Thunderblade felt a stir of desire and then declared, "Let us ascend the mountain." AMU led the group up the mountain, where Xiang Chen had already seen them and was waiting atop with Shilin. Shilin, activate the turtle breathing technique I taught you, and conceal your yin energy. You both are now regarded as exceptional talents in the eyes of ordinary people. Henceforth, do not reveal your gifts. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled. Do you understand? Xiang Chen glanced at Shilin beside him. He was, after all, the one with the most extraordinary talent, though only a few in the sect were aware of his true capabilities. Yes, Shilin nodded. Haha. Tang Yu, we have brought the materials you requested. The hearty laughter of the peak master resonated as he approached with a throng of individuals. Xiang Chen clasped his fists and smiled. Greetings, peak master and esteemed elders. His gaze then fell upon Xiao He, and with a teasing tone, he exclaimed, Elder Xiao He, you have come as well. Xiao He's expression darkened, and he remained silent, for he too was an elder of Thunderblade Peak. He did not anticipate that it would be Xiang Chen who could remedy their thunder affliction. The master of Thunderblade Peak inquired. We have brought the materials you requested, Xianlei essence iron, and wood spirit crystals. May we now proceed to address the thunder affliction? Xiang Chen nodded in affirmation, stating, with the materials prepared, it can certainly be done. However, master, I must confess that I have slightly altered my stance. While I am willing to assist others with their thunder affliction, I fear I cannot extend the same courtesy to Elder Xiao. The gaze of the crowd converged upon Xiao He, with some puzzled by the tension between the two. Meanwhile, a few informed individuals quickly conveyed to the master of Thunderblade Peak that there lay a deep-seated enmity between Xiang Chen and Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao's countenance darkened as he remarked, I did not expect it to be you, Tang Yu. If you can indeed alleviate my thunder affliction, we can set aside our past grievances. Master Nye Yunlei sighed. I was unaware of the animosity between you two. Thus, I shall act as a mediator. From this point forward, let us consider this matter resolved. Elder Xiao, you shall not trouble Tang Yu, and Tang Yu, do not harbor resentment towards Elder Xiao. Xiang Chen interjected, Master, it is not that I wish to disregard your authority, but the matter of the murder of my disciple weighs heavily on Elder Xiao's heart. I require Elder Xiao to swear an oath that he will no longer seek trouble with me before I can feel at ease. Elder Xiao regarded Xiang Chen with icy determination. If you truly succeed in curing my thunder affliction, I shall make that vow, and we shall wipe the slate clean, no longer troubling each other. With his disciple already lost, Elder Xiao was willing to swallow his pride, recognizing that Xiang Chen was a core disciple, and his capabilities were not to be underestimated. A slight smile graced Xiang Chen's lips as he replied, As for whether I can indeed do so, you shall witness it shortly. Master, I require an open area, preferably a secluded place where I can arrange the formations. That is easily arranged. Follow me. The master of Thunderblade Peak nodded, turning to soar into the sky in search of an appropriate location. The others promptly followed suit, and Xiang Chen took flight alongside them. Before long, they arrived at a vast expanse of flat terrain, devoid of any nearby disciples for 100 miles. Satisfied with the surroundings, Xiang Chen nodded, This will do, master. Please hand over the materials. With a wave of his hand, the master of Thunderblade Peak summoned a plethora of resources enveloped in radiant light, thousands of wood spirit crystals, and 8 pieces of millennium-grade Xianlei essence iron. The wood spirit crystals emanated a formidable aura of wood attribute energy, while the Xianlei essence iron was infused with the power of thunder. Subsequently, Xiang Chen produced a tiny wolf hair brush, channeling his true essence as he dipped it in the blood of fierce beasts to inscribe mystical symbols into the air. He meticulously inscribed intricate runes into the Xianlei essence iron, crafting 8 formation talismans imbued with profound essence upon the 8 pieces of iron. The onlookers marveled at Xiang Chen's remarkable skill in crafting talismans, their expressions betraying awe. Soon, the 8 talismans inscribed upon the Xianlei essence iron were completed. Xiang Chen unleashed the blazing solar fire from within, enveloping several thousand pounds of the iron, which was then forged into 8 towering pillars. The pillars were arranged in the 8 cardinal directions, perfectly occupying the positions dictated by the 8 trigrams. Following this, the wood spirit crystals transformed into radiant beams of light, descending upon the various pillars. Was this the formation being laid out? An elder, well-versed in formations, expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Xiang Chen was setting up a dispersive thunder array. Without this array, he feared that he would be struck dead by the lightning energies conjured by these old fellows. Before long, the formation was complete. The earth was enveloped by an octagonal array, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. With a smile, Xiang Chen inquired, "Who shall step forward first?" "Allow me," replied Nie Yunlei, the master of Thunderblade Peak, as he entered the center of the array. "Please lie flat, master, and refrain from exerting your true essence," Xiang Chen instructed. Nie Yunlei nodded and reclined within the formation. A set of spiritual needles appeared in Xiang Chen's hand. With a wave, the needles transformed into beams of light, piercing numerous meridians and acupoints on Nie Yunlei. Subsequently, he placed a palm upon Nie Yunlei's chest, infusing him with the essence of his returning true energy. Thunderous roars erupted from within Nie Yunlei, as powerful lightning energies surged forth, immediately guided and dispersed by the formation. 8 pillars of profound thunder and iron erupted with lightning, soaring skyward for thousands of feet, coalescing into formidable thunderclaps. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen's returning true energy voraciously consumed the accumulated thunder poison within Nie Yunlei's meridians and flesh. A potent and domineering toxin accumulated over years of practicing thunder techniques. Within the body of Nie Yunlei, black, thunderous sludge was forcefully expelled from his blood, flesh, bones, and organs. This black sludge harbored a toxic power specifically designed to destroy vitality. Thunder poison. Master Nie gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly enduring immense pain during this detoxification process. His bones felt as if they were being gnawed at by ants, an unbearable sensation. Xiang Chen's returning true energy, along with the absorbed thunder poison, transformed violently in his palm, refining into streams of returning true energy toxins. The might of the divine pattern of the heavenly poison hand was indeed escalating. Xiang Chen had long set his sights on the thunder poison, which had devoured a substantial amount of vitality. It could aid in detoxifying individuals, earn merit, and enhance the potency of his returning true energy and miraculous powers. What could be more advantageous? The lightning energies within Master Nie were gradually forced out, and his own power was depleting during the detoxification process. After the successful expulsion of the toxins, his strength would recede somewhat, but with time and resources, it could be replenished. The expression of agony on Master Nie's face began to diminish. He could sense the thunder ailment within him gradually dissipating, a look of joy emerging upon his countenance. It truly could be cured. The pharmacists of the Sect's apothecary hall could only assist in suppression, unable to eradicate it entirely. "Master, how goes it? Is there any effect?" asked an elder, eyes fixed intently on the array. "There is an effect. I can feel the thunder ailment within me diminishing," Nie Yunlei replied joyfully. "It truly can be cured. Ha ha, the heavens have indeed opened their eyes. With this, I shall have the confidence to strive for that realm." Remarkably, he had not anticipated such an effective remedy. Tang Yu's medical skills were astonishing. The elders were stirred with excitement, and even Xiao He displayed a semblance of joy. Compared to his own fate and future, his physical safety, and the vengeance of his disciples, he found he could indeed set aside his grievances. After a considerable duration, the final remnants of the thunder poison were completely consumed by the returning true energy, elevating Xiang Chen's true energy to the pinnacle of the carefree realm. In the realm of the azure heavens, a formidable new toxin emerged within the hands of the master, a lightning poison. This venom possessed the capabilities of paralysis and the corrosion of life itself. "Master Lei, it is done," remarked Xiang Chen, exhaling deeply and feigning exhaustion. In truth, his physical condition was remarkably robust. Nie Yunlei rose, sensing within himself that the remnants of centuries-old lightning poison had vanished completely. Haha, it has truly been eradicated. Tengyu, well done. Your efforts are a blessing to our lay blade peak, he exclaimed with joy, patting Xiang Chen on the shoulder. His mood buoyant and gratitude evident in his gaze. Xiang Chen replied with a serene smile. Just remember to honor your promise, master. Nie Yunlei laughed heartily, assuring him. Rest assured, I shall certainly commend you and impart the complete thousand-blade Thunder Dragon sword technique to you and your siblings. Xiang Chen nodded, then turned to the other elders. Who shall be the next elder? I shall. Elder Lu transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing before Xiang Chen, grinning. Tengyu, I entrust my fate to you. Xiang Chen nodded, guiding Elder Lu to lie within the formation, continuing to purge the poison from him. Within the formation, as Xiang Chen cleansed each elder of the lightning toxin, he also absorbed the venom, his true yuan steadily increasing. Xiang Chen admired the legacy of his elder brother, who had mastered the myriad poisons of the world. With sufficient power, any toxin could be neutralized and absorbed, transformed into beneficial energy. It is said that both medicine and poison share a commonality. While medicine can save lives, an excess can prove fatal, and poison, when used correctly, can also serve as a remedy. When the last elder's toxicity was absorbed, the accumulated energy within Xiang Chen was sufficient to elevate his true yuan to the realm of the apothecary emperor. A mighty force of life surged from within him, initiating a transformation unknown to others. A stream of revitalizing energy, several times more potent than before, coursed through his body, enhancing his flesh, vitality, bones, and meridians. The power of his true yuan surged tenfold. The internal organs, meridians, flesh, and bones within Xiang Chen became remarkably resilient, capable of astonishing recovery from injuries inflicted by the ancient realms. The apothecary emperor, the realm of the sacred text of returning heaven, had ascended to the level of the ancient domain. Xiang Chen felt an assurance that even if his physical form were shattered, he could heal and restore himself. However, he dared not test this theory recklessly. His spiritual power was also nourished by the true yuan, reaching the profound depths of the seventh tier of the ancient realm, significantly surpassing his own previous level. The strength of his body and bloodline was further enhanced. A more potent yin and yang energy merged within his two true dan. The divine treasures within him expanded, and his power surged, doubling the foundational strength of his previous realm. The eighth heaven of freedom. His true yuan was concurrently fortified. Tengyu, the enmity between you and me regarding my disciple is hereby resolved from this day forth. I swear it, declared Xiao He, gazing at Xiang Chen with a gaze that was somewhat complex as he made his pledge. Xiang Chen nodded and slightly cupped his fists, taking precautions by secretly leaving a safeguard within Xiao He. Tengyu, I shall call you master henceforth. Thank you. The other elders clasped their fists and offered a slight bow to Xiang Chen, who returned the gesture with equal courtesy. This act of detoxification undoubtedly bestowed upon him a favor from all the elders of Thunderblade Peak. As for the matter of merit, I shall promptly submit a request to the sect on your behalf. Here are 3 copies of the complete technique for the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon Sword Art. A reward from Thunderblade Peak for you and your siblings, declared the Peak Master, producing 3 jade slips swirling with thunderous blade energy, clearly having prepared them in advance. Thank you, Peak Master. Xiang Chen accepted them with delight, his heart brimming with joy at finally acquiring the sect's most formidable sword technique. Yet, in his heart, he regarded the Shura sword art as the true pinnacle. However, he could not fathom why this particular technique lacked any records in the sect's scriptures, existing solely within the inherited will depicted by the immortal artist. It was not difficult for Xiang Chen to deduce the reason. The Shura sword art was exceedingly malevolent, a technique of slaughter that could easily lead practitioners astray, their souls being consumed by its murderous intent. In contrast, the Thousand-Blade Thunder Dragon sword art represented a righteous path, a renowned and powerful sword technique. Of course, this so-called supremacy was merely relative within the realm of the outer heavens. The universe surely harbored even more terrifying sword techniques capable of cleaving through stars and severing galaxies. After expressing their gratitude, the assembly gradually departed. Their cultivation had been significantly depleted during the detoxification process, with some even experiencing a regression in their realms, necessitating a return to their training to recover. However, compared to the removal of the hidden dangers brought by the thunder affliction, this price was indeed trivial. The detoxification had consumed 8 days, and upon returning to his Crimson Refinement Mountain, Xiang Chen was astonished to discover that Li Huan, Tu Na, and a group of over 20 others had returned from the Thunder Essence Pool with an impressive haul. Chapter 1199, Setting a Bait on Crimson Refinement Mountain. A fish tank measuring 100 meters on each side had appeared. The internal space of this tank was evidently that of a storage-type magical artifact. Within it swarmed hundreds of golden thunder eels, their powers sealed by the divine banishment of the heavenly moon, including 6 ancient-grade golden dragon eels. Meanwhile, Wang Ying, Zhang Dan, and Li Huan were gathered at his mountaintop, grilling the thunder eels. Goodness, you lot haven't driven the golden thunder eels to extinction, have you? Xiang Chen gazed incredulously at the multitude of golden thunder eels crammed into the tank. Not at all, there are plenty left, right, Chengge? Li Huan chuckled. Indeed, indeed. 6 ancient-grade golden dragon eels. What a remarkable catch you all have made. Xiang Chen exclaimed, tossing 2 jade slips towards Li Huan and Tu Na, comprising the complete 1,000-blade thunder dragon cultivation technique. Li Huan and the others had formed the breaking army formation to capture the golden thunder eels, a formidable synergy that made their task effortless, especially with the aid of the moonlit eyes. Xiang Chen, Tu Na, and Li Huan each took 2 golden dragon eels, while the remaining golden thunder eels were allocated to nourish their fellow brothers. In a few days, there will be a mission. You all should not be idle and join me in earning merit, Xiang Chen said, seated before the grill as he accepted a skewer of roasted meat. What mission? The group inquired with curiosity. You will find out in due time, Xiang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Allow me to introduce my 2 disciples, Amo and Shilin. Please come forth to greet your esteemed uncles and pay your respects. In my absence from the sect, you may seek their guidance for any matters that arise. Xiang Chen beckoned Amo and Shilin over. Greetings, esteemed uncles. Amo and Shilin bowed respectfully to the gathered assembly, who received them with warm and amiable demeanors. For these were the only 2 disciples of Brother Chen. Half a month later, within the confines of the training chamber, Xiang Chen was enveloped by an array of thunderous dragon blade energies, the number of which astonishingly reached 999. Having absorbed the energies from 3 ancient golden eel serpents, his 1,000-blade thunder dragon technique had attained a state of great mastery. Suddenly, the soundstone on his person emitted a resonant transmission. Little 19, commence operations 3 days hence, begin the baiting process. The voice of his senior brother, Bailey Tusu, resonated from the soundstone. Understood, senior brother, replied Xiang Chen, rising to his feet as he withdrew all the swirling thunder dragon blade energies back into his body. Indeed, the 1,000-blade thunder dragon energy is formidable. My blade's potency has increased by no less than 6-fold, he murmured, a smile gracing his lips. With that, he exited the training chamber, descending the mountain alone, heading towards a specific destination, the recruitment hall. At the towering peak of the recruitment hall, numerous disciple assistants bustled about, while new disciples arrived to undertake various tasks in exchange for merit points. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's gaze fixated upon an individual traversing a mountain path. Zhao Xing, a mid-level assistant disciple of the recruitment hall, had reached the pinnacle of the carefree realm, yet had remained stagnant at this juncture for many years, his potential largely exhausted, rendering further breakthroughs improbable. As he pondered over the day's assorted responsibilities, a figure approached along the path. Senior brother Zhao, it has been quite some time. Xiang Chen waved and smiled. Ah, it is you, junior brother Tang. Zhao recognized Tang Yu, a glimmer of sharp insight flashing in his eyes. It was he who had originally arranged for Xiang Chen's journey to the Crimson Refinement Mountain. Xiang Chen also remembered him, for Zhao often discreetly monitored the happenings at the Crimson Refinement Mountain. Senior brother Zhao, it has indeed been a while. What have you been occupied with lately? Xiang Chen inquired with a warm and familiar tone. Zhao replied with a chuckle. Ah, just tending to various menial tasks. We assistant disciples cannot compare to you esteemed students. Our days are filled with incessant duties, while you are fortunate enough to focus solely on your cultivation. I find it challenging to dedicate even a few moments to my practice each month. Xiang Chen clasped his hands in appreciation, stating, I am grateful for your previous guidance, which allowed me to prepare for the challenges at Crimson Refinement Mountain, particularly in understanding the poison pills. Otherwise, I would have faced significant peril. Zhao returned the gesture. It was my duty. I trust you are settling in well. Xiang Chen nodded with a smile, extolling the virtues of Crimson Refinement Mountain, while inwardly he scoffed. Zhao Xing must have been aware of the ancient serpent, the Crimson Refinement King Snake, residing there, yet he deliberately refrained from mentioning it. Xiang Chen could surmise his ulterior motives. Sighing, he revealed a hint of concern. All is well, I suppose. However, junior brother, you seem somewhat troubled. Is there something weighing on your mind? Zhao inquired with genuine concern. Xiang Chen sighed. I have received a mission to return to the battlefield of the Honyun continent. The sect intends to completely eradicate the crocodilian tribe and seize that territory, having summoned an army of 100,000. Alas, as a formidable force in the realm of carefree existence, and having spent several years there, I have accepted this task and shall depart in a couple of days. Oh, I see. However, with your prowess, isn't this task merely a means to earn merit? Why the distress? Zhao Xing remarked, his eyes glinting with mischief. Years will pass once again in that desolate place, devoid of women and any semblance of enjoyment. Moreover, this matter is classified. Only those assigned to the mission are privy to it, so you must not disclose it, senior brother. I am quite troubled, as we leave in 3 days. Xiang Chen sighed deeply, clasped his hands in respect, and said, I must prepare some supplies. Farewell, senior brother. Take care, junior brother, Zhao Xing replied, bidding him farewell. Once Xiang Chen departed, his expression darkened slightly, and he swiftly turned back towards the recruitment hall, several dozen miles away. A cold smile crept across the corners of Xiang Chen's mouth. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the spatial realm outside the Batian sect, 10 colossal spirit ships, each measuring 200 meters in length, floated in the void. Each vessel housed 10,000 warriors of the Batian army clad in spirit armor. Xiang Chen and his brethren from the Yanhuang Hall were aboard one of the ships. Junior brother Xiang Chen, a man clad in black armor, exuding an air of authority with a resolute visage, approached to greet him. 7th senior brother. Xiang Chen clasped his hands in acknowledgement, sending a telepathic greeting. Qin Shan, the 7th senior brother of the Hidden Peak, held the ostensible title of Grand Commander within the Batian army, leading an army of 100,000. I appreciate your assistance with this mission, senior brother. Haha, not at all, we are family. I eagerly anticipate your formal induction into our Hidden Peak, Qin Shan replied, nodding. However, he did not engage in extended conversation with Xiang Chen, and after inspecting the spirit ship, he commanded, advance. With a thunderous roar, the 10 spirit ships, carrying the 100,000 troops, soared into the starry expanse, their destination the battlefield of the Honyun continent, where Xiang Chen and his comrades had undergone trials. The directive issued by the Batian military to all warriors was to conquer the Honyun continent. Chapter 1200. The Battle of the Earth Immortals within a day. The fleet approached the Honyun continent. Countless stars and meteors lay ahead, and behind those small celestial bodies was the crimson expanse of the Honyun continent. The 8th extraterrestrial battlefield where Xiang Chen and his companions had honed their skills for several years. Prepare for arrival. All troops on high alert. Qin Shan's command echoed through the identity tokens to every officer under his command. The officers relayed the order to their respective squads. Everyone harnessed their true essence and magic power, preparing for the impending confrontation. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the convoy pressed onward. Brother Chen, why does it feel as if a battle is imminent? Wang Xiaoji murmured beside Xiang Chen. It is indeed time for battle. Be ready, Xiang Chen nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing his words, the warriors under his command immediately fell into a state of readiness, dividing into 4 groups, 3 combat units, and 1 reserve unit. Then, a series of energy roars erupted from the surrounding stars. A myriad of beams of light erupted, piercing through the cosmos in an instant, targeting the 10 spirit ships. The defensive formation activated. The vessels were prepared, and they swiftly erected a protective barrier. A colossal golden shield ascended, merging into a unified expanse, enveloping the 10 spirit ships. Thunderous roars echoed as the beams of light surged forth, powerful shockwaves reverberating against the defensive barrier, generating intense ripples of force. Attack! A chorus of roars resonated throughout the surrounding heavens. Dozens of spirit ships ascended from the nearby celestial bodies, charging towards the fleet. On board these enemy vessels, over 300,000 warriors of the crocodilian race surged forward, unleashing astonishing energy. We have awaited you for long. Prepare for battle, activate the dominating sky sword formation, and ready the divine archers. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Chen smirked, followed by a commanding shout. Amidst the clamor, 30,000 soldiers drew forth formidable spirit bows and arrows, all of which were above the 7th-tier spirit artifacts. Cease defenses, attack! Xiang Chen bellowed, gesturing with authority. In an instant, a volley of arrows was unleashed. Thousands of shafts streaking across 100 miles of starry expanse towards the advancing crocodilian warriors. With piercing sounds, 7,000 to 8,000 crocodilian soldiers fell under the onslaught of the arrows. Xiang Chen gathered 7 arrows, the dragon-hunting bow drawn to its fullest, and released them. One arrow pierced the body of a crocodilian king, whose scream was silenced before it could escape his lips, as he shattered into fragments. Boom, boom. After penetrating him, the arrow also struck down 3 more warriors. With one arrow claiming 4 lives, these 7 arrows swiftly dispatched over 20 crocodilian soldiers. Shield formation, a crocodilian commander cried out. From the crocodilian ranks, tens of thousands of spiritual lights surged forth, transforming into enormous spirit shields that took position at the front. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows struck the shield formation, exploding upon impact without breaching their defenses. 7 stars illuminate the moon. A brilliant glint shone in Xiang Chen's eyes as the power of the sun infused the dragon-hunting bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 arrows were released in succession, forming a linear path. These 7 arrows, in perfect synchrony, transformed into a silver dragon of fury, their intent reaching the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the arrow dragon collided with the shield formation, shattering the shields and violently surging into the ranks of soldiers, as the explosions claimed dozens of lives. Behind Xiang Chen, over 20 brothers from the Yanhuang Hall also released their arrows, breaching a section of the defenses. Excellent archery, Xiang Chen remarked appreciatively. However, the enemy was numerous and advancing rapidly. Kill! Xiang Chen roared, waving the battle flag. Kill! 100,000 troops drew their swords, transforming into a surge of figures ascending towards the crocodilian army. A primal roar echoed across the starry expanse. A colossal black dragon, stretching 100 feet long, emerged, its scales resembling cold iron, claws sharp as blades, emanating an aura of terror. In an instant, it crossed 100 miles of the cosmos. Upon its head stood a towering figure, his countenance resolute, wielding a massive black battle axe. Tua Ba Qian II, one of the 10 marshals of the crocodilian race. Strike! With a single swing of his axe, Tua Ba Qian II unleashed a blinding radiance that surged for hundreds of feet, cleaving through the starry sky and descending upon a battalion of the Batian army. Combine your strength and shatter him, shouted a captain with fervor. As over 100 soldiers erupted in a flurry of sword lights, their sword energies intertwining like a dense forest in an attempt to intercept. Amidst the thunderous sounds, the formidable axe forcefully shattered their attacks, subsequently wreaking havoc upon them. The air was filled with anguished cries as this group was instantaneously reduced to mere dust by the axe's might. By the heavens, the power of a being at the earthly immortal realm is truly terrifying, Wang Ying exclaimed, instinctively retreating to a safer distance. Xiang Chen's expression was equally grave. The earthly immortal realm represented the pinnacle of power in this celestial expanse. Let us maintain our distance from that battlefield and focus our assault here. With a firm step, Xiang Chen transformed into a radiant streak of light, soaring into the cosmos, accompanied by 6 comrades. Form the formation, break the army, Xiang Chen chanted, intertwining his hands to condense intricate runes of magic. 7 killers in the lead, prepare to break the army. The 6 behind him simultaneously formed the formation. A scarlet pillar of flames descended from the heavens, enveloping the 7 as they donned the 7 killers' battle armor, their prowess surging 7-fold, rivaling that of the ancient realms. Meanwhile, Shao Ji and Li Huan's group formed 3 7 killers formations, which seamlessly merged into a single break army formation. Above the 21 warriors, the stellar power of the break army enveloped them, coalescing into a battle blade over 100 meters long, radiating with the terrifying brilliance of 7-fold ancient realm might. Kill! Xiang Chen bellowed, unleashing all his true essence and magical power. With a resounding roar, he struck towards the heavens, cleaving through the opposing enemy camp. The starry sky was rent asunder, a vast chasm opening as a blue radiance swept across the firmament for hundreds of feet. In an instant, An entire company of over 100 crocodilian warriors was engulfed by the blade's light, their bodies exploding into fragments. The potency of this break army formation now far surpassed their previous capabilities at the Ascendant realm. The peak of the break army formation from ancient times was capable of slaying earthly immortals. As the two armies clashed, hundreds of ancient realm powerhouses emerged from both factions, while the ranks of the carefree realm kings numbered in the thousands. Ha ha ha, Tuo Baqian too. I have come to challenge you. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, fully unleashing his concealed strength. With a powerful step forward, an overwhelming wave of yellow true essence roared through the heavens, breaking through the pinnacle of the ancient realm. He stepped into the earthly, immortal realm. This was his true power. Had he unleashed his full might against Xiang Chen back then, a single punch would have obliterated Xiang Ergo. In his hand, Xiang Chen wielded a yellow staff imbued with terrifying spiritual might, adorned with swirling runes. With a single swing, the 1,000-meter-long shadow of the staff surged toward Tuo Baqian too, shattering the void and fracturing the very fabric of space. The force of this strike was enough to annihilate a celestial body with a diameter of 100 miles. Chapter 1201. Achieving Renown, Victorious Flag. The Earthly Immortal Realm. This level of power, Tuo Baqian II's countenance shifted instantly, realizing that within this army of 100,000, such a formidable being existed. The might he unleashed was no ordinary force among the earthly immortals. 1,000 crocodile slash. Tuo Baqian II roared ferociously, wielding his axe to cleave through the air, summoning thousands of crocodile shadows that converged into a lethal blade, its brilliance tearing toward the divine might of the staff. The clash of two formidable treasures unleashed a terrifying shockwave that swept across a radius of over 100 miles, fracturing the very fabric of space. Xiang Chen was forced back several steps by the overwhelming force of the strike, for Tuo Baqian II's power was denser than his own. Skyward staff technique, Xiang Chen proclaimed, as he stood firm, his feet rooted in the starry expanse. Circles of mystical runes intertwined and released a transcendent essence that surpassed the heavens. Erupting with the power of a terrestrial immortal, coalescing into hundreds of colossal golden staff shadows. Amidst the resounding roars, these golden shadows cascaded downward, their lethal intent surpassing the realm of heavenly martial arts. This was the essence of immortal martial prowess. Tuo Baqian II's expression turned grave as he continuously shattered the incoming staff shadows, fragments of the starry sky falling apart under the onslaught. Boom! Countless staff shadows rained down like a tempest, one of which struck him directly. Blood spewed from Tuo Baqian II's mouth, and he was sent reeling from the blow, his flesh screaming in agony. With a thunderous roar that shattered the cosmos, he transformed into a fearsome figure resembling a crocodile man, though unlike any ordinary creature of its kind. For atop his head sprouted a pair of dragon horns. He was imbued with the bloodline of the dragon crocodile. Harnessing the power of his bloodline, Tuo Baqian II's magical energy surged. With a single swing of his axe, he tore through the starry expanse, creating a tempest of razor-sharp winds. Boom, boom, boom. The black vortex of axe blades sliced through the air like lightning, obliterating the golden staff shadows. 1,000 crocodile slash. Another massive black axe beam descended, rending the space itself as it hurtled towards Xiang Chen. Yellow sand skyfall, Xiang Chen exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of earthy magical energy that formed a golden yellow canopy of sand, thick enough to span thousands of zhang. The axe beam sliced through the sandy barrier, relentlessly tearing towards him, but upon penetrating 1,000 zhang, it was ultimately intercepted and shattered. Divine crocodile fist. At that moment, Tuo Baqian II transformed into a colossal figure, delivering a massive punch, the black energy emanating from it resembling a miniature sun as it crashed against the yellow sand canopy. Boom! The canopy exploded, sending shockwaves that forced Xiang Chen to stagger back, his insides churning painfully, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, an axe beam seized the opportunity to strike. Third senior sister, Xiang Chen shouted in alarm. In the void, a melodious laugh echoed. A figure appeared before him, revealing a girl who appeared to be in her teens. Her jade-white hand radiated a blinding celestial light, transforming her arm into a substance akin to jade as she swung it. Boom! The axe beam was shattered by her hand. Subsequently, she unleashed a beam of light from her mouth, revealing a white jade sword that soared forth. This blade contained an unfathomable sword intent. tearing through the starry sky and breaching Tuoba Qiantu's defenses. With a piercing sound, the sword light penetrated his dark magical energy, impaling his very flesh. Tuoba Qiantu screamed in agony, a torrent of blood mixed with the explosive sword intent erupting from his mouth. There was another, a terrestrial immortal of even greater power. It was a trap. Tuoba Qiantu was unexpectedly awakened. Suddenly, in the midst of a cosmic battle, shadowy figures clad in black and adorned with blood-red scarves emerged. These individuals, numbering no less than 100,000, were all formidable warriors at the third level of the carefree realm. The swarm of Hidden Peak. Silently, they infiltrated the battlefield. With a swift flash, a sword beam tore through the air, decapitating a crocodilian king in an instant. They had fallen into a trap. The warriors of the crocodilian race looked on in terror at the sudden appearance of these powerful beings. The swarm moved without a sound, wreaking havoc and leaving a trail of severed heads and blood that stained the starry sky. Xiang Chen gazed at these silent apparitions, a sense of astonishment brewing within him. 100,000 heavenly kings of the swarm. Was this the entirety of Hidden Peak's forces, or just a fraction? No one knew. These individuals typically concealed themselves among the ordinary disciples within their sect, yet they could be summoned at a moment's notice by Hidden Peak's command. When would his own Fong network, the Fong army, reach such a scale? If so, he would possess the rightful strength to contest for supremacy across the realm. With the arrival of the 100,000 swarm heavenly kings, the battlefield turned overwhelmingly one-sided, as 300,000 crocodilian soldiers were systematically slaughtered in a coordinated assault. Hidden Peak truly was the razor-sharp blade in the shadows of the sect. Xiang Chen marveled inwardly, yet also felt a surge of caution. From now on, he must tread carefully, for any seemingly innocent junior brother around him could very well be an operative of Hidden Peak. Nevertheless, once he formally entered the core of Hidden Peak, he would inevitably uncover its true nature. On the other hand, Third Sister Mo Ran summoned 8 jade swords, each imbued with celestial power. The 8 celestial swords wove into a vast sword net that enveloped the void for miles, their terrifying speed relentlessly tearing into Tuoba Qiantu. He struggled to defend himself, cleaving through one sword beam, only to have another swiftly rend open a massive gash across his back. Third Sister completely suppressed Tuoba Qiantu, leaving him without the strength to retaliate. Goodness, this Third Sister is remarkably formidable. Among 10 little girls, 9 are fierce, and 1 is exceptionally so. Xiang Chen watched in astonishment. Bao Bao, Tianjiao, and this Third Sister, none of these young ladies were to be underestimated. Bao Bao was a prodigy in alchemy, quirky and possessing an innate holy-level spirit cauldron. Tianjiao's prowess grew naturally, excelling in various life attribute spells. And this Third Sister was an impressive sword immortal. Meanwhile, Qin Shan was not merely a spectator. Seizing the opportunity while Tuoba Qiantu was thoroughly suppressed, he struck down with a heavy club. Bam! The blow landed squarely upon Tuoba Qiantu's head, eliciting a pained scream as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes shimmering with golden light. The 8 jade celestial swords pierced through his body, impaling his thighs and arms, effectively nailing him to the starry sky. In Mo Rant's hands, a binding celestial lock adorned with golden runes transformed into a long serpent, swiftly wrapping around Tuoba Qiantu. The lock unleashed spiritual power, weaving strands of ethereal light into ropes that bound and enveloped Tuoba Qiantu. He was captured alive. As Tuoba Qiantu was captured, the battle on the entire battlefield was nearing its conclusion. Over 300,000 crocodile warriors had suffered significant losses, with many fleeing into the starry skies. This battle was nearly a resounding victory. The crocodile forces occupying the Red Cloud continent had endured heavy casualties, and their commander had been taken alive. I wish all candidates the best of luck in their endeavors. May they achieve their aspirations. This is one of the rare opportunities in life to alter one's destiny. Seizing it could open up new possibilities for the future. Of course, each person has their own fate, and success on the examination is not the singular path forward. Do not bear excessive psychological pressure. Simply give your utmost effort. Chapter 1202. The True Fisherman on the Red Cloud Continent. Amidst the mountains, numerous barracks had been constructed, and the valleys were filled with mines and shafts. No fewer than 100,000 crocodile miners toiled day and night, extracting spirit stones. The Wushan mine was the largest mining site discovered by the crocodile tribe on the Red Cloud continent, spanning 1,000 miles and housing over 10 exceptional veins of ore, yielding billions of top-tier spirit stones annually. It was also the most crucial resource development area. Originally, 100,000 troops were stationed here, but now, 90,000 had been dispatched by Tuoba Qiantue for an ambush. On the ramparts of the mine, the guarding crocodile warriors chatted idly atop the towering walls. What is the purpose of General Qiantue mobilizing so many troops? I have received news that the Batian Sect is reinforcing this area. The general has led a contingent to set an ambush. These human beings truly have short memories. After suffering such a significant loss last time, they dare to return. Suddenly, a series of violent roars erupted from the earth. What is happening? The crocodile warriors turned their gaze. In the distance, a radiant silver light surged forth. Amongst this brilliance emerged numerous figures, massive demon wolves, each measuring between 20 to 30 meters in length, with fierce and imposing auras. Adorned in silver fur and sporting a pair of silver wings. The sight was staggering, with their numbers exceeding 10,000. Enemy attack. The warriors on the ramparts bellowed. As the pack of wolves unleashed waves of celestial moonlight, they traversed the void, striking the ramparts with devastating force. The explosive power of the celestial wolves erupted upon the fortress, instantly claiming hundreds of lives and leaving a gaping hole in the walls. The sky-crushing hammer. A terrifying colossal hammer over 100 meters in size, hurtled through the air. With a resounding crash, it struck the thick walls, causing an explosion that shattered them into debris. A short yet muscular man, with a cold smirk, summoned the massive hammer, transforming it into a shooting star that hurtled toward the reinforcements rushing to the mine. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed as the sky-crushing hammer plunged into the enemy ranks, unleashing a cacophony of screams as hundreds were obliterated in an instant. Following this, 1,000 celestial wolves surged through the air, ferociously charging toward the crocodile tribe, initiating a brutal slaughter. A howl echoed as a celestial wolf claw descended, instantly dismembering a charging crocodilian warrior, the celestial wolf mercilessly devouring the bloodied remains. These celestial wolves, each at or above the realm of Ling Xiao, or even in the realm of Carefree, possessed an unfathomable strength, each capable of battling 10 opponents of equal standing. With the silver-sealed Ant King, a legendary figure of paramount status, leading the charge, the enemy forces were utterly routed. The battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the defending army of 10,000 in the mining area had been nearly annihilated. Mousy, excavate this place completely. Our time is limited, bellowed the silver-sealed Ant King. Fear not, my little ones. It is your turn to take the stage, cackled a gigantic golden rat, several feet in size. With a commanding call, the air filled with the sounds of chattering and squeaking. Outside the city, an overwhelming tide of enormous demon rats surged forth, each exceeding 10 feet in size. Some even rivaling elephants, their claws and fangs razor-sharp, numbering a staggering 100,000. Though their cultivation was modest, their mining speed was astonishing. The rat hordes surged into the mine, leaving the crocodilian miners paralyzed with fear, huddled in corners, trembling. In the starry battlefield, Tuoba Qiantue found himself in an unexpected predicament. I never imagined you would meet such a fate, Xiang Chen remarked, observing Tuoba Qiantue securely bound. With gritted teeth, Tuoba Qiantue inquired, "Who are you?" Such power cannot belong to nameless individuals. A general typically stood at the pinnacle of the ancient realm or on the cusp of the earth immortal level. Yet, Xiang Chen's strength and cultivation far surpassed that of an ordinary general. Xiang Chen sneered, "You need not know my name. Capturing you avenges the slaughter of my Sect's assessment disciples." Tuoba Qiantue's gaze turned icy as he glanced at the young woman beside him, whose sword cultivation was utterly terrifying, completely suppressing his own power. Could it be that you are from Hidden Peak? He suddenly recalled a mysterious organization within the Batian Sect. It seems you are well informed. At that moment, a striking young man with silver hair approached. "And who might you be?" Tuoba Qiantue asked, directing his attention to Xiang Chen, only to soon lose interest, dismissing him as merely a king of the carefree realm. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that Elder Wang's intelligence was indeed accurate. You have fallen into a trap, and with this defeat, you may withdraw from the struggle in Hanyun continent," Xiang Chen remarked with a subtle smile, observing the earth immortal level being before him. "Elder Wang's intelligence? Damn it. Wang Qing, You dare to betray us. Tuoba Chientu roared in fury, realizing that their adversaries had evidently prepared in advance, lying in wait for their assault, only to execute a counter-encirclement. Brother Qin, I did not err. Wang Qing is the traitor, Xiang Chen grinned. Ha ha, Brother 19, your discernment is commendable, Qin Shan praised. Giving a thumbs up. Tuoba Chientu's expression darkened. This individual had turned his own words against him. Had Wang Qing been exposed? Had the enemy used him as bait? Report to General Qin, the battlefield has been cleared. We have annihilated 270,000 foes, captured over 10,000, and a portion managed to escape. Our losses amount to 20,000, a powerful figure from the ancient realm reported. Very well, prepare to mobilize 5,000 troops. We shall advance into the Hongyun continent and completely conquer this extraterrestrial battlefield, Qin Shan commanded. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Chen felt a stir in his heart and discreetly used a transmission jade to communicate with his forces on the Hongyun continent. Silver Seal. I pay my respects to the young master. The voice of the Silver Seal Ant King resonated through the transmission jade. How fares our positions on the Hongyun continent? Reporting to the young master, when the Crocodile clan dispatched troops to join the battlefield, we launched a full-scale assault on all the tribes and mines. We have now seized all resource points of the Crocodile clan, including the largest mining area, the Wushan mine. Mouse E is currently directing the Mouse clan to excavate these resources. Even if the Batian sect arrives, it is we who will feast while they sip the broth, replied the Silver Seal Ant King. As the battle commenced and the Crocodile clan sent reinforcements from the Hongyun continent, Xiang Chen had already commanded his forces to target the critical strongholds on the continent. Well done. The Batian sect is about to mobilize their troops. Extract all resources from the largest mining area in the shortest time possible to avoid contact with them, Xiang Chen transmitted, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. In this intricate game, his forces would emerge as the ultimate beneficiaries. Chapter 1203. Eradicating the tumor Little 19. Upon completing this mission, you shall formally join our hidden peak. Qin Shan remarked, gazing at Xiang Chen and transmitting a private message. Xiang Chen responded with a smile. I shall rely on Senior Brother Qi for guidance henceforth. Once you enter the hive of Hidden Peak, we shall be like family. That is only natural, Qin Shan said, patting Xiang Chen on the shoulder. Those who enter Hidden Peak are individuals of impeccable lineage and character, capable of withstanding scrutiny and possessing the potential for transcendence. Xiang Chen's admission was significantly aided by Wang Yang's strong recommendation. As for his lineage, investigations would reveal a family of unblemished reputation. However, in his generation, the family had subtly transformed. Master, I can barely contain my burgeoning realm. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. The voice of Yu Mei suddenly echoed in Xiang Chen's mind. Are you about to ascend to the Ghost Emperor realm? Xiang Chen inquired, elated yet maintaining his composure. Indeed. My breakthrough will not go unnoticed. Please assist me in finding a secluded location, she replied. Certainly. I shall help you, Xiang Chen agreed with enthusiasm. Then addressed Qin Shan. Senior brother, I must venture down to the Hongyun continent. As for Wang Qing's matters, I leave them in your capable hands. Very well. But what purpose do you have on the Hongyun continent? Qin Shan queried. Xiang Chen chuckled. The Crocodile clan is effectively finished on the Hongyun continent. During previous assessments, I discovered several resource points that have been occupied. If I do not seize the opportunity now, it may not present itself again. Ha 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 indeed. Go forth. And upon your return, you must treat me to a drink, Qin Shan responded, unperturbed by Xiang Chen's candidness. It was only natural to acquire some spoils during a mission. Absolutely, Xiang Chen replied with a respectful gesture, then mounted his dragon blade and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. His brothers naturally followed suit. Batian Sect, Recruitment Hall. In the Tianjiao mountain where Wang Qing resided, he paced restlessly within his chamber, displaying signs of anxiety. Not a single scout he had dispatched had returned to relay any information. Who are you? Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside the hall. At the entrance of Wang Qing's hall, two of his trusted enforcers barked orders. A disheveled young man, reeking of alcohol, appeared before the hall. He yawned and flicked his fingers, unleashing two beams of lethal light that instantly obliterated the heads of the two peak-level enforcers, leaving them lifeless on the ground. Just then, the hall doors swung open, and Wang Qing emerged, his expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing the tragic scene of his two trusted aides' demise. How dare you? Who are you to commit such an atrocity at my mountain gate? Wang Qing roared, an overwhelming aura of power emanating from his peak ancient realm. The young man, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Wang Qing with a nonchalant demeanor, lazily stating, "You should be aware of the implications of my presence here, Wang Qing. Given the circumstances surrounding Yin Peak." Yin Peak. Wang Qing's heart sank at the mention, though he maintained a facade of calm. And what of it? Does the presence of Yin Peak grant you the liberty to slay disciples of the sect and invade the sanctum of my esteemed elders? Spare me your pretense. Bai Li Tu Su, the eldest disciple, smirked coldly and remarked, "You have long been under the watchful eye of Yin Peak. Your previous transmissions to the Crocodile clan and Tuoba seem to have been intercepted by the Xuanji Hall. The contents are right here in my jade talisman. Would you like to hear them?" He raised the talisman in his hand. In that moment, Wang Qing's composure shattered, his countenance darkening as he fell into a contemplative silence. Finally, he mockingly chuckled, "It seems there truly are no secrets that remain hidden. Yin Peak, indeed, possesses vast capabilities." Bai Li Tu Su spoke with indifference. "The sect has treated you generously. You now hold the esteemed position of a hall master. Why then would you choose to betray the sect? What motivates you?" Wang Qing's expression contorted with anguish as he replied, "My mother is of the Crocodile clan. I possess half their bloodline, though I have tried to purge it. I witnessed the Batian sect murder my mother in cold blood when I was young. She sacrificed herself to divert their disciples, ultimately leading to her brutal demise at their hands. Can you truly ask me why?" He added, "Of course, the benefits bestowed upon me by Tuoba Chintu are not insignificant." At this moment, Wang Qing revealed his truth without reservation. Bai Li Tu Su, taken aback, realized that this individual indeed had crocodile blood. In truth, he had not entirely rid himself of that lineage. It was Xiang Chen who first suspected him due to his lingering traits. Gazing at the young man before him, he coldly inquired, "Now that you are aware we know of your treachery, what has become of the expedition to the Hanyun continent?" "The entire army led by Tuoba Chintu has been annihilated, and Tuoba himself has been captured alive, thanks in part to your misdeeds," Bai Li Tu Su answered, unperturbed by the thought of Wang Qing fleeing as he settled into the main seat and poured himself a drink. "I believed I had concealed my intentions skillfully. How was I exposed?" Wang Qing turned to him with a questioning gaze. Bai Li Tu Su casually picked up a seed of spiritual essence, stating, "The elder Mu you falsely accused is one of ours from Yin Peak. From that moment, we had you in our sights. However, it was our youngest member, Xiang Chen, no? You should refer to him as Tang Yu, who ultimately unearthed the evidence of your betrayal. You are quite familiar with him, are you not? Tang Yu? He is one of them?" Wang Qing was taken aback, realizing that the very core disciple he had sought to eliminate was indeed affiliated with Yin Peak. "The time has come for you to comprehend what you ought to know. I shall renounce my own skills to prevent the necessity of my intervention." Bai Li Tu Su reclined effortlessly in his chair, nonchalantly consuming peanuts while sipping wine as if in the comfort of his own home. "To my astonishment, I find myself at the mercy of such a youth." Wang Qing chuckled bitterly at his own predicament. Suddenly, he erupted with an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of an ancient pinnacle, and thrust his sword towards Bai Li Tu Su's head. The speed of this strike was unimaginable, akin to teleportation. Yet, Bai Li Tu Su's reflexes surpassed lightning. With a swift pinch of his fingers, he ensnared the sword, which emitted a resonant hum as it was captured. Subsequently, with a flick of his fingers, the celestial sword was sent flying. In an instant, Bai Li Tu Su's hand grasped Wang Qing's throat. This entire sequence was executed in the blink of an eye. Wang Qing gazed at the young man in disbelief as a terrifying surge of energy coursed into his body. This power was composed of black and purple lightning, heavenly tribulation energy. "Ah!" Wang Qing screamed in agony as the energy obliterated his meridians, shattering his divine storehouse. His cultivation was instantly rendered null. "This wine is quite exquisite," Bai Li Tu Su remarked as he thrust Wang Qing away with a violent shake, sending him hurtling from the grand hall. He chose not to end Wang Qing's life immediately. Outside, two disciples clad in black from the Hive sect swiftly apprehended Wang Qing. Meanwhile, Bai Li Tu Su rummaged through Wang Qing's abode in search of more wine. This malignant entity, lurking within the sect's recruitment hall, had finally been excised. Chapter 1204. The Ghost Emperor of the Dark Moon in the Red Cloud Continent, within the Valley of the Dark Moon. This valley is imbued with a low-grade lunar vein and has been established as a stronghold for the Tianlang clan, surrounded by towering walls and fortified arrays. Inside, numerous edifices and mining operations conducted by the crocodilian miners are bustling. Approximately 3,000 crocodilian miners reside here, alongside over 3,000 miners dispatched by the Great Chu. Xiang Chen's policies are exceptionally favorable towards these miners, granting them 4 days of leave each month and a decent wage in spirit stones. The area has been furnished with taverns, restaurants, gambling houses, bathhouses, theaters, arenas, tea houses, and brothels, creating a comprehensive array of entertainment and leisure facilities. Additionally, 5,000 warriors of the Yanhuang Hall are stationed here long-term. During this period, the Yanhuang Hall has mobilized 30,000 combatants to seize the largest mining districts in the Red Cloud continent. Moreover, this region is shrouded by a barrier array devised by Zhuge Yuan, making it appear as barren mountains from the outside while hiding a world of wonders within. As Xiang Chen led his companions into the mining area, the space warped momentarily, and in the next instant, they vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves outside the city gates. Young Master, a Tianlang clan general, Xiang Zhong, greeted respectfully. He was an old subordinate of Xiang Chen's father, a former frontier commander and a member of the Xiang family. I pay my respects to the young master. A throng of Yanhuang Hall members formed 2 lines, kneeling in reverence. Thank you all for your hard work. Please rise. Xiang Chen raised his hand, an invisible force lifting them. Uncle Zhong, I intend to enter the Dark Moon Mine for seclusion. The people from the Batian sect are about to enter the Red Cloud continent. Please avoid any contact with them, Xiang Chen instructed. Understood. Please proceed, young master. Xiang Chen nodded and descended directly into the Tian mining area, leaping into a cave. 3,000 meters underground, he arrived at the very cavern where the Tian immortal crystal was born. The atmosphere was thick with Tian spiritual energy, interspersed with traces of celestial aura. Within him, a surge of ghostly energy erupted forth. This dark energy coalesced into a strikingly beautiful woman with long white hair. It was Yume. With a piercing cry, Yume unleashed a remarkable surge of spiritual power from within, a torrent of ghostly energy. The black mist swept through the cave, enveloping it entirely, accompanied by the haunting wails and cries of tormented souls, chilling to the bone. Within Yume, the fire of her soul coalesced, absorbing a vast amount of spiritual power that had been devoured over time, the azure flame burning ever more fiercely. Xiang Chen felt a wave of silvery Tian energy surge forth from within him, flowing towards Yume. In his hand, a silver-white crystal, slightly larger than a fist, materialized. The Tian immortal crystal. He crushed the crystal, releasing a rich and pure essence of Tian spiritual energy, which Yume eagerly absorbed, as if receiving an immense tonic. The flames of her soul flared up explosively, engulfing her entirely. This fiery essence forged her body anew, and Yume let out cries of anguish. Surrendering herself to this transformative process, ghostly energy continued to coalesce around her, solidifying her spectral form and amplifying her power. While Yume was on the verge of breaking through to the ancient Ghost Emperor realm, Xiang Chen was not idle. He stood guard at the cave's entrance, consuming a solidifying elixir to refine his own cultivation, diligently honing his strength in the Xianyao realm. Time slipped by like grains of sand, and in the blink of an eye, for days had passed. A tremendous wave of spiritual pressure, surpassing the Xianyao realm, enveloped the cave. Inside, the woman clad in a flowing white gown felt the flames of her soul recede, and her aura had grown tenfold stronger than before. She had broken through to the second layer of the ancient Ghost Emperor realm. Having absorbed such immense spiritual power, Yume achieved a significant breakthrough. Her skin glimmered like jade, radiating a lustrous sheen, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and her lips a rosy hue. To the casual observer, she appeared entirely human, save for the absence of a vital life force. Yume, congratulations. I did not expect you to surpass me in your breakthrough, Xiang Chen remarked with a smile. Didn't I break through before you? Yume replied with a graceful bow, her voice light with laughter. Thank you, Master, for your protection. This is all you're doing. Without your guidance and the powerful souls you have gathered for me, I would not have advanced so swiftly. Haha, we share in each other's fortunes and misfortunes. There is no need for formality. Come, let me admire you, Xiang Chen said, observing Yume closely, a smile spreading across his face. Even the strongest in the ancient realm would find it difficult to discern that she was a ghost cultivator. Now, she appeared even more real. Yume twirled gracefully, her gown billowing, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Xiang Chen extended his hand to grasp the wrist of Yume, checking her pulse. The sensation was strikingly similar to that of a living being. The only notable difference was the chilling coldness of her body, devoid of any warmth due to the absence of blood. Indeed, it had become increasingly difficult to discern her as a ghostly figure. Once she transcended her tribulation and ascended to become a celestial being, she would truly manifest meridians and flesh. At that point, with the appropriate materials prepared, I shall forge you into the most formidable Tian nether body. With a smile, Xiang Chen released her wrist. Yes, I shall heed the master's wishes, Yume replied obediently, nodding. As for Shangguan Jinghong, we shall seize the opportunity to confront him and avenge your past grievances. Yume felt a surge of emotion. Her master still remembered her plight. In a soft voice, she confessed, in truth, I no longer harbor such a fervent desire for vengeance. My current aspiration is simply to remain by your side. Indeed, that is essential. However, the debts of vengeance must be settled. You should conceal your aura. When we are not at the Batian sect, particularly in places devoid of terrestrial, celestial-level cultivators, you need not linger within my Tianlang divine soul. You deserve to have your own space, to experience life as a mortal, he remarked. Yume nodded in agreement, choosing not to return but to stay by Xiang Chen's side. The master and servant departed the cavern together. Xiang Chen lingered there for 3 more days, orchestrating various arrangements for the silver-sealed Ant King and others. Resources, including exquisite spirit stones, would be transported back to the Great Chu, where they would be exchanged for diverse cultivation resources to strengthen their forces. The silver-sealed Ant King had also prepared 5 million exquisite spirit stones for Xiang Chen's personal cultivation and living expenses. While the profits from this location were immense, Xiang Chen could not monopolize these resources. They required equitable distribution to maintain loyalty, for loyalty thrives on mutual benefit. One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with grass. Once the arrangements were complete, Xiang Chen led his companions towards the Batian sect. Upon returning, he ventured alone to the hidden peak. With his mission successfully accomplished, he was now poised to formally join the hive of Hidden Peak, becoming one of its core members. On the ancient Xiong Immortal Island, shrouded in ethereal mist, the mountains concealed within the celestial clouds. In the grand golden hall, Tong Tianzi, the master of Hidden Peak and the foremost elder of the Batian sect, sat with an air of authority, markedly more solemn than usual. To his left sat a woman, Zijing. Flanking them were the core members of Hidden Peak. In attendance were senior brothers and sisters, the 12th, Lin Huang, the burly 7th brother, Qin Shan, the 9th sister, Fen Yi, the 4th-ranked Wang Yang, the 3rd sister, Mo Ran, the 2nd sister, Zijing, who served as the sect leader, and the 18th-ranked, Xiang Chen's immediate senior, Yu Ying's brother, Yu Wu. The eldest brother, Bailey Tu Su, languidly stood at the forefront on the left, yawning as if drained of vitality. These individuals constituted the assembly within the hall. Though there were more members of Hidden Peak, others were occupied with various affairs and could not attend. Xiang Chen, Tong Tianzi called out with gravitas. Present, Master, Xiang Chen responded, stepping forward to stand at the center of the hall, cupping his fists in salute. Through the introduction of your esteemed senior brother, Wang Yang, and after undergoing assessments, I hereby officially announce that Xiang Chen has joined the core of Yin Feng and has now become a disciple of our esteemed sect. From this moment forth, all members of Yin Feng must unite in purpose and camaraderie, refraining from infighting or acts of treachery against the sect. Should anyone dare to transgress, the full might of the sect shall be brought to bear upon them. The solemn voice of Tong Tianzi resounded. Disciple Xiang Chen humbly acknowledged. I pay my respects to the Peak Master and to all my senior brothers and sisters. He performed a courteous bow towards the assembled seniors on either side. Ha. Welcome, little 19. One of them chuckled. Hee. Now we have another little junior brother to tease. Remember to treat me to drinks. I expect a few more jars of that 8 treasure brew. The crowd greeted Xiang Chen with warm smiles, exuding a friendly atmosphere. Little Chen, this is your identity token for Yin Feng. You shall recognize it by blood. This token grants you free access to most of the sect's barriers and various sacred cultivation sites. Members of Yin Feng bear the responsibility of overseeing the sect, and below the elders, one may act first and report later, with special privileges granted. Tong Tianzi produced a black and gold jade token, which was, in fact, a celestial jade inscribed with countless intricate runes, bearing the 4 characters, Ba Tian Zong, Yin. Xiang Chen accepted it with both hands, stating earnestly, "Thank you, Master. I shall uphold justice and serve the sect diligently." At this moment, the second sister, the sect master Zijin, called out, "Sect master sister. May I now address you as second sister?" Xiang Chen smiled and bowed again. Zijin, rarely showing a hint of a smile, responded, "Indeed, you may. As I stated before, upon the completion of your tasks, there shall be rewards." Xiang Chen straightened his posture with solemnity as Zijin declared, "I bestow upon Xiang Chen a token of a formal elder, granting him the privileges of a formal elder within the sect, appointing him as a deputy general of the Batian army, with a merit of 3 million and a monthly salary of 30,000 top-grade spirit stones." Xiang Chen bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, second sister. Thank you, sect master." With a wave of her hand, Zijin conjured 3 items of spiritual light that hovered before Xiang Chen: a purple token of the formal elder, a military order of the deputy general, and a set of exquisite black armor befitting a deputy general, adorned with the insignia of 3 stripes and a sword. As a deputy general, one could command between 10,000 to 15,000 troops, placing him within the mid to high ranks of the military hierarchy. Most individuals in such positions are formidable beings within the realm of ancient great celestial levels. Moreover, Xiang Chen has yet to complete his disciple studies. Upon their completion, further promotions are likely. After recognizing the items by blood and incorporating them into his essence, the deputy general's armor manifested upon him. This armor is a top-grade spiritual artifact capable of withstanding direct attacks from the realm of carefree cultivation, significantly mitigating damage from ancient celestial-level assaults. The Bawang leopard armor, crowned with a leopard-shaped helmet, imbued Xiang Chen with an additional aura of martial valor. His already striking appearance, combined with this armor, is sure to captivate countless junior sisters. Achieving such a rank while still in training is exceedingly rare. Only a handful of disciples, such as Shangguan Jinghong, share this esteemed status. By the way, there is one more matter. 18, little 19, I trust you are both aware of the news. Suddenly, Tong Tianzi mentioned a matter that captured the attention of Xiang Chen and Yu Wu, the secret realm of immortal martial arts. Tong Tianzi declared. Yu Wu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you referring to the secret realm of immortal martial arts from the Middle Ages?" Tong Tianzi nodded affirmatively, stating, "This realm emerges once every millennium. The people from the Xuanji Hall have predicted that it will manifest within the next 2 years. This presents an opportunity for both of you. You must seize it wisely. The secret realm of immortal martial arts has existed since antiquity, indicating its venerable age. Within it lies an ancient city of immortals, replete with the remnants of those who once resided there, brimming with fortuitous encounters. You too may find your celestial destinies within." Xiang Chen, puzzled, asked, "Why are only the 2 of us chosen? Can't our senior brothers and sisters enter as well?" Wang Yang interjected with a wry smile. "We would certainly wish to enter, but this realm is sealed by barriers that prohibit terrestrial immortals and those over 300 years of age from entering. The secret realm is essentially a legacy left by ancient immortals for their younger disciples, selecting successors who are not too old and who possess untapped potential." Understanding dawned on Xiang Chen. Tong Tianzi advised, "When the time comes, the Lingma Sect, Danding Sect, Tianjiao Sect, and various family forces from beyond the heavens, even some external factions, will surely enter. You must exercise caution amidst the fierce competition. If you encounter the celestial calamity Purple Cloud Flower, be sure to gather as many as you can." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen glanced at his senior brother. Realizing that the celestial calamity Purple Cloud Flower was primarily intended for the use of his senior brother among the scattered immortals. "We will heed your words, Master." The 2 responded with enthusiasm. The leader of the Zijing sect cast a concerned glance at his senior brother, Bailey Tusu. "Little one, I previously mentioned that entering the core of the hidden peak would grant you a technique or celestial art as a reward. Do you desire a technique or martial art?" Tong Tianzi inquired of Xiang Chen once more. "I wish for celestial martial arts," Xiang Chen replied, suppressing his excitement. "Ah, how intriguing that you would not choose a technique. It seems your cultivation lineage is quite remarkable," Tong Tianzi remarked. "This is the compendium of all celestial arts and martial techniques within the sect. Choose what you desire." With a flourish of his hand, a black jade tome appeared before Xiang Chen, hovering in midair. "Thank you. Master, Xiang Chen expressed his gratitude, promptly infusing his spiritual sense into the tome. Instantly, information began to materialize in his mind in the form of runes. Among the celestial arts and martial techniques, he discovered the celestial stick technique, a perfected cultivation method capable of shattering stars, and the 8 jade sword immortal technique, which could nurture 8 celestial-grade jade sword energies, integrating offense and defense. Moreover, there was the wind and thunder immortal escape, a technique allowing one to traverse 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Ranked among the top 10 fastest movements known, Xiang Chen swiftly perused these celestial arts and martial techniques, noting their diversity in body techniques, defensive spells, offensive spells, and even soul-related arts. It was undeniable that the heritage of the Batian sect was profound, rich in celestial arts and martial techniques. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on one particular celestial art, the void technique, an art associated with spatial manipulation. This was the first time Xiang Chen had encountered such a celestial martial art. Chapter 1206. The art of the void technique harnesses the power of the heavens and earth, allowing one to merge with the void, rendering the body formless. It can condense the emptiness into blades, capable of severing the void itself. In the realm of spatial sorcery, a sense of exhilaration enveloped Xiang Chen as he finally encountered the art of void manipulation. The introduction to this ethereal technique instantly captivated him. Despite possessing innate talents such as devouring and supreme refinement akin to a foolish fish, he had never before encountered a sorcery related to space. The abilities of teleportation and spatial traversal were merely rudimentary expressions of his innate powers. Unable to contain his delight, he maintained a facade of calmness and addressed his master, Tong Tianzi, saying, "Master, I wish to select the void technique." Upon uttering those words, astonished gazes from his fellow disciples filled the hall. Even Tong Tianzi displayed a look of surprise. "Is there an issue?" Xiang Chen inquired, sensing the discomfort in their expressions. "Little one, the void technique may not be suitable for your cultivation," Tong Tianzi cautioned. "It was acquired from an ancient relic by a formidable celestial being of our sect. Throughout history, no one has successfully cultivated this art. Mastery of the void technique requires the ability to wield the forces of space, which can only be controlled by those transcending the realm of terrestrial immortals." He urged, "Consider a different celestial art." Wang Yang, with a wry smile, added, "I attempted to practice the void technique once, purely for the convenience of observing my junior sister during her baths, for executing tasks. However, after years of research, I achieved no results." "Brother, which sister were you hoping to watch bathe?" Sister Fenye's smile morphed into a menacing grin as she fixed her gaze upon Wang Yang. Sisters Zijin and Mo Ran also directed their cold stares at him. Wang Yang, bewildered, replied, "What bathing? Did I say something?" "Perish, you vile brother," Fenye exclaimed, striking him with a forceful hand, sending him flying from the hall. "Junior sister, senior sisters, believe me, I am truly innocent." Wang Yang's voice echoed from afar as he collided with the green mountains outside the hall. "Little 19. Your choice of the void technique isn't driven by a desire to spy on the sisters, is it?" The other sisters regarded Xiang Chen with mischievous smiles. Alarmed, he quickly retorted, "Not at all. I am merely seeking to acquire more means of survival. Master, I insist on the void technique." He refrained from mentioning his spatial talents. Eighth brother had previously remarked that spatial abilities were exceedingly formidable, far beyond the control of cultivators in this realm. In battles, he primarily concealed his teleportation abilities with movement techniques and refrained from openly wielding spatial power, fearing the prospect of being captured by a powerful entity for experimentation. "Very well. Since you have made your choice, we shall not dissuade you further. May you achieve fruitful results." As the intricacies of the void technique are said to be among the most challenging to master within our sect, Tong Tianzi nodded, refraining from additional persuasion. A semi-transparent jade slip materialized in his hand and flew into Xiang Chen's grasp. "Inscribe the runes contained within," he instructed. "Thank you, master." Xiang Chen exclaimed joyfully as he received the slip, his consciousness merging with its contents. A cascade of translucent sigils flowed into his soul's memory, imprinting the cultivation methods of the void technique. As the imprint of this arcane art settled within him, the silver fish spirit residing in his divine reservoir stirred with excitement, playfully teasing the spirits of the celestial wolf and the golden crow. The spirit of the celestial wolf and the spirit of the golden crow trembled in the corner. "Well, I have given you everything you need. In the future, you may choose a cultivation cave on the ancient Xiong Island for your practice. There is nothing more to discuss. You may all disperse. With a wave of his sleeve, the Heavenly Emperor issued a dismissal order. The disciples bid farewell, bowing as they retreated. Little 19, to be honest. What are your intentions with the void technique? As soon as the gathering dispersed, Fenyi seized Xiang Chen's neck with her arm and began to lead him outside. Sister, rest assured, I definitely do not wish to spy on you while bathing. I am not like fourth senior brother, that lecherous man. I am pure and virtuous. Preserving my integrity and maintaining a noble character, Xiang Ergo hastily explained as he was held in a headlock. Hee. I see you are not as innocent as you claim. However, if you truly wish to see, I might allow you to do so, considering your handsome appearance. Fenyi swayed her alluring figure and cast a flirtatious glance at Xiang Chen. His eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, Sister, really? But then, he noticed the sudden shift in Fenyi's expression. It darkened as she twisted his ear and delivered a sharp slap. Xiang Ergo let out a cry of anguish. Sent flying towards a nearby mountain. You little brat, claiming to be pure and virtuous, just as lewd as your fourth senior brother. I shall teach you a lesson. Ninth sister, you tricked me. Fenyi chuckled sweetly. Did you not know that one should never trust the words of a beautiful woman, especially one like me, who is naturally stunning? The depths of Hidden Peak are profound. I must return to the Thunderblade. The Heavenly Emperor and Master Zijin observed the departing crowd, their expressions turning grave. The Heavenly Emperor inquired, What is the situation on the giant demon battlefield? Master Zijin took a sip of tea and replied, Our main forces, alongside the spirit demon sect and the imperial troops, have cornered the giant demon race into their last stronghold, the Abyss City. It is anticipated that we can conclude this extraterritorial war within 5 years. The Heavenly Emperor sighed. That is good to hear. This battle has depleted our human forces and disciples significantly. We must remain vigilant in these final moments and maintain caution towards the spirit demon sect. My disciple understands. Soon, the crocodile clan should come to negotiate. After leaving the Grand Hall, Xiang Chen found a mountain on ancient Xiong Island, designating it as his residence. This mountain, rich with the essence of 3 prime earth veins and 1 celestial vein, surpassed the quality of the Qi Lian mountain. Atop the mountain stood a small palace, covering an area of 3,000 square meters, evidently once a residence of the previous generation of Hidden Peak's core members who had either ascended or perished. The facilities for cultivation and alchemy were fully equipped, including a heavenly-grade spirit gathering array in the cultivation chamber. This mountain was named Yuchen Mountain. Xiang Chen chose this place as his abode on ancient Xiong Island and immediately entered the cultivation chamber to delve into the secret symbols of the void technique. In the chamber, he sat cross-legged, harmonizing with the 5 elements, closing his eyes to study the runes within his spiritual sea. Void, the origin of all things, emptiness, the essence of heaven and earth. To gather the void and comprehend the empty is to achieve renown, invisible to the eye, unknowable in its workings, fading into nothingness. The fundamental principles of the void technique resonated in Xiang Chen's mind, transporting his consciousness into an ethereal realm. At that moment, the foolish fish spirit within him awakened, transforming into a surge of spiritual power that flowed into Xiang Chen's spiritual sea. The esoteric and perplexing runes of the void art were instantaneously simplified, deconstructed, and rendered comprehensible. Xiang Chen immediately discerned the correct path for cultivation and the method of energy aggregation. The innate understanding of spatial techniques possessed by the silly fish spirit was astonishing. Xiang Chen couldn't help but secretly marvel as a peculiar vision unfolded before him. In Chapter 1207, titled Stealing Fragrance and Plundering Beauty, a clear and vivid diagram of meridian flow appeared before Xiang Chen, along with various methods for condensing mystical patterns. The path of cultivation was laid bare, so evident that even those with limited comprehension could grasp it effortlessly. Xiang Chen began to operate the cultivation method, and within him, threads of spatial power coursed through his meridians. Within the cosmos, invisible yet existent, the forces of space transformed into countless transparent particles that surged into Xiang Chen's body, circulating within his meridians and condensing into profound spatial patterns. Subsequently, his body began to gradually become ethereal and even translucent, starting from his hands and feet. By the following dawn, Xiang Chen had entirely transitioned into this incorporeal state, his form merely a vague silhouette, invisible in the darkness of night. This ethereal transformation was not merely superficial. It penetrated the very material essence of his being. Upon opening his eyes and gazing at his own body, the gathered spatial power concentrated in his eyes, allowing only him to perceive his physical form. He touched his chest, and to his astonishment, his hand passed straight through his body. Incredible! My body has truly transformed into particles of space, Xiang Chen exclaimed. He reached for the incense burner before him. Although it appeared to float on its own, he had indeed grasped it. No wonder old Wang Yang was eager to practice this celestial art. It was a technique of peeking. Who could possibly see him infiltrating a women's bathhouse? He chuckled to himself, envisioning how much easier such mischievous endeavors would be. Emerging from the cultivation chamber in his intangible state, Xiang Chen summoned Xiaobai. The little white tiger appeared before him, blinking sleepily and noticing the absence of a physical presence. After a moment, it sniffed the air, detecting Xiang Chen's essence, and curiously touched his body with its paw, only to pass through it. The little white tiger's eyes reflected a human-like astonishment. Ing. The little white tiger murmured, calling out to Xiang Chen. Xiaobai, give me a light tap. Xiang Chen suddenly spoke, startling Xiaobai, which yelped and bristled its fur. Xiang Chen allowed his body to manifest a hazy silhouette, barely visible to Xiaobai. Come, give me a slap. Ing. Really? Don't blame me if it hurts, Xiaobai responded. Come on. I want to hold it against you. Just give it a try, Xiang Chen encouraged. The little white tiger had never encountered such a cheeky request. Instantly, it swelled in size, transforming into a massive white tiger over 10 feet tall, and then it swiped a paw at Xiang Chen. With a thunderous crash, the strike created a slight rift in the fabric of space. Boom. The impact sent Xiang Chen flying, a spurt of blood erupting from his mouth. You really hit me with full force. He grimaced, clutching his chest, his face dark with disbelief. Didn't you ask me to hit hard? Is it my fault? The little white tiger huffed angrily and turned its head. Xiang Chen rubbed his chest, yet a smile still danced upon his face. The little white tiger's strength was formidable enough to shatter space, thus it could inflict injury upon him. Nevertheless, in his ethereal state, the little one's power was diminished by 70 to 80%, allowing him to withstand the blow. Otherwise, as a war deity of the demon clan, the little white tiger, being of the ancient realm, wielded a force that even a 6- or 7-fold ancient powerhouse might struggle to endure. Oh, the efficacy of the ethereal technique in dissipating force is indeed remarkable. Xiang Chen felt elated. His ethereal form radiated a verdant glow as he channeled his true essence for recovery. With a sudden leap, he propelled himself forward, his speed astonishingly surging to 50 times the speed of sound, achieving his demonized state. The space merely distorted slightly without the usual sonic boom accompanying such velocity. Typically, such explosive speed would generate resounding shockwaves, yet now he moved in silence. Ha! This ethereal technique is truly marvelous. Xiang Chen rejoiced. It was akin to a divine art of ambush and stealth. He resolved to experiment with the ethereal blade within the technique. Focusing his hands, he gathered the spatial patterns of the ethereal art. Moments later, a transparent blade materialized in his palms. Flash, he uttered softly, unleashing the 2 void blades towards the distant mountain peaks. The space merely twisted, and suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountains as they collapsed, rending 2 enormous gashes. The power was commendable. This was merely the initial stage of his cultivation. Once perfected, the might would undoubtedly escalate into something far more terrifying. Satisfied, Xiang Chen withdrew his hands. Hee, ninth senior sister, dare to strike me? Here I come. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he transformed into an ethereal state and dashed towards a distant mountain. Over 10 miles away stood a towering mountain, upon which a palace resided. As the morning sun rose, the fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air. In the open spiritual spring, a captivating figure soaked in the water, humming a cheerful tune. Her arms, as delicate as white lotus, her back smooth and alluring, her waist slender as a willow, and her figure strikingly voluptuous. Senior Sister Fan Yi could be deemed a rare beauty among thousands. She splashed some spring water onto her face. Her long hair, cascading down to her waist, glistened with moisture in the water. Meanwhile, an ethereal shadow gradually approached her. Who goes there? Fan Yi suddenly exclaimed, turning to look. Yet, upon scanning her surroundings, she saw nothing. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, what is happening? Why do I feel as though someone is drawing near? 3 paces away, Xiang Ergo stifled his laughter, concealing all his presence. Am I being overly sensitive? Fanny turned away, resuming her bath. Her morning ritual of soaking in the spiritual spring was indeed peculiar. Xiang Ergo floated closer, extending his mischievous hand. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as a handprint instantly appeared on the smooth, firm skin below Fanny's waist. Who? Sister Fanny, filled with fury, instantly appeared 100 feet away, her figure enveloped in a flowing red dress that accentuated her devilish curves. Her gaze was frigid as she absently touched her still tingling posterior, and a formidable wave of spiritual consciousness erupted from her eyes. It was no mere illusion. Someone had indeed slapped her backside. Fanny's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for her senses had detected nothing amiss. Little 19? A thought flickered in her mind, and she swiftly invoked the name of Xiang Chen. Could it be that this little rascal had mastered the void technique? A sense of disbelief washed over her, soon replaced by a chilling smile. With a decisive step, a powerful array of luminous patterns radiated outward. Boom! The entire mountainside ignited in an overwhelming blaze. Fractures appearing in the void itself. Had it not been for the protective formations, the very mountain would have been reduced to nothingness. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air behind Sister Fanny, as Xiang Ergo, who was poised to strike again, found himself engulfed in flames. He hastily summoned the power of the sun to quell the fire. At that moment, a thunderous rebuke rang in his ears. Bang! A fair hand struck the unwilling Xiang Ergo, sending him crashing against a stone wall inscribed with intricate runes, which rebounded him with a resounding thud. The celestial binding. Instantly, a celestial script coalesced into a luminous rope, binding Xiang Ergo tightly. Moments later, Xiang Chen found himself suspended from a tree, gazing at Sister Fanny with a bemused smile. Sister, what is this? Little 19 was merely jesting with you. Fanny's smile was as cold as ice. Her hand gripping a long black whip, she replied, Little 19, it appears you have indeed mastered the void technique. Is it a jest to slap your sister's backside, or to spy on me while bathing? Xiang Chen hastily defended, I was just testing the effects of the void technique. I had no idea you were bathing, dear sister. Can we discuss this calmly? Please put down the whip. The smile on Fanny's face twisted into a menacing grin. Then let me also share a joke with you. With a swift motion, she tore through the air. Ripping sounds echoed as Xiang Chen's robe was shredded, leaving him clad only in his undergarments. What are you doing, sister? This is too much. We are developing too rapidly. The female rogue from Hidden Peak is assaulting her innocent little junior. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? Bah! What nonsense fills your head? Turn around. Fanny spat, commanding him to face away from her. With a flick of her wrist, she cracked the whip, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Crack! The whip descended, and Xiang Ergo let out a wail, a bloody stripe appearing across his back and posterior. Is it easy to strike a sister? It hurts. I was wrong. I won't do it again, I promise. Crack! You think there will be a next time? Today, I shall impart a profound lesson. Do not follow in the footsteps of your fourth brother, who learns nothing worthwhile. On the summit, the anguished cries echoed for a full half-hour. After this duration, Xiang Ergo was finally lowered, clutching his posterior, limping with a face twisted in pain. Senior Sister Fanny lounged on a jade chair, her long, beautiful legs crossed. Observing Xiang Ergo as he approached with a limp, and jested, Dare to steal a glance again? I won tea, Xiang Ergo replied, his expression woeful, feeling as if he had never suffered such a humiliation before. Senior Sister Fanny scoffed lightly. You little rascal, come here and lie down. What for? Xiang Ergo asked, fear evident in his eyes. Do not worry, I won tea hit you. I'm merely applying medicine, she said with a benevolent smile, which to Xiang Ergo appeared devilish. Oh, he reluctantly approached, only to find himself lying directly on Senior Sister Fanny's fair thigh. You little rascal, what are you doing? I told you to lie on the tea table. Fanny gritted her teeth, suppressing her urge to strike him. Xiang Ergo's back and buttocks were charred black, as if scorched by fire. Even the essence of his true energy had failed to mend the damage. I'm lying here for your convenience and applying the medicine, he cheekily retorted, only to receive a sharp flick to the forehead. Senior Sister Fanny produced a palm-sized jade vial, pouring a green liquid to smear across Xiang Ergo's wounds. A wave of coolness spread across his back, swiftly dissipating the lingering destructive force. Enough. You can roll over now, she commanded, raising her leg, but Xiang Ergu clung to her thigh, unwilling to rise. Just a little longer. I'm so tired. I wish to borrow your warm embrace for a quick nap. He shamelessly closed his eyes and declared, resisting her attempts to dislodge him. Do you wish to experience the sting of the scarlet flame whip once more? Fenny retorted with a cold smile. Please no, Xiang Ergu exclaimed, hastily retreating to a distance of 10 zhong, quickly donning his outer robe. You little rascal, have you truly mastered the void technique? Fenny asked in astonishment. Xiang Chen approached and sat on a nearby chair. Ouch, it still hurts. He crossed his legs, took a nearby spiritual fruit, and bit into it. Hee, senior sister. Haven't you already experienced it? My talent is exceptional. I am the child of heavenly retribution. No, the child of destiny. What spell or skill can I not learn? Virtue. Fenny rolled her eyes at him, yet she regarded Xiang Chen with curiosity, smiling gently. How did you succeed in your cultivation? Teach me, senior sister. Sure. Xiang Ergu finished the fruit quickly, wiped his hands, and said, what will you offer in return? Perhaps you should go die? Fenny's face darkened as she kicked at him with her long leg, but Xiang Chen was prepared and vanished from sight. Ha ha, senior sister, farewell. I shall go seek out third senior sister to discuss life. His mischievous laughter echoed as he departed from Fenny's mountain peak. The little rascal has truly cultivated successfully. Fenny mused as she watched his vanishing figure, a smile curving her lips. This little junior brother is quite amusing. Life will not be too dull from now on. Xiang Chen wandered to third senior sister Moy's quarters, where she was still sleeping soundly beneath her quilt. He discreetly took out a magical elixir and stealthily ignited it, allowing it to mingle with the air. Soon, third senior sister was sleeping even more deeply, her snores rumbling like thunder. Xiang Ergu, with a mischievous grin, produced a pen fashioned from the fur of a wolf's tail. Dipped in ink, he began to draw upon the face of the third senior sister, leaving her with the whimsical image of a turtle. With a derisive chuckle, he put away the pen and departed, leaving the innocent and lovely visage of the third senior sister marred. Such a mischievous creature. Is this all you dare to do after poisoning the sister? You are no better than that rascally monkey, who, when immobilized by the binding spell, could only think of eating peaches. Meanwhile, on Mount Wangyang, the fourth senior brother, Wangyang, was engrossed in a newly released, limited edition action romance novel. His interest peaked. Just as he was about to hone his ancestral skills with one hand, a bucket of water suddenly cascaded down upon him, drenching him completely and leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Who could have done this? Half an hour later, the third senior sister, Mo Ran, groggily arose, and, upon glancing at her reflection, was taken aback. Ah, who is the scoundrel that defaced my face? Her piercing scream echoed throughout the ancient Xian Island, startling Tong Tianzi, who was concocting elixirs, causing him to fumble his incantation. The explosion that ensued left him covered in soot. After a month of laboring over the 9-flavored emperor pill, who dares disturb me? Master, someone has drawn a turtle on my face. It won't wash off, woe is me, came the distressed sobs of the third senior sister. It was that little rascal, Xiao Shizhou. He even spied on me while I bathed. Be cautious, he has mastered the void technique, warned senior sister Funyi. Xiao Shizhou, it was you. Where are you? Show yourself. I shall make you pay. Wang Yang exclaimed. You scoundrel. How dare you peek at Jiaomi bathing without including me? I vehemently condemn you. Curse it. Why has my wine turned into cow urine? Xiao Shizhou, did you swap my drink? The first senior brother's patience had reached its limit. A husky had appeared on Xian Island, heralding chaos. As dusk descended, with the sun setting in the west and the moon rising amidst sparse stars. At Ling Tian Peak, the residence of the second senior sister, Zijing, a convivial atmosphere enveloped the night. Good evening, brothers. Ah, Tang Shitty. It has been a while since your last visit, greeted Xiang Chen, familiar with the gatekeepers. Indeed, I've been rather busy. Here, I bring my special golden grilled eel for us to enjoy tonight, he announced, revealing a delectable dish from a seemingly insignificant storage artifact. Ah, Tang Shitty. You are too kind. The last time I savored your special hamburgers, I have not forgotten your culinary prowess, one responded eagerly, accepting the grilled eel without the need for further announcements, allowing Xiang Chen to enter. Once inside, he became ethereal, making his way directly to the residence of Tianjiao. In her courtyard, clad in a black qipao that accentuated her alluring figure, Tianjiao was tending to the spiritual fish in her pond. Suddenly, a pair of arms enveloped her from behind, Who is it? She exclaimed in anger. It's me, senior sister, came the playful voice of Xiang Ergu, as he rested his head on her shoulder and gently nibbled her delicate earlobe. You little rascal. Yi Tianjiao melted into his embrace, casting a sultry glance his way. Haha. Senior sister, I've missed you. With a laugh, Xiang Ergu embraced Yi Tianjiao and made his way towards the room. 2 hours later, Yi Tianjiao languidly reclined in Xiang Chen's arms, a captivating smile gracing her lips as she gently kissed Xiang Ergu's forehead. You arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out. Yi Tianjiao traced circles on Xiang Chen's chest with her fingers. Tomorrow, I shall commence a prolonged seclusion, striving to attain a timeless realm. Oh, that is indeed splendid news. Do you have sufficient resources? Xiang Chen inquired with a smile. Plenty. I will seek you out once I emerge. Xiang Chen sighed. Alas, with you in seclusion and Qingcheng undergoing some kind of inheritance, I shall be dreadfully bored. Humph. I don't believe you. You, little rascal, will find time to be idle. You're either scheming against others or teasing that senior sister or junior sister. As Yi Tianjiao playfully scolded him, she playfully poked Xiang Chen's forehead with her delicate finger. Of course, I am diligently practicing as well. Besides, I also instruct disciples in their cultivation. Do you truly perceive me as so inept? Xiang Ergu playfully swatted Yi Tianjiao's back. Buzz. Just then, Xiang Chen's communication jade suddenly illuminated. Senior sister, I have received a transmission. He picked up his communication jade from beside him and pressed it to his forehead. Tangyu, please help me. A slightly anxious voice echoed through the jade. Ingzi, Xiang Chen's brows furrowed. What has happened? Speak slowly. Peng Yun is in trouble. Yuying replied anxiously. A few days ago, Yu Pingyun and several disciples undertook a task, but they have not returned. All the soul lamps of the disciples have extinguished, and the task has been deemed a failure. The task's level has escalated to a core level, requiring 2 core disciples and 10 inner disciples. My brother is in seclusion, and I have no choice but to seek you. What? Xiang Chen's expression shifted, and he immediately sprang from the bed, hastily communicating, do not panic. I will come right away. He put away the communication jade, his countenance grave, and promptly donned his robe. Is it that little sweetheart? Yi Tianjiao inquired with a hint of displeasure. Do not jest. She is merely a friend from our cohort. Something has happened to my friend. Their soul lamp has extinguished. Tianjiao, I am truly sorry, but I must leave. Xiang Chen's face was filled with guilt as he prepared to leave immediately. Go quickly. The extinguishing of a soul lamp is no trivial matter. It may already be a matter of life and death. Yi Tianjiao expressed her understanding, rising to embrace Xiang Chen. He kissed her forehead and then turned to exit, utilizing his spatial traversal ability to swiftly cover over 30 kilometers, leaving Lingtian Peak. He soared through the air, heading directly to the enrollment hall. Following the apprehension of its previous master, the hall was now overseen by a venerable elder of great repute. The enrollment hall was also responsible for the issuance of new disciples' tasks. At the entrance of the enrollment hall, Yuying awaited with 10 inner disciples from the gun intent sect. Swish! Xiang Chen suddenly appeared, silently startling everyone. Little Tang. The members of the gun intent sect were quite familiar with Xiang Chen and promptly bowed in greeting. I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour. Yuying said with a look of regret. Not at all. We are friends, and Peng Yun is like a brother to me. Ingzi, what exactly transpired? Xiang Chen promptly inquired for specifics. Take a look. Yuying handed him a mission scroll. Upon inspecting it, Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. The city slaughter incident. In the realm of the Batian sect, within a place called Huizhou Prefecture, a small city with a population of over 1 million, Qingshan City, had experienced a massacre. All the deceased had been transformed into desiccated corpses, their deaths exceedingly tragic. The task's level had escalated to the C-grade celestial tier. The Batian sect categorizes its missions into 3 main levels: heaven, earth, and human. Human-level tasks are undertaken by outer disciples. Earth-level tasks can be accepted by inner disciples, while heaven-level tasks are reserved for core disciples. Each major level is further subdivided into 4 minor grades: A, B, C, and D. A-grade celestial tasks necessitate formidable ancient realm experts for completion. C-grade celestial tasks are also considered quite serious. There exists another category, super celestial tasks, which require individuals of the hidden peak or above to execute, as these missions pertain to the safety of the sect. A massacre resulting in over 1 million corpses overnight is indeed chilling. Xiang Chen's expression darkened. What kind of person could commit such a heartless atrocity? Previously, this mission was merely a D-grade investigative task for Peng Yun's ascension to core status. He had taken 10 individuals with him, only for all 10 and his soul lamp to extinguish. Ying bit her lip, her expression tinged with sorrow. The extinguishing of a soul lamp indicates either death or a near-death state. Xiang Chen rolled up the scroll and declared, I shall accept this task as well. We must depart without delay. Tengyu, thank you. I feel utterly useless, constantly wanting to repay your kindness, yet I remain in your debt. Ying, strong-willed as she was, had reddened eyes in that moment. Peng Yun is also my friend. When it comes to my brothers, I would fight fiercely. For women, I would betray my brothers. Cough, I misspoke. Let us go. Peng Yun's safety is paramount. Xiang Chen patted her back. Yes, thank you. Ying said little more. Her gratitude etched in her heart, and summoned a flying magical artifact, a Tuzhanglong spirit boat. The 12 of them boarded the spirit boat and immediately set off under the stars towards Huizhou Prefecture, to Qingshan City, the site of the massacre. Chapter 12:10. Inhumane atrocities. 8,000 miles of clouds and moonlight stretched before them. The vast expanse of the Batian Sect's domain spanned 300,000 kilometers from east to west, surpassing the entire area of many small star worlds. The Batian Sect was over 40,000 kilometers away from Huizhou Prefecture, which is one of the 900 Batian prefectures under its jurisdiction, boasting a population of tens of millions. Throughout the journey, the group remained sleepless, with Ying standing at the forefront, her eyes filled with concern. Xiang Chen sat aboard the spirit boat, meticulously studying the intelligence provided on the mission scroll. Overnight, over 1 million people had transformed into corpses, evidently a result of some malevolent sorcery. Destroying a city with a population of millions in a single night is not beyond Xiang Chen's capabilities. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the transformation of so many into dry corpses. This was exceedingly perplexing. Could it be the work of some monstrous being? Xiang Chen pondered deeply, recalling which demonic entities possessed such means. This contemplation is overwhelming. Blood demons, a breed of fiends that exclusively devours the blood of living beings, leaving their victims as mere desiccated husks post-murder. The blood-sucking bat clan, the bloodthirsty spirit monkey clan, the blood mosquito clan. Xiang Chen could enumerate dozens of such sinister entities. After all, many demonic clans cultivate their power by adhering to primal tenets of consumption. This has given rise to numerous malevolent factions. Of course, it is not solely the demons. There are also dark sorcerers and humans endowed with similar capabilities, indulging in bloodshed and cannibalistic sorcery. Nevertheless, regardless of who the perpetrators are, it is unlikely that such heinous acts were committed by an individual alone. The scale of the carnage suggests the involvement of accomplices. Xiang Chen pondered, then addressed Ying. Yingzi, let us first proceed to the governor of Huizhou. What for? Ying inquired, eager to hasten to Qingshan City. It is probable that the culprits are not merely a handful. There may be a faction behind them. We must seek assistance to facilitate our investigation, Xiang Chen replied. All right. After deliberation, Ying conceded that Xiang Chen's reasoning was sound, and the direction of the spirit vessel was subtly altered to head towards the Huizhou governor's estate. The following day, as the sun ascended in the east, Xiang Chen and his companions finally arrived at the capital of Huizhou, Huizhou City. A vast metropolis boasting a population of over 8 million, serves as the principal city of the Huizhou Prefecture. The streets bustled with pedestrians, and an array of shops lined the thoroughfares. Beyond the city, expansive fields of spiritual grains and crops stretched out, creating a breathtaking vista of ethereal light, a veritable realm of enchantment. Although the outer heaven is the domain of cultivators, it is nevertheless infused with the vibrant essence of human life, for cultivators too possess desires and partake in commerce. Xiang Chen himself relishes fine delicacies. Within the city of Huizhou, at the governor's mansion, a core disciple from the Batian Sect journeyed from afar, greeted with great respect. At the imposing entrance of the governor's mansion, a robust man clad in black, accompanied by a retinue, stepped forward to welcome the guests. The newcomer stood approximately 6 feet tall, with a slightly dark complexion, shoulder-length hair, and fierce brows. Lu Hui, the governor of Huizhou, a formidable figure of the ancient realm. As Xiang Chen and Ying approached, Xiang Chen clasped his hands in greeting. You must be senior brother Lu Hui. I am Tang Yu, and this is Ying. He presented his identity token. Indeed, it is I. I did not expect the sect to dispatch a core disciple. It seems I have imposed a burden upon the sect. Lu Hui returned the gesture respectfully. Their mutual address as senior brothers was merely a formality. Lu Hui had once been a disciple of the sect, older than Xiang Chen and his companions. After completing his studies, he had entered the military, earning accolades, and later leveraged connections to become a regional governor, leading a comfortable life. Xiang Chen continued, "You may call me junior brother. I shall not beat around the bush. The disciples sent by the sect to investigate may have perished in Qingshan City. I wish to ascertain the truth of the matter, and I hope you can provide an honest account, senior brother Lu Hui." Lu Hui sighed and replied, "To be candid, junior brother Tang, this incident transpired 15 days ago. Qingshan City was discovered to have been slaughtered overnight. Initially, I dispatched my own men to investigate, but they were met with demise. Each group sent forth returned depleted. Ultimately, I had no choice but to report the situation to the sect, imploring them to send capable disciples for the inquiry, as I have few skilled individuals at my disposal." "All the investigators perished?" Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. Lu Hui remarked, "Indeed, the soul lamps have extinguished, although not entirely. Some flicker weakly, akin to the dead." "What level of strength did the individuals you dispatched possess?" Xiang Chen inquired further. "There were those of Lingxiao and Xiaoyao realms, though their power was not particularly high. You are aware, junior brother, this is not a sect. There aren't many formidable beings in this locality. In my Huizhou city, there are but a few experts of the ancient realm," Lu Hui lamented. "For most cultivators, those of the ancient realm represent the pinnacle of their aspirations. As for ascension to immortality, it is a rarity to find even one among millions." Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Xiang Chen said, "Brother Lu, might I borrow 30 more individuals? Specifically 30 experts of the Xiaoyao realm, at least of the celestial position?" Lu Hui appeared troubled. His estate housed only 60 or 70 experts of the Xiaoyao realm. Should all of them perish, he would face a significant manpower shortage. "Junior brother, my resources are limited. 30 would pose a challenge. However, I could manage to spare 10. "Very well, 10 shall suffice." Understanding the other's constraints, Xiang Chen did not press further. Soon, Lu Hui summoned 10 strong individuals from Huizhou, their cultivation levels ranging from the 4th to the 9th layers of the Xiaoyao realm. Xiang Chen and his companions wasted no time, gathering over 20 individuals and making their way directly to Qingshan City. Located over 800 miles away, they arrived in a short span. Hovering above Qingshan City, Xiang Chen and his companions observed the scene below with grave expressions. The city sprawled across an area of over 100 miles, remarkably intact without signs of large-scale destructive spells. A profound silence enveloped the area, the entire city eerily quiet. Utilizing his moon-gazing eyes, Xiang Chen scanned the city and discerned a dismal sight. Corpses lay strewn across the streets and alleys. Their faces were gaunt, skin devoid of moisture, rendering them mere skin and bone husks. Transforming into a beam of light, Xiang Chen descended to the street, his countenance darkening as he surveyed the surrounding corpses. Before him lay 2 bodies, one large and one small. The child, in a state of despair, appeared to be nestled against his mother, who likely succumbed to the same fate. One could imagine the pair, once strolling through the market, suddenly met with an unforeseen calamity that led to their tragic demise. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiang Chen's eyes, his chest ablaze with fury. After all, deep within his soul, he remained human. Even his transformed bloodline could not alter his sentiments towards the human race. What a tragedy! Who could have committed such an inhumane act? Yu Ying's eyes blazed with fury. Her teeth clenched, for she was a woman imbued with a strong sense of justice. Xiang Chen inhaled the lingering scents in the air, meticulously analyzing the residual energies present. Chapter 12:11, An Impending Clash. His keen senses detected a potent aroma of blood, the most pronounced among various biological scents. Additionally, he discerned a unique energy residue, imbued with a sinister aura, bloodlust, and overwhelming ferocity. This essence felt oddly familiar. Furrowing his brow, Xiang Chen pondered whether he had encountered such an energy before. "Ingzi, hand me Peng Yun's soul lamp," he commanded. Yu Ying promptly obliged, offering him the soul lamp of Yu Peng Yun. Before him stood a palm-sized glass lamp, its wick a faint flicker of flame, the flame of the soul. Xiang Chen inhaled the essence of this spirit, and in an instant, his senses sharpened, transforming his nose into a predatory instrument. With unwavering determination, he began the pursuit of Yu Pingyun's soul essence. Moments later, a spark ignited in his eyes. Found it. Let's go. With a decisive step, Xiang Chen became a streak of light, darting through the air in a singular direction, followed closely by the others. Soon, they arrived at the western part of the city, standing before a grand building. The sign read Spirit Spring Bathhouse, unmistakably a sanctuary for rejuvenation. As they entered, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. The bathing pools were filled with thick, viscous blood. In the blood pool, vitality surged, enveloped by a crimson formation. Intricate patterns swirling within. Within the pool lay two blood-colored cocoons, or rather, blood eggs, voraciously absorbing the life essence from the pool. And this blood was no ordinary liquid. It was essence blood, the most precious blood of life. The structure towered 8 stories high, each floor housing a similar bathing pool. What could this possibly be? A powerful wanderer gasped in disbelief. Xiang Chen activated his keen vision, peering into the cocoons. Thump, thump. A rhythmic beating resonated from within, the sound of life in gestation. To his astonishment, he recognized the figure forming inside. It was none other than Yu Pingyun. Yet, his growth had undergone a peculiar transformation. Sprouting blood-red scales and small horns atop his head. The bloodline of the Azura demon god. Upon seeing the altered Yu Pingyun, Xiang Chen's expression darkened. Sulige? A vision of a person flashed through his mind. Sulige? No wonder this energy felt so familiar. It resonated with the essence that enveloped Sulige. Inside. It is Pingyun, Xiang Chen informed Yu Ying beside him. What? It's Pingyun. Yu Ying's face paled in shock. I must save him. She moved to shatter the cocoon. But Xiang Chen restrained her. If you break the blood cocoon, he will perish. He is undergoing a bloodline transformation, he cautioned. How can this be? Yu Ying's expression morphed into one of disbelief as she gazed at the cocoon. Kikek. More disciples from the Ba Tian sect have come to deliver their precious demon seeds. A mocking voice echoed from outside. This is bad. We must go. Xiang Chen's countenance shifted dramatically, and with a powerful leap, he shattered the window, soaring into the sky. Followed closely by the others. Outside, figures were advancing, all clad in black robes adorned with a crimson flower motif, numbering over 100. Their cultivation levels surpassed the first tier of the wandering realm. They encircled Xiang Chen and his companions with ease. Such masterful concealment. Xiang Chen realized that his previous keen vision had failed to detect their presence. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto one imposing figure among them. This person stood 2 meters tall, robust and powerful, also draped in the crimson flower robe. The visage before Xiang Chen was one he recognized all too well, Brimming Bao. Staring at the figure, astonishment filled his eyes. This individual was none other than one of the prodigious talents from the desolate palace, Brimming Bao, a familiar classmate from years past. Brimming Bao, hands clasped behind his back, also noticed Xiang Chen, his expression tinged with surprise as he inquired, Xiang Chen? Who are you? Are you the ones responsible for the slaughter of the citizens in this city? Yu Ying interjected fiercely, demanding answers. However, Brimming Bao ignored her, focusing instead on Xiang Chen. A cold smile gracing his lips. What a coincidence. I never expected to run into an old classmate. Xiang Chen, it has been many years. Xiang Chen remained silent. While Yu Ying, perplexed, turned to him. Isn't your name Tang Yu? Tang Yu is but my alias. I was once a wanted criminal in the Great Xia. Hence the need for a pseudonym. Xiang Chen is my true name. At this moment, the truth could no longer be concealed, and Xiang Chen spoke candidly. He's your classmate? Yu Ying asked in shock, her concern not resting on his name, for a name is merely a label. Xiang Chen nodded. We were classmates at the academy on the mainland. With a steely gaze directed at Brimming Bao, Xiang Chen coldly questioned. Did you orchestrate the atrocities committed against the people of this city? A smirk played on Brimming Bao's lips as he replied, Indeed. These self-proclaimed beings from beyond have become the sustenance for my kind, serving as both nourishment and a means to cultivate my kin. Xiang Chen, what a surprise to see you. The king has mentioned you more than once. What say you? Would you join our eternal night dynasty? We can bestow upon you unparalleled bloodlines and serve the king together. Eternal night dynasty? Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Is that the institution founded by the desolate palace? The king you refer to, could it be Su Li Ge? Precisely. As fellow classmates, I can assure you that your current consciousness will remain intact. So what do you say? Join us. Brimming Bao extended his hand in invitation. Yu Ying and the surrounding disciples of the Ba Tian sect turned their gazes towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen scoffed. Years ago, your so-called king extended a similar invitation to me. I have no interest in engaging in such inhumane acts. Brimming bow. Slaughter is not the sole means of self-improvement. There's redemption to be found. Brimming bow burst into laughter. How dare you lecture us? The path you chose, with its demons, is no different from ours, a so-called righteous path, merely viewed as wicked by others. I only slay my enemies. I do not oppose the world. We are fundamentally different. I would never commit such acts of city-wide slaughter. Unmoved, Xiang Chen stood resolute. Enough. I have no time for your idle chatter. If you refuse to join us, then you must die. With a glint of bloodlust in his eyes, Brimming Bao uttered the word die, prompting his followers to spring into action. 100 or so individuals unleashed a cacophony of roars, their forms morphing grotesquely as they expanded in size. Towering over 10 feet tall, their bodies adorned with blood scales, sharp claws, and blood-red wings sprouting from their backs, their hair a vibrant crimson, exuding a savage aura. Kill! They bellowed, charging forth in a torrent of crimson light, their prowess surpassing that of human cultivators of the same realm. Fight! Xiang Chen shouted. His spirit ignited as he surged forward, unleashing the true essence of the sun through a devastating punch. Chapter 12:12. The Great Battle Against the Asuras. 3 Asura Kings, each possessing the ethereal realm, descended upon the battlefield. Their formidable Asura true essence coalesced into 3 blood-red swords, radiating a menacing aura and an astonishing power. With a powerful strike, Xiang Chen unleashed the Dragon Fist, igniting a torrent of solar flames that transformed into a majestic golden fire dragon, stretching dozens of meters in length and exuding an incredible burning force. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 blood swords exploded instantaneously, their Asura blood essence completely suppressed by the solar flames. The fiery dragon's might struck the 3 Asura, eliciting their anguished cries as their blood scales shattered under the intense heat. Engulfed in flames, they were reduced to mere torches, their shrieks echoing as they swiftly lost their combat capability. Meanwhile, Yu Ying and her companions engaged in fierce battles against other Asuras. A flash of bloodlight appeared as a 6th-tier Asura brandished a blood-colored war sword, unleashing a torrential wave of sword energy. The 6th-tier disciple of the Tianzong met the onslaught with a counterstrike. With a resounding clash, the Asura sword energy, even more terrifying, effortlessly tore through the disciple's blade, inflicting a grievous wound upon him. The disciple screamed in agony, staggering backward as a massive gash opened in his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. The Asura, enveloped in blood-red runes, absorbed the torrent of blood, which surged into its body, transforming the disciple into a lifeless husk in mere moments. Suddenly, another blood beam descended, annihilating a Tianzong king, reducing him to mere fragments, with his blood absorbed by the Asuras. The combat prowess of these Asuras was undeniably superior. Yu Ying, a formidable 8th-tier king, unleashed her spear with the swiftness of lightning, piercing through an Asura's body. The Asura's blood scales shattered, creating a gaping wound. Yet, undeterred by death, it charged at Yu Ying with reckless abandon, its claws tearing through the air towards her. Yu Ying retreated, the ground beneath her ravaged by claw marks. In response, she unleashed a torrent of spear intent, firing dozens of spear rays. The impacts pierced through the Asura's body, ultimately shattering its heart, leading to its demise. How troublesome. Yu Ying gritted her teeth. A combat genius, she effortlessly dominated opponents of the same realm. However, facing an Asura a tier below her, she found herself struggling greatly. What is happening to my blood? I cannot contain it. The other Tianzong disciples fared even worse, utterly suppressed, as they faced overwhelming numbers. With over 20 disciples engaged, 8 had already perished in battle. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Chen unleashed the wind and thunderblade intent, summoning a tempest of wind and thunder. He transformed into a swirling vortex of destruction, unleashing hundreds of blade lights that cleaved through the air. The 7 or 8 approaching Asuras were caught in the onslaught, their blood scales shattered, and their bodies torn apart by the onrush. Yet, their physical resilience proved formidable. Though heavily wounded, they were not entirely vanquished. In a cacophony of thunder, intricate patterns intertwined, manifesting into a colossal azure and violet thunder phoenix that surged forth, ready to unleash its fury. The thunderous roar of the phoenix struck the 8 Azura with tremendous force, causing them to shatter explosively. The terrifying thunderous blade energy radiated outward, shattering numerous structures. At that moment, a crimson light, swift as lightning, surged toward Xiang Chen, coalescing into a massive blood-red fist that charged forth like a dragon. Xiang Chen swiftly wielded his blade to counter, striking the blood dragon with a powerful blow. The collision of energies erupted, creating a vast crater hundreds of meters wide at the epicenter. Xiang Chen was sent reeling backward. Amidst the crimson glow, the formidable brimming leopard approached, wielding potent Azura true essence. His cultivation level was astonishingly at the 9th heaven of the carefree realm, surpassing even Xiang Chen. With a fierce battle cry, he swung a massive blood-colored warblade, unleashing 3 blood dragons that surged forward. Xiang Chen evaded with the swiftness of lightning. The 3 blood dragons unleashed a barrage, obliterating buildings in their wake, their power far exceeding that of a typical 9th heaven monarch. In a flash, Xiang Chen steadied himself and executed a sudden teleportation, materializing above brimming leopard to deliver a devastating strike. In that instant, he transformed into a half-demon form, his human body melding with that of a bird, adorned with a pair of golden divine wings. Brimming leopard's reflexes were extraordinary. He instantly raised his blade to parry, the clash resonating like thunder, igniting a torrent of solar flames that enveloped him. Shura bloodfire. Brimming leopard roared, unleashing a surge of Azura blood flames to clash against the solar fire. Xiang Chen's blade bore down relentlessly, gradually pressing toward brimming leopard's head. Roar of demonic transformation. Brimming leopard bellowed as he transformed into a towering Azura, his scales shimmering, blood-red horns sprouting from his head, and blood-colored wings emerging from his back. The might of his bloodline surged forth, amplifying his true essence and physical strength to an extraordinary degree. With a resounding clash, sparks flew as energy roared. His strike sent Xiang Chen flying, and with a swift turn, he launched a blade of light that tore toward Xiang Chen. Behind him, the golden divine wings unfurled, generating 2 luminous shields that shattered the incoming blade light. This fellow possesses an astonishing bloodline power, second only to Su Ligay, evidently a direct descendant. Xiang Chen thought in astonishment. Taking a deep breath, a dragon's roar resonated within him, as the ancient might of his flesh and the dragon elephant inner strength erupted forth. The golden crow's might surged, radiating intense solar brilliance. Shura heaven incineration slash. Brimming leopard swung his blade, igniting the blood essence to form a blade of blood fire that surged towards Xiang Chen. Thousand blade thunder dragon technique. Gather the dragon into a blade. Xiang Chen shouted, unleashing torrents of thunder dragon blade energy from within, countless dragon shadows swirling around him, merging into a singular, formidable lightning blade. The blade of thunder amassed tremendous power, igniting the golden crow's essence while harnessing the explosive force of ancient strength. The bloodfire blade struck with ferocity, tearing through Xiang Chen's protective defenses, cleaving into his body. Xiang Chen cried out in agony as he was sent sprawling, a gaping wound opening in his chest, and the blood within him boiled, threatening to ignite in flames, leaving him in unbearable torment. Return to heaven true essence, suppress. Xiang Chen roared, unleashing his celestial energy to suppress the boiling blood within him. In a flash, his blade struck the body of the brimming leopard. The leopard's protective barrier shattered, its wings enveloped in a desperate defense were cleaved through, and in an instant, the creature was split in 2 from shoulder to waist, the blade's light piercing through and striking the ground below, creating a vast crater. How infuriating this fiend! The brimming leopard was astounded. Despite having slain countless foes throughout the ages, it had never suffered such a devastating blow from Xiang Chen. Remarkably, the severed halves of the brimming leopard did not perish. Tendrils of blood connected its divided form, initiating a miraculous healing process. However, its power plummeted by 80% in that moment. At this juncture, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. Chapter 12:13. The indomitable spirit Yu Ying was besieged by a horde of Azuras, one of whom thrust a blood-soaked sword into her chest. Death, the Azura king, with a grotesque visage, lunged with its other claw towards Yu Ying's head. Suddenly, 2 blades of light sliced through the air, transforming into crescent moons of steel, their speed astonishing. With a piercing sound, the heavenly moon blades cleaved through the Azura king's skull, its head tumbling to the ground, the body collapsing lifelessly beside it. The intertwining blades formed a protective curtain around Yu Ying, severing the heads of several Azura kings in the vicinity. In a blink, Xiang Chen appeared, swiftly enveloping Yu Ying in his arms, as she bled profusely and succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the others had already been mercilessly slaughtered by the Azura kings. The brimming leopard, grievously injured, remained in the background, while dozens of Azuras closed in with malevolent grins. From the rear, the brimming leopard coldly declared, "Xiang Chen, this is your final opportunity. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise." Xiang Chen placed Yu Ying into the Qianquan ring, nurturing her with celestial energy, and coldly replied, "Our paths diverge. We are not meant to conspire together. Then perish. The king has long coveted your flesh and blood. Slay him," commanded the brimming leopard, gesturing with a hand. As nearly 90 Azuras roared forth, transforming into streaks of crimson light directed at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen's expression was frigid, and at that moment, a terrifying aura from the ancient realm erupted within him. Pharmaceutical sovereign of the ages. He roared, striking the void with his palm. Boom. The celestial energy instantaneously morphed into venomous power, igniting black flames of poison, intertwined with arcs of lightning. The thunderous domain of toxic fire expanded explosively, engulfing the approaching Azuras. One Azura was struck by the venomous flames, a horrific force surging into its being, laden with the poisons of blood, lotus, and thunder. The Azura shrieked in agony. A creature that thrived on blood, its essence began to boil, transforming into poison that swiftly corroded its innards. With a retch, it expelled a torrent of black blood. Its organs reduced to a gruesome sludge. Crack! The lightning poison erupted, tearing its flesh apart. No. What kind of power is this? It's poison. In an instant. 4 to 5 dozen Azuras within this deadly radius wailed in torment, their bodies ablaze with venomous flames, flesh and blood violently disintegrating. The remaining Azuras, witnessing this spectacle, dared not approach within a kilometer of Xiang Chen. One Azura, howling in despair, tore its own flesh apart, collapsing to the ground in agony, only to be dissolved into a gruesome skeleton, dripping with blood. A vibrant, pulsating heart of a Shura throbbed amidst the blood-soaked skeletons. In mere moments, 50 Shura met a gruesome demise. Xiang Chen appeared as a sovereign of annihilation, with death radiating from him, rendering the land within several kilometers barren. Within Xiang Chen's divine abode lay a ghostly crimson lotus, the blood-poisoned lotus. The countenance of the brimming leopard shifted dramatically, while the other Shura dared not approach within several kilometers of Xiang Chen to attack. "Retreat!" roared the brimming leopard, sweeping his sleeve to gather over a dozen blood cocoons from the blood pool, transforming into a streak of crimson light that pierced the sky. The remaining Shura swiftly turned to flee, their speed astonishing. "Leave the blood cocoons!" Xiang Chen bellowed in fury, instantly breaking through the air in pursuit, his velocity surpassing theirs. "Xiang Chen, we shall meet again. Await the world's transformation. We, the eternal Night Shura, are the true masters of this realm." The brimming leopard, witnessing Xiang Chen's relentless chase, smirked, and with a thunderous sound, dissipated into a cloud of blood mist. "Blood escape." Xiang Chen's expression darkened. This fellow had instantaneously appeared over 100 kilometers away, his speed in blood escape rivaling that of spatial traversal. Exhaling sharply, Xiang Chen felt the toxic energy enveloping him retract into his body, transforming into true essence and magical power. Were it not for his numerous trump cards, contending with such formidable Shura capable of transcending realms would indeed be challenging. He returned, gazing at the ravaged streets, his countenance somber. Yu Panyun ultimately could not be saved. Instead, he had been taken away. Among the 22 who had arrived, only he and Yu Ying, the strongest in cultivation, remained. This group was exceedingly powerful. Far beyond ordinary foes, they should not exist in this dimension. Suligay, Xiang Chen recalled the youth, who was, after all, his cousin, the son of his mother's elder brother, his uncle. "Could it be that you truly wish to make this world a hell of Shura?" Xiang Chen murmured, burdened with thoughts. Like him, Su Ligay possessed the ability to alter one's physique and bloodline. Su Ligay's talents, capabilities, and cunning filled him with trepidation. Entering a modest dwelling, Xiang Chen laid Yu Ying upon a somewhat worn bed. The blood energy within her was ablaze. Were it not for his continuous supply of true essence, she would have bled to death, her heart grievously wounded. Yingzi, your constitution is too frail to withstand the Shura's power. I must alter your physique. So do not blame me. Xiang Chen sighed. Ultimately, Yu Ying's heart was still a human heart. His true essence could save her, but could not entirely expel the Shura's energy that had infiltrated her heart's bloodline, assailing her veins. Xiang Chen tore open Yu Ying's chest, revealing her alabaster skin, with a gaping wound on her left side exposing her heart, engulfed in a torrent of blood fire, while his true essence shielded it. Xiang Chen sliced open his palm, and in an instant, a stream of golden blood surged forth. The blood of the golden crow. He poured his essence directly into Yu Ying's heart, as intricate patterns of golden crow bloodline energy coalesced with his lifeblood and surged into her being. In a state of unconsciousness, Yu Ying emitted a harrowing scream, as if her entire being were engulfed in flames, suffering an excruciating agony. Golden flames ignited upon her form, and her body appeared to be melting away. The exquisite contours of Yu Ying's figure transformed, her flesh reducing to a viscous substance, while her bones disintegrated. The sole constant amidst this turmoil was her soul, her life force safeguarded by the rejuvenating essence of the celestial energy. Whether she could transcend this tribulation and attain rebirth hinged upon her willpower. With a firm resolve, Xiang Chen gritted his teeth as Yu Ying's entire being inexplicably coalesced, her flesh congealing into a golden egg of a meter in diameter. He placed her within the ancient cauldron to further refine her bloodline. His gaze shifted to the 50 crimson hearts suspended before him. Remarkably, these hearts continued to pulsate, infused with vitality and the essence of dormant souls. The heart of the Azura remains undying. The Azura itself is eternal. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes at these hearts. They were the hearts of the Azura, brimming with potent bloodline essence and Azura power. Upon death, their life force and souls converged within these hearts, and as long as blood energy was supplied, resurrection was possible. Legends spoke of this lineage achieving the pinnacle of cultivation, enabling them to be reborn through a drop of blood. Chapter 12:14. The mysterious jade egg, Su Li Gu. O Su Li Gu, you have indeed unleashed a tremendous upheaval upon this world. Had I known, I would have spared no effort to eradicate you from existence. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged within Xiang Chen. He was covertly establishing his own influence, while Su Li Gu was similarly clandestinely erecting his empire, a murderous dynasty. The Azura dynasty. Suddenly, a powerful tremor emanated from within the ancient cauldron. A potent surge of life force and an overwhelming desire resonated from a certain depth of the cauldron. Xiang Chen's expression shifted to one of astonishment as a beam of light shot forth from within him. This radiant light was none other than the mysterious small cauldron. From it erupted a resplendent glow, which transformed into a black jade egg. This egg had grown to the size of a yard, its surface enveloped in flickering black flames. It is you. Xiang Chen's astonishment deepened. This jade egg was the very one he had procured at an auction in the imperial capital of the Great Xia, under the auspices of the Ouyang family, and it had been nurtured within the ancient cauldron for many years. When he first acquired it, it was no larger than a basketball, yet it had now expanded to a yard in size. Over the years, Xiang Chen had neglected its care, for the conditions for its hatching were exceedingly demanding, requiring energy sources of celestial grade. At this moment, an insatiable desire to consume the hearts of the Azura emanated from within the egg. If you can feast, then indulge. Xiang Chen perceived its intent. Then, the black jade egg astonishingly transformed into a swirling vortex of black energy, exuding an extraordinary allure. This yard-sized black energy vortex unleashed a formidable power of consumption. One by one, the hearts of the Azura trembled in terror, only to be inexorably drawn into the vortex formed by the egg. All 50 hearts were devoured. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed from within the Azura hearts, as powerful bloodline forces were refined by this jade egg. The black vortex coalesced once more into a black jade egg, within which the vitality surged with formidable strength. The egg size visibly enlarged, transforming into a giant egg of 2 zhang, adorned with enigmatic runes that shimmered with a mysterious light. How audacious! Is it solely interested in the bloodline power of gods and demons? Xiang Chen gazed at the jade egg in astonishment. The little white tiger leaped from the Qinquan ring, fixating on the egg with its fur bristled, emitting a series of low, menacing growls, its eyes reflecting trepidation, as if it sensed a formidable foe. Fear not. The creature within this egg is bound to me by a blood contract, destined to become my battle beast upon hatching, Xiang Chen reassured, stroking the little white tiger's head, which calmed its anxious demeanor significantly. If you were to hatch, what fear would I have in this realm? Alas, the energy here is unlikely to facilitate your emergence. With a sigh, Xiang Chen stored the black jade egg away. What manner of being resides within this egg? Let us return. This matter is beyond my solitary capacity to resolve. He cradled the little white tiger and gathered the remains of his fallen disciple before turning to depart. Meanwhile, above Huizhou City, a multitude of blood-colored figures congregated in the sky, surveying the sprawling metropolis below, home to millions. These individuals numbered no fewer than 10,000. Each adorned with blood-red wings and covered in blood scales, their visages grotesque. Amidst the throng stood a young man, seemingly in his 20s, with an unremarkable appearance, neither handsome nor ugly, easily overlooked in a crowd, clothed in a blood-red robe. Yet, his eyes, dark as the abyss, were unforgettable, exuding an aura so terrifying that it felt as though one's very will could be consumed by their gaze. Flanking him were a towering man, over 3 meters tall, and a petite woman, both positioned behind him. Behold, my kin, the time for your revelry has arrived. Let this world bear witness to your savagery. Slaughter is the essence of the Azura. The crimson of blood is your true hue. The blood-robed youth proclaimed with a sinister grin, extending his arms wide. A thunderous roar erupted from the multitude of Azuras, their eyes igniting with a sanguine glow, transforming into streaks of blood light as they surged toward the vast city. The blood-robed youth took a decisive step forward, shattering the air with unparalleled speed. At the city lord's manor, a bolt of blood light descended from the heavens. With a resounding crash, a building was obliterated, a terrifying wave of blood energy sweeping in all directions. Within the structure, dozens perished in an instant. Who dares? Came the furious roars from within the city lord's manor. Subsequently, numerous lights shot skyward, coalescing into human forms. Dozens of formidable warriors of the Heavenly King realm emerged, along with many masters of Lingxiao, soaring into the air, their collective gaze fixed intently on the blood-robed youth. Su Li Gu regarded these figures, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Who are you to dare act so brazenly in my city lord's manor? A figure emerged, his voice deep and resonant. Lu Hui, the city lord, a powerhouse of the ancient realm. Su Li Gu coldly met his gaze. So, you are the lord of this place. Indeed, and who might you be? How dare you trespass into my dominion, the Ba Tian mansion? Lu Hui inquired coldly, his countenance grave. The cultivation of this youth was inscrutable to him. I am a demon from heaven, a Shura awakened from hell. Since you have alerted the Ba Tian sect, I shall no longer indulge you. Upon uttering these words, the young man instantaneously transformed into a grotesque monstrosity, towering over Tianjiao, with fangs protruding from his maw, blood-red horns adorning his head, and a pair of massive crimson wings unfurling from his back. His claws were razor-sharp. What manner of beast is this? The powerful individuals encircling him were struck with astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Li Gu roared like thunder, his wings quivering as streams of sanguine light erupted forth. Countless feathers morphed into blood swords, launching towards his foes. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, the hundreds surrounding him shrieked in agony as they were pierced by the radiant feathers, their blood boiling within them. No. A heavenly king gazed in horror as his body swelled, transforming into a grotesque balloon. Then, with a resounding bang, his form exploded into a cloud of crimson mist. Not only him, but others too met the same fate. Bang, bang, bang. They too burst into bloody vapor. Lu Hui's expression shifted dramatically. You demon, I shall slay you. Lu Hui bellowed, unleashing ancient sorcery as he cleaved through the air with a golden sword aura stretching 100 meters, aimed at Su Li Gu. You are unworthy even to be my servant. Su Li Gu sneered, morphing into a flash of crimson lightning, effortlessly evading the strike, and then appeared before Lu Hui with astonishing speed. His enormous claws clamped down upon Lu Hui's head, shattering his protective essence. Bang! Lu Hui was seized in a vice-like grip, and with a single squeeze, Lu Hui screamed as his body was reduced to a pulpy mass. The body of the lord of the Lu family was instantly engulfed in a torrent of sanguine energy that surged into Su Li Gu. My lord, Lu Hui's wife, witnessing this horrific scene, was nearly driven to fainting, her eyes filled with rage. In Su Liji's hands, a flame of blood ignited, coalescing into a blood sun. The blood sun descended as a radiant beam, unleashing a sea of crimson flames that engulfed the entire mansion. Cries of despair and wails echoed, as within a 10-mile radius. Servants and guards alike, thousands, were consumed by the inferno, perishing in the sea of blood. A vast quantity of sanguine energy ignited, flooding into Su Ligu, enhancing his presence significantly. At this moment, the entire Huizhou mansion was undergoing a massacre, with wails of anguish resonating throughout. Over 10,000 shuras had become harbingers of slaughter, and Huizhou mansion was shrouded in terror and carnage. Soon after, the city, home to millions, was left completely cleansed of life. Swish! A blood-colored figure materialized behind Su Ligu. Bei Ming Leopard, Your Majesty. The Bei Ming Leopard's complexion was pale as he respectfully bowed to Su Ligu. Injured? Su Ligu inquired, furrowing his brow. The Batian sect has arrived. Among them is Xiang Chen. Bei Ming Leopard replied respectfully. I engaged him in battle and suffered considerable losses. Su Liji's brow knit tighter. Xiang Chen has come, and he has joined the Batian sect. Indeed, this young man has become a formidable force, far too powerful for me to contend with. Su Ligu responded with a cold laugh. You are certainly no match for him. He possesses the auspicious energy of the 9 dragons and the strength of a sacred beast's bloodline. Bei Ming Bao remarked. Given his astonishing potential and talent, if you allow him to grow unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a future calamity, especially since he refuses to join our ranks. Su Ligu gazed down at the blood-fire-enveloped land with indifference, saying, I have my own considerations. The stronger he becomes, the greater my own advancement will be. This world is exceedingly lonely. Apart from him, there is no one worthy of being my rival. You cannot fathom the depth of such solitude. Bei Ming Bao dared not speak further. After years of companionship with Su Ligu, he understood the vastness of his king's powers and his hubris. Knowing even the so-called great sects were beneath his regard. Very well, we must depart. The massacre in Huizhou Prefecture will undoubtedly attract the attention of Batian sect, and I do not wish to confront them directly just yet. The prey is in the light, while the hunter waits in the shadows for the opportune moment. With a flourish of his blood-red robe, Su Ligu transformed into a crimson streak of light, soaring into the sky. Retreat! Bei Ming Xiong bellowed. As the Azuras within the city, who were indiscriminately devouring blood energy and looting various resources, ascended into the air, following Su Liji's lead. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen arrived at Huizhou Prefecture, utterly shocked by the scene before him. 8 million souls, men, women, and children, reduced to lifeless corpses strewn across the ground. Su Ligu. Eternal Night, Azura. Xiang Chen roared in fury, his anger ignited by Su Liji's mercilessness, accompanied by a profound heartbreak. Azuras are born for battle. Yet, an Azura should not wield their blade against the innocent. Once champions of the common people, the proud Azuras should not stoop to such depths. 8 million lives. How many were innocent? How many were virtuous? How many were elderly and young? And how many were helpless infants? Su Ligu, come out! Xiang Chen bellowed, unleashing the full force of his moon gaze, enveloping the land for thousands of miles. Xiang Chen, I await the day you reveal your sword and confront me directly. For now, you are not my match. Su Liji's voice echoed from a jade talisman amidst the ruins, reverberating through the heavens and earth. You are the only rival I acknowledge, Xiang Chen. I hope you do not disappoint me in the chaos of this world. Beast, why do you unleash your wrath upon so many innocents? Why not challenge the 3 sects instead, rather than wreak havoc upon the defenseless? Xiang Chen shouted, gripping the jade talisman in fury. Innocence. Su Liji's derisive laughter emerged from the talisman. This universe has always been one of the survival of the fittest. There are no innocents here. Your perception of their innocence is merely a flaw of your own humanity. As a demon and a sacred beast, you have yet to comprehend your place. They are but lowly, wretched beings, food for the strong. Just as they regard chickens, ducks, and fish as inferior creatures. Do they show any compassion when slaughtering them? My killing of them is akin to their trampling of ants. Your pity will ultimately become your weakness. The essence of the universe's survival law is brutal. There is no such thing as innocence. Su Liji's disdainful voice resonated. To hell with you. Enraged, Xiang Chen crushed the jade talisman. His ideology and worldview stand in stark opposition to Su Ligay. Xiang Chen arrived in Huizhou City, his heart engulfed by desolation. An hour earlier, he had come to this place, which was once alive with the bustling essence of humanity, the streets lined with shops teeming with visitors. Before a noodle shop, the cauldron atop the stove still simmered with meat, yet the patrons and the shopkeeper within had morphed into lifeless husks. Not far away, the seductive courtesans of the brothel, who typically lured customers with their alluring poses, had transformed into terrifying skeletons. Su Ligay, I swear I will hunt you down in this lifetime. Come out and face me. Xiang Chen howled skyward, his rage boiling over. Su Ligay had led the Azura astray. Yet, no living soul in the city responded to his call. Big brother, please save my mother, save her. A wailing voice echoed nearby. Xiang Chen turned to see a ghostly girl, her form faint, standing vigil over a woman who had become a corpse. He approached, gazing at the spirit of the little girl in silence, his hand reaching out to gently stroke her head. After death, powerful obsessions could linger in the mortal realm for a time, transforming into spirits. As the sovereign of demons, he could perceive and command spirits, nurturing and devouring them. I'm sorry, big brother cannot save her now, Xiang Chen said, his face etched with sorrow. The girl wept at his words, her fervent attachment collapsing in an instant. And her soul was consumed by the cyclical power of the cosmos, vanishing from existence. Eternal night, Azura. Xiang Chen gazed at the ravaged city, his resolve hardening with unwavering determination. From this moment on, as the eternal night Azura, I, Xiang Chen, shall slay every foe I encounter. Su Ligay, if you wish to play, I shall accompany you to the end. An hour later, the golden crow egg of Yuing shattered. A tremendous surge of solar fire erupted, and from within the egg emerged a divine bird, the golden crow, adorned in resplendent golden feathers. How could I have transformed into this? Yuing gasped, her countenance shifting in disbelief as she beheld her new form. Ingzi, I have altered your bloodline. You are no longer human, but a divine golden crow. A striking silver-haired youth remarked as he gazed at Yuing. You are Yutangyu? The golden crow inquired, astonished by Xiang Chen's breathtaking appearance. His true visage was indeed extraordinarily captivating. Had he possessed any feminine characteristics, he would have easily been mistaken for an unparalleled beauty. To be precise, I am also called Xiang Chen. Tangyu is merely my alias, known truly only to your elder brother, Yu Wu, Xiang Chen elucidated. Yuing glanced at her own body, wings, 3 talons. Silence enveloped her for a moment as she processed her astonishing transformation. Why have I become like this? Was it your doing? Yuing maintained her composure, unlike Zhuge Yuan, who had once reacted with panicked outbursts. After all, she understood that the golden crow was a legendary divine bird. Noble and striking, unlike Zhuge Yuan, who had been as rotund as a pig. Due to the invasion of your heart by the power of the Azura, there is no alternative. I must transform your constitution into that of a divine bird in order to eradicate the Azura's influence. Otherwise, you will face corporeal annihilation and become a ghostly cultivator. Ingzi, do not hold this against me. Xiang Chen spoke with a hint of regret. Although this transformation represented a superior evolution of life for Yuing, Yuing furrowed her brow and inquired, I should still be able to revert to a human form, right? Indeed. Attempt to sense the bloodline power within you. Concentrate on your heart, and then channel the power of the golden crow through your body's meridians. Yuing made an effort, and after a moment of focus, her 3-legged golden crow form gradually transitioned into a human shape. However, in her human state, she was entirely unclad, her exquisite figure laid bare before Xiang Chen's gaze. Xiang Ergo, witnessing this spectacle, felt tears welling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, do not look. Yuing shrieked, and in a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap. Xiang Chen, in his cries of agony, was sent flying into the ruins. Yuing hastily retrieved a dress and donned it. Xiang Chen cautiously approached, and Yuing regarded him with a piercing gaze. Xiang Chen, tell me, are you truly human? Does it matter? He replied, it matters greatly. The ability to manipulate and alter human bloodlines belongs to the realm of demonic arts. Xiang Chen met her gaze and declared, I am human, yet I am also a demon. I embody the essence of both. How shall I articulate this? With the blood of demons and the soul of a human, I am uncertain of my true nature. My parents are of the human race. Yet I possess the bloodline of demons, capable of transformation. Even before my birth, I was infused with the essence of the demon race. I am indeed a being of demon blood. Then you are a half-demon, Yuying remarked, rolling her eyes. She then asked, are you also a golden crow? To some extent, Xiang Chen nodded. Ingzi, are you not angry? Why should I be? You saved me, which is preferable to death. Moreover, the golden crow is a divine bird. I do not object to it. That is well, you are far better than Zhuge the fatty, Xiang Chen sighed in relief. What of Peng Yun? Was he rescued? Compared to her own plight, Yuying was more concerned about her kin. Xiang Chen shook his head, his expression filled with sorrow. Old Yu has already been taken away. When you see him again, he will no longer be human, and he may even become an adversary. At the mention of Peng Yun, Yuying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as he was a companion she had grown up with. Xiang Chen sighed deeply, choosing silence as he sat amidst the ruins. After a lengthy pause, Yuying finally regained her composure. How could your classmates be such monsters? What exactly are they? Are they from an extraterrestrial race? I have never encountered a race of such formidable strength. Those of my own realm are on par with me. Xiang Chen reclined among the debris, gazing up at the blood-soaked sky, his hands cradling his head, his mood somewhat somber. To put it succinctly, they are indeed an extraterrestrial race, albeit from a higher plane. Are you familiar with the concept of the demon god? Demon god. Yuying frowned. I know of the demon clan, but not the demon god. Is there a connection? Xiang Chen nodded, looking towards the heavens. This world is wondrous and vast beyond your comprehension. The demon god is the evolutionary form of the demon clan, and they are one such race. Endowed with the bloodline of the demon god, the Azura clan embodies both demon and divine. They are neither wholly one nor the other, straddling the line between divinity and demonic essence. They possess formidable strength, capable of bloodthirsty cultivation, with an unparalleled innate talent for the blood path, rivaling that of divine beasts from the demon race. It was the first time that Yuying had come to know of this race. How do you know so much? Where do these Azura clansmen originate? Xiang Chen sat up and replied, I have received the inheritance of a powerful being. Within the transmitted knowledge, any race whose name I recognize will manifest corresponding information. As for them, they likely hail from an individual known as Suli Ge. Suli Ge? Yuying's face was filled with confusion. This person is probably not from our world. His talent is extraordinary. He is the first Azura with a bloodline that I have encountered. Subsequently, those who followed him underwent transformation of their bloodlines into Azura, self-identified as the Eternal Night Azura. They commit murder and raze cities solely to seize resources, absorb blood essence, and then select the exceptionally talented to transform into Azura, augmenting their own power. Xiang Chen had yet to reveal that these individuals were merely the most ordinary Azura. The true Azura bloodlines from the greater planes possessed unimaginable prowess, capable of annihilating stars with a mere thought. Suli Ge was merely an ordinary Azura king, while above him existed the emperor, saint, and supreme levels of Azura bloodlines. The disparity between these was akin to the difference between a dragon and a celestial dragon. Even so, they still possessed bloodlines of demonic god caliber. How vile! These soulless beasts. This matter must be reported to the sect. We cannot allow them to continue their massacre. Anger was evident in Yuying's eyes. This is a matter to be conveyed to the sect, but you must not disclose my secret, nor your own. In terms of bloodlines, you are no longer human. If the Ba Tian sect learns of your transformation, they will undoubtedly capture you for dissection and study. Xiang Chen hastily warned, and I would be implicated as well. Rest assured, I am not foolish. I shall remain silent. By the way, I suddenly found a method of cultivation in my mind that leads to the ancient realm, called the Sun Golden Crow Holy Scripture. Did you impart it? Xiang Chen nodded and said, from now on, you will be considered one of my own. I will bring you into the Yan Huang Hall, and together we shall strive for a peaceful and prosperous era. The Yan Huang Hall? Your people? How have I become one of yours? Did you do something while I was unconscious? Yuying's face darkened, her thoughts wandering. What are you thinking? Am I such a person? Xiang Chen chuckled wryly before clarifying. The Yan Huang Hall is my own power, comprised of individuals like you and me, endowed with divine beast bloodlines, while we simultaneously remain human. Our belief is to establish a heart for the heavens and earth, to provide destiny for the populace, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to create a world of peace for all generations, a world where all races can coexist. Xiang Ergo began his persuasion anew, ultimately igniting a yearning within Yuying for the world Xiang Chen described. a realm devoid of racial discrimination and extermination wars, where all cultivators could coexist in the same universe, pursuing the profound truths of the great Tao. However, such an aspiration seemed almost unattainable. Perhaps harmony among races could be achieved, yet the competition between life forms would never cease. Even among humanity, there was an abundance of internecine strife. However, Xiang Chen never envisioned that he could alter the dark reality of the cultivation world. At the very least, he aspired to provide a safeguard for the innocent, to prevent the horrors of citywide massacres and annihilation. This ideal was born from his own experiences with darkness, as well as the tragedies of Hongxiu and Mingshu. If one is dissatisfied with the world, one should endeavor to change it, rather than destroy it. He chose the former, while Su Ligu opted for the latter. He was not a saint, nor was he benevolently righteous towards all. He too could take lives when provoked, and would hunt beasts for the sake of cultivation. Yet, every matter ultimately requires moderation and a bottom line. The peace enjoyed today has been forged in the crucible of past bloodshed and carnage. Deep within him resided the ambition of a man destined to conquer the world, the aspiration to reign supreme. His path was not one of solitary defiance against the heavens. Rather, he tread the arduous road of an emperor, seeking to alter the very structure of the world. This was not merely his dream, but also that of his father. Chapter 12:17. The negotiation with the crocodile people. Therefore, Ingzi, will you join me in transforming this world, creating a realm that belongs to us? In a moment of profound sincerity, Xiang Ergo extended his palm, his face radiant, as if he were a creator with a heart for the world. Yes. Yuying also reached out her hand. Having inherited Xiang Chen's bloodline, she found herself instinctively inclined to trust and obey his words. Much like a child who has not yet entered their rebellious phase listens to their parents, Xiang Ergo couldn't help but smile, pleased to have gained another ally. Welcome to our kin. At last, Yuying gazed upon the field of lifeless bodies and lamented, what shall we do with these corpses? Xiang Chen sighed and replied, let us report to the heavenly sect and have them send someone for a collective burial. Yuying nodded and ascended into the sky, offering a deep bow to the city that had suffered such slaughter. To the departed souls and wandering vengeful spirits, I, Yuying, vow to eradicate the Evernight Shura and shall not rest until I do. Alas, the Shura clan itself was one of the supporting races of heaven and earth. Forbidden from such carnage, it was merely these Evernight Shura who had betrayed their ancestral teachings and strayed from the path. Xiang Chen sighed again. The two lingered for a moment before returning to their sect, their spirits dampened throughout the journey. Yu Pengyun had not been rescued, and 10 more disciples had perished. How could she feel at ease? 2 days later, at Hidden Peak, after Xiang Chen discreetly recounted the events concerning the Evernight Shura, Tong Tianzi was greatly astonished. Xiang Chen withheld the origins of Su Ligu, merely stating that a formidable extraterrestrial race had emerged from beyond the heavens, known for their bloodlust and slaughter. Given that Su Liji's mother was his aunt and his father was her uncle, revealing the entire truth would endanger them. The information he provided was sufficient to warrant the attention of the Batian sect. Who would have thought such a race lurked within our realm? Elder brother, immediately command the members of the Batian domain to closely monitor this matter and prepare 100,000-strong Batian army. Should this Shura clan reappear, we shall annihilate them at once, led personally by Qin Shan. Tong Tianzi instructed his senior brother, by Li Tu Su. Understood. Bei Li Tu Su yawned lazily and responded. It is crucial to note that the weakness of this race lies in their hearts. One must shatter their hearts. Xiang Chen reminded him with particular emphasis. Bei Li Tu Su nodded and departed from the hall. Xiao Shangguan, do you still have the solidifying elixir I gave you? The immortal martial secret realm has recently opened. You must seize this opportunity. It will be challenging for you to compete with those prodigies of the ancient realms once you enter, Xiang Chen added. Tong Tianzi then turned his gaze towards Xiang Chen. I've consumed half of it, master. Could you spare me another 10 or 8 bottles? Xiang Chen chuckled while rubbing his hands. Get lost. Do you think these are mere candy beans? There are only 2 bottles left. Tong Tianzi shot him an exasperated glance and waved his hand, causing 2 3-inch jade vials to appear before Xiang Chen. Thank you, master. Xiang Ergo accepted them joyfully. At that moment, an indignant voice echoed from outside the hall. It was the 3rd senior sister, Mo Ran, who bore faint ink stains on her face. 3rd senior sister. Xiang Chen's expression changed as he hurriedly fled through the air. Xiao Shangguan, stop right there. I am going to beat you. How dare you draw a turtle on my face? It infuriates me. The third senior sister pursued him with terrifying speed. Third senior sister, it was merely a joke. I was wrong. Void technique. In the domain of the Batian sect, a uniquely designed spirit ship soared through the air. This vessel, measuring 100 meters in length and adorned in dark gold, resembled a dragon crocodile. A large flag hung from it, emblazoned with the words Crocodile People Delegation. Surrounding this crocodile ship were several Batian sect spirit ships providing escort. The crocodile vessel descended onto the plaza of the Batian sect, where a group of Batian sect members awaited to receive them. This delegation from the crocodile people had come for negotiations, and the reception was managed by the diplomatic envoy from the enrollment hall. The elder in charge of the envoy was Ming Yanzhong, the presiding elder. As the ship's gate opened, a throng of individuals emerged. Over 100 individuals, each possessing formidable cultivation, were all evidently first-tier experts of the ancient realm. Clearly, the crocodile race had dispatched only their most powerful for this occasion. A strong race from a starry world. They numbered at least several hundred billion, and naturally, there were many experts of the ancient realm among them. Among the external forces of the Batian sect, the 900 Batian mansions had each mansion lord at the level of the ancient realm. In the Batian army, those of the ancient realm typically held positions above that of a major, and there were countless ancient realm experts among the millions in the Batian army. It's not that every realm is swarming with experts. Rather, there exists a substantial number of them from the outset. Prior to entering this circle, one would not have encountered many individuals of such caliber. The circles one interacts with largely correspond to one's own strength. In a factory, one primarily associates with workers of similar standing, while those conducting multi-million dealings mingle with the affluent, inaccessible to ordinary folk. At the forefront of the 100-member crocodile delegation stood a middle-aged man and a young man clad in a black dragon crocodile robe. The middle-aged man possessed a robust physique and deep-set eyes, brimming with an energy capable of shaking the heavens. His commanding presence, characterized by a lion's mouth and tiger's nose, unmistakably revealed his status as a longtime ruler accustomed to governing thousands. He was Xinyu Tudan, one of the 10 marshals of the crocodile clan. Beside him stood a young man, naturally endowed with nobility, strikingly handsome and appearing no different from a human. He was Tuoba Yinxiong, the 15th prince of the crocodile clan. Elder Yanzhong stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. You must be the esteemed Marshal Xinyu and Marshal Yinxiong of the crocodile clan. I am Yanzhong, the diplomatic envoy of the Batian sect, here to welcome you both. Xinyu Yinxiong replied coldly, where is your sect leader? Is it not lacking in sincerity for merely a peak envoy to receive us? With an emotionless expression, Yanzhong responded, Marshal Xinyu, it is you who have initiated the negotiation, not us. The Batian sect has already extended the courtesy of an escort to welcome you. Do not forget your purpose in coming and your status. Just as Xinyu Tudan was about to erupt in anger, Tuoba Yinxiong hastily interjected, Elder Yan, please do not take offense. Let us first pay our respects to your sect leader. Yanzhong nodded impassively and gestured, please follow me. The diplomatic entourage led the group of crocodile clan members toward the main hall of the Batian sect. Many disciples of the Batian sect observed from a distance, eager to witness the renowned figures of the crocodile clan, rumored to be exceptional talents among their kind, aspiring stars of the future, yearning for a chance to spar and gain insights. A robust man from the crocodile clan sneered, his dark golden pupils glinting with a combative spirit. Dragons and phoenixes among men? The human race merely excels in cunning schemes. In a direct confrontation, their strength pales in comparison to ours. Another youth, with pronounced cheekbones, scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain as he provocatively eyed the disciples of the Batian sect along their path. In the main hall, at the elevated seat of honor, the leader of the Batian sect, Zhejiang, sat regally upon a phoenix chair, flanked by 2 stunning beauties, Yi Tianjiao and Lu Yun, his 2 esteemed female disciples. Surrounding him were the senior elders of the Batian sect, filling the space on either side. In a secluded corner, the senior disciple, Bailey Tusu, sat leisurely playing chess with Xiang Chen, unnoticed amidst the growing crowd. Representatives of the crocodile clan, I, Tuoba Yinxiong, the 15th prince, come to pay my respects to the esteemed leader of the Batian sect, Zhejiang. Tuoba Yinxiong clasped his fists, adopting the human etiquette, and bowed slightly. Zhejiang, hidden behind the pearl curtains, maintained a stoic expression, responding coldly, Prince, You are too courteous. How fares the Crocodile King? Straightening, Tuoba Yinxiong replied, Rest assured, esteemed leader. My father is well. I have come on his behalf to discuss the matters concerning the Hanyan continent. Zhejiang remained impassive, his voice still devoid of warmth. Our sect aims to dominate the Hanyan continent. Does the Crocodile King have any objections? Tuoba Yinxiong stated, Your sect's desire for exclusivity is clearly unrealistic. The Hanyan continent serves as the gateway to our crocodile realm in this star region. Should your sect wish to monopolize it, it would be akin to raising a war banner at our doorstep, and I fear such a conflict would persist. Let it come, the Batian sect fears you not. An elder serving within the ranks of the Batian army let out a cold laugh. Tuoba Yinxiong replied indifferently, If this conflict continues, neither side will benefit, esteemed elder. Such is not the demeanor of negotiation. Sovereign Zijin narrowed her eyes, her jade fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest as she replied coolly. Your crocodilian tribe has already lost its standing on the Hanyan continent. With merely your eloquence, do you expect me to relinquish the succulent morsel within my grasp? That is utterly impossible. Moreover, your General Tuoba is still in our custody. Withdrawing your forces from the Hanyan continent is your only option. Tuoba Yinxiong remained composed and said, Sovereign Zijin, do not be hasty. If I am not mistaken, your sect's main forces are still engaged on the troll battlefield. Should we, the crocodilian tribe, launch a reckless counterattack, you would be compelled to withdraw your troops to defend, resulting in a loss at the troll battlefield and rendering years of effort futile. Upon hearing this, the gaze of Sovereign Zijin instantly turned frigid, her demeanor icy as she retorted, You may certainly attempt it. Tuoba Yinxiong responded with a sneer. You are unlike us. Your human race is not a monolith. You still contend with the Lingma sect, Danding sect, and Tianjiao sect. If we unleash our full force, it will undoubtedly trigger a series of chain reactions, and at that point, the Batian sect itself may find itself in peril. His words darkened the expressions of several elders. For his analysis struck a nerve. In that moment, Sovereign Zijin's gaze became as cold as a serpent. In the corner, the chessboard revealed a dire situation for the white pieces, encircled by the black. This 15th prince is no ordinary figure. The white pieces were maneuvered by Xiang Chen, while the black pieces belonged to the elder brother, shrouded in an intangible barrier. You are nearly cornered, the elder brother remarked, his voice devoid of emotion. 17 versus 18. A counter. As Xiang Chen placed a piece, he inadvertently severed a portion of his own tail, sacrificing a piece. The elder brother's countenance shifted, revealing a contemplative expression. Tuoba Yinxiong continued, A continued attrition would be detrimental to your sect. My clan is willing to cede 1/3 of the territory on the Hanyan continent to your sect in exchange for General Tuoba's release. Furthermore, we are prepared to sign a treaty of non-aggression and maintain amicable relations with the Batian sect. His terms appeared reasonable, yet they bore an underlying sense of frustration. Although the Batian sect seemed victorious, the spoils had been diminished to the bare minimum. Just as Sovereign Zijin was about to speak, a voice interjected. It seems the esteemed members of the crocodilian tribe have yet to grasp your current predicament, standing on the brink of extinction while displaying such audacity. The crowd turned to see a silver-haired youth approach from the corner. Meanwhile, the elder brother remained silent, fixated on the chessboard. A stalemate ensued, both sides suffering losses. Xiang Chen had initially feigned weakness, guiding his opponent into a relentless assault, only to unexpectedly triumph amidst chaos, countering with a piece that turned the tide against the formidable dragon. The chess game spanned 19 lines, encompassing myriad possibilities. What appeared to be a guaranteed victory could easily slip into defeat due to a single misstep. Go, a game that tests both layout and control. Although Xiang Chen's skills were not exceedingly profound, his understanding of strategy paled in comparison to the elder brothers. His success in this match relied solely on risk, executing daring moves that disrupted the elder brothers' original strategy. This young man possesses extraordinary control over the game. Master brother chuckled lightly, reclining in the corner with a drink, as he turned his gaze towards Xiang Chen, who was making his way into the hall. And who might you be? Tengyu, the elder of the hall, along with the envoy of the crocodile clan, looked at Xiang Chen in astonishment. I am Tengyu, an elder of the Batian sect. Xiang Chen replied with a respectful salute and a smile. When did this lattice end? Many elders of the Batian sect exchanged perplexed glances, their eyes drifting towards the sect leader, who remained silent, clearly indicating the truth of the matter. Xiang Chen turned to Toba Yinxiong and remarked with a faint smile. Your eloquence is truly admirable, Prince Toba. The crocodile clan is already on the brink of crisis, yet you managed to downplay it so effortlessly, still daring to negotiate terms with us. Toba Yinxiong's eyes turned icy as he retorted, What do you mean by that? Xiang Chen met his gaze with a cold smile. The crocodile clan is not faring well either. You are grappling with the lizardman rebellion and lack the full strength to retaliate. Toba Yinxiong's expression shifted. This was a closely guarded secret of the crocodile realm. How could he possibly know? Xiang Chen continued, even with the ogre battlefield. Our sect possesses the capability to launch a full-scale attack against you. Indeed, we are mindful of other sects. Yet if the Ba Tian sect were to ally with several others, dividing the spoils, we would acquire more territory than you possess in the Hanyun continent. While you face the annihilation of your clan, Xiang Chen's words rendered Toba Yinxiong and his companions visibly distressed. How did he come to know such secrets of the crocodile clan? Naturally, this information was gleaned from their own clan, as the ghostly servants of the celestial wolf clan can extract memories from others. The only path left for you is to officially withdraw from the Hanyun continent. Close your portals and quell the insurrection of the lizardmen in the 3 continents. This is the only means of self-preservation. Are you prepared for the risk of annihilation and the prospect of ongoing conflict with us? Toba Yinxiong and Xian Yu two-man cast cold glances at Xiang Chen, realizing he had uncovered too much of their internal affairs. Many of the 10 marshals of the crocodile clan were preoccupied with the rebellion against the lizardmen. Sect leader Zijin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How did her junior disciple acquire such extensive knowledge of crocodile clan politics? It is worth noting that the crocodile realm is exceedingly unique, as no human has ever entered to investigate its circumstances. Chapter 12:19. Challenge to Ba Tian. Who exactly are you? Xian Yu two-man asked coldly, unleashing a powerful soul pressure that enveloped Xiang Chen. A thunderous roar echoed within Xiang Chen's mind, as if struck by lightning, inflicting great discomfort upon his soul. The opponent was a formidable being at the earth immortal level. Xiang Chen's complexion paled as he staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping his nose. Impudent. Those sect leader Zijin had yet to unleash her fury. An even more terrifying wave of soul pressure surged forth from the corner. Xian Yu Tumen's soul seemed to be struck by lightning, causing blood to erupt from his mouth. As he stared in horror at a figure in the corner, a young man previously unnoticed, whose soul pressure had the power to injure him directly. With such strength, there was only one individual in the crocodile realm capable of this. Xian Yu two-man, are you provoking my sect? Sect leader Zijin's voice was icy. Suppressing his inner rage, Xian Yu two-man murmured, I apologize, sect leader Zijin, for my earlier rudeness. The master of the Zijing sect let out a cold snort and declared, the Hanyun continent is firmly within our grasp. Retreating is your only option. Do not doubt our courage and resolve. Toba Yinxiong cast a resentful glance at Xiang Chen. He had initially held the upper hand in their earlier exchange, and the determination of the Batian sect had begun to waver, yet this youth had effortlessly countered his advantage. Toba Yinxiong replied, while retreating is not out of the question. You must return General Toba Yuan of the Aryan clan. We can consider this matter. The master of the Zijing sect retorted coldly, do you take us for fools? We can return Toba Qian too, but you must first withdraw your troops and leave the Hanyun continent. Otherwise, all negotiations are off. Your Highness, we have lost our advantage. Our priority should be rescuing Toba Qian too and suppressing the internal strife among the lizardmen within our territory, Xin Yu two-man transmitted, casting a resentful glance at Xiang Chen. Curse it. I did not expect this young man to disrupt our plans. I wonder if he is aware of our deeper circumstances. He cannot be allowed to remain. Anger brewed within Toba Yinxiong, yet his facade remained unchanged. We shall convey your words, Master Zijing, to my father. Before that, we hope to ensure the safety of General Toba. Only after you withdraw your troops, the master of the Zijing sect stated coldly. Xin Yu two-man added, I have heard that the younger generation of the Batian sect is exceptionally talented, especially in the battlefield trials. This time, we have brought along some prodigies from our clan who are eager to witness the martial prowess of your young talents. We hope you can grant them an opportunity. Xin Yu two-man exchanged glances with his companions, who immediately stepped forward, introducing themselves. I am Toba Ying. I am Xin Yu Hu. I am Kuang Bao. The 3 of us wish to challenge all the talented disciples within your sect's realm of ancient mastery. We hope for your consent. These three exuded an imposing aura, eager to challenge the younger generation of the Batian sect. The master of the Zijing sect responded, "Granted. Immediately issue orders for my sect's top 10 disciples to engage in a spar with the guests from the Aryan clan." Understood. The elder from the recruitment hall promptly accepted the command and set out to gather the participants. Young talents of the Aryan clan, prepare to challenge our core disciples. All disciples who hear this order, assemble at the Batian training grounds. As this command spread, excitement surged among all disciples of the Batian sect. The core disciples hurriedly made their way to the training grounds. Within half an hour, the Batian sect's martial arena was filled with tens of thousands of spectators. Tuoba Ying, Xin Yuhu, and Kuang Bao stood proudly at the center of the martial arena. Each of them had a distinct presence, one with sharp eyes and an arrogant demeanor. Another, Xin Yuhu, radiated a fierce aura resembling an ancient beast, and the last, Kuang Bao, exuded a cold and cunning essence, akin to a venomous serpent. Around 50 to 60 core disciples arrived, having emerged from their secluded training. Among the top 10 core disciples were two, Lu Fuxing and Li Jianxian. Tuoba Ying declared coldly, "We three challenge all your century-old prodigies. Of course, those at the first level of ancient mastery may also come forward. My level is at the pinnacle of the Xiaoyao realm. Who dares to fight?" Xin Yuhu added coldly, "I have heard that your Batian sect boasts 10 core disciples. I am Xin Yuhu, at the first level of ancient mastery. Who among you will dare to face me? I, the Mad Leopard, stand at the pinnacle of the ancient realm, the second level. And I invite all of you within the fourth level of the ancient realm to test your mettle." A young man with a chilling aura sneered disdainfully. "Arrogance. I, Li Jianxian, the ninth of the 10 core disciples, challenge you, Mad Leopard, for I too am at the second level of the ancient realm." The core disciple, Li Jianxian, bearing an ancient sword, spoke coldly. "I, Lu Fuxing, ranked 10th among the core disciples, extend my challenge to you, Xin Yuhu." Lu Fuxing also stepped forward to accept the challenge. "I am Lei Biao from the Thunderblade Peak, at the pinnacle of the carefree realm, and I challenge you." "What was it, Eagle?" A fiery-tempered king from Thunderblade Peak spoke coldly. "Very well, let those who wish to challenge step forth, though this is a spar. It does not mean we will hold back. We shall strive to spare your lives." The Mad Leopard chuckled ominously. The three disciples of the Batian sect ascended the stage. Meanwhile, in the distance, the master of the Zijing sect, Tuoba Yanhui, and others observed from the hall. Lei Biao, Lu Fuxing, and Li Jianxian each took their places. "Attack!" The 6 warriors shouted almost in unison and charged at one another. In Lei Biao's hand, a battle knife manifested, releasing a burst of formidable thunderous blade energy. This thunderous blade energy transformed into dragon shadows, embodying the 1,000-blade thunder dragon technique. Cultivated to the level of 200 dragon energies. With a mighty swing, the blade cleaved forth, unleashing a roaring thunder dragon, converging 100 dragons into a blade. Striking towards Tuoba Ying. Tuoba Ying sneered, manifesting claw gauntlets that shimmered with deadly sharpness, akin to dragon claws. Dragon crocodile rending the heavens. With his claw, he tore through the air, a crocodile dragon's roar surging forth, as a colossal dragon claw, infused with the Black King's arcane might, was unleashed. Bang! Bang! The 2 thunderous blade energies were shattered by a single claw strike, the claw's force tearing through with reckless abandon. Lei Biao's expression shifted slightly, and he roared, unleashing a flurry of blade patterns. Heavenly Thunder 24 strikes. With a thunderous rumble, the perfected mid-tier divine blade technique erupted, unleashing 24 streaks of thunderous light to intercept this assault, causing the claw strike to explode in a cacophony. Behind Tuoba Ying, a pair of black wings suddenly sprouted, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed, creating over a dozen afterimages that tore through the air, an onslaught of claw strikes weaving together. Lei Biao shattered the afterimages. Yet none were the true form. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. Uft! A pitch-black claw pierced his chest, violently crushing his heart. Uft! Ah! Lei Biao screamed in agony, blood erupting as he was thrown back, defeated. Such speed. This velocity has surely surpassed the kingly realm. Lei Biao, a top contender within the carefree realm, was so easily vanquished. His rapid defeat astonished countless disciples of the Batian sect. Chapter 1220, Complete Domination. Lu Fuxing faced off against Xin Yuhu, their battle equally spectacular. Surrounding Lu Fuxing, the true essence of his power coalesced into luminous talismans that encircled him, each talisman brimming with tremendous energy, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth. Thousand thunder talismans, attack! Lu Fuxing called out softly, waving his hand as the talismans burst forth, transforming into hundreds of powerful blue lightning bolts that surged forth. Each bolt of lightning wielded power comparable to that of ancient titans. The thousand thunder talismans, an esteemed celestial-grade talisman of the sect, had surprisingly been mastered in its complete form by senior brother Lu Fuxing. The defeat of the crocodile man was imminent. The disciples of the Batian sect gazed in awe at the eruption of hundreds of bolts of lightning. Xian Yuhu sneered, unleashing a terrifying surge of black true essence, which coalesced into a suit of black battle armor around him. In an instant, he expanded into a Tianjiao giant, his physical prowess reaching ancient levels. With a powerful strike, he unleashed the Crocodile King Fist, shattering the air with his might as he launched a formidable attack against the oncoming torrents of lightning. The thunder rumbled as Xian Yuhu's brute strength obliterated the ferocious bolts. His terrifying fist transformed into a divine crocodile, distorting the space as it advanced. Lu Fuxing's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly conjured a talisman that manifested as a golden barrier, the Heavenly Gang Talisman. The violent impact of Xian Yuhu's fist struck the Heavenly Gang Talisman, causing it to tremble violently and forcing Lu Fuxing to stagger back. Xian Yuhu, now resembling a streak of black lightning, shattered the sound barrier with his speed, unleashing countless fist shadows upon the Heavenly Gang Talisman. The talisman, akin to a balloon under extreme pressure, erupted with a resounding boom. With a fierce shout, Lu Fuxing summoned a multitude of talismanic light patterns with a single palm. The Flame Star Talisman. From within the talisman, a massive crimson meteor materialized, composed of energy that burned with flames, towering at 100 zhang. The flame star surged forth like a comet, its velocity exceeding 60 times the speed of sound, resembling a world-destroying meteor. The explosion of the flame star collided with Xian Yuhu's powerful fist, shattering the fist shadows and unleashing a formidable force that struck Xian Yuhu, causing him to spit blood and retreat. Incredible! It was indeed a celestial-grade talisman. Lu Fuxing had managed to cultivate such an extraordinary talisman. This scene exhilarated the disciples of the Talisman Hall of the Batian sect. This Lu Fuxing was not to be underestimated in his mastery of talismanic arts. Xiang Chen was also slightly astonished at Lu Fuxing's formidable long-range capabilities. This disciple from your esteemed Talisman Hall is quite impressive, he remarked. Xian Yutao man nodded in agreement, but a cold smile crept upon his lips as he stated, however, talismancers are most vulnerable at close quarters. An elder from the Talisman Hall remarked indifferently, it seems that the noble Xian Yu who will not have the opportunity to engage at close range. With a decisive move, Lu Fuxing unleashed the 10,000 sword talisman, raining down a multitude of golden sword lights upon Xian Yuhu. The latter, sensing the impending doom, roared to the heavens as his inner spirit power erupted. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal black war crocodile. The fearsome creature unleashed a beam of black radiance from its gaping maw, coalescing into a destructive light. The booming light collided with the sword lights, causing them to explode into fragments. At that moment, Xian Yuhu split into 8 shadowy figures, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Lu Fuxing's expression subtly changed as he fought while retreating, compelled to divide his talismans into 8 attacks. One by one, the shadowy figures shattered, none revealing the true form. As the 8th figure disintegrated, a violent force erupted, effortlessly shattering the talisman's sword light. As Xian Yuhu closed in, a sense of dread washed over Lu Fuxing, his countenance shifting dramatically. The talisman had yet to coalesce into form, while Xian Yuhu brandished a black spear that shimmered with radiant light. Whoosh! The spear shot forth, its luminescence piercing through at 60 times the speed of sound. With a piercing cry, Lu Fuxing found himself impaled in the chest, propelled backward for over 10 kilometers. Lu Fuxing was defeated. The Tian Gang, sword formation. In another turn of events, Li Jianxian conjured 18 beams of sword light, intertwining to form a formidable sword array. Golden sword Qi surged forth, relentlessly striking towards the frenzied leopard. The frenzied leopard grinned wickedly, transforming into a mass of black mist, enveloping and sweeping toward Li Jianxian. The sword Qi beams penetrated the black fog. However, the frenzied leopard's form was nowhere to be seen. What sorcery is this? Elder Jiang Xuanfeng gasped in astonishment. His gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Li Jinchuan's expression darkened as he bellowed. Strangle! Swish! 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 The 18 beams of sword light morphed into a net of blades, attempting to ensnare the true form of the frenzied leopard. Within the dark mist, this technique could temporarily cloud one's form, minimizing the damage taken, and could only be countered by practitioners of ice-based martial arts. Tuoba Yanhong smirked inwardly as the sword chi sliced through the air. The black mist had already enveloped Li Jianxian. Darkness shattered. From within the mist, a chilling voice echoed. In an instant, hundreds of sharp edges coalesced, slicing through the air and surrounding Li Jianxian. Gripping his sword, he conjured numerous beams of sword light to fend off the impending assault, his speed astonishing. Yet behind him, a surge of black mist swiftly materialized into a blade, striking with ferocity. Uft! Ah! Li Jianxian screamed in agony as he was pierced from behind. The black mist solidified, revealing the frenzied leopard. Li Jianxian was defeated. At that moment, the disciples of the Batian sect fell into a profound silence. The 3 disciples who had ventured forth to challenge had all fallen, including 2 of the top 10 core disciples. How could this be possible? All 3 of our sect's champions have been vanquished. The Batian sect disciples felt deeply disheartened. Damn it, if our top-ranked seniors were not in seclusion or out on missions, would it have come to this? In that instant, the elders and the sect leader of Batian sect wore grim expressions. A bunch of useless fools. Sect leader Zijing reprimanded in anger. Humph, while your Batian army sweeps across the lands, it appears this generation of disciples is lacking, Xinyu Tuden mocked. An elder retorted coldly. Our true elite disciples are absent. Otherwise, those 3 brats would not have dared to act so arrogantly. Oh, they could certainly be summoned. Those 3 are not even among the most exceptional of our younger generation in the Aaron clan. Xinyu Tuden sneered. Ha! Is this generation of Batian sect disciples merely mediocre? Ha ha ha, who else dares to challenge me? Xinyu who laughed maniacally. You, who are in the 2nd or 3rd tier of the ancient realm, may also come forward to fight. The faces of the Batian sect disciples turned ashen. Out of 180 core disciples, only 50 or 60 had arrived. While there were still strong individuals, not all could attend. The true powerhouses were engrossed in their solitary cultivation. The Batian sect now stands formidable. However, given the ineptitude of your generation, the future appears grim. The wild leopard casts a disdainful gaze upon the world, exuding an air of superiority. Alas, 3 insignificant insects. Having merely triumphed over a few of my sect's relatively ordinary core disciples, must they prance about so? Beyond the mountains, there are higher mountains. Within the realm of the powerful, there are those even more powerful. I have witnessed many who have met their demise, yet I have never encountered such reckless bravado. In light of this, I shall crush you 3 insignificant pests. Chapter 12:21. The arrogant demon. At this moment, a rebellious voice emerged from the crowd. The throng parted, directing their attention towards the speaker. It is Brother Tangyu. The crowd recognized him as the one who had previously slain Fong Lei and dealt a severe blow to the sect's elders. Xiang Chen, hands clasped behind his back, descended from the crowd. It is he, this young man. Xinyu, Tuo Ba Yanxiong, and others wore grim expressions. Was he not the one who had just exposed their weaknesses in the hall, causing their negotiations to falter? You insignificant brat, what do you think you are? Just a mere 8-fold in the carefree realm, and you dare to speak so arrogantly? I could annihilate you with a single strike, Tuo Ba snarled. Enough of your nonsense. Our brother Tang Yu is the top contender in this assessment, having dispatched 200 heavenly kings and 1,000 masters. And you dare claim you could defeat him with a single blow? Came the retort from Batian sect's disciples. Indeed, who do you think you are? Brother Tang Yu is a legendary figure who has transcended realms to slay the ancient. Steady now, everyone. Remain composed, Xiang Chen said with a faint smile. Gesturing to the disciples of the Batian sect, he turned to the 3 with indifference, stating, the Crocodilian clan merely seeks to embarrass our Batian sect in this matter. Yet, you lost the war against us, and in a duel, you are utterly insignificant. I am Tang Yu, and you are now acquainted with me. My cultivation, 8-fold in the carefree realm. I shall take on you 3. Xinyu replied coldly. You yourself admitted to being merely 8-fold in the carefree realm. You lack the qualification to challenge us. Even if you were to win, it would bring you no glory. Oh, do you think yourself so formidable? Xiang Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile. In any case, to slay you, one strike shall suffice. Xian Yu's demeanor grew icy. You have never encountered such a disdainful request. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Brother, using a butcher's knife to slay a chicken is excessive. Allow me to handle him with one blow. Tuo Baiying said coldly. Is this Tang Yu not courting death? How can he be a match for them if he does not defend himself? This young man is recklessly inviting his own demise. The elders of the Batian sect furrowed their brows. While Xiang Chen's willingness to defend the sect was commendable, such arrogance was unwarranted. How could he hope to overcome them without fighting back? Xian Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This young man, based on his earlier discourse during negotiations, did not seem like a fool, so why engage in such self-destructive behavior? Could there be a hidden strategy? Master Zijing, your elder is indeed quite remarkable. Tuo Baiying remarked, casting a glance at the master of Zijing's sect. He is also a disciple of the Qi sect. Since you wish to challenge the young prodigies, he is the foremost among this generation. If you can defeat him, it will speak volumes of your capabilities. The master of the Zijing sect remarked indifferently while seated upon his phoenix chair. Then I shall see what means your esteemed disciple possesses, Xin Yu Two-Man retorted curtly. Tang Yu, could it be that he is the one who killed my 17th brother? Suddenly, Tuo Baiying recollected, his gaze turning icy, filled with murderous intent. He transmitted to the three, he is the one who slayed the 17th prince. He must be eliminated. Indeed. The three responded in unison. Tuo Baiying coldly declared, Brat. I shall fight you. You aren't qualified to challenge my senior brother directly. It was agreed that I would end you, so do not blame me. Stop your prattle. If you do not strike soon, I shall make my move. You have come from afar, so I will allow you to attack first. Xiang Chen did not regard him with any seriousness. Arrogance die? With that, Tuo Baiying sprouted black wings, transforming into a streak of black lightning, racing towards Xiang Chen with unparalleled speed. In an instant, he lashed out with a claw aimed directly at Xiang Chen's head. Swish! The claw tore through the air. Yet Xiang Chen did not retaliate. With a resounding thud, the sharp claw's radiance enveloped Xiang Chen, as if his body were being torn asunder. Senior brother Tang Yu. The countenance of the Batian sect members shifted dramatically. Just as Tuo Baiying was about to speak, he witnessed the torn figure dissipate instantly. A residual image. Tuo Baiying was struck with shock. Your speed is nothing extraordinary, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Boom. A surge of terrifying power erupted behind him. A massive paw, a span of 10 feet, seized Tuo Baiying's head from behind. It was a wolf's claw, as Xiang Chen materialized behind him. His arm transformed into a wolf's limb. So swift, I could barely discern the movement. Xin Yu Hu and Kuang Bao's expressions shifted slightly. How is this possible? Tuo Baiying, caught in the grip, was filled with disbelief. Boom. Xiang Chen tightened his grip, and Tuo Baiying's head exploded, his headless corpse collapsing to the ground. With a resounding thud, silence enveloped the onlookers as they beheld the headless body of Tuo Baiying, followed by an eruption of cheers from the Batian sect disciples. Senior brother Tang Yu is incredible. Instant kill, how magnificent. Senior brother Tang Yu, I adore you. The disciples of the Batian sect erupted in frenzied applause, with countless female disciples gazing dreamily. Xiang Chen withdrew his hand, his arm returning to normal, and finally directed his gaze towards the two remaining challengers. Their expressions were grim as they stared at the corpse of Tuo Baiying, their eyes alight with murderous fury. Big guy, it's your turn. I won't fight back. Let's see if you can kill me in one strike, Xiang Chen taunted, eyeing Xin Yu Hu with a playful demeanor. You seek death. Xin Yu Hu roared in rage, unleashing an aura reminiscent of a primordial beast. Kill. In a flash, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his fist gathering tremendous force as it hurtled towards Xiang Chen's body. Yet, Xiang Chen did not evade. A unique power coursed through his body. Boom. The punch, capable of shattering mountains, struck Xiang Chen's form, creating a gaping transparent hole in his chest. Ah! Numerous female disciples screamed, unable to bear the sight. Senior brother Tang Yu. The disciples of the Batian sect were taken aback. Xiang Chen had indeed been pierced through. However, upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find that his body bore no blood, nor did any internal organs appear. Xian Yu Hu's expression shifted dramatically as well. In his spiritual perception, Xiang Chen seemed to have transformed into nothingness, resembling merely a hollow shell. An impressive strike, indeed, but alas, it cannot bring about my demise. Xiang Chen retreated, sighing and shaking his head, before unleashing a terrifying venomous force from within. The poison spread instantly through Xian Yuhu's fist and arm, rapidly coursing through his entire being. A scream erupted from Xian Yuhu as his arm dissolved into blood, thunderous explosions tearing through flesh. In an instant, he exploded before the horrified gazes of countless witnesses. Brilliant lightning illuminating the scene as his body disintegrated into blackened blood. Xian Yuhu, in excruciating pain, knelt as his form melted away into a bloody skeleton, with only his soul infant remaining amidst the hollow bones. Hooer! Xian Yu Two-Man's face paled with terror as he rushed forward to embrace Xian Yuhu. Meanwhile, the members of the crocodilian envoy stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding events. As for Xiang Chen, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the gaping hole in his chest having vanished. The onlookers were struck with awe. He had not even lifted a finger. Yet how had Xian Yuhu's physical form been so utterly obliterated in an instant? Chapter 1222. Seizing the flesh, Lu Fuxing looked at Xiang Chen with a mix of respect and trepidation. The power and enigma of Xiang Chen surpassed his wildest imagination. He had been unable to defeat him, yet Xiang Chen had effortlessly dispatched him with an uncanny method. Their enmity ran deep, stemming from Xiang Chen's slaying of his disciple from the Tianfu Hall. The bloody remains of Xian Yu who continued to emit a haunting wail, evoking sheer terror. "You wretched beast, you seek death." Xian Yu Tillman's eyes blazed crimson as an overwhelming murderous intent surged forth. Xian Yu, who was his own nephew, now annihilated by Xiang Chen. Suddenly, a massive golden brick materialized above his head, expanding to a colossal size, exuding a pressure that could suppress the heavens. It seemed poised to descend and crush him in an instant. "Do you dare to make a move?" A mocking voice echoed in his mind. Xian Yu Two-Man was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting as he froze in place. The formidable presence of the floating Xian Huang brick compelled him to regain his composure, retracting his murderous intent. "What is this?" The other disciples gazed in bewilderment at the enormous golden mountain. Yet, just as swiftly as it had appeared, the mountain vanished, as if it had never existed. Xian Yu Two-Man cast a venomous glance at Xiang Chen, then, with a swift motion, summoned forth a surge of dark magical power. One of his underlings, a formidable being of the ancient realm, was instantly drawn to him, falling into his grasp. "Commander, no!" The ancient powerhouse cried out in terror, as if foreseeing his fate, desperately pleading for mercy. With a swift motion, Xian Yu Two-Man crushed the head of this ancient being, obliterating its soul infant, causing blood to pour from its 7 orifices. Meanwhile, Xian Yuhu's soul infant immediately fled into the newly claimed body. For the soul infant could not remain in its state indefinitely. It required a physical form. However, the body seized was never truly his. Thus, advancement in cultivation for this lifetime would be a distant dream, leaving only survival. Xiang Chen observed the events with indifference, unwilling to grant the crocodilian race the opportunity to assert their dominance. The Batian sect is indeed a faction he aspires to harness for his future. Presently, it is an opportune moment to accumulate popularity and prestige. Xiang Ergu, ever astute, conceals deeper calculations beneath his seemingly fervent demeanor. "General Xinyu, please accept my condolences." The elders of Batian sect restrained their inner delight and offered words of comfort. The sect master, Zijin, displayed no signs of emotion whatsoever. "Xinyu," with a frosty gaze, admonished Xiang Chen, "to resort to such ruthless methods in mere sparring, and to employ poison, is truly despicable." Xiang Chen retorted with a scoff, "Senior, surely you jest. Am I the one being vile?" I haven't even struck back. Did you not witness the gaping wound he inflicted upon me? He subsequently succumbed to my powerful poison. My sincerest apologies, but as an apothecary, it is quite normal for my magic to carry some toxicity. Ask them, my fellow disciples. Did I make the first move? As for ruthlessness, one of our Thunderblade Peak brethren also perished. We did not accuse anyone of being harsh, but rather lament our own lack of skill. Xiang Chen's gaze swept over the disciples of Batian sect. "No, Brother Tang has stood unmoving this entire time. You, of the Crocodile clan, are truly remarkable, attacking Brother Tang and then blaming him for your own poisoning? Oh dear, how shameful." "Indeed. Did not our Thunderblade Peak disciple also fall to your hands?" Naturally, the disciples of Batian sect rallied in support of Xiang Chen. Xinyu's expression darkened. Though a formidable figure of celestial stature, He found himself on foreign ground, where even 100 tongues could not contend against the multitude of voices. The reincarnated Xianyu who glowered at Xiang Chen, for he had obliterated his future prospects, a grudge as deep as one could harbor against a parent-s murderer. Yet, mingled with his hatred was a tinge of fear. Xiang Chen was far too enigmatic. If he were not eliminated, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Crocodile clan in the future. Tuoba Yinxiong's thoughts were similarly consumed with murderous intent as he regarded Xiang Chen. The elders of Batian's sect continued to deliberate and analyze the recent events. Though Xiang Chen had evidently been struck, he seemed unscathed. The void technique is indeed wondrous. It is astonishing that this young disciple has mastered such a remarkable skill. The sect master, Zijin, sighed inwardly, contemplating seeking his counsel on how he achieved this success. Her interest in the void technique piqued. Xiang Chen turned his attention to the frenzied leopard, speaking indifferently. "Young man, would you care to test your strength against me?" The leopard's eyes glimmered coldly as he consumed a detoxifying elixir, his skin glistening with a green luminescence, a preemptive measure. "I will engage you in battle," he declared icily. "Bring it on." Xiang Chen beckoned with a subtle gesture, a smirk gracing his lips. "Kill!" the frenzied leopard bellowed, transforming into a streak of black light as he lunged forward, brandishing 2 obsidian daggers imbued with destructive energy. With a thunderous crash, he morphed into a swirling black mist that sought to envelop Xiang Chen. Within this mist, one's spiritual awareness would be rendered impotent. It expanded over a 10-kilometer radius, marking his domain of slaughter. Yet, Xiang Chen did not evade, allowing himself to be shrouded. This is perilous. Brother Tang has underestimated the situation. In this black mist, one cannot discern the opponent's whereabouts, a disciple of Batian's sect expressed with concern. You indulge in trivial concerns while feasting upon the mundane. What prowess does Brother Tang possess that allows him to overshadow nature without trepidation? Countless disciples fixate upon the inky black mist, perceiving nothing, their spiritual senses rendered impotent. Surrounding Xiang Chen, a shroud of darkness envelopes him. Suddenly, beams of light pierce through, hurtling towards him from various angles. Yet, Xiang Chen astonishingly anticipates their arrival, evading them with remarkable ease. These radiant strikes, though capable of tearing through space, do not harm him. Awaken moon-gazing eyes, Xiang Chen silently commands. The power of the moon-gazing eyes swiftly expands and envelopes him. Child, prepare to meet your demise. Phantom blade of 100 annihilations. An eerie voice resonates from all directions as countless blades of light converge upon Xiang Chen, encircling him from every conceivable angle. Instantly, Xiang Chen's form becomes ethereal, nearly undetectable. Although these assaults do not miss their mark, the wounds they leave are negligible. Where is he? The dark figure of the wild leopard's face shifts with alarm. What of your rear? Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupts in his mind. With a swift motion, a blade of light cleaves from behind, and despite his startling reflexes, he is a fraction too late. A scream escapes him as one of his arms is severed. How could you detect me? Damn it, I shall vaporize. The wild leopard, now panicking, dissolves into wisps of black mist. You dare to flaunt such trivial techniques? Little one, they are utterly futile. I have already discerned your weakness, Xiang Chen scoffs. A chilling energy surging within him. True Yin's essence. The cold of the yellow springs. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of icy energy erupts, instantly encasing a vast area in frost, including the vaporized wild leopard. No, the wild leopard exclaims in terror, finding himself unable to restore his corporeal form. Chapter 1223. 2 sleeves of clear wind, must you all regale me with the same old cries before your demise? Always with the wailing and pleading, no, don't. If only you would switch it up to something more refined, like elegant butterfly. Oh wait, there 1 TB in next time, Xiang Chen remarks, showing no mercy as he unleashes a devastating punch. With a resounding crash, the frozen space shatters. You wretched beast, may you meet a gruesome end. Even as a specter, I shall not spare you. The wild leopard howls as his body disintegrates, reduced to mere fragments amidst the frost. As his physical form is obliterated, his soul infant attempts to flee. Apologies, but souls are under my dominion. You are not worthy of escape, Xiang Chen sneers, a formidable dark energy surging forth. The moon charm envelopes the wild leopard's soul infant, which, amidst agonized cries, is devoured entirely. The onlookers are only left with echoes of ghastly wails. utterly oblivious to the events transpiring. Yet, the sound alone reveals that calamity has befallen the wild leopard. Xianyu, Tu Ba Yin Xiong, were expressions of profound dismay. Undoubtedly, the wild leopard has perished. As the black mist dissipates, the ground reveals no remnants of a body. The recovery team, Moon Charm, Kuan Ling, and Swallowing Skyvine, leaves nothing behind. Xiang Chen strides forth from the darkness. Brother Tang has emerged. What of that crocodile man? Has he vanished? Fool, he has undoubtedly been dealt with by Brother Tang, leaving not a trace behind. Brother Tang is indeed formidable. The disciples of the dominant sect erupt in exuberant cheers, their gazes ignited with fervor. In their youth they, as cultivators, idolized heroes and revered the strong. Yet, within Xiang Chen's mind, he was secretly delving into the memories of the mad leopard's soul returned by Yume. The dark mist technique was remarkable, indeed a form of dark celestial magic. It could transform a person into black mist, enveloping an area for miles when mastered. In such darkness, others would lose their sight and spiritual perception. One could also conceal oneself within the mist, executing assassinations. It was a wondrous technique. Though it bore significant drawbacks, if one's trace were discovered, a powerful ice-based magic could freeze the mist. It bore some resemblance to the void technique. Yet it lacked the latter's profound intricacy. Ha ha, what a fine lad you are, bringing glory to our Thunderblade Peak, laughed the Peak Master, clapping Xiang Chen on the shoulder. The gazes of the other elders towards Xiang Chen were mostly kind, though some harbored jealousy towards this talented youth. Maintaining a facade of amiability. I am honored not to have disappointed, Xiang Chen replied, disregarding the displeasure of the alligator envoy group, and saluted his second senior sister with a fist salute. Indeed, award 1 million merit points to Tang Yu's account. The master of Zijing merely nodded, instructing an elder beside him. Turning to the envoy group, the master of Zijing calmly inquired, esteemed guests, does our young generation still hold your admiration? Tang Yu is but an ordinary core disciple of our sect, and the top 8 core members have yet to make their move. The faces of the alligator envoys, Xianyu Tuman and Tua Ba Yinxiong, flushed with embarrassment. The master of Zijing's question was undoubtedly a slap in their faces. Tua Ba Yinxiong, maintaining his composure, remarked, the human race's Batian sect indeed produces remarkable talents. However, my friend here carries a hint of demonic energy. Have you practiced dark arts? He sensed the lingering, ghostly energy from Yu Mei's earlier appearance. For all life cultivators, the ghostly practitioners of the underworld were deemed as heretical, often met with extermination. The 17th prince must be suffering from chronic rhinitis. Demonic energy? Where? I find myself quite fragrant, Xiang Chen retorted, lifting his sleeve to take a whiff, only to catch the scent of his own armpit. Oh, but it is rather pleasant. After all, I am of the Tao body. Smell for yourself. Is there any demonic energy? He raised his armpit towards Tua Ba Yinxiong's nose. Consequently, the scent from his armpit spread forth. With a sudden release, a fart burst forth, landing squarely on Tua Ba Yinxiong's face. His expression darkened, like the bottom of a pot. See, delightfully fragrant, Xiang Chen smirked, while Tua Ba Yinxiong's mind raced with countless expletives. Enough, little 19, cough. Tang Yu, you may withdraw now, the master of Zijing interjected, unable to watch any longer and dismissing Xiang Chen. As for the ghostly energy surrounding Xiang Chen, the people of the Hidden Peak were not surprised, for he had practiced the forbidden tome of the Yellow Springs. With a flourish of his sleeves, Xiang Chen released the lingering scent, enveloping the alligator envoy group in a cloud of odor before stepping back. Damn it, this lad is outrageous. How can one be so shameless? The sensitive-nosed alligator envoys retched in response. While others could bask in the freshness of 2 sleeves, this one enveloped them in a stench. Bearing the bloodline of the demon race yet engaging not in demonic deeds, possessing a human soul yet partaking not in human affairs. One must not be overly foolish in the realm of demons, nor excessively audacious in the realm of humanity. Xiang Chen, with his sleeves billowing, departed gracefully, leaving behind a lingering odor. We have witnessed the disciples of the noble lineage. We shall discuss this further on another occasion. Let us take our leave. Tuoba Yin strode directly towards their spiritual vessel, his face darkened. No farewells, declared the indifferent Master Zijing, exhibiting an air of authority. The members of the Crocodilian clan departed, their frustration palpable. Master, the Crocodilian clan must be eradicated for peace of mind, exclaimed an elder, filled with ambition and fervor for battle. Currently, the majority of our forces are engaged on another battlefield. When cornered, even a dog will leap over the wall. If the crocodilians become desperate, they may pull our remaining forces into a quagmire of war, ultimately benefiting others, remarked a more prudent elder. Indeed, the Lingma sect, the Danding sect, and the ambitious Tianjiao sect are not to be underestimated. Most elders foresee the bigger picture and do not recommend a full-scale war with the crocodilian clan. Let us defer this matter until the conclusion of the Titan War, Master Zijing stated coldly before turning away. Her demeanor indicated that now was not the opportune moment to confront the crocodilians. Xiang Chen returned to Chilean Mountain, instructing his two disciples, Amo and Shilin, in their cultivation, guiding them through their uncertainties. Naturally, Amo and Shilin were struck by their master's formidable presence, inspiring them to strive diligently, determined not to tarnish his reputation. With their physiques enhanced, their natural aptitude for cultivation had significantly improved, and in such a favorable environment, their early progress would likely surpass even that of their master in his previous days. As night fell, the stars and moon congregated. Xiang Chen, along with over 20 brothers from the Yanhuang sect, gathered together. When Xiang Chen spoke of the Azura, the brothers were astonished to learn of such a powerful clan's concealment. From the information I possess, although the Azura clan follows the path of slaughter and combat, they prohibit such heinous acts of massacre in their cultivation. Yet, Su Ligay has betrayed the ancestral teachings of their clan, and in such madness, the world may soon bear a malignant tumor, Xiang Chen remarked, his eyes narrowing and expression grave. The Azura bloodline, akin to theirs, does not belong to the lower realms. In the realm of demons and monsters, should one become utterly deranged, they too could cultivate in such a manner. However, Xiang Chen has always restrained his people, apart from their adversaries. They rely solely on their own cultivation. Chapter 1224. Entrapped in a dilemma, how could the Azura clan so brazenly deviate from their path? This is indeed a profound madness. Zhang Dan was equally appalled by the massacre perpetrated by Su Ligay and his cohorts, incensed beyond measure. Xiang Chen gazed out at the starry sky, his eyes deep with contemplation. No race possesses absolute justice or evil. It merely depends on how they interact with other races and how their leaders govern. According to the heritage I have received, the Azura clan is actually one of the pillar races of the universe, having saved countless others. Yet, every race inevitably has its share of vermin. Humanity is not devoid of the deranged, and among the demon race, there are both savior spirits and world-ending fiends. The Azura clan is no exception, containing both deities who fight for the protection of the people and demons who revel in slaughter and destruction. Su Ligu, having established the eternal night Shura, has evidently betrayed the ancestral teachings and regulations of the Shura clan, embarking on a path of racial rebellion. Xiang Chen possesses a relatively enlightened and rational perspective, not viewing matters through a narrow lens. Brother Chen, this clan is remarkably powerful and so defiant against the moral order. They must be eradicated swiftly, lest they inevitably clash with us in the future, Wang Ying remarked. Brother Chen, how does their strength compare to ours? Li Huan inquired. Xiang Chen first addressed the question posed by the young one. I am aware and share your desire for their demise. But we are uncertain of Su Liji's true roots. They seem to have no fixed residence, making it exceedingly difficult to act. Currently, the focus of the Batian sect remains on expansion in the outer battlefield. Although I have made them aware of the eternal Night Shura clan, they lack the capacity to scour every corner of the world. This vast expanse is not solely under the jurisdiction of the Batian sect. He then turned his gaze toward Li Huan. As for their strength, there is no doubt that it is not weaker than any bloodline I possess. However, this is contingent upon the level of their bloodline. The most ordinary Shura, devoid of horns, possesses a bloodline level comparable to that of a common beast among the demon race, far inferior to ours. The royal level Shura, adorned with a pair of horns, boasts a bloodline level akin to that of an ordinary divine beast. There are also imperial level Shura, whose bloodline ranks comparable to top-tier divine beasts, as well as the formidable holy level Shura, and even the most terrifying supreme Shura. This level of bloodline is not conceivable within this realm. Of course, this merely reflects the potency of their bloodline. Strength is never solely determined by bloodline rank, encompassing numerous factors, as you are well aware. However, the Shura clan is exceptionally adept in combat. Even those with the lowest level bloodlines possess formidable fighting skills and astonishing recovery abilities. Thus, when attempting to slay them, targeting the heart is optimal, followed by the head. Furthermore, the Shura's attacks can manipulate a person's vitality, diminishing the enemy's combat prowess or even directly slaying them. Currently, our only recourse is to suppress them with our own magical power and bloodline strength. I am aware of a particular elixir, the blood-solidifying pill, which counters the Shura clan's abilities. I shall endeavor to concoct it in due course, and everyone must prepare accordingly. Xiang Chen elucidated all that he knew. Information passed down from ancient times. Only by understanding one's adversary can one avoid the pitfalls of ignorance. As night deepened, everyone departed, leaving Xiang Chen to recline alone on his bed, foregoing cultivation. He is not a machine. After all, throughout the year, he does not practice daily, dedicating a few hours to cultivation and occupying his other time with various endeavors. Xiang Chen gazed at the starry sky through the skylight, gently stroking the fur of the small white tiger nestled in his embrace, who relished the attention. Little White, I do not know why, but the sight of the Shura clan unsettles my heart. Witnessing their massacre of innocent civilians ignites a searing anger within me, Xiang Chen murmured, caressing the small tiger's fur. The little white tiger licked his face, its barbed tongue eliciting an unexpectedly pleasant sensation, while it mewed softly. Royal translation, I shall feast upon them for you. Not all problems can be resolved through mere consumption. This fury is not solely derived from the massacre of innocent lives, but is also a profound sorrow emanating from the soul. The Azura clan should not exist in such a manner. Xiang Chen gently stroked the nose of the little white tiger and sighed deeply. His gaze grew profound as he spoke. I am a person reborn through the cycle of reincarnation. In my previous life, I was merely a youth who met an untimely demise. I possessed the wisdom of my past existence, and my brother has said that I am destined for an extraordinary journey filled with trials and tribulations. I cannot shake the feeling that there are secrets being withheld from me. He is aware of my previous life. Does he also know that I lost the memories of my prior existence before that? Who was I in that life? A mystery I cannot uncover. Perhaps the Azura clan is interconnected with my lost memories from that earlier life. What secrets does this universe conceal from me? Who is the formidable figure, wielding a cauldron in one hand and a sword in the other, capable of shattering the galaxy with a single punch? Why has he imparted martial arts to me? Why was I chosen by the ancient cauldron? And what of my brother, that foul creature, who undoubtedly was once a remarkable being and has now chosen me? Reflecting upon all this fills me with a chilling apprehension. It seems as though my fate has been orchestrated by an unknown force. Suddenly, Xiang Chen sat upright, gazing at the heavens. Upon careful reflection, he unearthed many unsettling truths. How could he possess such fortuitous luck, acquiring such magnificent skills and bloodlines? Coupled with the challenges he has faced and the controversies he has encountered, including the emergence of his brother and the Azura clan, the anger within his soul transformed him into a figure of terror. Could it be that he has unwittingly become a pawn in a grand scheme beyond his comprehension? Otherwise, why would so many peculiar events transpire around him? In an instant, his heart plummeted. Was he merely a piece on the grand chessboard of existence? Or had someone, unbeknownst to him, already begun to manipulate his fate? The realization of being led by an unseen force instilled a profound fear within Xiang Chen. It reminded him of the process of breeding poisonous insects. The insects consume one another, evolving into a king of poison, and wondered if he himself was a pawn secretly cultivated by someone. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He gazed at the starry sky and could not help but curse, though he uttered nothing aloud. Damn it, I must seize control of my own destiny. Is there truly someone manipulating me from the shadows? I refuse to be a mere pawn, even if I have yet to find the answers. I will seek them in due time. Xiang Chen's eyes hardened with determination as he resolved to confront his brother the pig upon their next meeting, to demand clarity and ascertain what he knows. Chapter 1225. Xiahou descends. Feeling the anger within Xiang Chen, the little white tiger turned its paw to caress him gently. Xiang Chen exhaled, looking at the little white tiger and kissing its forehead. I know you will always be by my side. One day, we shall unravel these mysteries together. Xiang Chen cradled the little white tiger and lay back on the bed, embracing it as he drifted into a peaceful slumber. He chose not to dwell on the complexities of existence, for ultimately, one lives in the present, regardless of the conspiracies or grand schemes that surround him. His abilities were limited, and pondering them was futile. Even if tomorrow heralded the end of the world, today, one must continue to live well. Thus, man and tiger embraced in sleep as the night wore on, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this period, Su Ligay seemed to have settled down, refraining from further malevolent actions in the Batian domain. However, in the Ling Mo and Danding domains, several tragic city annihilations had occurred, with the identities of the perpetrators remaining shrouded in mystery. The inhabitants of the Batian domain were oblivious to these events. In this world, devoid of widespread technological networks, where billions thrived, the deaths of millions stirred little more than a fleeting ripple. In the midst of the Zhongtian Sea, the only ocean in the realm of Tian stretched vast and expansive, with a span exceeding 100,000 kilometers from east to west. It held enough space to accommodate a planet with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers, if not more. The Batian sect resided on the eastern shore of the Zhongtian Sea, while the Ling Mo sect occupied the northern bank, their territories adjacent. The Danding sect lay to the south, and the Tianjiao sect was situated on the harsh western coast. This region of Zhongtian Sea was often contentious, with the four sects frequently clashing in skirmishes and even wars. Yet, for now, peace reigned. Once, the Zhongtian Sea was home to marine dynasties, but they had been nearly eradicated by humanity, leaving only ordinary sea demons, marine beasts, and a few small tribes. Upon the expansive waters, a seemingly ordinary spirit vessel, measuring over 20 meters in length and laden with cargo, sailed forth. A dozen cultivators aboard, their abilities ranging from the Soul Moon realm to the Ling Shao realm, busied themselves. "Captain, please treat the brothers to drinks upon our return. You've made quite the profit this time." A man wearing a captain's hat called out from the deck, eliciting cheers from a group engaged in a game of Pai Gao. "Haha, of course. We must celebrate at the Huangyu Tavern. Let us indulge in some fine spirit wine." The captain laughed, unperturbed by the camaraderie shared with his brothers in arms. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the distant sea, unleashing a beam of blinding light that shot skyward. This azure beam soared to a height of 100,000 zhang, visible to nearly all denizens of Tian. The beam's diameter enveloped 100 miles. "What on earth is that?" The crew aboard the ship was astounded, each rising in flight to gaze at the spectacle, their eyes wide with amazement. "What is this?" Even the captain, a veteran of over 200 years and a master of the Ling Shao Ninth Realm, was taken aback, having traversed these waters for decades without ever encountering such a phenomenon. As the beam illuminated the celestial expanse, it projected various ethereal images, shadows of colossal mountains, ancient forests, and a grand city suspended in the heavens materialized, showcasing countless rare spiritual herbs and even the forms of celestial medicines. On the northern shore, within the Ling Mo sect, which governed hundreds of billions of souls and was established atop a confluence of ley lines, countless black palaces and towers rose. 1,000,000 disciples of the Ling Mo sect witnessed the radiant beam ascending into the starry sky. A towering figure emerged above the main hall of the spirit demon sect. This individual, standing at an impressive 6 meters, was undoubtedly of the human race, emanating an overwhelming force of demonic power. His features were strikingly handsome, with a resolute visage and deep, dark eyes. He was Nie Qing Feng, the master of the spirit demon sect, making a rare appearance once every millennium. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his gaze as his voice resonated across the realm. "All disciples of the spirit demon sect under the age of 300 may freely venture to the central sky sea in search of celestial fortunes." This proclamation echoed in the air above the sect for an extended duration. In a secret training ground of the spirit demon sect, a robust young man with a chiseled jawline, clad in armor, was engaged in a fierce battle with a magical beast, a bloodfire dragon of the ancient realm. Measuring 100 feet in length, adorned with black dragon wings and crowned with 2 horns, reminiscent of Western dragons, exuding an aura of terror as it ignited black flames. However, the young man, perched upon the dragon's back, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, causing the bloodfire dragon to bleed profusely and shatter its scales. 8 Extreme's heavenly demon fist. He roared, his fists ablaze with demonic inscriptions, striking down with ferocity. The dragon, comparable in strength to a 3-fold ancient infernal dragon, let out a piercing cry as its body plummeted to the ground. "Cursed be it, do you yield?" The young man, towering at several meters, grasped the dragon by its neck, sneering as if handling a mere chick. I submit, noble warrior. I humbly invite you to be my knight. The once proud Bloodfire dragon lowered its haughty head, astonished by the sheer might of the young man, who had reached the pinnacle of the carefree realm and was capable of inflicting such torment. Huh, dare you defy me again, and I shall feast upon your flesh, though you shall thereafter be my comrade in arms. The giant youth laughed heartily, subsequently shrinking in stature, yet still standing over 2 meters tall. The dragon too diminished, now a size suitable for the young man to ride. Brother Ho, impressive indeed. I never thought you could subdue this beast. A group of about 20, both men and women, approached from the distance. Xiahou Wu, riding atop the dragon, wielded the celestial war spear and donned armor, epitomizing the legendary dragon knight, exuding valor and majesty. Indeed, with this ally, I shall soar to new heights. Xiahou Wu grinned broadly at his fellow disciples of the Yin Huang, revealing a dazzling smile. I see that your prowess could very well earn you the title of legendary king. Shall we issue a challenge to legends? I am eager to test my strength. Let us proceed. My master has summoned me for an urgent matter. As Xiahou Wu mounted the dragon and soared towards a spatial entrance, his departure caused quite a stir, with countless onlookers marveling at the fact that he had subdued the guardian dragon of their sect. Many had attempted to tame it, all meeting with failure, including the 10 core demon sons. Xiahou Wu, this young man, was truly rising in prominence. The 10 demon sons within the sect regarded him with a mixture of wariness and hostility. In just a few years since his initiation, Xiahou Wu has risen to prominence, rivaling even the most established figures in his sect, and perhaps surpassing them. He has garnered a considerable following of fresh disciples, with his 21 core subordinates exhibiting remarkable strength, making him a formidable contender for the title of sect leader and the sacred heir. It is undeniable that the environment of the Lingma sect is much more conducive to a combative individual like Xiahou Wu, allowing him to advance in cultivation at a pace quicker than that of Xiang Chen. Of course, his innate talent is exceptional, and furthermore, his practice is far less convoluted than Xiang Chen's, which requires the pursuit of numerous bloodlines of demon gods. Xiahou Wu's heavenly battle cannon, dragon elephant inner strength, and return to heaven true essence are all designed for warfare, with the return to heaven true essence serving primarily as a means of recovery, sparing him the need to delve into the complexities of medical and gu techniques. Senior brother, that Xiahou Wu is becoming increasingly ostentatious, remarked a disciple with shifty eyes and a slender frame amidst the crowd. Beside him stood a striking young man clad in black, possessing an air of elegance and charm that belied the sinister intensity lurking within his gaze. Nie Xianqing, the current senior disciple of the Lingma sect, spoke coldly. The upcoming immortal martial secret realm presents an opportunity. We must arrange for personnel to deal with him. Within the sect, he has the backing of the Elder Council, but such constraints do not apply there. Indeed, it is high time we acted. The youth nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the southern coast of the Zhongtian Sea, at the Danding sect, a petite girl in a pink dress floated gracefully in midair, channeling incantations into a towering alchemical furnace. Surrounding her, a host of elders stood silently, assisting in stabilizing the true fire within the furnace. The temperature of the flames beneath had already reached the level required for refining top-grade heavenly elixirs. Suddenly, with a commanding shout, the girl struck the furnace with her palm. Instantly, 9 beams of light shot skyward, coalescing into a vast expanse of spiritual clouds above. Among the 9 radiant forms were 9 golden elixirs, exuding astonishing potency. It succeeded. An exquisite heavenly elixir, the Wu Feng Dan. Incredulity swept through the crowd of elders as they beheld the scene. Unbelievable. An exquisite heavenly elixir, second only to immortal elixirs, has truly been refined by the little princess. Ha ha ha. Within a decade, our Danding sect will certainly gain a new immortal alchemist, a new Dan emperor. Alas, how we age. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Excellent. Truly remarkable, boomed a resonant voice as a tall, robust middle-aged man in purple gold robes appeared. The sect leader, the Dan Emperor, Dan Chenzi, is one of the few capable of refining immortal elixirs. Grandfather, I have succeeded, Bauer exclaimed excitedly, receiving the 9 elixirs and seeking acknowledgement from the Dan Emperor. Remarkable indeed, Bauer. Once you break through to the ancient realm and your soul strength enables you to refine immortal elixirs. I shall pass on to you the techniques of immortal inscriptions and formulas, for I wish to see you become the youngest Dan Emperor in all the land. Dan Chenzi erupted into hearty laughter, affectionately tousling Pear Blossom's hair. Hee, splendid. Let's make a pact. Haha, indeed, a pact it is. A promise bound for a century. Unchanged, whoever falters shall be a little dog. Among this group, it appeared that Pear Blossom thrived the most. Perched upon the shoulders of the towering Dan Chenzi, she inhaled the aroma of the elixir she had concocted, contemplating, I'll give one to Duoya, one to Liqing, and one to Duona. Hee, leaving 2 for myself. Pear Blossom, the secret realm of immortal martial arts has been opened. Your grandfather wishes to send you in for training. There, you will encounter the legacy of ancient alchemists. Should you acquire it, your alchemical skills will see a significant enhancement. I shall dispatch an entire squad of legendary protectors to safeguard you. Dan Chenzi remarked as he strolled down the corridor. An entire squad of legendary protectors, exclaimed Xiang Ergo, who had mingled for years, while Xiahou Wu fainted in the restroom. The secret realm of immortal martial arts. Pear Blossom's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly replied, that sounds wonderful. But I wish to bring Sister Duoya and the others with me. Those 7? Haha, that is certainly no issue. However, these 7 girls are extraordinary. They have overshadowed the male disciples of the martial hall in recent years, Dan Chenzi readily agreed. Moreover, I do not require so many legendary protectors. I am quite capable myself. Having Sister Duoya and the others to protect me is sufficient, Pear Blossom added. Dan Chenzi furrowed his brow and said, that simply will not do. You are my future heir, and your safety is of utmost importance to the entire sect. If you dislike a large entourage, how about I send 10 legendary protectors instead? Alas, I cannot enter that place myself. Otherwise, I would protect you personally. Oh dear, Grandfather Dan. Please do not worry so much about my safety. Sister Duoya and the others are truly formidable. If you were to pit 7 legendary beings against them, I assure you, they would prevail, Pear Blossom declared as she hopped down from his broad shoulder, exuding a sense of helplessness. She seemed destined to venture out to find Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu, trailed by a cadre of 10 or 8 elders for protection. If you do not believe, then let us wager. If you lose, I shall pluck every hair from your beard. All right then, I will summon 7 legendary beings of the first realm. If they can defeat them, I shall grant you the freedom to act as you wish. Ultimately, Dan Chenzi found himself the loser of this wager. The 7 young women under Duoya's leadership had demonstrated astonishing improvement, now at the pinnacle of their prowess. This was largely due to the immense wealth of the Danding sect, which provided ample resources for those with talent. Moreover, they shared a sisterly bond with Pear Blossom. From Xiang Chen's perspective, this situation seemed rather daunting. At the Ba Tian sect, on the ancient Xiong Island, atop Xiang Chen's mountain, in the cultivation chamber, 2 true elixirs, the yin and yang, floated above Xiang Chen's head, exuding vast amounts of genuine energy. Golden and silver light intertwined around him, signifying his formidable aura. His cultivation of the 10,000 demons holy scripture had reached the mid-stage of the 8th heaven of the carefree realm, and his foundation was remarkably solid. In the past, he had advanced too swiftly without adequately stabilizing his fundamentals, yet in the carefree realm, Xiang Chen had consistently maintained a steady approach. After a carefree existence comes the eternal challenge, and at the pinnacle of eternity, one must confront the tribulations of transcendence. Based on personal experience, compounded by the fact that the heavenly Tao tends to present obstacles, it is certain that Xiang Ergo's celestial tribulation will be far more formidable than that faced by others. 10 attempts with 8 failures. Only 2 may achieve transformation into celestial beings, illustrating the arduous nature of these trials. An unstable realm invites the heart's demons, ultimately leading to demise beneath the tribulation. Chen, take heed. The celestial martial secret realm has been unveiled. Seize this opportunity. At that moment, the voice of Wang Yang resonated through his communication jade talisman. The celestial martial secret realm. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance as the yin and yang dual elixirs entered his inner sanctuary, lying in wait. Previously, he had perused ancient texts within the sect, searching for records of those with divine beast bloodlines, and at last, he discovered a tome. Within its pages lay the account of a divine beast species, residing precisely in the celestial martial secret realm. Chapter 1227, exclusively for the handsome in the Zhongtian Sea. On the western shore, this place is renowned as the 10,000 Snow Mountains. Beyond the heavens, the western continent spans over 200,000 miles, enveloped in a vast, desolate world of white snow, countless snow-capped mountains and frosted forests scattered across the landscape. The bitter cold renders the environment exceedingly harsh. Here, the temperature is lethal to innate realm cultivators, and the frigid winds slice through flesh like blades, making the cultivation of spiritual grains nearly impossible. Only the resilient, robust-bodied demon race can endure in this frigid expanse, which serves as the final refuge for the demon race in the realm beyond. In bygone days, the demon race was the centerpiece of this world, with the human race existing under their protection, also sharing a lineage with them. During that era, the demon race's presence was ubiquitous, and society leaned toward a primitive state, characterized by tribal existence under the rule of demon emperors. A cataclysmic war broke out between the Sea clan and the demon race, providing an opportunity for extraterrestrial races to attack, plunging the demon race into crisis. The human race seized this chance to strengthen its power, ultimately becoming the sovereigns of the realm beyond. The main forces of the demon race were driven back to this harsh land, where the last stronghold, the heavenly demon sect, now governs. Towering to great heights, a snow-capped mountain shrouded in ethereal mist rises, its summit piercing the starry sky like a sword. Within the grand hall, 10 figures kneel before a singular man. This man dons a flowing black robe adorned with dragon patterns, his facial contours sharp and defined, eyes deep as if harboring the cosmos. His solitary presence exudes an indomitable aura, with a black royal mark on his forehead, Emperor Xiao, the sovereign of the heavenly demon sect. Before him kneel 10 individuals, a mix of men and women, each emanating a powerful demonic energy. The foremost figure among them is a woman clad in black armor. With elongated eyebrows and a more pronounced brow line than most women, she radiates a striking vigor. Her skin is as pale as snow, delicate yet resilient, and her almond-shaped eyes are filled with a fierce wildness. Her face is shaped like a delicate melon, making her a rare beauty. The black armor, adorning her curvaceous form, adds an extraordinary martial grace. She is Zhan Tai Mingyu, the contemporary eldest sister of the heavenly demon sect, possessing the bloodline of an ancient divine beast and one of the future heirs of the sect leader. On either side of her stood the 10 core disciples of the heavenly demon sect. With the reopening of the celestial martial secret realm, this once-in-a-millennium opportunity also serves as a pivotal moment for your future rivalry against the prodigies of the human race. Our demon clan has reached a critical juncture. Thus, this time, the 10 of you must unite resolutely, seize the treasures of the celestial martial realm, and vanquish the human talents. Di Xiao gazed at the 10, his eyes ablaze with intensity. He was an exceedingly formidable individual, showing no signs of submission to the human race, even amidst the dire circumstances facing the demon clan. Disciples, we shall heed the sect master's command. The 10 responded with reverence. Ahem, this time you have an exceedingly important task. Just then, an elderly woman entered the hall. This aged matron, hunched in stature, leaned upon a cane, her hair a stark white, skin withered like that of an old bird, presenting the appearance of a mortal in the twilight of life. She moved slowly, yet both Di Xiao and the 10 core disciples regarded her with a hint of respect. Grandma Xiangguan, the 10 core disciples slightly bowed in salute. Grandma, do you have any instructions for us? Di Xiao inquired, looking at Grandma Xiangguan. She approached, gazing at Di Xiao, her aged eyes narrowing slightly. Sect Master, do you recall the celestial upheaval from 25 years ago? At her words, a spark ignited in Di Xiao's gaze, and he replied, you refer to the event when the bloodline pressure of the sacred beast swept across the realm, causing the uprising of myriad demons? Indeed, Grandma Xiangguan turned, pacing within the hall, the sound of her cane echoing sharply. I have expended great effort and finally deduced the source of that phenomenon. Our demon clan's destined holy son has manifested. The destined holy son. The expressions of those present turned to astonishment. Grandma Xiangguan nodded. That upheaval was the manifestation of the holy son's descent, and this time, I have calculated that the celestial martial secret realm will be significantly connected to him. If we can locate the holy son, our demon clan shall once again ascend to the pinnacle of our race. Di Xiao's tiger-like eyes narrowed slightly. Are you suggesting that this so-called holy son will appear in the celestial martial secret realm? Indeed. The omens indicate a correlation between the opening of the celestial martial secret realm and his fortune. Grandma Xingui then turned her gaze to the 10 core disciples. This time, you must find the Holy Sun and bring him back to our demon clan. He embodies our hope for resurgence. Zhang Tai Mingyu furrowed his brow. Though he nodded in agreement, he remained skeptical, thinking, I, Zhang Tai Mingyu, shall ensure the resurgence of the demon clan without the need for any Holy Sun. The other core disciples, while agreeing, also harbored doubts. Each was proud in their own right, descendants of illustrious ancestors from ancient times, possessing remarkable bloodlines, and they were all prodigies capable of transcending their limits. Thus their arrogance was palpable. Grandma Xingui, observing their outward compliance, understood well the pride and thoughts that lingered in their hearts. She sighed and said, Our demon clan has reached its most challenging moment. Had we not been of use, defending against the incursions of outer realm races, the human race would have already united against us. Do not take this matter lightly. With the Holy Sun, our demon clan could thrive within a century. Have you all remembered the words of Granny Xingui? If you encounter the Holy Sun, you must invite him back to our heavenly demon sect, commanded Di Xiao. But, Sect Master, Granny, we don't even know what the Holy Sun looks like. How can we find him? A young man with golden hair furrowed his brow and inquired. The Holy Sun is born under the auspices of heaven and earth, embodying the fortune of our demon race. His appearance is extraordinarily rare, deserving the title of the most handsome man in the world. He possesses the blood of a sacred beast, which exerts immense pressure on you. Therefore, if you encounter someone strikingly handsome, strike first to ascertain whether he is the Holy Sun. If he is indeed the Holy Sun, he will undoubtedly overpower you in both strength and bloodline. The group finally grasped the concept. Any handsome man should be met with a direct confrontation. If they could overpower them, he might be the Holy Sun. It seems I must also tread carefully. After all, being handsome makes one susceptible to being beaten. Di Xiao remarked, somewhat bemused. Is there truly no more reliable method, Granny? This approach feels akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. There is no other way. The secrets of the Holy Sun have been obscured by the heavens. I have sacrificed greatly to deduce even a fragment of information. However, the divination indicates that the Holy Sun has abundant romantic prospects. I suspect he is a person who values beauty. Mingyu, you possess an advantage in this regard. Chapter 1228. The secret realm of immortal martial arts. Moreover, the Holy Sun may be lurking among the human race. Therefore, you disciples of the 3 sects must not overlook anyone handsome. Strike first if you encounter them, Granny Xiangui cautioned again. Humph. So the Holy Sun is a lecherous individual, Zhang Tai Mingyu scoffed. Hee, let senior sister Mingyu seduce him. It will surely yield results. A lean young man with a sharp face chuckled mischievously. If senior sister Mingyu tries to seduce him, I suspect the Holy Sun would end up beaten to a pulp, remarked a towering man with 2 green horns atop his head. Are you two seeking death? Zhang Tai Mingyu shot a cold glare at the pair, causing them to promptly fall silent. Granny, must our demon race rely on a Holy Sun we've never even seen to save us? I, Peng Tian, am no less capable. A proud young man asked icily. Granny Xingui regarded him with a calm gaze and replied, You do not understand what the bloodline of a sacred beast signifies for us. Peng Tian, Mingyu, although both of you possess divine beast bloodlines, they have not fully awakened, making it difficult for you to surpass the top-tier powerhouses among the human race. The young man named Peng Tian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, secretly vowing that if he were to find this Holy Sun, he would challenge him to determine their respective strengths. Now, the secret realm of immortal martial arts is about to open, which contains legacies left by powerful beings of our demon race. You must seize this opportunity. It may alter the balance of power in the world for the next several centuries. Prepare yourselves. Di Xiao waved his hand, signaling for the group to take their leave. Once they departed, Di Xiao furrowed his brows, burdened with thoughts. The situation on the giant demon battlefield is grim, is it not? Granny Xiangui observed Di Xiao, seemingly aware of his concerns. Indeed, the human race has gained the upper hand. It is likely they will completely repel the giants within a few years. Once the giants are driven back, the human race will redirect their forces against us, the heavenly demon sect, aiming for complete dominance over the world. Di Xiao sighed. The venerable elder turtle, bearing a single hand upon her back, made her way towards the temple's exit, proclaiming, Our demon clan is born of heaven and nurtured by earth, intertwined with the very essence of fate itself. No force can extinguish our existence. The birth of the Holy Sun over 2 decades ago has assured our clan's enduring destiny. The human race is embroiled in severe internal strife. Should they divert their focus, they may not prioritize us. Granny, do you imply? The Emperor's eyes narrowed, grasping the underlying message, only to be inferred, never articulated. Disclosing too much would invite repercussions upon my already fragile lifespan, Elder Turtle replied, shaking her head before gradually vanishing. Leaning on her cane, the Batian sect, the Ling Mo sect, the Great Xia dynasty, and the Danding sect. Emperor Zhao's gaze shimmered with calculating intensity, pondering his next moves. In the vast expanse of the central sky sea, beams of light ascended into the starry heavens. Suddenly, the surface of the sea began to churn violently, and mystical symbols emerged within the waters, followed by a cacophony of thunderous roars. The sea swirled and revealed a colossal vortex. This whirlpool, initially spanning 100 feet, instantaneously expanded to a staggering 10,000 feet, unleashing a terrifying force that drew everything within its grasp. Captain, what shall we do? The nearby spirit vessels were being irresistibly drawn into this dreadful maelstrom. Activate the defensive array at once. By the heavens, such a voracious force makes flight impossible. The captain unleashed his innate powers, clinging desperately to the ship's railing. Yet, the massive vessel was effortlessly consumed by the vortex. A tremendous whirlpool formed upon the sea's surface, its depths radiating a blinding light, unfathomable and leading to unknown realms. The emergence of the celestial martial secret realm sent ripples of excitement throughout the outer heavens and the 9 provinces within mere days. All factions, races, and families stirred in response to the news. The celestial martial secret realm, the world's largest repository of legacy, housed ancient techniques left by immortal beings, treasures cultivated over millennia, and even unparalleled elixirs birthed hundreds of thousands of years prior. As this revelation spread, those of even modest power rushed towards the outer heavens. Even the aquatic races of the vast seas, unwilling to remain in obscurity, transformed into human forms and hastened to join the throng. At Batian sect, Xiang Chen gathered all his brethren and sisters, including Zhuge Yuan, Yu Ying, and Han Jing, forming a party of 30. To his bemusement, he found that his siblings' cultivation levels surpassed his own, each having reached the 9th level of the carefree realm, while he remained at the 8th. However, his body cultivation, through the heavenly restoration scripture, had achieved timeless greatness. Now that everyone has assembled, I shall not linger on idle talk. The opportunity lies ahead, and we have but 2 tasks: survive and seize the chance. Xiang Chen addressed his comrades directly, cutting to the chase. Let us go. The eyes of the assembly sparkled with a wolfish fervor, brimming with excitement. Master, I wish to join you as well. Amo expressed a hint of longing. Absolutely not. The dangers are too great. The ancient secret realm is fraught with peril, without the ability to protect oneself at the Ling Xiao level. You and Shi Lin should focus on your training. Rest assured, any treasures I obtain shall not be forgotten. Xiang Chen opposed Amo's past endeavors, deeming him merely a soul at the Moon Realm, a level insufficient even for enlistment in the Batian army. Sighing, he relented. Amo slumped his head. Let us proceed. A radiant blade of light surged forth from Xiang Chen, morphing into a dragon crest demon blade of considerable size. He stepped upon the dragon crest, and, in an instant, pierced through the void. Haha, watch over the place well, little Amo, and should you come across treasures, reserve a portion for you. Wang Zai's chicken Li Huan and the other brethren of the Yan Huang Hall soared into the skies atop their magical artifacts, transforming into a radiant arc as they traversed over 10 kilometers in a mere breath. On that day, no fewer than 100,000 disciples from the Batian sect soared towards the central sky sea. Practitioners at the carefree realm predominantly made the journey. With such a multitude from the Batian sect alone, one can only imagine the countless souls from the world seeking to enter, potentially numbering in the millions. Amongst this vast assembly, how many fortunate souls would seize the so-called celestial chance? On the evening of the first day following the emergence of the secret realm, throngs had already gathered before the swirling vortex. The vortex upon the sea had expanded to a staggering 30,000 zhang, a concept which translates to a diameter of 30 kilometers, a sight of immense grandeur when observed from above. Many stood upon the clouds, gazing in awe at this colossal marine whirlpool, their hearts trembling at its magnitude. Once within the vortex's domain, be it celestial beings or vessels upon the sea. They would be inexorably consumed. The Xianwu secret realm, appearing once every millennium at its shortest and potentially every 5 to 6,000 years at its longest, was rumored to harbor a celestial city, the dwelling place of the most ancient progenitors of this world, brimming with diverse ancient methods and fortuities. Some even claimed that the Xianwu secret realm was a fragment of the nine-heaven celestial realm that had descended to the mortal realm. Life and death are fated. Prosperity is ordained by the heavens. Today, as we encounter this opportunity, we must seize it without hesitation. A voice thundered, unleashing true essence and magical power toward the vortex.